Amidst the towering mountains of Yenzhou, countless peaks rise like spears, and steep cliffs form a natural screen. In early autumn, the heavy dew soaks one's clothes, and the intertwining streams and maple forests create a serene landscape. Through the misty rain, a group of black-armored guards hurriedly entered the imperial city of Diyu, heading straight for the palace. Halt! This is a restricted area, no entry. The guards stopped the approaching group. We are the Black Feather Guards from Fengzhou City, ordered to deliver the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect and related artifacts to His Highness Prince Chen. The leader presented their identification and the dispatch order. The guard's gaze fell on the disheveled, expressionless young man, then quickly went to report. Soon, a graceful figure in blue appeared in front of the main palace. Dressed in a sky-blue dress, with strands of hair hanging below crescent-shaped eyebrows, her bright eyes reflected the nobility of the royal family. She was Lan Yun, the personal maid of Prince Chen. After reading the dispatch order, Lan Yun's expression shifted slightly. The Wuchen sword sect had only aligned with Prince Chen's faction through the Luoxia Gate 6 months ago, yet now they faced such calamity. She hurried into the inner hall, where she saw the serene figure like a quiet pine tree from afar. Lu Chen was sitting in the pavilion by the lotus pond, quietly reading ancient texts, his daily routine. Unlike other princes who networked extensively, indulged in pleasures, or delved into political schemes, this fifth prince always acted alone, exuding an extraordinary air. Your Highness, the Black Feather Guards from Fengzhou City have brought the sole survivor of the Wuchen sword sect, Lan Yun reminded him. The sword sect was introduced by the Luoxia Gate 6 months ago and has been loyal with repeated tributes. Who was responsible? Lu Chen turned a page. It is believed to be the work of the Taiping sect, but there are some discrepancies. Bring them in. The Black Feather Guards entered the hall and bowed. The leader, stealing a glance at the enigmatic fifth prince's face, was as refined as jade, long hair casually tied with a jade pin, and the black dragon robe accentuated his regal bearing. Yet, the most perplexing aspect was the aloof distance he maintained, as if a mortal faced a martial arts master. This is the sole survivor of the sword sect. When we found him in the ancestral hall, he kept muttering about unclean things in the sect, the leader of the Black Feather Guards explained. Lan Yun's expression turned peculiar. She had read folk tales of the supernatural with her master. Without profound martial arts skills, how could one perceive such entities? At that moment, a dark whisper resonated in Lu Chen's ear. You can see me? Lu Chen calmly sipped his tea. The strange stories Lan Yun read were mostly fictional, but one thing was true. A martial arts master indeed could see things invisible to ordinary people. A grotesque and unknown creature suddenly appeared before Lu Chen, emanating a chilling aura. Its blood-red hollow eyes stared intently at him. The monster drew closer, seemingly trying to confirm if Lu Chen could indeed see it. You can see me? The creature howled, its voice a piercing screech not of this world. You can see me, right? Right. The sound echoed throughout the Zhengxian palace. Yet strangely, the guards and the Black Feather Guards outside seemed oblivious, continuing their report on the extermination of the Wuchen sword sect without interruption. In recent years, with His Majesty the Emperor's, the leader of the Black Feather Guards paused, glanced at Lu Chen, and cautiously continued. His Majesty's decisions have profound implications, which the common people may not yet understand. This has led to dissatisfaction with our Diyu court and fueled the spread of the Taiping sect's insidious influence. He continued with his detailed report. Over the past month, many forces allied with our Diyu court within the Fengzhou city limits have been completely wiped out. The Wuchen sword sect appears to be one of them. The Taiping sect is always at the forefront of attacks against the royal family and its allies. Even if they weren't directly responsible for the sect's destruction, they would still claim credit. With a hint of disdain, the Black Feather Guard leader added, in reality, the annihilation of a third-rate power like the Wuchen sword sect is not a significant event. Such conflicts among martial sects are common. The authorities in Fengzhou simply adopt a laissez-faire attitude as long as the sects don't oppose the court or cause major disturbances. There's too much to manage otherwise. He explained the reason for their report. The reason for sending us, the Black Feather Guards, to inform you is the involvement of the fifth prince, the dragon child of our time, and the prominent Fengzhou power, the flourishing flower sword sect of the Luo family, which backs him. The fifth prince is low-key and has few followers. While the Wuchen sword sect is small, it falls under his protection. Mishandling this could provoke the anger of a prince. The Black Feather Guard leader's tone carried a hint of concern. In this situation where the crown prince has not been established and the heir is undecided, the powers in Fengzhou do not wish to offend any prince. Especially since Fengzhou is the stronghold of the fifth prince's maternal family, the flourishing flower sword sect of the Luo family, a massive and influential sect with numerous resources at its disposal. Lan Yun thoughtfully regarded the 2 large boxes of relics brought in and analyzed. But as far as I know, the Taiping sect leaves no survivors when targeting royal forces, and they would loot the sects they destroy to recruit more followers. Yet, The Wuchen sword sect has survivors and even retains some wealth. Rather than the work of the Taiping sect, it seems more like certain forces using the Wuchen sword sect as a pretext to declare war on the line of Prince Chen. The Black Feather Guard leader couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine at these words. A declaration of war against Prince Chen's line. Who other than the lawless rebels of the Taiping sect would dare such a thing? It could only be the factions vying for imperial power, corresponding to different princes. The term certain forces was barely a euphemism. He dared not respond, nor did he wish to. The intrigues between princes were treacherous and dangerous, enough to claim the lives of many. He had no desire to be swept into this vortex. Therefore, the Black Feather Guard leader immediately nodded and redirected the conversation back to the task at hand, following Lan Yun's lead. As you said, this is precisely the crux of the case. Thus, we were dispatched to report to His Highness Prince Chen, seeking his judgment. Having said this, the Black Feather Guard leader bowed respectfully, awaiting instructions from the fifth prince, Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen's attention remained captivated by the monstrous creature only he could see, his mind filled with confusion and unease. Lu Chen remained composed as he listened to the Black Feather Guard's report, dismissing them with a wave of his hand, as if he had heard an inconsequential tale. The leader of the Black Feather Guard, relieved, respectfully withdrew and led his men out of the Zhengxian palace. Inside, only Lu Chen, Lan Yun, and the dazed survivor remained. Lan Yun's expression shifted from calm to concern as she softly said, "Your Highness, I fear the Wuchen sword sect incident might be a plot by other princes against you, or an attempt to incite conflict between you and certain princes. You must be cautious." Lu Chen merely chuckled at her words, replying calmly, "Don't worry, there's no need to overthink it." His reaction was exactly as Lan Yun expected. Her master was always serene, like a tranquil breeze over a snowy mountain, no matter the situation. Glancing at the expressionless young man, Lu Chen instructed softly, "His spirit is scattered, and he doesn't have much time left. Check if he has any family. If so, provide compensation and send him back to reunite with them." "Yes, Your Highness," Lan Yun replied, withdrawing respectfully. In the main hall of Zhengxian Palace, only Lu Chen remained, along with the grotesque creature that howled and shrieked. Its face twisted, eyes bleeding, it laughed arrogantly. "You can see me. You really can see me. Huh. You know that boy doesn't have much time left, right? You can't hide anymore. I'm going to kill you, all of you." "Enough noise," Lu Chen said indifferently. The creature's laughter stopped abruptly. The nobleman, who had been flipping through a book, looked up, revealing a pair of indifferent, icy eyes that fixed on it. That gaze, surprisingly, made the creature shiver with fear. Suddenly, a massive hand engulfed in azure flames reached out and grasped its head with overwhelming force. The fierce azure fire spread over the creature, seemingly capable of burning its very soul. Its hollow pupils contracted sharply, exuding more black blood as it screamed in terror. "Azure, celestial flame. You're a golden core master." With a loud bang, the creature's head was crushed, the intense azure flames reducing it to nothingness, leaving not a trace behind. Lu Chen picked up a silk cloth to wipe his hands, saying quietly, "I used to be. Not anymore." In martial cultivation, one first strengthens the body, then transforms energy, comprehends the essence, and finally attains the golden core mastery. Lu Chen had achieved this step 10 years ago. Now, he had reached an unfathomable realm, which was why Lan Yun remarked that even at 20, he seemed like a founding master. Lu Chen was a transmigrator. He was fortunate in his second life to be born as the fifth prince of the Great Yu Dynasty, starting off with an advantageous position. As a prince, he had access to the finest resources and the most advanced techniques. In this life, Lu Chen wasn't sure if his soul had mutated or if it was a trait of being a transmigrator, but he possessed an extraordinary level of perception and aptitude. This was no exaggeration. Even those deemed prodigies of the millennium paled in comparison to his talent. Take the Qing Tianbu Yiju, the royal family's signature technique. No one in the current royal family had reached its highest level, the ninth layer Qing Tianbu Yi. Lu Chen, however, had mastered it by the age of 12. As his cultivation deepened and his understanding of martial arts sharpened, he further developed this royal technique to an unprecedented 11th layer, surpassing the highest level by 2 whole layers. If this was the case with Qing Tianbu Yiju, other techniques naturally followed suit. In Lu Chen's eyes, martial arts in this world are as basic as simple arithmetic, and he can easily grasp their mysteries. His inherent aptitude is unparalleled, almost as if he is favored by the heavens. Any elixir or spiritual material is perfectly absorbed by his body, with an astounding 100 efficiency. Even more astonishing is his natural affinity with the ambient spiritual energy, as if he is perpetually bathed in a spiritual spring, with an endless supply of power. Such extraordinary talent can only be described as terrifying. As a result, Lu Chen has never been concerned with the so-called struggles of the princes. Instead, he is more intrigued by the existence of the Taiping sect, and the entity known as Yin. The Taiping sect, as its name suggests, is a rebellious faction opposing the Great Yu Dynasty. To understand the origins of the Taiping sect, one must mention Lu Chen's father, the emperor, who is widely regarded as a tyrant. Since ascending the throne, the old emperor has governed with incompetence, indulging in pleasures daily. He squandered enormous resources on building pleasure palaces, increasing the burden on the populace. More disturbingly, he had a violent temper and delighted in watching people fight to the death. Whenever he witnessed such brutal spectacles, he would be greatly pleased and order generous rewards. Under such an atmosphere, the Great Yu court frequently held martial contests. Victors not only received the emperor's rewards but also titles and promotions, leading to a restless and violent climate among the people. Despite repeated admonitions from court officials, the emperor detested honest advice. The more they advised, the more recklessly he acted. Take the matter of granting titles and estates to the princes, for instance. Officials reminded the emperor that, according to tradition, adult princes should be given titles and estates to govern a region. The emperor did confer titles, but they were in name only. As for actual authority over a region, he made no mention of it. The princes could choose to remain in the palace or go elsewhere. More absurdly, the titles were simply their names, which was unprecedented and against tradition. In the emperor's eyes, he was the law in the heavens of Great Yu. If tradition did not permit, he did. Anyone daring to mention rules in his presence faced execution. Under such oppressive rule, the Taiping sect emerged and quickly gained popular support. They rallied behind the slogan, "Kill the tyrant emperor and restore peace to the world," causing chaos throughout Great Yu and posing significant challenges to the court. Now, with growing public discontent, the Taiping sect has become a force the Great Yu court cannot ignore, as their presence is felt across the land. Lu Chen knows that without eliminating the Taiping sect, even ascending the throne would not bring peace. As for Yin, Lu Chen stood up and looked at the dazzling sun in the sky. The existence of Yin was something he accidentally discovered at the age of 10 after advancing to the realm of martial arts mastery. Initially, he thought it was due to his cultivation of martial power, allowing him to see the dual nature of the world and the souls of the dead. However, over time, he realized that Yin was not the souls of the deceased, but something else entirely. Driven by his interest in the unique entity known as the Yin, which only grandmasters can perceive, Lu Chen conducted an in-depth study on its existence. He discovered that neither birth nor death, nor the sorrows of separation, give rise to a Yin. Even those who die unjustly, hang themselves in anger, or pass away with unresolved grievances do not result in the appearance of a Yin. Rituals such as traditional ceremonies or soul calling do not bring forth a Yin either. Lu Chen realized that the Yin is fundamentally different from the malevolent spirits he had imagined. It is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, and its origin remains a mystery. It might manifest randomly or reflect some underlying rule of the universe. Despite his relentless search, Lu Chen has identified fewer than 10 instances. Much of his information comes from snippets he found in ancient texts, including the term Yin itself. The accounts in these ancient texts are a mix of truth and embellishment. The fictional parts tend to glorify and fabricate stories. However, 2 points have been verified as credible. The first, as previously mentioned, is that martial arts grandmasters can see and harm a Yin. Correspondingly, a Yin does not harm those who cannot see it, unless, like the Wuchen sword sect, someone accidentally perceives it. The second point is more intriguing. An early autumn drizzle usually fails to obscure the sun, which remains bright. Yin typically shun the daytime and fear the sun. Yet today, the Yin from the Wuchen sword sect brave the daylight, enduring the sunlight, to travel all the way to the imperial city a considerable distance. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze from the sun, frowning slightly. Has something significant happened recently? The next day, within the imperial city. Hiya, hiya. The rapid clatter of hooves accompanied by the neighing of horses announced the approach of another well-equipped, well-trained guard unit racing towards the palace. In the sunlight, their weapons gleamed with a sharp, cold light. Unlike the previous day, the palace guards did not sternly block their path. Instead, they greeted the leader of the unit, a young man in silver armor, with respect. General Luo Feng. The silver-armored young man, Luo Feng, nodded slightly and dismounted skillfully. Turning to the guards waiting outside the palace's perimeter, he instructed, "Send a few men to arrange accommodations in the inner city. The rest, stay put." "Yes, sir." The guards responded in unison. Luo Feng handed his helmet and sword to the palace guards and then strode confidently into the palace. Inside the Zhengxian palace, a guard glanced at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in ancient texts, and paused. Lan Yin gently gestured for the guard to whisper something to her. Moments later, a subtle smile appeared on her face. She walked over to Lu Chen and said softly, "Your Highness, General Luo Feng has arrived." Luo Feng, the son of Lu Chen's uncle, is the future heir of the Luo family, a powerful faction of the flourishing flower sword sect in Fengzhou. Due to familial ties, Lu Chen shares a close relationship with him. The Luo family was Lu Chen's strongest support during his early years. When Lu Chen was not yet a year old, his mother tragically passed away. In the cold confines of the palace, a motherless infant would have faced a bleak future. Fortunately, consort Yuan, who was pregnant at the time, adopted him. She shared blood ties with the Luo family and was a cousin to Lu Chen's mother. This connection motivated her to adopt and personally care for Lu Chen. Lu Chen's uncle, Luo Shuyuan, the illustrious master of the flourishing flower sword, and a renowned Jindan grandmaster in the Great Yu, repeatedly challenged the best warriors on the heaven and earth rankings during those years. His actions served as a stern warning to potential threats. Although his sister was gone, her brother, Luo Shuyuan, was very much alive. In those years, with his mother gone, his uncle took on the role of his greatest protector. With the protection of his uncle Luo Shuyuan and the noble consort Yuan, Lu Chen was able to grow up smoothly. He was well aware that without this protection, even with his high talent, he would have faced a grim fate as an infant. This kindness was something Lu Chen always remembered. Setting down the ancient book he was reading, a slight smile flickered across Lu Chen's calm eyes. He stood up to fetch some snacks, only to see Lan Yin entering with a tray of exquisite refreshments. Just then, Luo Feng strode energetically into the hall. As soon as Luo Feng entered, he knelt on one knee and greeted with a strong voice. Your humble servant Luo Feng greets His Highness Prince Chen. May you live long and prosper. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Brother, there are no outsiders here. There's no need for such formality between us. Luo Feng insisted. Rituals must not be neglected. In his heart, Lu Chen was first the Prince Chen, and then his cousin. The principle of duty before kinship was something Luo Feng had adhered to for years. Since the Luo family had decided to intervene in the royal power struggle, they had to strictly observe the etiquette between ruler and subject. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Lu Chen relented. As you wish. Your entrance was quite dramatic. It seems there's trouble brewing outside. Luo Feng nodded solemnly and reported. Your Highness, the latest news from the front lines is that the Taiping followers have breached Hongchuan County under Baiyang Prefecture of Fengzhou, committing arson, murder, and looting. This group of rebels has been increasingly active, and it's likely they will soon overrun Fengzhou and join forces with other Taiping armies from various provinces. Father and the others are worried about a major upheaval and instructed me last night to urgently deploy 200 silver-armored guards into the capital in disguise to prepare for any emergencies. Hearing this, Lan Yun pursed her lips and asked worriedly, Hongchuan County has been breached. Hasn't Fengzhou City dispatched troops to suppress them? Luo Feng shook his head. Suppressing the rebels is not the difficult part. The challenge lies in prevention. Currently, there are many people dissatisfied with the government, both among the populace and within the court, who are potential Taiping followers. Coupled with those treacherous officials who seek to exploit the chaos, it's hard to distinguish loyalty from treachery throughout Fengzhou. He clenched his fist and said through gritted teeth, the rise of the Taiping movement to its current state must have some powerful families backing it in secret. Lu Chen quietly rinsed a teacup with water, then poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Luo Feng. He knew Luo Feng's words were true. History had shown time and again that every dynasty change began with internal collapse, and the ultimate victors were often those from influential families. Those who rose from nothing to become emperor were exceedingly rare. Have some tea, and let's sit down to talk, Lu Chen said. This is the top-grade tribute tea sent from the Tea Mountain this year. It can calm the mind and nurture the spirit. Luo Feng respectfully accepted the teacup and drank it in one gulp. Excellent tea. Thank you, Your Highness. Although he praised the tea's richness, his mind was clearly elsewhere. After the compliment, he continued, Your Highness, if my predictions are correct, the Taiping followers will likely make some moves soon, especially with the martial arts tea gathering approaching. The martial arts tea gathering, though not personally established by the old emperor, is closely linked to the martial arts competitions he advocated. As the emperor hosted various martial contests, a trend of martial exchanges also emerged among the populace. Among these, the martial arts tea gathering, with its unique concept of making friends through martial arts and discussing philosophy over tea, became a relatively refined and elegant form of exchange, attracting many young talents from noble families and sects. The old emperor, accustomed to bloody and violent scenes, found this cultured form of competition quite novel and incorporated it into the court system as a means to discover the talents of the Dayu Empire. Every early autumn, martial arts tea gatherings are held in each state and county, divided into county-level and state-level events. The top 3 participants in county-level gatherings can advance to state-level gatherings, and those who place in the top 3 at the state level have the opportunity to proceed to the imperial capital for the final imperial tea gathering. The generous rewards attract many participants, promoting healthy competition among the younger generation of Dayu, which became one of the few beneficial policies of the old emperor, even though it was not his initial intention. The influence of the martial arts tea gathering extends beyond the common people. catching the attention of the various imperial princes. For them, it is an excellent opportunity to recruit followers and expand their networks. As the maternal family of Lu Chen, the Luo family has always been dedicated to building connections for Lu Chen, sending their talents to the court to expand their faction's influence. Naturally, they would not miss the opportunity presented by the martial arts tea gathering. The martial arts tea gathering in Wanquan City of Qingshan County is organized by the Chen family under the Luo family's command. Being close to the imperial capital, the quality of the gathering is relatively high. The Luo family invited Lu Chen to preside over the gathering in Wanquan City, Qingshan County, Fengzhou, using the occasion to win people's hearts. Lu Chen is quite interested in this event and often stays in Wanquan City for a few days during the gatherings. This not only adds a bit of enjoyment to his otherwise tranquil life of seclusion, but also provides him with the opportunity to observe the secret martial arts of other families and broaden his own horizons. In the Daiyu Empire, the most advanced knowledge is always in the hands of a few, and martial arts techniques are no exception. The martial arts techniques of Daiyu correspond to the martial artist's realms. Body forging techniques are used to circulate blood and refine the body. Qi transformation techniques help generate a sense of qi and nurture true qi. Insight techniques allow qi to become profound and miraculous, with each family possessing its unique martial arts essence, with each move carrying a strong spiritual pressure, often representing the family's heritage. As for the Golden Core master-level martial arts above insight, they are even more mysterious. Golden Core masters are known as martial arts sages, capable of harnessing the forces of nature with their bodies, extending their lifespan beyond the limits of ordinary humans to 300 years. Therefore, Golden Core martial arts are referred to as mystical arts, and each mystical art is a rare treasure in the Daiyu Empire, serving as the lifeblood and distinctive mark of each great family. Although mystical arts are rare and secretive, the martial arts tea gathering, which brings together talents from all sides, occasionally offers glimpses of these arts, in addition to the display of insight techniques. This is precisely why Lu Chen participates every year. For the common people, the reclusive and mysterious Prince Chen only makes public appearances at the martial arts tea gathering. Times have changed, and given the recent momentum of the Taiping sect, the city of Qingcheng is likely teeming with hidden threats and dangers. With a grave expression, Luo Feng analyzed the situation for Lu Chen. Your Highness, if the rebels of the Taiping sect were to capture you, a royal prince, it would not only put Fengzhou City at a disadvantage, but also undermine the authority of the royal family. Although the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County seems elegant, it ultimately involves swords and blades. If there are traitors lurking among us, waiting for the right moment to strike, we are vulnerable, as we are in the open while they hide in the shadows. Despite these words, Lu Chen remained calm and composed. He took a sip of tea and poured a cup for Luo Feng, speaking in a steady tone. Let them come. I am curious to see what kind of people the Taiping sect, which has caused such upheaval in our kingdom, really are. Luo Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at Lu Chen's unruffled demeanor, recalling a summer many years ago. Back then, Luo Feng had just mastered his family's secret martial technique, the Blossom Sword Finger, and wanted to spar with his cousin, the prince who was passionate about martial arts. In that encounter, Luo Feng gave it his all, yet only managed to draw with Lu Chen. What shocked him more was that while he was in a disheveled state, Lu Chen appeared completely at ease. Luo Feng was certain that his 12-year-old cousin had held back. Reflecting on this, Luo Feng refrained from saying more. He realized that his worries might be unnecessary. After all, it was just a tea gathering in Qingshan County. If he wasn't afraid, then there was even less reason for the inscrutable Prince Chen to be concerned. Lu Chen's 2 decades of reclusive cultivation were far from wasted time. Perhaps it was the innate sense of crisis of a transmigrator, or perhaps it was the tumultuous nature of the royal court that drove him to devote all his energy to martial arts. Outsiders thought he lived a secluded life, indifferent to worldly affairs, not indulging in pleasures or expanding his influence. However, Lu Chen understood a fundamental truth. External power is ultimately external and can leave at any time. Only one's own strength is an unbreakable foundation. With such remarkable talent, Lu Chen chose to invest his time in strengthening himself rather than wasting it on trivial matters. He believed that if he became strong enough, followers would naturally come to him, like butterflies to a blooming flower. Today was the day to showcase the results of 20 years of cultivation. Lu Chen now possessed the absolute confidence to face the ever-changing world. As for the Taiping sect, he merely hoped they wouldn't be too disappointing. As long as the Taiping sect's army isn't pressing in, with Prince Chen's power and the royal family's formidable Qingtian Bu Yizhu divine skill, there is no place in the world he cannot go. Luo Feng was well aware of Lu Chen's capabilities, yet he couldn't help but advise. Your Highness, it's better to be cautious. The Taiping sect has been quite aggressive lately. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. The sudden aggression of the Taiping sect, could there be some major event that has occurred recently? Hearing this, hesitation flickered in Luo Feng's eyes. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned closer to Lu Chun and lowered his voice. Rumor has it, the emperor's health is failing. These words caused a ripple in Lu Chen's otherwise calm eyes, and the teacup in his hand paused midair. When did this happen? He asked in a deep voice. About 2 days ago. Luo Feng instinctively rubbed the silver armor on his arm and continued. Nowadays, some news in the palace is hard to keep hidden, and outsiders often know more than those inside. I suspect it's because of this information that the rebels of the Taiping sect have become so brazen. A sharp glint, characteristic of a soldier, flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. With the emperor's illness, the entire court is leaderless. At this time, those behind the Taiping sect can easily bolster their forces and strike directly at the heart. The consequences could be disastrous. He paused, then added, as for the truth of the news, since there's a rumor, there's likely some basis to it, though it might not be as severe as suggested. My father and others have received the news as well. The Gongsun family, the Lin Haiwang family, and the San Yi Jianmen faction have begun consolidating. The recent fall of the Wuchen sword sect is likely related to this. Luo Feng's expression was grave. Your Highness, whether to quell the Taiping sect's uprising or for the future struggle for power among the princes, we must prepare early. Yes, Lu Chun replied softly. Go and make the preparations. At your command. Luo Feng accepted the order and immediately went to organize and mobilize. As he watched Luo Feng leave, a cold determination settled in Lu Chen's eyes. He pondered, illness? Unlike mortal dynasties, the Great Yu Dynasty, which stands by martial prowess, generally has longer lifespans. Especially the Lu family of the Great Yu royal lineage, protected by the unparalleled Qing Tianbu Iju. Past emperors lived to 150 or 160 years before passing the throne. Some, with exceptional talent, even became martial grandmasters, extending their lives to 300 years. The old emperor is one such gifted individual, a martial grandmaster. He ascended the throne at 79 and had Lu Chun, his fifth son, in his 6th year of reign. By now he's only 105. Even if he neglected martial arts after ascending the throne and lived indulgently, it shouldn't have affected him so soon. It's too early, Lu Chen murmured to himself. In the tranquil Zhengxian palace, the early autumn wind was slightly cool. The trees by the courtyard wall rustled, and a yellowing leaf drifted down. Lu Chen reached out and caught it. Crack, crack. A chilling frost spread from Lu Chen's fingertips, instantly encasing the leaf in ice, freezing its last breath of life. Autumn is the season of harvest. In front of Wanqing city gate, 2 fully armed guards were solemnly changing shifts, their sharp eyes scrutinizing everyone entering and leaving the city. Outside the city, 2 scholars in blue robes rode majestic blood-red horses, approaching slowly as a faint red mist swirled beneath the horses' hooves, glistening in the sunlight. Master, why is the martial arts tea gathering so strict this year? The young scholar asked, frowning slightly. The elder scholar stroked his graying beard, a hint of worry in his eyes. It's not the tea gathering that's strict, but the world's situation. People are restless, and turbulent times are coming. Once this gathering resolves your concerns, we shall not leave the mountain next year. The young man nodded thoughtfully and followed his master to the city gate. The guards immediately noticed their mounts, rare and expensive blood-red horses, capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, highly coveted by martial artists. Are you two here for the martial arts tea gathering? A guard inquired, stepping forward. Indeed, here is our invitation to the gathering, the master replied, handing over the document. After verifying it, the guard respectfully said, from the Wuya Academy. My apologies for not recognizing you. The prince has already prepared a banquet at the 2 sages' residence to welcome you. Please follow me. As evening approached, the candlelit 2 sages' residence was filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. As the 2 entered the hall, someone greeted them warmly. Master Yin. It's been years, and you still look so robust. Master Yin maintained a gentle smile. May I ask who you are? 4 years ago, I sought to study at Wuya Academy. 2 of the examiners found my temperament too intense for the academy, but you were the one who showed me leniency, the person explained. Master Yin continued to smile, though he couldn't quite recall the incident. Such situations were familiar to him. As a leading figure of Wuya Academy, countless people sought to establish connections with him. What a pity, Master Yin responded politely. To attend the martial arts tea gathering, you must be a distinguished talent from Qingshan County. It was our academy's loss not to have accepted you back then. Master Yin, you really know how to joke. My achievements are hardly worth mentioning, not worth mentioning at all. As soon as these words were spoken, a man dressed in luxurious clothing strode into the 2 sages' residence, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on Master Yin. His face bore a sycophantic smile, though a shrewd glint sparkled in his eyes. Master Yin frowned slightly, cleared his throat, and pointed to the young man beside him, saying, This is my distinguished student. The man in the fine clothes was about to speak when the young man, a scholar in appearance, didn't even glance at him, and instead found a seat for himself. The air was immediately filled with a sense of awkwardness. Master Yin shook his head gently and explained to the man, "My student is weary from travel and feeling unwell. Please pardon us." With that, he quickly went to sit beside the young scholar. The man in luxurious attire chuckled awkwardly. Haha, no problem at all, master, please." He then retreated to the side, somewhat abashed. Once seated, Master Yin narrowed his eyes slightly, observing everyone in the two sages' residence with care. He noticed many unfamiliar faces this year and thought to himself, this tea gathering might not be as simple as it seems. He turned to the young scholar beside him and advised in a low voice, "Once you've resolved your inner conflict, we should leave. We must not invite trouble upon ourselves. Our Wuya Academy is not yet prepared to engage with the world." The young scholar glanced at the seemingly unsophisticated martial artists and disdainfully remarked, "These crude and uncouth people are not worth engaging with. They tarnish the elegance of true scholarship. I have no desire to associate with them." Master Yin shook his head with a chuckle, speaking earnestly. "A true scholar always seeks knowledge with a sincere heart, free from inherent biases. What you call crude might be considered refined by others. What we learn can be as lofty as classical elegance or as grounded as folk songs. Unwarranted bias will only cloud your judgment and manners, obscuring the world's complexities. These lessons are not found in the Academy's texts. You have a long journey ahead." The young scholar nodded, expressionless, leaving it unclear whether he absorbed the advice or dismissed it as tedious. His gaze remained fixed on the highest seat in the two sages' residence. Seeing this, Master Yin chose not to say more. He understood that the boy's unresolved issues made any advice futile. He only hoped that this experience would help the proud young man recognize the gap between himself and others. The two fell into silence, starkly contrasting with the lively commotion outside. Beyond the two sages' residence, young talents from various backgrounds mingled, some forging new friendships, others reconnecting with old ones, creating a joyful and bustling scene. The martial arts tea gathering was not just about discussing martial arts and competing, it was an excellent platform for networking. This was why it was so enthusiastically embraced by major powers. For young talents from smaller sects, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity to advance. Among the regions of Fengzhou, the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County was the most unique. Many young talents from outside Qingshan County traveled long distances to participate, resulting in overcrowding and extended proceedings. All this was for one person, the current fifth prince, Chen. In the entire Great Yu, how many people can truly compare to the esteemed status of a prince? At the martial arts tea gathering in Qingshan County, the air was buzzing with conversation and the clinking of cups. People crowded together, eagerly discussing the mysterious fifth prince, Chen. For many, this tea gathering was the only opportunity to connect with the royal family, naturally turning it into a stage for boasting and competition. "Oh, not at all. I was just lucky," one martial artist said modestly, though his eyes gleamed with pride. "Last year, I received a few pointers from Prince Chen, and only then did I manage to break through. It was all thanks to Prince Chen's guidance." "Indeed," another chimed in. "Prince Chen is truly wise beyond his years. I thought my family's condensed light sword technique had reached its peak, but the prince effortlessly pointed out my flaws. It's truly humbling." The conversation continued to revolve around Chen. Some praised his talent, others marveled at his level of mastery, while many more took the opportunity to flatter him, hoping to climb the royal family's social ladder. "Haha, there's no need to be so modest," an older gentleman laughed. "Prince Chen's talent is something we ordinary people simply cannot compare to." However, amidst this sea of flattery, a young scholar stood out. He quietly stood in the corner, with a faint, enigmatic smile on his face, as if mocking the superficiality of the crowd. In his view, these people only saw Prince Chen's royal status, neglecting what truly mattered. For a behemoth like the royal family, ordinary talent was indeed insignificant. But if someone's talent surpassed the mundane, it was a different story altogether. The scholar's thoughts drifted back to last year's martial arts tea gathering. That day, he swept the field and claimed the championship. Traditionally, the fifth Prince Chen, as the host, was expected to say a few customary words. However, to everyone's surprise, Chen's comments were insightful and precise. At that moment, the scholar was astonished to find that the prince's understanding of the boundless righteousness book was deeper than his own, despite being a disciple of the academy. This revelation left him shocked and even made him question his legitimacy as a representative of the academy. Since then, the scholar has devoted himself even more diligently to studying the boundless righteousness book, determined to showcase his strongest side at this year's gathering. He secretly hoped to receive guidance from the enigmatic prince once more. In the midst of the bustling tea gathering, the scholar's gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on the distinguished young man in the distance. That man was none other than the fifth Prince Chen, who was quietly sipping tea, seemingly out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. The scholar knew that beneath that calm exterior lay a genius who could potentially change the fate of the entire Great Yu. Just like the founding emperor, Lu Xinghe, and the rejuvenating ruler, Emperor Gengshi, Lu Chen might possess the potential to turn the tide. This thought filled the scholar with both excitement and apprehension. He knew that he was about to face someone who could alter the course of history, and this was precisely the challenge he yearned for. He tightened his grip on the jade flute, his anticipation for the arrival of the fifth prince, Lu Chen, growing. The candlelight flickered gently within the two sages' residence as time quietly slipped away. Participants gradually arrived from outside the city, and as night deepened, the time for the banquet finally arrived. Suddenly, orderly footsteps and the sound of carriage wheels were heard outside the two sages' residence. Well-trained soldiers in silver armor quickly formed ranks, surrounding the residence and creating a wide path. A luxurious carriage came to a halt at the entrance. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the doorway. A young woman in blue gracefully alighted from the carriage, her beauty stunning and unmatched in Wanqing City. She surveyed her surroundings before carefully drawing back the curtain and respectfully inviting the noble inside to step out. As he emerged, all eyes were drawn to him. He wore a dark black robe adorned with a python motif, a jade dragon hairpin in his hair, and his long, jet black hair accentuated his tall and slender figure. Most striking were his eyes, cold as stars, exuding an aura of regal nobility with every glance. Yet, beyond his royal dignity was an aloofness that set him apart from his brothers, as if he were a solitary figure amidst the cold snows of the Tian Shan Mountains. Without a doubt, this was the elusive and enigmatic fifth prince, Lu Chen. Everyone quickly bowed their heads in respect. Once Lu Chen was seated, the hall resonated with a unified call. "We greet His Highness Prince Chen. May you live 1,000 years." Lu Chen glanced around the room and simply said, "You may rise. Please, take your seats." The guests expressed their gratitude and took their places. Lu Chen continued, "Tonight's banquet is to welcome you all and to wish you success in the upcoming tea gathering. Please, enjoy to the fullest." Lan Yin lifted a wine jug to fill Lu Chen's cup, respectfully offering it to him. Lu Chen raised his cup in acknowledgement and drank it in one go, marking the start of the banquet. The guests, accustomed to Prince Chen's reticent nature, reciprocated and began discussing cultivation insights with those nearby in preparation for the forthcoming tea gathering. The banquet did not last long. With their minds on the annual tea gathering, the guests stopped drinking after a few rounds and entered a state of meditation. Seeing this, Lu Chen signaled for the maids to clear the tables and prepare the tea gathering equipment. As the ancient bell tolled, the atmosphere within the two sages' residence shifted dramatically. Incense burners were placed on the tables, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. Delicate wisps of smoke encircled the guests, refreshing their spirits. Before Lu Chen, a maid lit a gilded incense burner, and soft smoke began to rise. Lu Chen glanced at the drifting smoke, his eyes reflecting a fleeting glimmer as he thought, "Is it starting already?" "Your Highness, allow me to prepare the tea for you," Lan Yun said respectfully. Lu Chen responded softly. Lan Yun deftly prepared the tea set, selecting the finest tea leaves with the same care as if she were in the palace, and poured a cup for Lu Chen. She then disposed of the remaining tea and instructed a maid from the two sages' residence, "Bring 2 more cups." Lan Yun gracefully carried the freshly brewed tea towards Lu Chen, carefully fanning away the steam with her hand before taking a tentative sip. As Lu Chen's personal maid, she was acutely aware of her responsibility to ensure the prince's safety, meticulously inspecting every item from the outside. However, just as she was about to lift the teacup, Lu Chen subtly gestured for her to stop. "It's been a while since I last had this tea," Lu Chen remarked calmly. "Once we're back, switch to lotus seed tea." Lan Yin nodded respectfully in agreement. Meanwhile, Master Yin was seated on the other side, his nostrils flaring slightly as he caught the delicate scent of the burning incense in the air. A slight frown crossed his face, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. As a master at the pinnacle of Mingyi, he was particularly sensitive to the subtle changes around him. Just then, a scholarly young man nearby poured the tea, and the rich aroma filled the air. Master Yin had a sudden realization. He quickly reached under the table to lightly tug on the young man's sleeve. The young man turned slowly, casting a puzzled glance at Master Yin. Without changing his expression, Master Yin whispered a reminder. "This tea gathering is full of experts. Don't be overconfident, or you might fall into someone's trap." The young man suddenly understood, realizing there might be something suspicious about the tea. He discreetly covered his cup with his wide sleeve, pretending to take a sip, and commented casually, "The royal family is indeed wealthy, using such fine tea casually for a gathering." Master Yin smiled slightly, and the two of them acted as if nothing had happened, quietly observing the other participants in the tea gathering. Before long, 10 cups of carefully brewed tea were neatly arranged on the specially made long table at the center of the Liangxian residence. marking the successful completion of the gathering's preparation. The clear sound of an ancient bell rang out again, and Lu Chen's cool voice emanated from the main seat. The usual rules. 10 cups of clear heart ancient tea, for those capable. The time is until sunset tomorrow. You may begin. As his words faded, everyone around emerged from their meditative states, their eyes collectively focusing on the 10 cups of tea, filled with eager anticipation. Moments later, a young man was the first to step forward. He courteously bowed to everyone present and then declared loudly, "I am Lu Cheng from Wanhe of Qingshan County, age 21, a disciple of the Wanhe sword sect, adept in the art of fast and slow swordplay. I will take the first cup of tea as a warm-up for everyone. If anyone has objections, come and challenge me." Before he finished speaking, Lu Cheng had already stepped to the center of the venue. However, before he could settle, another voice rang out from the other side. "I also want this first cup of tea." "Apologies, Lu Cheng." A bold young man, dressed like a wandering swordsman, stepped forward. Lu Cheng remained calm, responding with poise. "The capable take it. There's no offense in that. Please, my friend." With the word please, the two drew their swords in an instant, leaping into action with breathtaking speed, engaging in fierce combat. Clang, ding ding, ching. In an instant, the clash of metal echoed, and blades flashed in the air. The two young experts showcased their most refined skills, channeling their inner energy into their sword blades, aiming for a decisive strike. Clang. The two exchanged blows, their sword edges shining at times, fists and palms enveloped in energy sweeping fiercely, creating gusts of wind in the spacious Liangxian residence. The swirling incense in the air added a touch of mystique to the intense duel. Everyone watched intently as the two masters exchanged blows, secretly pondering how they might counter such exquisite techniques. Yet, they failed to notice that the two fighters on the field were growing more intense, their eyes gradually tinged with a hint of bloodlust. Again, came a fierce shout, followed by "Take this move." The previously restrained aura exploded, unleashing all its pent-up energy. What was meant to be a friendly spar had escalated into a deadly duel. Bang, bang. The clashing of swords and blades became increasingly rapid, like a drumbeat gripping the hearts of everyone present. Only Lu Chun, seated at the main spot, withdrew his observing gaze and leisurely sipped his tea. Endless sword rain, one side roared. "Die," the other responded. "Humph, too slow. Get out of my way." With a heavy slash, Lu Cheng sent his opponent flying, defusing the lethal attack. "Bravo! Excellent swordsmanship." The audience was thrilled, unable to contain their excitement. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The young wanderer seemed to lose his mind, his energy going berserk. Enraged by Lu Cheng's strike, he swung his sword fiercely in one direction, the direction of the main seat of the two sages' hall. "Prince Chen, watch out, you fool. Snap out of it, and withdraw your sword. Withdraw your sword now. Protect His Highness. Your Highness, be careful." The cries of the crowd jolted Lu Cheng back to his senses. He suddenly realized the murderous intent behind his previous strike. It was too late to stop it now. In the confined space of the two sages' hall, at such close range, how could he possibly intercept this unexpected, berserk strike? Cursing himself, Lu Cheng was filled with regret. What was supposed to be a controlled sparring match had spiraled out of control, and he unleashed his full power without restraint. It was over. Completely over. He could already envision his grim future. Regardless of it being an accident, attacking a prince was an unforgivable crime. In that split second, the young wanderer's blade closed in on Lu Chun, its blade radiating a blue glow of concentrated energy. Yet, Lu Chun remained calm, never even sparing a glance at the incoming threat. His right hand raised the teacup to his lips, his composure only further infuriating the young wanderer, intensifying the red glow in his eyes and the fury of his sword's aura. "Die!" the young wanderer shouted, seemingly on the verge of striking. But then, in the next moment, clang, crash, the young wanderer's sword broke. His attack, as he flew towards Lu Chun, shattered abruptly 3 feet away from where Lu Chun sat, as if it had struck an invisible barrier. The berserk strike was halted and fragmented, unable to advance any further. Even more astonishing, the broken pieces of the sword seemed to be held midair by some mysterious force. Then bang, an invisible wave erupted, propelling the sword fragments through the young wanderer's body, slamming him to the ground with tremendous force. His body landed like a broken kite, leaving a long trail of blood before stopping at Lu Cheng's feet. All of this happened in an instant. Silence fell over the room. The young wanderer's sudden frenzy and his instant demise left everyone in shock, their minds blank. After a moment, they regained their senses, realizing what had just transpired. Their trembling gazes turned to Lu Chun, who remained unmoved in his seat, and then to the distorted shadow surrounding him, which had not yet fully dissipated, faintly tinged with a pale azure hue. This is protective energy. The thought flashed through everyone's mind simultaneously, leaving them speechless with astonishment. In that moment, The atmosphere inside the two sages' residence suddenly froze. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Chen, filled with shock and disbelief. The protective aura, a hallmark of the Golden Core realm and martial arts mastery, was being displayed by Lu Chen, the 20-year-old fifth prince, showcasing such advanced skills. The young scholar from the Boundless Academy widened his eyes, momentarily dazed. He instinctively looked towards Master Yan, hoping for an explanation. Master Yan's gaze lingered on Lu Chen before he slowly spoke. The royal family's Qingtian Baiju is unparalleled. Once a royal descendant masters the 6th level, they can cultivate the Qingtian divine aura, similar to a protective aura. Hearing this, the scholar's eyes lit up. He calculated that his own Boundless Righteousness book was nearing the 6th level. Perhaps the gap between him and Lu Chen wasn't as vast as he had imagined. However, he was unaware that Master Yin was secretly sighing. The 6th level of Qingtian Baiju and the 6th level of Boundless Righteousness book are worlds apart. The Qingtian divine aura is a far more formidable presence than a martial arts master's protective aura. Amidst the astonishment, Lu Chen's voice broke the silence. He calmly ordered the guards to drag away the young rogue who had attacked him. Seeing the limp body, Lu Cheng's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud, pleading in terror. Your Highness. Lu Cheng meant no offense. It was truly an unintentional mistake. I beg your Highness for mercy. Lu Chen replied with an expressionless face. Whether it was intentional or not, I will decide after the tea gathering. Continue. Lu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and struggled to his feet. He looked around, his voice still trembling slightly. Is there any brother here who wishes to spar with me? If not, then this first cup of tea is. Hold on, I'll do it. Before he could finish, another sword flew through the air. Lu Cheng immediately engaged in battle, but due to the previous incident, he was apprehensive and cautious in his attacks, fearing another mishap. This hesitation left him at a disadvantage, struggling to fend off his opponent. Having just been in a battle, Lu Cheng was quickly overwhelmed due to his depleted energy. His opponent softly remarked, Lu, I appreciate your concession. Lu Cheng shook his head with a bitter smile, thinking, what concession? At this point, he only hoped to survive the tea gathering. Lu Cheng returned to his seat quietly, sipping his tea with an expression of fatigue and worry. The other participants continued to observe the situation, their brows furrowed as they assessed the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents, weighing their chances of winning continuously. Everyone was calculating internally whether to make a move or wait for the next cup, the second or the third. The essence of the tea gathering lay in this strategic analysis, requiring participants to not only assess their opponents, but also to gauge the situation. As the gathering progressed, the tension in the two sages' pavilion eased slightly, and the lively atmosphere once again enveloped the venue. One exciting match after another unfolded, with swords flashing and energy surging, drawing gasps of amazement from the spectators. Fortunately, there were no further incidents involving the prince, and nobody fought with lethal intent. It seemed the earlier mishap had been an inadvertent mistake. As time passed, the cups on the table dwindled, from the second to the third, until the fourth cup at midnight. Suddenly, another incident occurred. With a tearing sound, a deep gash appeared on one participant's arm. Blood trickled down the wound, forming a striking red contrast against the pale skin. The opponent was taken aback, quickly sheathing his sword and asking with concern, Are you all right? I lost control for a moment, my apologies. The injured participant shook his head, pale-faced. No, it's not your fault. Something felt wrong with me. Just now, my inner energy suddenly went haywire. This statement made many present raise their eyebrows and exchange glances. Someone tentatively asked, You felt it too? You mean all of you? Another person exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Lu Cheng also stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. It's not just chaotic energy. I feel my energy is fading, my limbs are weak, and there's a burning anger within me. I could barely suppress it before, but now that my energy is dissipating, the rage is growing stronger. You too, someone exclaimed. I thought it was just me. Luckily, I managed to suppress it earlier, otherwise. What? The room erupted in shock. Faces changed as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. One person having issues was manageable, but if everyone was affected, it meant a major problem. Everyone immediately ceased their discussions and took a meditative posture, checking their physical conditions. But the more they examined, the grimmer their expressions became. There was no doubt, they had all been affected. Panic and anger spread among the crowd as they looked around, trying to identify the culprit. Who is behind this? Someone shouted in rage. Just then, a calm voice emerged from the crowd. It was us. Suddenly, a dozen people stood up. They walked leisurely through the two sages' pavilion, looking down on everyone with a mocking gaze, as if strolling through their own garden. The leader sneered. You're only realizing this now? It's a bit late. All eyes turned towards them, filled with shock and anger. You? What are you planning? Poisoning an event held by the court, disrupting the tea gathering. That's a crime punishable by death. Death penalty, one of them scoffed, a flicker of pain and anger in his eyes. Thanks to that tyrant emperor, we have no home left to destroy. You are Taiping followers? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with fear and disbelief. Indeed, salvation for the world, only through Taiping. The followers shouted in unison, their voices filled with fervor and determination. They gathered in the center of the two sages' pavilion, casually picking up the serene ancient tea from the table and pouring it onto the ground in front of everyone. The clear tea flowed across the floor like a serpent. The realization dawned on the crowd, who cried out in horror, the tea. It's the tea that's been tampered with. You dared to tamper with the royal tribute tea. These words hit like a thunderclap, immediately drawing everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Chen, who sat at the head of the table, as tension and unease filled the air. Royal tribute tea, a mysterious and exclusive delicacy reserved for the royal family, was as protected as a national treasure. Only those at the very core of the royal circle had access to it. As a prince of the Great Yu Dynasty, Chen would never collude with the Taiping sect to poison the tea. This shocking revelation weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. If Chen wasn't responsible, then there was only one other possibility: a Taiping sect had infiltrated the heart of the court. Amidst the shock, a burst of arrogant laughter shattered the silence. Hurrah! What are you all looking at? Aren't you going to thank Prince Chen? A gray-haired young man in plain clothes stepped forward, a confident smirk on his face. If it weren't for our esteemed Prince Chen, do you think you'd be worthy of drinking the extinguished yuan powder, meticulously prepared by the experts of our sacred sect? His words dripped with sarcasm and pride. This colorless, tasteless marvel can poison even masters of the Mingyi realm. It's a waste to use it on you, but the outcome is delightful. The young man turned to Chen, a sly glint in his eyes. You drank 6 full cups of this extinguished yuan powder, Prince Chen. I was worried that a single cup might not be enough to poison someone of your suspected martial prowess, or someone who has mastered the Azure Heaven Divine Shield. He waved dismissively, feigning indifference. No matter, 6 cups of extinguished yuan powder, plus all the time you've spent inhaling the bewitching soul incense, whether you're a martial grandmaster or have mastered the Azure Heaven Divine Shield, you're at my mercy now. The gray-haired young man reveled in his victory, his gaze filled with superiority. However, he failed to notice that Lan Yun, standing beside Chen, was looking at him with a pitying expression. Though Lan Yun wasn't well-versed in advanced martial arts, she knew her prince. He had never regarded the Taiping sect rebels with any seriousness, not before and not now. In her heart, she understood that her prince had never considered these people anything more than clowns. Yet, the clowns remained oblivious to the impending danger, lost in their self-congratulation. The gray-haired young man looked down at everyone present, while the guests at the tea gathering glared back with anger. Someone couldn't hold back and cursed. You arrogant scoundrel! A bunch of lowlifes who only know how to poison from the shadows. You cowardly dogs, if you have any courage, fight us openly. You're no different from the demonic sects. Ah. The gray-haired young man sighed, shrugging helplessly. You misunderstand. I hold the talents and heroes of Qingshan County in the highest regard. His tone suddenly turned sincere. I sincerely invite you all to join our Taiping sect, to overthrow the tyrant emperor and restore peace to the land. He launched into his righteous speech. Look at what the dog emperor has done to our land. Everyone can see it clearly. Do you really want to live under this oppressive regime, subjected to the dog emperor's tyranny? No one spoke. The gray-haired young man scanned the room and continued. I know you're all afraid of the court, as they are the rulers of this dynasty, wielding great power. But our Taiping sect is no pushover either. He turned to Chen, a hint of mockery in his eyes. I won't speak in vain. Just look for yourselves. Open your eyes and see. Even a prince has become a prisoner of our Taiping sect. This proves the strength we now possess. With Chen in our grasp, capturing Fengzhou is within reach. Overthrowing the tyrant is close at hand. Chen remained unfazed, his serene gaze sweeping over everyone present. The gray-haired young man, not getting the reaction he wanted, began to lose his enthusiasm, the smugness slowly fading from his face. He then glanced around at the others, his gaze landing on the 2 scholars from the YA Academy who had remained silent, seemingly uninvolved in the matter. I almost forgot. There's you, Master Yin. I have always respected esteemed figures like you, Master Yin. We sincerely hope that you. Master Yin chuckled softly, shaking his head with a hint of disdain in his voice. Your Taiping sect has approached the wrong person this time. The gray-haired young man tried to argue but was interrupted by Master Yin, who coldly said, You're facing your end and don't even realize it. Although Master Yin wasn't aware of Chen's true abilities, he understood one thing. If he could detect the abnormality in the tea and incense, surely Chen, a prodigious talent who had mastered the Azure Heaven Divine Gang, would too. Clearly, His Highness Prince Chen had set a trap from the beginning, luring the snakes out of their holes and saving the trouble of rooting out traitors one by one. Now, the effect was evident. Everyone was exposed. The gray-haired young man's expression darkened. Master Yin, what do you mean? Master Yin didn't answer, simply giving a respectful gesture behind him. The tea party attendees fell silent, the atmosphere turning eerily tense. The gray-haired young man felt a chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss. I've waited so long, expecting someone remarkable from your side. A cool, aloof voice suddenly broke the silence. The young man's eyes widened in shock as he quickly turned around, finding that Chen, who had been seated at the head, was now silently standing behind him. Not good. He quickly retreated, trying to distance himself from Chen, preparing to throw a concealed weapon and seize an opportunity. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt a strong, white hand gently resting on his shoulder, rendering him immobile, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. To tamper with the tea at the party, your methods indeed exceeded my expectations. A biting wind from Tianshan blew from behind him, chilling him to the bone, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. But with small fry like you, thinking you can overthrow my great Yu, wishful thinking. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, the realization dawning with a thunderous crash. Bang! The young man felt a surge of divine power on his shoulder, his knees buckling in pain as his vision dropped sharply. Ah! In agony, he looked at the Taiping sect members, his voice hoarse. What are you waiting for? Attack now. He had inhaled so much of the soul-dulling incense and yuan-destroying powder. He must be at his limit. Capture him. The Taiping sect members, following orders, hesitated no longer and swallowed crimson pills. A violent aura erupted within the two sages' residence. Experts at the peak of the Qi transformation stage charged towards Chen, while several newly advanced to the insightful realm also sprang up, casting a net of heaven and earth. The tea party attendees were alarmed. So many Qi transformation experts? And experts of the insightful realm. This power, combined with the fact that we've all been poisoned, today might be. Nearby, the young scholar from YA Academy hesitated. Master, should we? Master Yin paid him no mind, focusing intently on Chen, who was amidst the encircling enemies. Chen merely glanced at the Taiping sect members, his eyes flashing with cold light. Suddenly, the surrounding air became distorted and surreal. Clang hush whoosh whoosh. Invisible sword energy burst forth from the void, shooting out at bizarre angles, piercing the enemy's eyes, nose, ears, heart, and limbs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The invisible sword energy wove into a net, slicing through flesh, howling through the air with a piercing sword cry. Blood-soaked, shattered bodies fell heavily onto the floor of the two sages' residence like scattered petals. The once arrogant Taiping sect members were entirely wiped out, their vitality extinguished. The air was thick with a bloody mist, the entire residence filled with an overwhelming stench of blood. The tea gathering fell into a deathly silence. The thick scent of blood hung in the air like a suffocating mist. After a long pause, someone finally swallowed hard, their gaze flickering between Chen and the scattered remains on the floor. A collective gasp echoed in their minds. So many experts at the Huachi and Mingyi levels had been shattered like clay chickens by a single move from His Highness, Prince Chen. Recalling the astonishing protective energy technique from earlier, there was no longer any doubt among the crowd. Chen was undoubtedly a true martial arts master. This realization cleared up many of the onlookers' previous doubts. No wonder His Highness, despite his youth, exuded such maturity and composure, coupled with an aloofness akin to the cold snow of Tianshan, a loneliness of the world. A martial arts master at the age of 20. If it were them, they would likely feel even more isolated and distinguished than Prince Chen. But 20 years old. He's only 20. It's simply unbelievable. Master Yin took a deep breath, closing his eyes in an attempt to calm his inner turmoil. As a scholar of Fengzhou's Wuyue Academy, how could he mistake the renowned skill of the Huajian sect's Luo family? What Chen had just displayed was precisely the 8th stage of the Luo family's Huajian Fingerin invisible domain of flowering swords. Throughout the entire Huajian sect, only a handful of elders, including the sect leader Luo Shiyuan, have mastered this stage. And they are all prominent figures in Fengzhou, well into their 70s or 80s. But Chen, at just 20, he had not only mastered the 6th layer of the Qingtian Baiju, but had also advanced the Huajian finger to the 8th stage. With such talent, what will he achieve by 30 or 40? A martial arts sage, an immortal on earth? Is the Lu family of Dayu truly destined by the heavens? Whenever the empire is on the brink of collapse, a peerless genius emerges to save it, prolonging the Yu Dynasty. Master Yin glanced at the scholarly youth beside him, his eyes filled with inquiry. The young man nodded bitterly, whispering, "No more comparisons. Let's return after the tea gathering. There are matters I need to discuss with the palace master." The Taiping sect and the Yu Dynasty for Wuyue Academy. It might no longer be a matter of choice. Take them away, hang the bodies at the city gate. Chen's indifferent voice echoed through the silent two sages' residence, breaking the deadlock. The guards immediately moved to drag out the bodies of the Taiping sect rebels killed by the invisible sword energy, leaving the hall much emptier. Lu Chen approached the gray-haired young man again, standing sideways. His calm and aloof gaze made the young man uneasy, the intense mental pressure feeling almost tangible, pricking his skin. Impossible, the gray-haired youth exclaimed. With such a large dose of yuan-destroying powder and hours of intoxicating fragrance, how can you still use your true energy? How is it possible, those drugs? Ignoring his complaints, Lu Chen directly asked, "Who sent you to assassinate me?" The gray-haired youth paused. Initially filled with fear, he felt a slight relief upon hearing Lu Chen's words, even a hint of self-satisfaction. A perverse sense of accomplishment surged within him, as if he had, in some way, surpassed Lu Chen. Perhaps, since the downfall of his family, he had indeed become twisted. To him, seeing the royal family bow down and fall from their pedestal was more important than anything else. The gray-haired young man grinned with a sinister smile, thinking to himself, "So even the lofty royal family has moments when they beg me to betray the Taiping sect's secrets?" Just then, a roar of anger erupted from the crowd. "How dare you? In the presence of Prince Chen, you insolent beast, how dare you act so arrogantly?" Lu Chen, who had been cowering in the corner, focused only on preserving his life, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. He realized this was his perfect chance to prove his loyalty and save his own skin. He immediately stood up and pointed at the gray-haired youth, scolding him harshly before turning to Prince Chen with a sycophantic tone. "Your Highness, please hand him over to me. I have ways to deal with such stubbornness, and I guarantee that I can extract all the information about the Taiping sect's arrangements in Wanqing City." The gray-haired youth sneered disdainfully. He thought, "I dared to sabotage the tea party and attempt to assassinate Prince Chen. Why would I fear your petty tactics? Just wait. As long as you don't kill me, you'll all meet your end at the hands of the Taiping sect eventually. You wouldn't dare kill me." However, Lu Chen's nonchalant words hit like a heavy hammer, shattering the young man's confidence. "Take him out and execute him." "What?" The gray-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears as he looked at Lu Chen, his mind in turmoil. "Lu Chen wants to execute me? Doesn't he want the Taiping sect's intelligence? Isn't he afraid that I know the identities of its major members?" You. The young man wanted to say more, but two silver-armored guards had already seized him by either side and dragged him away. Even as he was pulled outside, he couldn't understand. How could Lu Chen dare to kill him? Wasn't he the leader of these people? Didn't Lu Chen want to know how the incense and tribute tea had been tampered with? As he was about to be taken out, the silver-armored guard beside him unsheathed a long blade. The blade gleamed brightly, yet Lu Chen's indifferent gaze remained unchanged. He asked casually, as if it were a mere afterthought. The gray-haired youth panicked completely. He couldn't die yet. He hadn't seen the day when Yu would be overthrown. "Wait, I'll talk. I'll talk," he shouted hoarsely. The silver-armored guard halted his blade in midair and looked towards Lu Chen. But Lu Chen showed no sign of changing his mind. To him, the Taiping sect's attempt to disrupt the tea party and assassinate him was far from clever. They had sent mere small fry who relied on pills to muster any notable combat strength. Clearly, this plan wasn't significant in the eyes of the Taiping sect. It was likely just a decoy to divert attention from their true objectives. This so-called leader wouldn't possess much core information. Rather than waste time on him, it was better to investigate the matter of the tribute tea and follow the trail. In fact, Lu Chen wasn't too concerned about the Taiping sect's so-called plans, because it didn't matter. To Lu Chen, no matter what scheme they devised, it would end in their demise. So if this person had been willing to talk from the start, Lu Chen might have listened for amusement. But if he thought he could use this as leverage against Lu Chen, he was courting death. Lu Chen gave the gray-haired youth one last look and returned to his seat. "No." The young man's desperate shout was cut short with a swift swish, followed by a thud, as his head fell to the ground. The large head rolled around twice before coming to a stop, face up. Even in death, disbelief was etched in his eyes. The smell of blood in the two sages' residence grew even stronger. The attendees of the tea party were momentarily speechless, each shrinking back, afraid to even breathe loudly. They were terrified. Had the Taiping sect infiltrated this gathering with only these few people? Could there be others hiding among them? Better safe than sorry, they thought, fearing they might be implicated. Getting involved with the treasonous Taiping sect in front of a prince was no small matter, especially since this prince was a supreme martial arts master. If he wanted, not a single attendee would escape. Thus, everyone remained silent, praying that Prince Chen wouldn't take his anger out on them, the innocent bystanders. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Long live Prince Chen! Congratulations, Your Highness, on eliminating the traitors." A sycophantic voice shattered the silence at Liangxian residence. Everyone turned to see Lu Chen trying to save himself again. This act seemed to open the floodgates, and others quickly followed suit, shouting in unison, "Long live Prince Chen! How dare mere bandits act recklessly before His Highness? Truly, they don't know their place." How could the Taiping rebels comprehend the divine might of Prince Chen? No matter what schemes they plot, it's futile against your highness. Lu Chun surveyed the crowd with a cold, expressionless gaze. His calm demeanor sent a chill down everyone's spine. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Lu Chun spoke, his voice calm, yet commanding. Do any of you recognize those rebels? The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, hesitating. Someone whispered, if we speak up, won't we be seen as accomplices of the Taiping sect? Sensing their apprehension, Lu Chun reassured them. No need to worry. Speak the truth. I'm not one to confuse right and wrong. With this assurance, someone finally mustered the courage to step forward. Your Highness, I do recognize a few of those people, but only from having crossed paths with them a few times. Speak, Lu Qin commanded tersely. Yes, the person responded respectfully. Your Highness, those individuals recently emerged as rising stars in the Yuping area, quickly defeating several local veterans. They weren't particularly notable in their own sects before, but they suddenly rose to prominence. Many locals speculate they were late bloomers who suddenly found their way. In hindsight, they likely joined the Taiping sect and received its secret training. Lu Qin nodded slightly, scanning the crowd. Anyone else? Another person bravely stepped forward. Your Highness, to my knowledge, many of these rebels belong to an organization called the Jingshi Association. They once invited me to join, claiming it was a group for sharing intelligence and cultivation resources. Members could exchange contributions for rare elixirs, intelligence on sects, and even high-level cultivation techniques. I was tempted, but ultimately declined. I have my own sect's teachings and sensed something suspicious about their generosity. I never imagined the Jingshi Association was linked to the Taiping sect. Indeed, that's consistent with what I know, someone else chimed in. A thoughtful voice in the crowd remarked, come to think of it, there's a group called the White Lotus Society in Wanha. Could they be connected too? As the first person spoke up, more people began to share what they knew. While much of the information overlapped, each piece helped Lu Qin paint a clearer picture. It was true. Whether the Jingshi Association or the White Lotus Society, no rebellious group would reveal their true intentions from the start. Only after joining would one realize their ultimate allegiance was to the Taiping sect, by which time it was too late. Lu Qin pondered for a moment, then called out, guards. Your Highness, a guard immediately responded. Investigate the roots of the White Lotus Society and the Jingshi Association. Also, find out who recommended and send out the invitations for those rebels' gatherings. Yes. Lu Chun continued. Issue my order. From this moment, Wangqing City is closed. No one leaves. Those who defy the order will be executed. As you command. The guard obeyed and left. After issuing the orders, Lu Qin glanced at the teacup in his hand and said calmly, replace the tea and incense burners. The tea gathering will continue at sunset tomorrow. With that, Lu Qin stood and departed, leaving the crowd in a state of uneasy contemplation. We respectfully bid farewell to His Highness. Everyone called out in unison, rising to see him off with utmost respect. Lu Qin settled into the luxurious carriage, surrounded by rows of guards, and slowly departed. Only when the carriage disappeared from view did everyone finally straighten up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, someone murmured. Although His Highness, Prince Chen, seems distant, he's surprisingly approachable once you talk to him. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone recalled the scene from earlier and the terrifying strength Lu Chen had displayed. Suddenly, the pressure felt overwhelming, as if a heavy stone weighed on their hearts, making them hesitant to speak their minds. Once Lu Chen left, the crowd immediately started discussing in a flurry of voices. Oh my, who would have thought? One person exclaimed. Prince Chen usually keeps a low profile, and at just 20 years old, he's already a martial arts master. If it weren't for the audacious plan of the Taiping sect, we might never have witnessed Prince Chen's true abilities, another chimed in. We've long heard that the fifth prince, Prince Chen, is a low-key person who loves martial arts and literature, probably a martial arts enthusiast. But to think he's a martial arts master? That's unbelievable. Achieving the level of a martial arts master at this age is just too. Someone recalled, looking back over the past 1,000 years of Daiyu, what's the youngest recorded age for a martial arts master? 35. One at 35, another at 20. Everyone marveled. A whole 15-year difference. The Liu family of Daiyu is set to produce another formidable figure like the founding emperor and the emperor of the new era. Heaven bless Daiyu. Meanwhile, inside the moving luxurious carriage, Lan Yun sat deep in thought, her brow furrowed. She wasn't surprised by Lu Chen's prowess. Having been assigned as his personal maid since they were both 6, she had spent 14 years by his side. She had some understanding of this prince, who was so different from his peers, with his love for martial arts and books, though today's display of strength had exceeded her expectations. Why are you frowning? Lu Chen's voice interrupted Lan Yun's thoughts. Lan Yun snapped back to reality and respectfully replied, Your Highness, I was just thinking that the attack at the tea party seemed overly simple. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but... She hesitated before continuing. Your Highness, do you think it's possible that the Taiping sect's disruption of the tea party was just a facade? That the mastermind wants us to chase after the White Lotus Society and the Pure World Society to cover up their real plan. You've thought of this? Not bad, Lu Chen replied calmly. Hearing this, Lan Yun's eyes sparkled with delight, turning into crescent moons. After reading so many books with you, Your Highness, I occasionally think a bit deeper, she said with a smile. Your Highness, since there's this possibility, should we inform the city lord and take precautions? But Lu Chen simply replied, it's not important. Lu Chen never liked complicated schemes. He'd rather spend his time reading more martial arts books. He said nonchalantly, so if we find out, we find out. If not, it doesn't matter. Whether the Pure World Society is bait or the White Lotus Society is a trap, it's all irrelevant. They'll come looking for me eventually. In Daiyu, they can't avoid this Prince Chen. With a hint of disdain in his voice, he added, I just need to stand at the finish line and wait for them. The scenery along the way. He paused. It's just entertainment to pass the time. Under the bright moonlight, the luxurious carriage slowly made its way towards Lu Chen's residence in Wanqing City, disappearing into the night. During the early hours before dawn, at the Chen family estate in Wanqing City, a frantic knocking jolted the head of the household, Chen Xiu, from his sleep. Bang bang bang. Master, master, something terrible has happened. The urgent voice outside the door was filled with panic. Enraged, Chen Xiu grabbed a pillow and hurled it toward the door. What the hell? Who dares disturb my sleep at this hour? Even if the sky is falling, it can wait until morning. The butler, his voice trembling with urgency, pleaded, Master, there's no time to sleep. If you don't wake up now, you might never wake up again. Prince Chen was attacked at the tea party. A thud echoed from inside the room, followed by rushed footsteps. The door swung open with a crash, revealing Chen Xiu, disheveled and as white as a sheet. He seized the butler by the collar, eyes wide with fury. What did you say? Prince Chen was attacked. It's a disaster. Chen Xiu exclaimed in terror. Prince Chen was attacked in Wanqing City. This is catastrophic. Where were the city guards? And the Luo family's silver-armored guards? What on earth were they doing? The butler, visibly shaking, replied, They were all poisoned. Chen Xiu's face twitched uncontrollably. The butler added, but the prince is unharmed. He managed to kill all the traitors by himself. Relieved, Chen Xiu let out a long breath. As long as he's okay, that's a relief. For heaven's sake, can't you just get to the point without scaring me half to death? However, the butler's voice grew more anxious. But our Chen family is in trouble. We were responsible for the tea party's preparations. The poison tea was handled by us after it was delivered from the royal court. What did you say? Poison tea? Chen Xiu interrupted fiercely. The butler quickly recounted the events at the tea party. Chen Xiu listened, his face turning ashen, his entire body numb with shock. Prepare the horses. Now, he shouted hysterically. Arrest those who delivered the tea and bring them for questioning. Hurry. Yes, yes. The butler rushed to prepare the horses and organized a search for all Chen family members involved with the tribute tea. This is a disaster. Chen Xiu muttered in panic as he hurried back to his room to dress. From the bed, a sweet and charming voice asked, Master, what's all the commotion? Aren't you going back to sleep? Sleep my ass. Chen Xiu cursed and slammed the door as he left. He took a few steps before returning to retrieve a heavily secured book from a secret compartment in the room. Almost forgot this, he muttered, then dashed out again. Hiya, hiya, hiya. The sound of galloping horses tore through the night as a group of riders sped toward Lu Chen's residence. In a small courtyard within the estate, Lu Chen sat with his eyes closed, resting. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, he calmly said, Let them in. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. Several figures entered in a line. Kneel. All of you kneel. Chen Xiu led the Chen family members into the courtyard and dropped to his knees before Lu Chen. Your Highness, Chen Xiu is at fault. I beg for your forgiveness. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, casting a calm gaze over the kneeling family members. What is your crime? He asked. Chen Xiu, tears streaming down his face, choked out. It's all my fault for not being meticulous enough. I failed to properly inspect the tribute tea for the party, putting your Highness in danger today. I am ashamed before you and my late mother's last wishes. Chen Xiu's mother was the sister of Lu Chen's mother, making her Lu Chen's aunt. This connection formed the basis of a prince's most fundamental faction network, extending in all directions through blood ties to establish a core power structure. From these connections, secondary and tertiary relationships develop. At present, Chen Xiu represents a second-tier link extended from the maternal Luo family. The Chen family has a closer bond with Lu Chen than other second-tier relatives, thanks to Lu Chen's annual visits to Wanquan City to host and attend tea gatherings, fostering familiarity over time. At this moment, Chen Xiu mentioned his late mother, with intentions that were clear. Lu Chen sighed softly, a hint of sympathy in his gaze. It's not your concern, don't take it upon yourself. Whether the Chen family is involved in the Taiping sex conspiracy, I will investigate. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. Your Highness is wise. Chen Xiu quickly bowed in gratitude, his forehead touching the ground, his voice filled with appreciation. He then stood abruptly, turning to the Chen family descendants, kicking each one sharply and scolding. You brats, hurry up and report everything about the tribute tea to His Highness. If you dare hide anything, I won't spare you. Yes, yes, the Chen family members responded fearfully, then proceeded to detail the entire tea preparation process. From receiving the tea leaves to each step of serving the tea, they recounted everything thoroughly. Your Highness, one of them began trembling. On that day, we received the incense and tea for the tea gathering from the royal court at the Chen family's secret hall, as per usual procedures. There was nothing unusual, it was the same as in previous years. Lu Chen squinted slightly, glanced at them, then closed his eyes, asking calmly, were there any abnormalities with the royal court envoys? The royal envoys were the same as in previous years. The respondent's voice trembled even more. Continue. Lu Chen's voice remained calm. Yes. The person took a deep breath and continued. After that, we followed the rules, locking the tribute tea and imperial incense in the secret hall, guarding it round the clock without negligence. We only took them out when the tea gathering began and delivered them to Liangxi Anju. We have reported everything truthfully, without any concealment. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Chen Xiu's eyes, and he immediately said, Your Highness, since there were no issues with the handover and storage of the tribute tea, could it be that the tea and incense were tampered with poison when they left the royal court? Although Chen Xiu's words hinted at exonerating the Chen family, he was deeply convinced that the Chen family could not be at fault. As a second-tier relative of Prince Chen, the Chen family, backed by the prince and the flourishing Blossom Sword sect, wielded significant influence in Fengzhou. Why would they foolishly align with a fringe group like the Taiping sect in a rebellion? Lu Chen did not respond, merely gesturing for them to leave. Yes. Chen Xiu promptly ushered the Chen family members out, but he stayed behind. Anything else? Lu Chen asked lightly. Chen Xiu glanced around to ensure no one else was present, then pulled out a book from his sleeve and whispered, Your Highness, have a look at this. Oh, a martial art manual. You make it sound so mysterious. Lu Chen took the manual from Chen Xiu and casually flipped through a couple of pages. Suddenly, a glimmer of dark light flashed in his eyes, but was quickly hidden. Where did this come from? Seeing this, Chen Xiu's face lit up with joy. It seemed his guess was correct. This was indeed a treasure. He quickly explained, a few days ago, after the Dustless Sword sect was annihilated, the Black Feather Guards in Fengzhou conducted an initial investigation and handed over the matter to our people for further handling. This item was found by our people after a thorough search of the Dustless Sword sect's shrine. I casually flipped through it and found it profoundly mysterious, completely incomprehensible. Considering the sudden destruction of the Dustless Sword sect and the fact that the last survivor was found hiding in the shrine, I speculated that their demise was likely related to this item. I thought it might be a long-lost secret martial art manual, so I quickly secured it. I intended to send it to the palace immediately, but then thought, if the Dustless Sword sect was truly destroyed because of it, letting the news leak on the way would be unwise. So I waited until you came to Wanquan City to present it, hoping for your understanding. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. You have a good heart. As long as you are satisfied, my lord. Chen Xiu said, glancing curiously at the mysterious book. From what you're saying, is this really a mystical skill? Mystical skill? Lu Chen chuckled. This is more than just a mystical skill. It's called the Eyes of Life and Death. Lu Chen's voice was deep, as if narrating an ancient legend. In ancient times, the Eyes of Life and Death were known by all. Legend has it that a girl, blessed by the immortals, was born with divine eyes that could see through life and death. She could do what others could not, altering fates against the heavens, and was thus revered as a saint by the locals, fervently worshipped. Lu Chen continued, this saint indeed used her divine eyes to blur life and death, benefiting the land. She became a formidable figure of ancient times, establishing a sacred land. The Eyes of Life and Death were the ultimate divine art she created, based on her own divine eyes, and it became the legacy of the sacred land. Chen Xiu listened intently, holding his breath. With this divine art, the sacred land prospered, commanding wind and rain, unrivaled in ancient times. Lu Chen's tone suddenly shifted. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. One day, the saint inexplicably turned to dark ways, wreaking havoc. The people of the sacred land who practiced her art also fell into darkness, turning on each other. The once great sacred land crumbled overnight, lost to history. Lu Chen's gaze deepened. Later, descendants of the sacred land sought to recover the supreme art and restore past glory. But as soon as they began, they fell into madness, nearly succumbing to darkness. Only by destroying their own eyes did they barely save their lives, and dared not practice the art again. Others, too, refused to heed the warning, insisting on trying it. But they all fell into darkness, without exception. Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of warning. They finally understood. The saint's legacy was cursed. Misfortune befell anyone who attempted it. Chen Xiu shuddered, but Lu Chun continued. Thus, what was once divine art became a despised dark art, and the divine eyes became demonic. Eventually, it was buried in history, forgotten and unspoken. Lu Chen looked at Chen Xiu. If I hadn't been well-read and knowledgeable, I wouldn't have known the origins of the eyes of life and death. And this is just a fragmented version. It's normal you couldn't understand it at first glance. Lu Chen's tone suddenly became serious. It's fortunate you didn't understand it, only glancing at it before putting it away. Otherwise, you might have ended up like the descendants of the sacred land, cursed. Perhaps another Wuchen sword sect. Do you remember what you saw then? Lu Chen asked. Forget what you can, don't dwell on it. Chen Xiu's expression changed slightly. Is there something wrong with this skill? Then, my lord, you. Lu Chen smiled calmly. The demonic nature of the eyes of life and death is indeed fatal for ordinary people, but not for me. The eyes of life and death, a treasure from ancient legends. When my cultivation was successful, I sought it, but found nothing. Now it comes effortlessly. Dismissed. Lu Chen waved his hand. Yes. Chen Xiu respectfully exited the room. Lu Chen eagerly began leafing through the fragments of the eyes of life and death. To deduce and complete this will take some effort, he murmured to himself. The courtyard was silent, the moonlight sinking. The next day, the imposing gates of Wanqing City became unusually lively, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. They gazed up at the tall city gate, chattering away. Over a dozen mangled, gruesome bodies were hung on the city walls for public display. Hanging bodies at the city gates was reserved for those who committed heinous crimes, traitors unforgivable, serving as a grim reminder that rebellion leads to a restless death. The silver-armored guards stood at the ready, patrolling around the bodies. Their sharp eyes scrutinized everyone entering Wanqing City, paying special attention to those whispering about the bodies or behaving suspiciously. Atop the city gate tower, several bodies hung high, drawing the curious gaze of passers-by. Amidst the crowd, discussions buzzed. Someone whispered, assassinating Prince Chen. These remnants of the Taiping sect truly deserve their fate. Another person agreed. The world is indeed in chaos. While the actions of the Taiping sect are understandable, every grievance has a source. It's not our Prince Chen's doing that the world has become like this. Exactly, someone else nodded. On the contrary, under Prince Chen's rule, life in Wanqing City has improved considerably. We've had some peaceful days. An elder sighed. It's the fault of human nature, a crime without guilt. From the moment the Taiping sect rebelled, whether Prince Chen was wise or not, he became their sworn enemy. The Taiping sect. A merchant-looking man said worriedly. I heard they've already taken over Hongchuan County. Could Wanqing City be next? Alas, troubled times, the crowd shook their heads. The townspeople chattered about the deeds of the rebellious Taiping sect, glancing around warily, afraid that sect members might be hiding in Wanqing City with malicious intent. Anxiety and fear spread throughout the city. The tranquility of early autumn was shattered, as an undercurrent surged within Wanqing City, seemingly ready to unleash a storm at any moment. At the back of the crowd, two men dressed as traveling merchants silently listened to the surrounding discussions. Their gaze lingered on the bodies hanging from the city gate, a fleeting shadow crossing their eyes. Their fingers clenched white under their wide sleeves, but eventually, they simply took a long look at the bodies, as if engraving those faces in their memory, before turning and entering Wanqing City. They twisted and turned through the streets, taking a long detour before entering a hidden room. Inside the dark chamber, a dim oil lamp barely illuminated a few ordinary wooden chairs. Everyone's here. A low voice broke the silence. Did you all see the bodies on the gate tower? An angry voice asked. Lu Chun is going too far. A younger voice seethed through gritted teeth. Killing is one thing, but hanging the bodies on the city gate is such a humiliation. That bastard. One day, I'll make him pay. Calm down, a steady voice advised. How can we achieve great things with such impatience? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Assassinating Lu Chun and disrupting the tea party was always a risky move, another voice analyzed. If it succeeded, great. If not, it was meant to mislead them into investigating the White Lotus Society or the Purification Society. As a rebellious force opposing the vast imperial court, the Taiping sect's situation is like this, the steady voice continued. They have risen through repeated attempts. As long as the foundation of the Taiping sect isn't shaken, we can try any plan. If it fails, we gain experience and sow confusion. If it succeeds, all the better. From the start, we came with the resolve to die if necessary. Someone quietly added. The chamber fell silent for a long time. Eventually, someone asked, so what do we do next? Stick to the original plan? Trying doesn't mean dying, a cautious voice responded. Lu Chun has already shown the prowess of a golden core master. How can we, with just a few of us, contend with a master who has cultivated golden core powers? Especially one who has emerged from the Qingtian Baiju, the greatest divine skill since ancient times. At these words, the chamber fell silent again. As a rebellious group frequently clashing with the elite of the imperial family, the Taiping sect was all too familiar with the dominance of the Qingtian Baiju. This exclusive divine skill of the imperial family wasn't just a boast. It was a legendary reputation forged through generations of imperial masters' bloodshed. What is the significance of Qingtian Bai? The Lu family of the imperial clan is the unyielding sky of Daiyu, unchanged and eternal. For now, abandon all plans and lay low temporarily, waiting for instructions from the higher-ups in the sect. Finally, the steady voice decided. With Lu Chen's talent, he must not be allowed to remain. The Lu family cannot see the rise of another emperor, Lu Xingxi. I'm sure the sect will soon send true experts or gather an army to besiege and eliminate Lu Chen. We'll just wait. As the sun set, the martial arts tea gathering resumed. This time, the restart went exceptionally smoothly, with no repeat of the previous day's incident and no sign of the Taiping followers. It seemed that yesterday's group was the entirety of the Taiping sect's presence in Wanqing City. The gathering continued until dusk the following day, concluding peacefully and without incident. Lu Chen observed all the participants' demonstrations, but from his current perspective, most lacked innovation and were barely satisfactory. This year's only noteworthy technique, the Boundless Righteousness Manual, was presented by Master Yin and a young scholar. They stood before Lu Chen, respectfully bowing. Your Highness, we shall take our leave, Master Yin said. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Since you're here, why not give it a try? The young scholar bowed again. There's no need. Thank you, Your Highness, for showing me that there are always greater heights and more talented individuals beyond oneself. Having resolved my inner doubts, I will return to my studies. Otherwise, I might miss this year's autumn examination. Oh, Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Is the Boundless Academy also participating this year? The world is in chaos, and it's time for me to apply what I've learned and serve the court. The young scholar's eyes shone with determination. If I pass the autumn examination and enter the court, I hope Your Highness won't find my talents lacking when we meet at the Imperial Court next year. Take care, Your Highness. Master Yin and the scholar mounted their blood-red horses and, after bidding farewell to Lu Chen, rode off into the distance. Hiya! The sound of hooves gradually faded, leaving a trail of dust behind. A gentle breeze blew, and the sunlight was just right. For the next few days, Wanqing City remained calm. Reports came in that most of the Taiping sect's plans had been thwarted through normal channels. Any suspicious activities were swiftly dealt with, leaving no trace. The unrest in Wanqing City subsided before it could truly begin. No further news of Taiping followers causing trouble emerged, suggesting they were wary of Lu Chen and had abandoned their plans for Wanqing City. The early autumn breeze enveloped the city, bringing a rare moment of tranquility. As time passed and the autumn wind blew gently, Luo Feng completed his arrangements for the Blossom Sword sect in Fengzhou City, arriving in Wanqing City. Lu Chen, having waited a few days without any sign of Taiping sect activity, prepared to return to the palace. Before parting, Luo Feng cast a stern glance at Chen Xiu. Remember the lesson from the poisoned tea. The Taiping sect's issue isn't over yet. Don't let it catch you off guard again. Chastised, Chen Xiu meekly replied. Next time, I'll personally oversee everything, inside and out, ensuring no mistakes. You think there'll be a next time? Luo Feng scoffed. Chen Xiu lowered his head in resignation. He chuckled to himself, knowing that among the three of them, he was the oldest at 43. Yet, Lu Chen, as a prince and king of Chen, commanded respect, and even at 93, Chen Xiu would have to bow. Luo Feng, as the heir of the Luo family and future master of the Blossom Sword sect, was also someone he couldn't afford to offend. This made him, the eldest brother, feel more like a younger sibling. Seeing Chen Xiu remain silent, Luo Feng gave him a disapproving glare. Stop worrying about your ancestral legacy. You've got a long life ahead. Once this battle is over, you'll have plenty of time to enjoy life. Martial artists have lifespans and peak physical conditions far beyond ordinary people. With their innate vitality, it's rare for them to settle down and start families in their teens. Most wait until their 30s, when they feel they've reached their peak, to begin planning. Some even have their first child in their 60s or 70s. Chen Xiu, only 43 years old, is already the father of 37 children, a number almost surpassing his age. Luo Feng looked at this man, backed by the Luo family and His Highness Prince Chen, and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Despite having a promising future, he was so eager to continue his lineage that it seemed he was willingly squandering his potential. Yes, rest assured, I'll watch over it personally, and there won't be any more mistakes, Chen Xiu quickly assured, his tone slightly ingratiating. Luo Feng nodded, refraining from further comment, and turned to lead the group from the front. Return to the palace, he ordered briefly, and the procession began to move. Far away on Qiang Mountain, the ancient flourishing sword sect stood majestically. A middle-aged man was standing at the mountain's peak, carefully observing the route to the Yin State's imperial city. His posture was upright, exuding an aura as sharp as a sword, and his powerful life force seemed almost tangible. This was none other than the renowned master of the flourishing sword, Luo Shuyuan. His piercing eyes shone with a formidable light, as if capable of seeing through everything. Meeting his gaze might instill fear in others. "Big brother," said a middle-aged man with slightly graying hair, standing beside Luo Shuyuan. He pointed to a location on the map and said, "Judging by the time the information was received, Chen should have already reached Qingxiao Pass. If I set out now and travel swiftly, I should be able to meet him in Baiqing." This man was Luo family's third brother, Luo Xiuming, also a well-known martial arts Golden Core master. He continued, "Although Chen himself is a Golden Core master and can handle any trouble on the road, he is still too young. To prevent the Taiping sect scoundrels from becoming desperate, I should make the trip. Given Chen talent, they likely won't give up easily and will find another opportunity to strike on the way back to the imperial city." Luo Shuyuan looked at the map and slowly shook his head. "Third brother, Chen's strength is far beyond what we imagined. At his age, he's already mastered the flourishing invisible sword domain, not to mention his other skills. You might not even be a match for Chen." Hearing this, Luo Xiuming was taken aback, then laughed and said, "The flourishing invisible sword domain? I still haven't fully come to terms with it." He shook his head, eyes filled with disbelief. "I always knew Chen had exceptional martial arts talent, but I never expected it to be this high. The flourishing invisible sword domain is the highest secret, second only to the ultimate flourishing immortal sword body." Luo Xiuming recalled the strong figures of the Luo family throughout history, none of whom could comprehend this realm before the age of 50, yet Lu Chun achieved it at just 20. This news had once left him utterly shocked, and he still hadn't fully absorbed it. But for this very reason, we must ensure nothing goes wrong. Luo Xiuming suddenly became excited. At just 20, he comprehended the flourishing invisible sword domain. What about at 30? If all goes well, he could reach the 9th realm of our Luo family's ancestor and master the flourishing immortal sword body, breaking through to the pinnacle of martial arts, reviving the glory of our Luo family's celestial-level martial arts. His eyes shone with excitement. Imagine, that would be celestial-level martial arts. With such status, even if unforeseen events occur, he would hold a significant position in this world, living freely. Luo Shuyuan did not respond, merely furrowing his brow and repeatedly studying the map. His silence made Luo Xiuming a bit anxious. "Big brother, that's the dragon of our Luo family, your own nephew. What are you thinking?" Luo Shuyuan finally spoke, his gaze still fixed on the map. "I'm just considering, if I were someone from the Taiping sect, where would I strike, and what kind of force would I deploy to ensure a fatal blow?" He looked up at Luo Xiuming. "Third brother, what do you think?" Luo Xiuming frowned deeply, his brow furrowed in thought. The spies of the Taiping sect were as pervasive as a spider's web. Any information the Luo family obtained, the Taiping sect likely knew as well. They were probably already aware of Chen's mastery in martial arts and the level of the flourishing flower invisible sword domain. At least an experienced grandmaster must be sent, Luo Xiuming murmured, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. But such talents are rare, and all are well-known figures. If we act, it must be a decisive strike, or else we risk exposing our strength for nothing. His gaze swept across the map as he considered other options. Mobilize an elite army? No, that's too conspicuous and hard to conceal. Luo Xiuming shook his head, dismissing the idea. His finger traced the map and finally stopped at a location. Fengzhou is under our flourishing flower sword sect's control, so it can be ruled out. Our Luo family can provide support at any time, ensuring at least. Luo Shuyuan suddenly interrupted him. "No, you've overlooked something." Luo Xiuming was taken aback. "Overlooked?" "The nightmare," Luo Shuyuan said gravely. "You forgot about the nightmare's existence." The mention of this word sent a shiver through Luo Xiuming. For ordinary martial artists, the nightmare was just an elusive legend. But for a Golden Core Grandmaster, this ghostly presence was a real threat. If common martial artists encountered it by chance, they would surely perish. Some nightmares could even pose significant danger to a Golden Core Grandmaster. Luo Xiuming hesitated. "The nightmare is too unpredictable. I don't think the Taiping sect can control it." Luo Shuyuan crossed his arms, his expression serious. "We can't afford to take chances. Chen is extraordinarily talented and is surely a thorn in the Taiping sect's side. We must be cautious." Luo Xiuming nodded, reassessing the map. After a moment, he pointed to a specific location. "Chen and his group are riding top-quality flying smoke horses. They can leave Fengzhou by tonight and reach Yanzhou. The nightmare is stronger at night, and if they want to ensure success, they will act then. By nightfall, they should be here Yanzhou, Dingwei Road. Beyond that, it's a direct route to the imperial city. This is the only chance to act." Luo Shuyuan agreed. Indeed, Dingwei Road is wide and sparsely populated, and at night, it's far from the Luo family's sphere of influence. It is indeed the best place to act. "Third brother, go ahead to Dingwei Road and lie in wait. Don't alert the enemy. I'll arrange for fourth brother and the others to keep watch here in Fengzhou. All right, I'll head there now. Luo Xiuming immediately set off for Yinzhou's Dingwei Road. After Luo Xiuming left, Luo Shuyuan took out a specially treated scroll from his sleeve. It was a mysterious message he had discovered at the bottom of his bowl during a meal shortly before. It read, "Beware the nightmare, Yinzhou Dingwei Road." Luo Shuyuan rubbed the scroll, his fingers tapping the table as faces and factions close to the fifth prince flashed through his mind. He pondered silently. Who is secretly aiding us? As night fell, Lu Chen's group had reached Dingwei Road in Yinzhou. Leading the way, Luo Feng turned his blood-smoke horse and approached the luxurious carriage. Your Highness, ahead lies Dingwei Road. Once we pass this checkpoint, we can head straight into the capital city. Luo Feng surveyed the surroundings, frowning slightly. This vast and sparsely populated area was notorious for bandit activity, and the road ahead might not be peaceful. As the carefully groomed heir of the Luo family, Luo Feng had a keen sense of the situation. He whispered, if the Taiping sect intends to strike, Dingwei Road would be their best chance. Beyond this lies the core of Yenzhou, leading directly to the capital, and they would have no further opportunity. From inside the carriage, a calm voice from Lu Chen said, proceed, without worry. Responding promptly, Luo Feng moved to the sides of the convoy, patrolling back and forth. He raised his voice to instruct, stay alert and watch your surroundings. Yes, the group responded in unison. As Luo Feng vigilantly patrolled, on a mountaintop beyond his sight, a grotesque and sinister figure emitted wisps of ominous black aura. Drip by drip, lethal black blood fell from its fingers, instantly corroding the rocky summit. Wherever the black aura touched, the vegetation withered rapidly, losing all vitality. A terrifying aura of hatred and malice emanated from it, silencing even the night. It let out an eerie laugh, its eyes dark as ink fixated on the luxurious carriage. They're coming, it murmured, rubbing its blood-stained, claw-like hands, producing a screeching metallic sound. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was drawn back. A pair of eyes, cold and sharp as icy stars, met its gaze from afar. It grinned, revealing a hideous smile. You can see me. Hee hee. However, the laughter abruptly ceased. Its expression froze, and in the depths of its black eyes, the malice and hatred vanished, replaced by two brilliant azure flames. Azure Sky Divine Flame. It's the damned Azure Sky Divine Flame. It screamed in terror. Glancing again at the carriage, it fled into the sky without hesitation, fearing a moment's delay would spell disaster. A strange gust of sinister wind swept past Luo Feng and his companions. The horses neighed nervously, their hooves shuffling backward. Yet, the wind came and went swiftly, disappearing in an instant. What was that strange wind? Luo Feng frowned, carefully inspecting the surroundings. Once he confirmed safety, he signaled for the convoy to continue. Stay vigilant. Yes, the group replied. They were unaware of the wretched retreat within the sinister wind, nor did they see the brilliant azure flame quietly planting a seed of fire within the fleeing entity. In the shadows elsewhere, Luo Xiuming, who had long arrived and was secretly observing, sheathed his blade, puzzled. What made that ghostly thing suddenly screech and run away? Could it be that they've sensed my presence and are wary of me teaming up with Chen? Luo Xiuming frowned in thought, but quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. The existence of the Yans is too mysterious to be understood with common logic. Their behavior and purpose are shrouded in mystery. He sighed softly. Well, if it ran away, that's less trouble for me. Luo Xiuming's gaze shifted to Lu Chen's entourage. The noble within the carriage turned their heads slightly and nodded at him. Luo Xiuming was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. Getting old, getting old. Inside the carriage, Lu Chen lowered the curtain, a glint of light flashing in his deep eyes. Another Yan, he murmured to himself. Isn't the frequency of their appearances a bit too high lately? The procession moved on slowly, the sound of hooves gradually fading into the distance. Luo Xiuming watched from afar until they entered the core region of Yen State, the Yen capital, before quietly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in a dark realm on the edge of Fengzhou, the escaped Yen had just arrived. It looked back, still on edge, fearing to see that dazzling flame again. Once it confirmed its safety, it breathed a sigh of relief. Well, did you succeed? Came several chaotic voices from behind. Surviving the ordeal, the Yan's pitch-black eyes began to bleed ominous black blood. It turned around, bearing its bloody maw in a sinister grin. Succeed? You'll soon know what success means. However, its laughter was abruptly cut short. Unbeknownst to it, a trace of azure flame appeared in the dark space, radiating intense heat. The people behind showed expressions of terror, quickly stepping back. Seeing the azure flames suddenly ignite on the Yen, they exclaimed, This is the azure heavenly flame. Yu. Before they could finish, a loud boom resounded as a massive hand formed of blazing azure flames burst from the Yan's body. The hand seized everyone, gripping the fate of their necks. burn with divine flame. Before their screams could escape, they were consumed by the infinite divine flame, turning the place into a boundless sea of fire. The fierce flames engulfed the yin, incinerating its lower half. In its final moments, the yin recalled a fleeting glimpse from Dingwei Road. It seemed to see those cold eyes reflecting the divine flame of glass. Oh no, it's over. The azure sea of fire devoured all evil, burying the past entirely. Late at night, Lu Chen's entourage finally returned to the palace. As soon as they reached the gates of the main palace, a group of palace maids joyfully shouted inside, "Your Highness, the prince has returned." Before the words had fully settled, a clear voice came from within the palace. "Chener." Lu Chen quickly stepped forward. A graceful, elegant, yet slightly languid beauty came running. Draped in a robe of glassy clouds, she exuded noble dignity. Upon seeing Lu Chen, she gave him a big hug, her face full of worry, tears in her eyes. "Let me see, are you hurt?" This beautiful woman was Lu Chen's foster mother, noble consort Mu Jintang. Lu Chen respectfully replied, "I'm unworthy, mother consort, for causing you concern." Lu Chen's gaze swept past Mu Jintang and settled on the young man in the python robe behind her. They exchanged a knowing look. This young man was none other than Mu Jintang's biological son, the sixth prince, Lu Huan. Lu Huan had inherited his parents' excellent genes, with handsome and heroic features, yet there was a subtle melancholy in his brow, adding a touch of gentleness to his masculinity. Receiving Lu Chen's implied glance, Lu Huan helplessly shrugged. The two brothers were close in age and had grown up together under Mu Jintang's attentive guidance, sharing a tight bond. With just a glance, they could grasp each other's thoughts. Since childhood, they were accustomed to covering for each other. Lu Chen's current look clearly blamed Lu Huan for not keeping their mother in the dark. Lu Huan responded with a roll of his eyes, as if to say, "Brother, do you have any idea how big a mess you've created? This kind of thing can't be hidden." Mu Jintang scrutinized Lu Chen, her eyes filled with concern and worry. She gently reproached him, "You, running around when it's so dangerous. I've heard about what happened in Fengzhou." As she spoke, she caressed Lu Chen's face with affection. "It must have been very dangerous then, right? You've suffered so much to get to where you are today." Mu Jintang's love for Lu Chen was evident. When others heard of Lu Chen's achievements and prowess in Fengzhou, they would only praise how remarkable the fifth prince was and commend Mu Jintang for having such an outstanding son. However, Mu Jintang felt only heartache. A mother's worry knows no bounds when her child travels far. Success never comes easily. Lu Chen had reached the level of a martial arts Jindan grandmaster at a young age, but how much hardship had he endured? Remembering how Lu Chen had been obsessed with martial arts manuals and ancient texts since childhood, Mu Jintang couldn't help but speculate that he might have lacked a sense of security from an early age. She felt guilty, thinking she hadn't been a competent mother. Tears welled up in Mu Jintang's eyes again. Sensing his mother's thoughts, Lu Chen quickly explained, "Reading and practicing martial arts are my natural hobbies. It has nothing to do with you, mother. Please don't overthink it." He then skillfully changed the subject. "It's getting late in the autumn, and the nights are cold. Mother, please come inside the palace and rest." Mu Jintang nodded and followed Lu Chen into the main hall, but the worry on her face did not diminish. Lu Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, mother. I'm fine." Mu Jintang shook her head and expressed her true concern. "What worries me now is that your prominence might attract trouble. With your father's recent edict, your brothers are all eager to make their moves." "Edict?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Huan, puzzled. Lu Huan explained, "Brother, while you were out of the palace, father suddenly issued an edict to all the princes, saying it's been a long time since we gathered as a family. He wants us to attend the upcoming Royal Martial Arts Tea Gathering to see what talents are present today and who might be of use." The Royal Martial Arts Tea Gathering was something the old emperor had never required the princes to attend, nor had he ever spoken of useful talents. Now, with such a statement, Lu Huan glanced meaningfully at Mu Jintang. "Brother, you must have heard the rumors circulating outside." Mu Jintang sighed, nodding with a worried expression. "The rumors are true. Your father's health has indeed declined and is not what it used to be." "What did the imperial physician say?" Mu Jintang's voice was low, his brow furrowed. Lu Chen held his breath, waiting for the trusted minister's response. Mu Jintang took a deep breath and slowly revealed the alarming diagnosis: excessive indulgence, neglect of martial arts, and severe depletion of vital energy. He said with a tone of helplessness. Worse still, he tried to forcefully break through the Qingtianbu Yiju, leading to a loss of control and damage to his foundation. Mu Jintang shook his head and sighed, continuing, "Your father has always been stubborn. Perhaps in his youth, he had hope of breaking through to the 8th level, but now..." His voice trailed off. "I don't know who has been misleading him, which treacherous minister is behind this, convincing him to attempt it again. And this is the result." Lu Chen's heart sank. As a member of the Lu family, they all knew the harsh requirements of the Qingtianbu Yiju for innate talent and comprehension. In the history of the royal family, Those who could break through the 8th level were rare. Mu Jintang's voice grew heavier. In the worst-case scenario. He hesitated, finally just letting out a sigh. Lu Chen understood. The Qingtian Bui Ju was renowned as the supreme martial art, with a difficulty far surpassing any other technique. It demanded extreme resources, comprehension, innate talent, and mentality, each level more challenging than the last. Royal offspring had inherent advantages born from alliances with powerful families. They possessed remarkable talent and a wealth of resources, giving them a high starting point in their training. Yet, even so, they struggled with this supreme art. Lu Chen quickly recalled the statistics of royal training. About half could never break through the 6th level to achieve Qingtian Divine Shield. 30% were stuck at the 6th level. Only 20% reached the 7th level to master Qingtian Divine Flame. As for the 8th and 9th levels, only a handful in the entire history of Great Yu had reached this realm. This was after the legendary emperor, 3,000 years ago, Gongshi Emperor Lu Xingxi, had refined and optimized the technique to reduce its difficulty. The original version seemed designed for true prodigies. After all, this technique was created by the founding emperor, Lu Xinghe, who single-handedly ended the chaotic ancient era. If not a true prodigy, how could one be worthy of practicing his method? Given the old emperor's current physical state, attempting to forcefully reach the 8th level was reckless. But Lu Chen was skeptical. Could this alone reduce a martial arts grandmaster to such a state, with only half a year left to live? In terms of understanding the Qingtian Bu Yi Ju, Lu Chen was confident that no one surpassed him, not even the Gongshi Emperor from 3,000 years ago. He had already pushed this martial art to the 11th level and continued to make breakthroughs. His understanding of various martial arts deepened as he progressed, with the 12th level's form already taking shape in his mind. He knew better than anyone the drawbacks of the Qingtian Bu Yi Ju and the consequences of forcing a breakthrough. The old emperor's sudden decline must have another cause. Lu Chen's thoughts drifted to the increasingly audacious Taiping sect, who even dared to tamper with the imperial tribute tea. Could it be? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and his suspicions grew stronger. Behind this matter, it seems likely that the Taiping sect is involved. Lu Huan furrowed his brow, took a deep breath, and continued. It wouldn't be surprising if father is considering naming an heir. He turned to his brother, Lu Chun, with a hint of concern in his eyes. And at this time, you appeared. A 20-year-old Jinan master prince. Such strength, such talent, who wouldn't take notice? Lu Huan's voice grew somber. On the path to becoming heir, you will undoubtedly be a major obstacle for every prince seeking the throne. And the struggle for the throne has always been full of intrigue and strange tactics, with all factions doing everything they can to topple each other. Mu Jintang stood nearby, nodding gravely. Lu Huan continued. At this moment, you suddenly stood out. A tall tree catches the wind. This is exactly what Mu Jintang and I are worried about. Lu Chen listened quietly, expressionless. Lu Huan's voice carried a slight tremor. You are too outstanding, so much so that you have become a major threat that some would love to eliminate. But if it were only internal people coveting your position, that would be one thing, as such matters have been expected since ancient times. His tone suddenly became more serious. But the ones watching you aren't just internal rivals. The Taiping sect is also lurking in the shadows, infiltrating everywhere. Compared to the princes, the Taiping rebels are even more unwilling to see a genius like you rise in the royal family. Lu Huan's voice dropped to nearly a whisper. There are far too many people who want you dead. However, Lu Chen's reaction was unexpected. He calmly took the prepared hot tea from Lan Yun and poured a cup for Lu Huan and Mu Jintang each. His actions were unhurried, as if the previous conversation had not affected him at all. Lu Huan sipped his tea, his voice carrying a hint of hope. For now, we can only hope that father will take some precautionary measures. No matter how muddle-headed he may be, he can't just stand by and watch his son, especially one so gifted, be targeted like this. He looked at Lu Chen and continued. With your talent, I expect father will summon you alone to the Cloud Palace tomorrow. There might be a chance for some strategic adjustments then. This was the thought shared by everyone in the palace. However, to everyone's surprise, the next day, the old emperor did not summon Lu Chen. Nor did he on the 3rd or 4th day. There wasn't even a special decree. It was as if he didn't care that he had such a talented master son. This left everyone in the palace feeling incredulous. Even setting aside Lu Chen's talent and strength, he had just returned from a mission to suppress the Taiping sect rebels, a significant achievement. At the very least, the emperor should have said a few words of praise or bestowed some treasures. Yet, there was nothing. Rumors began to spread within the palace, with some even questioning whether the emperor had become too senile. It wasn't until someone mentioned a certain event in the Lu family's history that everyone suddenly understood. It turned out that the old emperor might be wary of Lu Chen, because in the Lu family's history, there had been a shocking incident of patricide and usurpation. The main character in that event was none other than the legendary emperor recorded in the annals of the Great Yu Dynasty Emperor Gongshi, Lu Xingxi. The exceptionally talented Emperor Gengshi could not tolerate his father's incompetence and mismanagement of the court, which led to chaos in the land. Thus, he launched a coup, killed his father, and seized the throne to restore order. Looking at the present, the old emperor was similarly incompetent, and the land was in chaos. And Lu Chen was equally talented. The similarities were uncanny, as if history was repeating itself. How could the old emperor not be cautious? This revelation brought relief to many, with some even feeling a sense of schadenfreude. They whispered among themselves, "No matter how exceptionally talented you are, Lu Chen, having such a father and a notorious ancestor like Lu Xingxi is just bad luck for you." As a result, a current that should have surged within the palace gradually subsided. Many days passed without incident. A few days passed, and the feeling of autumn grew stronger. The lingering warmth of summer was completely dispelled by the coolness of fall, and the weather in the imperial city began to cool down. With the deepening of autumn, the tranquility of Zhongxian Palace returned once more. When the news of Lu Chun becoming a Jindan master first broke, ministers from various departments sent people to visit and bring gifts, briefly bringing some bustle to the usually quiet palace. However, this liveliness soon faded, and the palace returned to its usual calmness, with an added touch of chill, as if this year's winter might arrive earlier than usual. Lan Yun had gone early to the embroidery workshop to pick up some fine silk and wool. Luo Feng, who was stationed outside the palace ready to serve, also sent a batch of rare furs. Lan Yun selected a few pieces and began sewing a winter cloak for Lu Chun under a large tree whose leaves were turning yellow. "Are you making winter clothes?" Lu Chun asked. "Yes," Lan Yun replied. "The autumn is deepening, and it's getting colder. This year's winter might come earlier. General Luo Feng sent some rare materials, so I thought I'd prepare in advance." As she spoke, she brought out the half-finished cloak. "Your Highness, what do you think? Does it look good?" Lu Chen nodded. "Your handiwork is always exquisite." Receiving the compliment, Lan Yun's bright eyes curved into a crescent with her smile. She skipped back to the yellowing tree and continued her needlework, humming a little tune. At that moment, a guard came to report. "Your Highness, the 10th prince has arrived." "Let him in," Lu Chen said. Soon, the 10th prince, still showing signs of youthful innocence, entered the palace. "Fifth brother," he greeted. Lu Chen nodded. "Lan Yun, make some tea." "No, no, it's not necessary," the 10th prince hurriedly said. "I have other matters to attend to. I was just passing by the palace and thought I'd check on you, fifth brother, and share a little news." Lowering his voice, he said, "I heard recently that when the Wuchen sword sect was destroyed, it seemed the people of eldest brother and third brother passed through that area. That's all I can say. Fifth brother, be careful. Farewell." With that, the 10th prince quickly left the palace. Lu Chen merely glanced at him, and then withdrew his gaze, not taking it to heart. Lu Chen was well aware of how the Wuchen sword sect met its end. This little 10th prince had some thoughts, but his attempt at using others to do his bidding was still too naive. The palace returned to silence, with only the autumn wind rustling the yellowing leaves, creating a soft, rustling sound. A few more days passed, and the promising young talents from martial arts tea gatherings across the states began arriving in the imperial city. The Baiwu department, responsible for organizing the tea gathering, ushered participants into the grand training ground of the palace. The annual Imperial City Martial Arts Tea Gathering was about to commence. "Su brother, we meet again," a young man greeted with a smile. "Zhou brother," the one called Su brother responded. "Last time, I lost to you by a single move. This time, I've prepared well to reclaim my honor. Don't be careless, or even if I win, it won't be satisfying." "Ha!" The young man named Zhou laughed. "Su brother, your mouth is as sharp as ever after a year. I hope your blade is as sharp as your words. Let's see. Please, please." Everyone entered the training ground in an orderly fashion, gathering together. Familiar faces from last year mingled with newcomers of this year. They conversed, reminiscing about the past and discussing the present. Around the training ground, the palace guards formed a tight perimeter, prepared and vigilant. Sunlight bathed the training grounds, casting a blinding gleam off the iron armor of the imperial guards. Their eyes were sharp and vigilant as they scanned the area, observing everyone's every move. Before long, the princes entered in succession. Leading the way was the eldest prince, Lu Yun. As the firstborn of the emperor's consort before his ascension, he had accompanied his father through difficult times. Now seasoned and trained in the military, he walked with a commanding presence, exuding the boldness of a battle-hardened leader. Following closely was the second prince, with a plump figure and rosy complexion. Over the years, he had maintained his indulgent lifestyle, a lover of wine and luxury, much like his father. Next was the third prince, Lu Lang. With delicate features and gentle eyes, his demeanor was refined and scholarly, contrasting sharply with the martial vigor of his brothers. Holding a folding fan and wearing a white jade belt, he spoke softly and moved with elegance, embodying the grace of a cultured gentleman. Known for his kindness and understanding, Lu Lang was respected for his ability to connect with others and had many followers, making him a strong contender for the throne. Greetings to the princes. Long live your highnesses, the crowd shouted in unison. The three princes graciously replied, You may rise. Today is your celebration, enjoy it without concern for us. We wish you all great success and may you shine in your endeavors. They understood well that the attendees were the young talents of Yu, full of potential. Winning them over would be invaluable for the future. This was the true intention behind their father's arrangement for them to attend. However, these individuals needed to be tested for loyalty and reliability. The assassination attempt on Lu Chen at the martial arts tea gathering was not an isolated incident. Other princes had faced similar threats. However, unlike Lu Chen, they lacked his skill and influence, so their incidents drew less attention. It was undeniable that the Taiping sect had infiltrated the martial arts gatherings, planting agents within. As for this Imperial City martial arts tea gathering, no one could be certain how many of the Taiping sect's operatives were hidden among them, waiting for the right moment to act. The current state of Yu was precarious, with loyalty and betrayal difficult to distinguish, and many people hedging their bets between Yu and the Taiping sect. The safest course would have been to cancel this Imperial martial arts tea gathering. However, such a suggestion was not something they could easily propose. As everyone knows, the old emperor was a martial enthusiast, with a particular fondness for watching combat. Although the martial arts tea gathering wasn't as bloody or violent, it attracted many young talents from prestigious sects, making the event significantly more prestigious than others. This scene was enough to pique the old emperor's interest, and anyone attempting to halt it would likely find themselves unpopular. At this critical moment of selecting the heir, who would dare oppose the old emperor? Doing so would mean letting years of effort and preparation go to waste. The princes could only remain vigilant and take precautions to ensure everything went smoothly. Greetings, Your Highness. As the three princes arrived, the attendees of the tea gathering bowed in respect, and then resumed their hushed conversations. The other princes arrived one after another, exchanging simple greetings. Not all of the old emperor's 13 sons were noteworthy. The atmosphere shifted when the fifth prince, Lu Chen, appeared. His unique, aloof demeanor made him stand out, as if he were above the mundane world. After all, he was the youngest and most talented golden core master in the land. We greet Prince Chen. Everyone called out in unison. Lu Chen simply nodded slightly in response. One prince approached to greet him, Brother 5. Lu Chen merely nodded again, showing no interest in further conversation, leaving the prince feeling awkward. Seeing this, the eldest prince, Lu Yun, laughed heartily to break the ice. Our fifth brother has always been reserved, not to mention he's been troubled by matters outside the palace. It's best not to disturb him. Indeed, I didn't consider that, the prince quickly agreed. Lu Yun nodded to Lu Chen as a form of greeting, displaying a hint of elder brotherly demeanor. As the princes took their seats, maidservants brought out incense burners and tea leaves exclusive to the royal family, distributing them to each seat. These incense burners and tribute teas were new and had been inspected by experts from the royal court to prevent a repeat of the last martial arts tea gathering's mishap. After the previous incident, the royal court conducted a thorough investigation of the tribute tea and incense. However, the intricate web of relationships made it impossible to find any leads. Those involved were either the old emperor's favorites or high-ranking officials, causing the princes much frustration. They secretly planned that once they ascended the throne, a major overhaul of the royal court would be necessary. Otherwise, the grand capital of Yu would become as leaky as a sieve. The maidservants worked quickly, and soon the incense burned quietly, with wisps of smoke curling into the air. The aroma of the tea, released as it was brewed, filled the air, leaving a lasting impression. The preparations for the tea gathering were complete. Before long, a sharp voice echoed across the grounds. The old emperor is arriving. Everyone hastily knelt in greeting. Your sons greet you, father. We greet your majesty. Long live the emperor. The old emperor slowly took his seat on the dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. He spoke softly, Rise. Thank you, Father Emperor. The crowd stood and looked up. However, when they saw the figure on the throne, they were all taken aback. The old emperor's face was devoid of its usual rosy hue, replaced by an alarming pallor, as if drained of all blood. He seemed to have aged decades overnight, far removed from his former vigorous and majestic self, appearing instead as a frail old man who could pass away at any moment. He was no longer young, no longer valiant, no longer full of vigor, nor recklessly audacious. The old emperor had changed so much that the princes could hardly believe their eyes. In just a few days of absence, had their father aged so dramatically? The backlash from forcibly breaking through the 8th level of the Qing Tianbu Iju was indeed terrifying. The Tea Party contestants were also taken aback. Despite having heard rumors and mentally preparing themselves, witnessing the emperor, who seemed like a different person from last year, left them in shock. No wonder the Taiping sect had been acting so aggressively lately. They had seized this opportunity. Everyone quickly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened or been seen. Those who had emerged from various counties and states to be here were certainly no ordinary individuals. The martial arts tea party in the imperial city continued to follow the old rules, lasting until sunset. The old emperor, upon entering the training grounds, wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. I won't say much else, as I'm sure you're eager. I too am impatient to witness the talent of our current generation. He glanced at the princes, his gaze lingering briefly on Lu Chen before moving on. My sons, take a good look at which among these people have potential. Yes, your majesty. The princes responded in unison. All right, let's begin then. Yes. With the emperor's command, the tea party officially started. Soon, a contestant stepped forward. He first saluted the emperor and the princes, then called out, Brother Zhou, what are you waiting for? Let's warm up the crowd with the first match, shall we? It would be my pleasure, replied the contestant named Zhou, standing up. Brother Suyu, prepare yourself. Before the words were fully spoken, Zhou's figure blurred into a shadow, appearing instantly before Suyu with a direct sword thrust. Such petty tricks are not worth showing off, Suyu scoffed, drawing his blade. The domineering blade aura swept across the field, a visible white arc tearing through the air with a piercing whistle. Whoosh swoosh. The fierce wind roared, creating waves and making the spectators' clothes flutter. Yet, the old emperor and other tea party participants remained unmoved. The martial arts tea party in the imperial city was always like this. Those who reached this stage were top talents from various states. Without mastery of the Ming-Yi realm, one couldn't even set foot here. Thus, despite their restraint, such commotion was inevitable. The princes' expressions changed slightly. This was their first time attending the imperial martial arts tea party, and they couldn't help but worry. If there were infiltrators from the Taiping sect among them with ulterior motives, they glanced at the old emperor, who was watching with great interest, and sighed inwardly. Only Lu Chen, like the emperor, watched with keen interest. His eyes were fixed on Su Yu, a glint of intrigue flashing within them. The 9 styles of heavenly tribulation from the Ba Dao sect interesting. Lu Chen began to mentally deconstruct this set of techniques. Starting with the 9 forms of heavenly tribulation, Brother Su, you truly honor me with your skills. Intimidated by Su Yu's fierce blade aura, the other man showed a flicker of fear in his eyes and quickly changed his move. He clasped his sword with both hands, holding it upright before his chest, and lightly touched the tip with his fingers, channeling his inner energy. A stream of azure energy flowed from his fingertips into the blade, all the way to the hilt. The sword tip quivered slightly as he thrust it forward, invisible and formless, executing the sword command technique. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes flashed with a keen light, and he reversed his blade. He thought to himself, the sword command technique again. I suffered from this move last time, but let's see how I break it this time. With a resounding buzz, the domineering blade spun, emitting a piercing metallic clash. Break! Su Yu shouted, and a massive blade light swept across in all directions with unstoppable force, like 1,000 galloping horses, swallowing the vast land like a tiger. This was the 5th form of the 9 forms of heavenly tribulation. The opponent's expression changed at the sight, and quickly altered his move again. Sword command technique, returning light. A radiant blue sword flew from his hand, circling around Su Yu. The clash of sword and blade resounded with a thunderous roar. The violent momentum stirred waves upon waves, causing the tiles of the training ground to tremble and creak. The onlooking princes watched with twitching eyelids, feeling secretly worried. Crown Prince Lu Yun couldn't help but call over a guard and quietly asked, was the Imperial City Martial Arts tea gathering always like this? The guard respectfully answered, initially, it was not. Being in the palace, participants were quite restrained. His Majesty was displeased, saying they acted timidly, unlike real men, and urged them to let loose and not be overly cautious. Only then did they gradually open up. Lu Yun's mouth twitched slightly at this, casting a glance at the old emperor who was applauding in approval. The guard, observing his reaction, added, Your Highness, rest assured. Those who attend are the elites from various factions, and neither they nor their backers dare to act out and provoke the Dayu court's retribution. Moreover, His Majesty himself is a martial arts grandmaster, and even combined, these people are no match for him. Lu Yun sighed inwardly. In the past, it wouldn't have mattered. But now, the Taiping sect is particularly aggressive, daring to commit treasonous acts like seizing cities and assassinating princes. What won't they do? With the Taiping sect nearby, some sects may no longer fear the Dayu court. Besides, the current state of the Father Emperor is not what it used to be. Lu Yun looked again at the old emperor, noting his pallid, bloodless face and silver hair. His heart ached. Father is too old now. Hopefully, I'm just overthinking. Dismissing the guards, Lu Yun scanned the tea-gathering participants with vigilance. The other princes shared his thoughts, observing Su Yu's duel with caution. At this point, the only ones still interested were the old emperor and Lu Chen. The father enjoyed watching fights for entertainment, while the son studied their techniques. Lu Chen watched the scene intently. The sword command technique, a profound skill of the sword command villa, rivaled the 9 forms of heavenly tribulation from the domineering blade sect, both renowned mystical arts. Unfortunately, this person lacks mastery. The sword command technique emphasizes intent over form, yet this person focuses solely on form. Watching further serves no purpose. Sure enough, in no time, Su Yu's domineering blade broke through the sword command technique's barrier. A sharp blade light halted precisely at the opponent's neck, without the slightest deviation. Brother Zhou, it seems my 9 forms of heavenly tribulation are more advanced than your swordsmanship technique. The man's face darkened, his brows furrowed, and there was a hint of unwillingness in his voice. It's a matter of my own lack of skill, losing to Brother Su. You've seen me at my worst. His implication was that the 9 forms of heavenly tribulation weren't necessarily superior to the swordsmanship technique, but rather that he hadn't mastered it yet. Insulting his skills was one thing, but saying the swordsmanship technique was inferior was an affront to the reputation of their swordsmanship manner. Su Yu casually smiled and said, "The warm-up is over. Thank you for the match." With that, his eyes scanned the surroundings with a challenging look. Is there anyone else who is dissatisfied? Feel free to come and spar with me. The scene fell silent. The power of the 9 forms of heavenly tribulation from the dominating blade sect was renowned among the various mystical skills of the Great Yu, with each disciple being exceptionally powerful and unmatched by peers of the same level. Having defeated even the swordsmanship technique, others were even less inclined to invite trouble. Competing with him was simply not worth it. Since that's the case, I'll accept this first cup of tea. With no one stepping forward, Su Yu took the ancient Qingxin tea from the table and drank it in one go. He then paid his respects to the emperor and the princes and returned to his seat at ease. Next came the contest for the second cup of tea. The Yunxiang sword sect faced off against the Mu Mountain Gung family. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they immediately engaged in battle. A powerful aura erupted, with sword light like a rainbow and fists roaring through the air. However, following Su Yu's impressive performance, this bout seemed less spectacular and intense. This allowed the princes to breathe a sigh of relief, and while the old emperor still watched with interest, his enthusiasm had noticeably waned. Only Lu Chun remained eager, as he was more interested in the martial arts themselves rather than the competitors. Time flew by, and before long, the sun had shifted past noon, with the tea gathering more than halfway through. After several battles, whether due to age or the increasingly tedious nature of the event, the old emperor appeared somewhat fatigued and bored. Another match began. This time, 2 scholars took the stage, speaking in literary terms and wielding a flute and a zither. It was a refined display, lacking the blood-pumping excitement of close combat. The sound waves emanating from their instruments seemed more like a meeting of kindred spirits, harmonizing beautifully. At this moment, a faint sound of breathing came from the dragon throne. Everyone turned to see the old emperor had dozed off, propped up on his arm. The soothing sound waves deepened his slumber, and his breathing became more even. The princes withdrew their gazes, some fiddling with their fingers, others lowering their heads, each lost in their own thoughts. They all realized that their father was indeed aging, no longer as vigorous as before. The old eunuchs attending to him often mentioned that he was sleeping more than ever. The atmosphere subtly shifted. In this delicate ambience, the 2 scholars concluded their duel. If it weren't for the inappropriate occasion, they seemed inclined to compose a piece together on the spot. Brother Chen, let's discuss music theory another time, lest we overstay our welcome with the audience. Let's settle it with one decisive move. Just what I was thinking. Please, please. As soon as the words were spoken, the music changed sharply, transforming into a demonic sound that assaulted the ears. The frenzied notes poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. Amidst this overwhelming torrent, the flute's melody persisted. The penetrating flute sound was omnipresent, depicting scenes of great rivers and seas, clashing and intertwining with the opponent's overwhelming music. Suddenly, the air was filled with chaotic noise, as if demonic sounds were invading everyone's minds. The piercing sound waves felt like invisible blades scraping against their eardrums, causing everyone present to involuntarily frown with pained expressions. This was why they loathed dealing with the culture. Either they pretended to engage in refined artistic competitions or subjected others to this unbearable noise pollution. It was utterly exasperating. The crowd had no choice but to channel their inner strength, forming an invisible barrier around their ears to barely fend off the nauseating sounds. Meanwhile, amidst the tea party, several shadowy figures locked their eyes on the slumbering old emperor. Their eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as they thought to themselves, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity worth taking a gamble on. While everyone was distracted and agitated by the demonic noise, several dark glimmers shot forth like arrows, mingling with the sonic waves, aimed straight at the emperor on his throne. People only caught a glimpse of something unusual out of the corner of their eyes, as if time had frozen at that moment. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Wait, that's..." Instantly, all eyes focused on the scene, where several dark blades were already closing in on the emperor. Under the sunlight, the blades gleamed with a chilling light, their sharp tips tinged with an eerie green glow. Oh no, bold traitors! Protect His Majesty! Panic erupted as everyone hurriedly employed their skills to intercept the projectiles aimed at the emperor. However, the assassins, well prepared, were a step ahead. Boom! Powerful auras erupted from within the crowd. Some assassins moved to block any rescue attempts, while others seized the opportunity to launch a second deadly attack on the emperor. Amidst the clash of blades and shadows, the tea party descended into chaos, leaving everyone scrambling. Just as the assassins' blades were about to strike the sleeping emperor, a streak of azure light suddenly appeared, intercepting the projectiles. With a crisp clang, the light deflected all the weapons back toward the assailants themselves. The assassins were startled and quickly dodged. When the azure light landed with a clear sound, everyone realized it was merely a simple teacup. Astonished, they turned to see where it had come from. There stood 6th Prince Lu Huan and 5th Prince Lu Chen, with the teacup on Lu Chen's table now missing. Lu Chen, you! The assassins roared in frustration. You should be dead. We were so close to succeeding. Others breathed a sigh of relief, grateful the emperor had narrowly escaped harm. Arrest them all, someone shouted. These audacious scoundrels, seize them. Some guards immediately moved to apprehend the assassins, while others quickly formed a defensive perimeter around the emperor. Surprisingly, the old emperor seemed so exhausted that he remained asleep despite the commotion, oblivious to his brush with death. As the situation calmed down, the crowd began to confront the brazen assassins. Han Song, does your sect, Mio Fagate, have a death wish for daring to attack His Majesty? Someone accused. And you, Zhu Zhang, the imperial court has always been generous to your Luyan sect. When did you ally with the Taiping sect? Faced with these accusations, Han Song, Zhu Zhang, and their cohorts remained silent, wearing expressions of disdain, as if they deemed it beneath them to respond. Inwardly, they scoffed, a bunch of fools. Han Song, Zhu Zhang, and the others remained silent, yet their eyes were fixed on the direction of the old emperor. Alert princes like Lu Yun sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, realization struck them it was a ruse to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The real threat was, they remembered the guards who had rushed towards the old emperor and surrounded him. Before anyone could shout, "Watch out," an intense heat suddenly enveloped the entire training ground. Azure flames appeared out of nowhere, transforming the area into a realm of fire. The scorching temperature seared the earth, suppressing all malevolent forces. Before their eyes, the air shimmered with heat, creating a surreal scene. The pupils of the princes constricted sharply, and before they could react, a harrowing scream echoed from the direction of the dragon platform. Ah, it's hot. So hot. Yet the cries of agony vanished as quickly as they came, fading into nothingness. Turning their heads, they saw suits of armor melting rapidly in the azure divine flames, eventually turning into blue smoke, vanishing along with their owners. The azure divine flames, like an eternal presence, burned fiercely within the fire realm. Its master, a solitary figure as steadfast as an ancient pine, stood like an immovable pillar, calming the turbulent hearts of all present. Within the fire realm, silence reigned. After a long pause, a dry voice broke the silence. Qingtian Divine Flame. The Qingtian Divine Flame, the 7th level of the Imperial family's supreme skill, could only be mastered by those with exceptional talent, unwavering will, and extraordinary insight. More importantly, one must possess the rare ability of heaven and man induction to practice it. Just like the Blossoming Sword domain of the Luo family from the Blossoming Sword sect, only the most outstanding masters could master it, but not all top masters could achieve it. The Qingtian Divine Flame was even more challenging. To master the 7th level of the Qingtian Bujua, reaching the mystical state known as heaven and man induction, was essential. This was the martial transcendence pursued by Golden Core masters, and only by reaching this state could one glimpse the martial realm beyond the Golden Core master's level. All eyes were on Lu Chen, who controlled the fire realm, and their throats went dry. This was truly a dire situation. At that moment, the old emperor on the dragon throne had already regained consciousness. He quietly observed Lu Chen, who was surrounded by the endless divine flames, a fleeting vision of a blazing sun and crescent moon flashing in the depths of his eyes. Your son failed to detect the danger, causing Father Emperor to be startled. Lu Chen calmly retracted the Qingtian divine flame and met the old emperor's gaze. The old emperor paused, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Why do you say that, my son? Could it be? He looked around and suddenly realized the situation. Instantly, his expression turned furious. Scoundrels! You treacherous rebels dared to plot against me. You deserve death. All of you deserve death. In his rage, he rose and kicked over the dragon table. What is the Ministry of Internal Affairs doing? What are the Imperial Guards up to? And what about the Mirror Shadow platform? How are they overseeing the realm? Rebellion. It's all rebellion. Father, please calm down. Don't let this anger harm your health. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's rage intensified, his eyebrows twitching violently as he gripped the armrests of the dragon throne tightly. He glared at everyone in the hall, his voice trembling with fury. Calm down? How can I calm down? Look around. All of you look. He suddenly stood up, pointing at those present, criticizing each one. Lu Yun sect, Miao Fa sect. You received countless favors from my imperial court, and now you dare to bite the hand that feeds you, plotting against me. And these palace guards, I never expected even my own guards would conspire against me. Who can I trust now? The old emperor pounded his fist heavily on the dragon throne, the dragon head armrest twisting under his wrath. He roared. The entire palace is turning into a sieve. Damn traitors. Damn rebels. Is there not a single loyal subject left in our Great Yu? The people in the hall bowed their heads silently, though inwardly they grumbled. The palace becoming a sieve is all thanks to your overly astute judgment of character. Seeing no one respond, the old emperor's fury turned entirely towards the rebellious figures like Han Song and Zhu Zheng. He shouted harshly, "Damn rebels!" Han Song and Zhu Zheng showed no fear, meeting the old emperor's gaze and cursing, "Damn you, dog emperor! You tyrant! Your Lu family will meet its end one day." Hearing this, without waiting for the emperor's orders, the crowd rushed forward, slapping Han Song and the others mercilessly. The sound of slaps echoed, accompanied by angry rebukes. "You scoundrel! How dare you insult the emperor? Hit them again!" Only after Han Song and the others were beaten bloody and dazed did the old emperor speak. "Throw them all into the dungeon. Interrogate them thoroughly. Force them to reveal the mastermind. I want to see who is behind this." "Yes, your majesty." The guards responded, about to take the rebels away when the old emperor suddenly said, "Wait." His gaze swept over the princes present, pausing slightly on Lu Chun before moving on. "My sons, you will handle this personally. Right now, you are the only ones I trust in the palace. You must act justly, investigate thoroughly, and uncover the mastermind." The princes straightened, responding solemnly, "We will obey Father's decree. Rest assured, Father, we will root out all treacherous ministers and rebels to restore peace to our Great Yu court." The old emperor nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Good. 3 days from now at the Grand Court Assembly, I await good news from my sons." As he rose to leave, he glanced at the rebels again, anger rising as he commanded, "Take them away and give them 50 more lashes." "Yes, your majesty." Only then did the old emperor's anger slightly subside. With a flick of his robe, he departed the hall. The crowd respectfully bid farewell. "We respectfully see Father off. We respectfully see His Majesty off." Once the old emperor left, everyone straightened up, their eyes all falling on Lu Chun with a sense of awe. The other princes harbored deep-seated wariness and caution. At this moment, Lu Chun was no longer just a threat to the throne, but a significant obstacle on their path to the imperial seat. A 20-year-old martial arts master and a 20-year-old celestial sensing master are two entirely different concepts. The former is undoubtedly a genius, but not enough to keep them up at night. The latter, however, is enough to keep all the princes sleepless. Being an emperor requires more than just cultivation. It demands cunning, strategy, and the ability to govern. Standing in the center of the training grounds, Lu Chun surveyed the surrounding princes, pondering silently. He understood well that even a martial arts grandmaster would struggle to single-handedly oppose the entire imperial army. History is replete with grandmaster-level princes who were relegated to border defense, never ascending to the ultimate throne. In the royal world, talent and cultivation are merely embellishments. The royal family never lacks experts. With a single command from the emperor, countless powerful figures can be mobilized. However, Lu Chen's situation was entirely different. Reaching the Heavenman induction realm at just 20 meant he had surpassed all the accumulations of a grandmaster, likely on the brink of breaking through to the martial Heavenman realm. A transcendent being, the word heaven alone encapsulates the power of the Heavenman realm. Moreover, Lu Chun was practicing the world's top martial art, the Qingtian Baiju. This strength could replace royal experts in the emperor's eyes and compensate for Lu Chen's shortcomings in strategy, tactics, followers, and governance. In short, power can cover a multitude of flaws. Lu Chen speculated that in his father's eyes, he was probably the most dazzling prince now. With this thought, he glanced at the other princes, who exchanged glances and quickly masked the brilliance in their eyes. The 10th prince approached Lu Chun. "Fifth brother, thanks to you being here, things didn't get out of hand. Despite all our precautions, who would have thought even the imperial guards would sigh?" Lu Chun did not respond, instead deeply gazing at the departing figure of the old emperor. He suddenly realized he might have never truly understood this father, often labeled as a foolish ruler. The timing of the emperor's waking and sleeping was too coincidental. More importantly, while the emperor might deceive others, he couldn't fool Lu Chen's eyes. Just moments ago, Lu Chen caught a fleeting glimpse of the blazing sun and clear moon in the emperor's eyes, a clear sign of the Qingtian Baiju, at its 8th level. Judging by the proficiency in the sun-moon rotation, it was the result of years of cultivation, not a recent breakthrough. Chen couldn't help but marvel at how deeply his father had hidden his abilities. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen surveyed the other princes and tea party participants. He nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of regret. It was a pity he hadn't seen through everyone. Return to the palace, Chen said briefly, turning to leave the training grounds. Yes, his followers responded, trailing behind him. As Chen departed without a word, everyone was taken aback. Someone murmured, leaving just like that? Even if he doesn't want to bother with us, shouldn't he investigate the case? After a moment of silence, the first prince, Yun, shook his head and smiled. Our fifth brother is excellent in every way, but he's a bit too aloof. A bit aloof is good, the second prince laughed heartily. Fifth brother has been a martial arts fanatic since childhood. He's probably gone back to reading or training. Otherwise, how could he have reached the terrifying level of the Qingtian Shenyan at his age? I don't even know if I'll ever reach the 6th level of our family's ultimate skill, and fifth brother has already reached the 7th. It's truly sigh. Enough, the third prince interrupted. Let's talk about those traitors. Father only gave us 3 days. In 3 days, we have to investigate from the Imperial City Guards all the way to the Internal Affairs Office and the Mirror Shadow platform. It's no easy task. Ha ha, my dear elder brothers. Let's each rely on our abilities. I'll head out first. With that, a prince left, instructing his followers, to the Mirror Shadow platform. Yes, his followers replied. Seeing this, the other princes also began their actions. Some started with the Mirror Shadow platform, others with the Imperial City Guards, and some targeted the tea party participants. Suddenly, the princes and their followers were bustling around, and a wide-reaching storm quietly began to spread within the palace. 2 days later, the autumn atmosphere deepened, and the waves from the martial arts tea gathering at the royal palace spread throughout the capital. The trees in the outer city began to turn yellow, with scattered leaves drifting down with the wind. At the foot of the capital, in front of the renowned for its good values Zhe Xianju, Luo Feng rode slowly on his blood-smoke horse. Having just arrived in the capital and with nothing to do, Luo Feng once again visited this popular spot, where people from the martial world gathered. Zhe Xianju was not only an excellent place to gather first-hand information from all over you, but also occasionally a venue for some secret medicine black market deals. Hey, Master Luo, you're here. Xiao Hu, a nimble waiter, greeted him swiftly, skillfully taking the reins and leading the blood-smoke horse to the stable. His eyes were filled with flattery as he looked at Luo Feng. This Master Luo, he's very generous. I heard he lives in the inner city and has connections with a big figure in the palace, so we must serve him well. Master Luo, please, your usual seat by the window has been kept ready for you. Luo Feng casually tossed a silver ingot. For you. Xiao Hu beamed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, Master. Xiao Hu led Luo Feng up to the 3rd floor of Zhe Xianju, carefully wiping the tables and chairs, and setting up the tea set. Master, you came at the right time today. We just opened a new cask of Zhe Xian brew. It's incredibly fragrant and mellow. Would you like to try a couple of cups? By the way, we also invited Hong Yu from the Nuanxiang Pavilion across the street to play some music today. If you're interested, I could have a word with the owner to have her accompany you. Luo Feng waved his hand. Alcohol and beauty are distractions. Bring a pot of Qingxin and a pot of Ningxin. All right, Master, just a moment. Xiao Hu hurried downstairs to prepare the tea. Luo Feng looked down from the 3rd floor railing at the bustling crowd on the 1st floor. They were animatedly discussing. If it weren't for the royal family not being included in the world rankings, I'd love to see how those old masters feel being overshadowed by a 20-year-old. It must be quite a sight. Only 20 years old. Already at the level of Tianren Gainying, mastering the Azure Sky Divine Flame. What will he be like at 30? Forget 5th Prince. Let's call him Martial Prince. 5th Prince, Martial Prince. Hey, that's quite fitting. Such a prodigy. Never seen or heard of in nearly 1,000 years of DU. I'm afraid in less than 20 years, the entire martial world of DU will look up to this Martial Prince. Becoming the #1 under the heavens is just around the corner. The Martial Prince they were fervently discussing was none other than Chen. Luo Feng listened to these praises with a slight smile. He was secretly delighted, not for any other reason, but because he once fought this #1 Martial Prince to a draw. Master, your tea is here. Xiao Hu returned with a tray, pouring 2 cups of hot tea for Luo Feng. Go on with your work. Luo Feng gestured. Sure, Master, just call for Xiao Hu if you need anything. Xiao Hu respectfully withdrew. Taking a small sip of tea, Luo Feng thought, this tea is really fragrant today. He secretly resolved that when he became the head of the Luo family, he would record his feat of drawing with the martial prince in the family history as a legacy. He even considered having this inscribed on his tombstone. Luo Feng continued to sip his tea while listening to the conversations of the various martial world figures, also keeping an eye out for anyone dealing in black market goods. It wasn't until evening that he got up to leave. Just as he left Zhe Xianju, Luo Feng took the reins of his blood-smoke horse, ready to set off. In front of the drunken immortal tavern, two oddly dressed individuals brushed past Luo Feng. Their attire clashed with the customs of Daiyu, causing Luo Feng to frown and turn back. The overwhelming aura of wildness immediately made him realize they were from the wolf tribe. Relations between the wolf tribe and Daiyu had always been tense, with frequent conflicts. Citizens of both nations rarely crossed borders unless for necessary trade. Seeing wolf tribe members in the imperial city of Daiyu was indeed surprising. "Shopkeeper, bring us 2 jars of your best wine," one of the wolf tribe men demanded in a gruff voice. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. "Foreigners? What? You won't sell to us just because we're outsiders?" The wolf tribe man's tone was threatening. The shopkeeper quickly explained, "That's not it. It's just that foreigners are rare in the imperial city. Please wait a moment. The wine will be ready soon." Luo Feng observed closely. These two from the wolf tribe didn't seem to be causing any trouble, appearing to simply want to experience the culture of Daiyu and perhaps engage in some trade. He committed their appearances to memory before mounting his blood-red horse and returning to the inner city. At the Imperial Palace, in the Mirror Shadow Tower, this agency, responsible for monitoring the Imperial City, inspecting the realm, and investigating disturbances, had been turned upside down recently. The Crown Prince, Second Prince, and Third Prince had all visited repeatedly, gathering evidence without end. The Mirror Shadow Tower dared not resist in the slightest. This matter involved an assassination plot against the Emperor Colossal case. Any misstep, and everyone in the tower could lose their heads. They not only had to endure the prince's investigations, but also desperately conduct their own internal checks, hoping for a chance of survival. However, the deeper they dug, the more hopeless it seemed. The imperial court was intricately connected, with officials protecting each other. Thoroughly investigating internal traitors was no easy task. If pursued to the end, it might implicate several high-ranking figures. The Mirror Master was tormented with a splitting headache. Tomorrow was the Great Court Assembly. How would he account for everything? Randomly find scapegoats? Or wait for those powerful figures to intervene and suppress the issue? The current situation was unlike the past. The princes, the future leaders of Daiyu, were starting to assert themselves. They were eager to impress the emperor and were not as easily placated as he was. "Mirror Master, the Crown Prince is here," a subordinate reported. The Mirror Master's face twitched. "Here again. Hurry and invite him in." Lu Yun entered the Mirror Shadow Tower, and the Mirror Master promptly knelt in greeting. "Your humble servant greets your highness. May you live 1,000 years." Lu Yun remained silent, coldly observing the kneeling Mirror Master. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Mirror Master, tomorrow is the Great Court Assembly. Given the current situation, your Mirror Shadow Tower will not escape charges of neglect and failure to investigate, not to mention your unsavory dealings." "Your Highness, The Mirror Master began to defend himself, but Lu Yun waved his hand to cut him off. "When the water is too clear, there are no fish. As long as your dealings aren't excessive and you fulfill your duties, I won't hold it against you. Thank you, Your Highness, for your leniency." The Mirror Master felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Lu Yun continued, "This is the last day, so I won't mince words. I want to know who meddled with the changes in the palace guards. Tell me, and I will speak favorably on your behalf tomorrow, allowing you to redeem yourself through service." The Mirror Master hesitated. Behind Lu Yun, a bold swordsman holding a long blade quietly stood at the door. "Why fear them and not me?" Lu Yun's voice was as cold as a blade, striking at the deepest fears in the Mirror Master's heart. "Or do you think that in my Great Yu Kingdom, some people can truly rule with an iron fist? Don't forget who the true master of this land is," Lu Yun said with a heavy tone, patting the Mirror Envoy on the shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, the wild swordsman at the door suddenly turned his gaze sharp. The swordsman slowly unsheathed his long blade, and a chilling silver light flowed along the blade. An intense coldness accompanied by an overwhelming aura surged forward, as if it could slice through the Mirror Envoy's head at any moment. This pressure weighed heavily on the Mirror Envoy, making him shiver with fear. This swordsman was one of Lu Yun's retainers, a master at the peak of quick blade techniques. To prevent anyone from acting recklessly during the investigation of a palace traitor, Lu Yun had deliberately brought him along under the pretense of assisting the investigation. Sometimes, force is indeed more persuasive than words. Feeling the pressure from the large hand on his shoulder, the Mirror Envoy began to perspire cold sweat on his forehead. He knew he had no other choice. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yun left the mirror reflection platform with a grave expression. He looked up at the sky, and despite the clear autumn weather, he felt a sense of gloom. "Father," he sighed softly, filled with worry. Meanwhile, in the Lotus Pavilion of Jingxian Palace, Lu Chun was engrossed in reading the Eye of Life and Death. A faint black and white aura gently floated around him. His eyes displayed a peculiar sight. His left eye gradually turned from gray to a holy white, symbolizing the vigor of life. His right eye shifted from gray-black to pure black, representing the decay of death. Deep within these eyes of life and death, an almost imperceptible demonic light quietly blossomed. The autumn breeze gently blew, scattering the aura of life and death across the garden. Some flowers and plants became more vibrant and lush, teeming with life. Others suddenly turned yellow and withered away. Leaves fell one by one, rustling as they hit the ground. Lan Yun, sitting under a large tree and weaving a cloak, looked up to see the tree shedding dead leaves, which fell on her, cold and biting. She rubbed her hands together, shivering slightly. Lu Chun closed the eye of life and death, shutting his eyes to conceal the transformation and the hidden demonic nature within them. He sighed inwardly. This eye of life and death was indeed a legendary ancient technique, its power remarkable and far surpassing the heaven-grade martial arts of the Luo family. Among all the techniques he had studied, only the Lu family's ancestral sky blue unchanging art could surpass it. However, though this method was powerful, its demonic nature was equally unprecedented. Lu Chun had just completed the first layer, and its demonic nature was already astonishing. No wonder this technique was eventually sealed and discarded by the descendants of the sacred land, until it was lost and vanished without a trace. The sinister nature of this technique was indeed something that ordinary people could not control. With his eyes closed, a thread of azure glass-like fire quietly burned within Lu Chun, dispelling the demonic nature of the eye of life and death. The Lu family's sky blue divine flame was the ultimate nemesis of all evil and ominous forces. Under the burning of the divine flame, the demonic nature in Lu Chen's eyes gradually turned to nothingness. Just as he was focused on dispelling the demonic nature, a guard entered and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, Prince Huan is here." Lu Chen didn't open his eyes, only nodded slightly, and said, "All right." The guard then withdrew and left the Zhengxian palace. Moments later, the sixth prince, Lu Huan, hurriedly entered the Zhengxian palace. He sat beside Lu Chun and said gravely, "Brother, we have a big problem." "Oh, what problem?" Lu Chen asked. Lu Huan explained, "These past few days, we've been investigating the martial arts tea gathering case all over the royal city. The more I investigate, the more alarmed and powerless I feel." Lu Huan's brows were furrowed, his voice low and filled with concern. "Our Great Yu imperial court is almost rotten to the core." His gaze swept over to Lu Chun as he continued, "From the 5 departments of the imperial court to the guards of the imperial city, not a single one is clean. Our father truly has an eye for talent, doesn't he?" With a hint of sarcasm in his tone, Lu Huan continued, "And this involves several powerful figures and influential families. Of course, if our father were willing to give the nod, removing them wouldn't be a difficult task. But the problem is," his voice suddenly grew more serious, "there are 2 people, or rather 2 forces, that I'm afraid our father won't approve of taking down." "Which 2?" Lu Chen asked calmly, his eyes remaining closed. Lu Huan took out 2 booklets from his pocket, opening one that was densely filled with records of personnel changes in the palace over the years. His finger gently traced the page. "One is the Directorate of Ceremonial, filled with favorites and close associates personally promoted by our father." He glanced up at Lu Chun and continued, "Everyone knows our father's temper. If we dare to question the Directorate of Ceremonial, it's like openly accusing him of wrongdoing, showing no respect for the emperor. To topple the Directorate of Ceremonial, we might have to wait until our father." Lu Chen nodded slightly, signaling for him to go on. Just as Lu Huan was about to speak, he noticed that Lu Chun had kept his eyes closed the entire time. Concerned, he asked, "Brother, what's wrong with your eyes?" "Nothing. Go ahead," Lu Chen replied calmly. Though slightly puzzled, Lu Huan continued, "The other sigh." He sighed deeply. "The other is much more troublesome because it involves our grandmother, Empress Dowager Wu, and the Wu family behind her." His voice became even lower, as if revealing an unspeakable secret. Like many princes, during their power struggles, the maternal family is always the first to charge ahead. The old emperor was no exception. In his rise to power, the Wu family played a significant role. It's natural for the Wu family members to be heavily relied upon by the old emperor. But this reliance has its limits. Once those limits are exceeded, it leads to a terrifying consequence: a powerful maternal clan. Lu Huan's tone grew increasingly grave. "Our father indulges in pleasures and neglects governance, leaving many matters to be handled by others. Thus, the Wu family, backed by the Empress Dowager, has become the biggest beneficiary. Over the years, their influence in our Great Yu court has become deeply entrenched, even overshadowing the court itself." A flash of anger crossed his eyes. "Our investigation has been so difficult, largely due to the Wu family's deliberate obstruction and pressure. I fear that even this assassination attempt might have the Wu family's involvement." Lu Huan made no effort to hide his malicious speculation about the Wu family. He continued his analysis. "Princes are never lenient with powerful maternal clans. On one hand, each prince has his own maternal clan, and once he ascends the throne, the previous generation's maternal clan becomes a destabilizing factor and is naturally removed to support his own. On the other hand, unchecked power of a maternal clan, if allowed to peak. His voice suddenly turned icy. They might don the emperor's robe themselves, becoming the emperor, leaving no room for these princes. The current Wu family is showing such a trend. Being the emperor's dog is never as satisfying as being the emperor oneself. Lu Huan's tone grew heavier. Our investigation will inevitably touch upon the Wu family's interests. At tomorrow's court meeting, the Wu family will likely be the first to downplay the situation, pushing a few scapegoats to bear the blame and minimizing the impact. Our grandmother might even personally inquire about it. Toppling the Wu family in the short term is no easy task. Feeling a headache coming on, Lu Huan rubbed his temples, muttering to himself, facing the Wu family and the Directorate of Ceremonial. Even someone like me who enjoys scheming and strategizing can't help but feel a headache. Finally, he took a deep breath, his tone carrying a mix of resignation and determination. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. After listening to Lu Huan's investigation results, Lu Chen simply responded with a calm remark. This composed reaction left Lu Huan momentarily speechless. Brother, you're too calm. Lu Huan thought to himself, realizing that this composure was not without reason. His brother, Lu Chen, was already a top-tier Jinan master at a young age, having mastered the royal family's ultimate skill, the Azure Sky Divine Flame. Such strength allowed him to compete with the veteran powerhouses on the heavenly and earthly rankings. It wouldn't be surprising if he soon broke through to become a martial arts transcendental being, reaching new heights. In Lu Chen's eyes, the Wu family and the Directorate of Ceremonial were probably no different from ordinary people. The only concern might be Wu Taiho, the Empress Dowager behind the Wu family who was also their grandmother. Lu Chen spoke slowly, his voice steady. With father and grandmother around, moving against the Wu family can only be done gradually. Being anxious won't help. It's better to wait patiently for them to slip up. He paused, a sharp glint in his eyes. If the Wu family truly harbors treacherous intentions, once they start such acts, there's no turning back. If you're anxious, they'll be even more so. Lu Huan, after listening, sat back down and nodded silently. You're right. As the two talked, the demonic aura in Lu Chen's eyes was quietly refined away by the Azure Sky Divine Flame. He opened his eyes, his gaze intense. Tomorrow, everything will become clear. The next day, at the Grand Court Assembly in the Hall of the World. In the court, civil and military officials bowed their heads, not daring to meet the eyes of the old emperor on the throne, who was radiating immense fury. Attempting to assassinate the emperor was a crime of treason that no ruler could tolerate. The old emperor's wrath would not be quelled without lives being taken. The Hall of the World was deathly silent, the officials as quiet as cicadas in winter, fearing being caught in this storm. The old emperor's icy gaze swept over everyone, as if he intended to execute any displeasing minister on the spot. After a while, a cold snort broke the silence. Humph, the old emperor said coldly. Why isn't anyone speaking? Aren't you all usually quite articulate? Whenever I say something, you have a lot of theories. Why have you turned mute now, huh? Hearing this, the officials lowered their heads even further. Humph, a bunch of useless fools, the old emperor fumed. From the 5 departments of the imperial court to the guards of the imperial city, not a single one of you is useful. These traitorous assassins boldly walked into my palace and even colluded with my guards, yet you were completely unaware. If not for my son, this Great Yu Palace would have long been in the hands of traitors. You all deserve to die. Growing more enraged, the old emperor grabbed an object from the dragon desk and hurled it at an unfortunate minister. Bang! The minister, head bleeding, quickly knelt and pleaded. Please calm your anger, your majesty. Please calm your anger. Calm my anger. The old emperor laughed in rage. If I calm my anger anymore, this palace will be riddled with holes by you dogs. A bunch of useless scum. At this moment, the princes all stepped forward together. Your majesty, we have something to report, they all said in unison. Father, we have also discovered the true culprit behind this case. The old emperor's gaze softened a bit. My sons have not let me down. Good. Let's hear it. Eldest, you start. As you command. Lu Yun stepped forward, respectfully presenting 2 pieces of evidence. Father, these are records thoroughly investigated by the Mirror Shadow platform and the Imperial City Guards. They contain records of the movements of the palace guards in recent years and verification of the identities of various guards. The old emperor took the records and carefully examined them. Suddenly, he slammed the records onto the dragon desk with a deafening bang. Well, very well indeed. The old emperor's roar thundered through the hall of the floating world, his eyes wide with rage. You dare to engage in the buying and selling of official positions right at the heart of my imperial court? His gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing through the mirror envoy and the guardian of the imperial city kneeling below. Cold sweat poured from the 2 men, and they trembled so violently they couldn't utter a single word in defense. At that moment, Crown Prince Lu Yun stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. Father, I fear this involves more than just these 2. Such a large operation must have a bigger protector manipulating things from the shadows. Standing to the side, Lu Chen couldn't help but recall a few classic lines from his past life. If you don't take it, how can I take it? If I don't take it, how can Commissioner Gung take it? If Commissioner Gung doesn't take it, how do we advance? He sighed inwardly, thinking these people must be too eager to advance. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the old emperor's eyes as he suppressed his towering anger and asked, "Son, do you have any leads?" Lu Yun nodded solemnly. After careful investigation and gathering multiple clues, coupled with the mirror envoy's willingness to repent, he has identified the mastermind. I have uncovered the vast network behind them. As he spoke, his eyes scanned all the officials present. When he saw Wu Zhen, the head of the Department of Punishment, he hesitated slightly, but ultimately chose to pass over him. Although the Wu family was involved, there was no conclusive evidence of treason. Mere involvement in the buying and selling of positions was not enough to topple the powerful Wu family. Acting rashly would inadvertently benefit other princes. Lu Yun then pointed to other high-ranking officials. In addition to the Guardian and the Mirror Envoy, there's the head of the Department of Rights, the head of the Department of Works, the head of the Department of Punishment. Each time he named someone, it was as if they were struck by lightning, falling to their knees and pleading, "Your Majesty, spare us. We were forced." Lu Yun identified over a dozen senior officials and presented a detailed dossier containing the Mirror Envoy's confession and irrefutable evidence of the buying and selling of positions. The old emperor glanced at it briefly before erupting in fury. "Treason! This is treason. You scoundrels, what do you take my court for? A gambling den or a tavern?" He glared at the officials begging for mercy, his anger intensifying. "Look, just look. It is because of these treacherous officials that my palace has been infiltrated by rebels." Bang! The old emperor slammed his dragon throne, shouting, "Guards!" The palace guards outside immediately rushed into the hall. "Your Majesty, drag these traitors out and execute them," the old emperor commanded harshly. "I will cleanse the Great Yu imperial court of its filth with their blood." The guards swiftly moved, dragging the officials out of the hall of the floating world. Blades gleamed, and cold light flashed. Terrified, the officials cried out in despair, "Spare us, Your Majesty! Spare us!" Their desperate pleas echoed outside the hall, unable to change their fate. In the hall of the mortal realm, a group of ministers knelt on the ground, tearfully pleading for mercy from the old emperor. "We have served the Great Yu Dynasty diligently for over a decade. Even if we have no merit, we have labored hard. We beg Your Majesty's compassion," they cried, their voices filled with fear and despair. An official claiming to be from the Department of Heavenly Works was particularly desperate, pleading hoarsely, "Your Majesty, please grant this sinner one more chance to reform. I dare not offend again, I dare not. Your Majesty, you cannot kill me. I am the Department of Heavenly Works Alanal. Without me, there would be chaos, and the court would be left without capable people." The old emperor listened to these pleas with a cold smile on his face. His eyes glinted dangerously, and his voice was as chilling as ice. "Another chance? To plant rebels and attempt to assassinate me again." His gaze turned to the official from the Department of Heavenly Works, his anger intensifying. "And you? Threatening me as well?" The old emperor suddenly stood up from the dragon throne, his eyes wide with fury, and a terrifying murderous aura filled the hall. His voice thundered, "The Great Yu is full of talent. Do you think without you it would collapse and fall? Guards, execute this dog with 1,000 cuts. No, 10,000 cuts. By your command." The guards responded in unison, swiftly dragging the official from the Department of Heavenly Works out of the hall. Outside the hall of the mortal realm, the sound of swords being drawn was incessant. Soon, heads rolled to the ground with a dull thud. The stench of blood quickly permeated the air, carried inside by the cold wind, sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. The tortured screams of the official echoed outside the hall. "Ah, Your Majesty, ah!" His cries gradually weakened. The old emperor's cold gaze swept through the hall, making every minister feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, bowing their heads even lower, fearful of becoming the next victim. When the cries outside finally ceased, the old emperor appeared somewhat relieved, half reclining on the dragon throne. He turned to the eldest prince, Lu Yun, his tone slightly softened. "Eldest, continue. Tell me how many more traitors are hiding." Lu Yun shook his head, contemplating how to use this opportunity to eliminate rivals and strengthen his own faction. But he was also aware of the powerful factions within the court, such as the Wu, Luo, Wang, and Gongsun families, which were not easily influenced. Reporting to father, Lu Yun said calmly, "Time is of the essence, and these are the ones I've managed to identify for now. However, by following the trail, we can certainly uncover more of the court's parasites." The old emperor nodded approvingly. "Well done. My son is indeed capable, very good." Lu Yun continued, "This is not solely my achievement. It is the result of my brothers working together and conducting separate investigations. It is because of our unity that we were able to uncover the sordid dealings behind the Tea Party case in such a short time. This was indeed the case. After learning the truth behind the case, the princes realized that the court's core was deeply corrupt. Faced with such a mess, they decided to unite against external foes first, eliminating certain individuals to create opportunities for themselves. As for what followed, it would depend on their individual abilities. Had this not been the case, when Lu Yun announced the names, influential figures from other prince factions would have immediately emerged to oppose and pressure, exchanging evidence and protecting their own interests, leading to chaos. It would never have been this smooth. The old emperor's smile grew brighter, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. His voice was filled with contentment. My sons have all grown up and are now capable of resolving the nation's issues. I am very pleased. He repeatedly praised. Good, good, good. At this moment, the third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward with a serious expression and said, Father, those traitors are deeply entrenched in the court, with vast influence. Their followers and former subordinates are scattered throughout the government, and it may be difficult to trust them. Even if we keep them, there's no guarantee they won't harbor ulterior motives. Hearing this, the old emperor waved his hand confidently. What's the difficulty in that? In our Great Yu, can we not find a few talented pillars to rely on? He scanned the ministers in the hall with sharp eyes. Speaking of which, the Golden Autumn examination is approaching. We can expand the admission quotas this time, thoroughly investigate the candidates' backgrounds, and select a group of people with clean backgrounds and unwavering loyalty to inject fresh blood into the court. As he spoke, the old emperor paused and his gaze swept over the ministers in the hall. They all straightened their backs, displaying an air of loyalty and willingness to take on the nation's burdens. The old emperor noted this with a silent, mocking smile. What a bunch of useless fools. Ignoring the self-important ministers, he turned his attention to his sons. Eldest, he called. Here, father. Lu Yun immediately responded. The old emperor's voice carried an undeniable authority. Now, apart from you, my closest kin, I can't trust anyone else. Listen carefully. Until the Golden Autumn examination, the Tianqing department will temporarily be under your control. Lu Yun respectfully accepted. Yes, I will not disappoint you, father. The old emperor nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the second prince. Second, you will oversee the Tiangong department. I obey. The second prince replied promptly. Third, you will manage the Lifa department. The old emperor continued to assign responsibilities. When it came to Lu Chun, the old emperor's tone suddenly became hesitant. Fifth, his gaze was profound, as if contemplating a significant decision. Everyone in the hall held their breath, some secretly speculating whether the emperor was still wary of the Lu family's unsavory history. However, the old emperor's next word struck everyone like a thunderbolt. Fifth, you are a top master at the pinnacle of the heavenly sense realm. To let you handle these trivial court matters feels like a waste of your talents. He paused and continued. So, fifth, I appoint you as the commander of the Imperial City Guards. Apart from the palace guards, all troops within the Imperial City will be under your command. Only with a master of your caliber overseeing the Imperial City Guards can I sleep soundly. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the old emperor in disbelief. Commander of the Imperial City Guards, in charge of the city's troops. This was real military power. Although the Imperial City troops numbered just over 10,000, mainly responsible for daily patrols and maintaining some city security, their strategic importance was unparalleled. The commander of the Imperial City Guards controlled the key entry and exit points of the city, serving as the first line of defense for the entire Yu. All personnel and goods entering or leaving the city had to pass through the Imperial City's defenses. In other words, the flow of people and materials in and out of the city would be in Lu Chen's hands. Everyone looked blankly at the old emperor, secretly thinking, and you call this distrust of Lu Chen? If Lu Xingxi had received such treatment back then, how many years earlier would his father have died? As soon as this was said, the court erupted. Several ministers immediately jumped up, their faces filled with anxiety and unease. Your Majesty, a minister dressed in ornate robes exclaimed, the power of the commander of the Imperial Guards is too great. If Lu Chun assumes this position, won't our other factions be suppressed to the point of suffocation? This is absolutely unacceptable. Another elderly minister, with graying hair, hurriedly concurred. Your Majesty, have you forgotten the Blood Moon Rebellion orchestrated by Emperor Gingshi? We implore your Majesty to learn from history. The mention of the Blood Moon Rebellion instantly cast a pall over the hall. Everyone knew it was the coup launched by Lu Xingxi, the Emperor Gingshi, when he killed his father to seize the throne, a scandal the Lu family wished to forget. Bringing it up in front of the emperor was tantamount to suggesting that the current sovereign might also become a tyrant. The old emperor's face darkened immediately, his gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping over the ministers who had spoken. Blood Moon Rebellion? He said coldly, his voice carrying undisguised anger. Do you see me as a tyrant? The ministers instantly realized their grave mistake and quickly knelt, pressing their foreheads to the cold floor. We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare at all, they stammered, their voices trembling. We were just overly concerned for your majesty, which led us to speak recklessly. Wouldn't dare, the old emperor sneered. It seems to me you dare quite a lot. Not only insinuating that I'm a tyrant, but also trying to sow discord between me and my son. His voice rose with fury. At the martial arts tea gathering, if it weren't for my fifth son intervening in time, would I still be alive now? If not for my fifth son, should I rely on you useless drunkards? A bunch of impudent dogs. The old emperor suddenly waved his hand and shouted harshly. Take them out and behead them. Spare us, your majesty. Spare us. The terrified ministers pleaded desperately, but their cries did not elicit any mercy from the emperor. The guards acted swiftly, and with a few swift cuts, blood soon stained the floor of the hall. The atmosphere grew even more stifling, and the remaining ministers were silent, not daring to make a sound. The old emperor's gaze swept over the court ministers again, still fuming. A bunch of incompetents. When there's work to be done, none of you are useful, but when there's scheming and plotting, you all run faster than anyone else. Useless. Useless. All of you are useless. Please calm down, your majesty. Please calm down. The ministers quickly knelt and begged for forgiveness. The old emperor ignored their pleas and turned to Chen, speaking firmly. My fifth son, I entrust the first line of defense of the imperial city to you. If anyone dares to make a move, kill them. Chen nodded solemnly. I obey, father. Good. The old emperor nodded in satisfaction. With this, the citizens under my rule can rest easy. Then, the old emperor began assigning duties to the other princes. My sixth son, you will oversee the mirror shadow platform, responsible for supervising the key affairs of the imperial city and monitoring the realm. Yes, I obey, father. Lu Huan responded respectfully. The old emperor continued to distribute duties, filling the vacancies in the court. He assigned roles to 13 princes, each appointment causing the ministers to tremble with fear. With my sons holding the central positions in court, I can finally feel at ease. The old emperor sighed with relief, a smile finally appearing on his face. The court ministers quickly chimed in. Congratulations, your majesty. The unity between you and your sons will surely lead our Great Yu to once again achieve the glorious prosperity of the founding and Gongshi emperor's eras. This flattery pleased the old emperor. He laughed. You finally said something I like to hear. Hurrah! After laughing, the old emperor's expression darkened again, as if he remembered something. With a murderous tone, he asked, by the way, what about the sex of those rebels at the tea gathering? A minister immediately responded, Your Majesty, the Miaofa sect and the Luyun sect have yet to respond. Other sects explained that they were unaware and allowed the Taiping cult rebels to tarnish their reputation. They promised to thoroughly investigate their sects to prevent any further infiltration and brainwashing by the Taiping cult. To show their apology, they are willing to increase their tribute by 3 years to compensate the royal court for its losses. The old emperor listened and nodded thoughtfully, the tension in the hall rising once more as everyone awaited his next decision. The silence from the Miao Fa sect and Luyun sect was like an invisible barrier that fueled the old emperor's fury. His icy gaze swept across the court, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I have contacted the nearby prefectures to investigate, and they dare to activate their mountain guarding formations and shut themselves off from the world. The old emperor let out a cold laugh, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. So you wish to isolate yourselves from the world? I will see how you manage that. He slammed his hand on the table. Guards. Your Majesty. The guards responded promptly. Send my decree to Fengzhou City to lead the army and break through the shells of Miao Fa sect and Luyun sect for me. The emperor's voice was as cold as ice. Within 2 days, all under the banner of Miao Fa sect and Luyun sect, he paused, spitting out 2 chilling words. Kill them. Leave no one alive. As you command. The court officials responded in unison, the air thick with a murderous aura. Afterward, the old emperor dealt with some court trivialities, gradually feeling the onset of fatigue. He yawned and announced, I am weary. That will be all for today. Dismiss the court. Your son bids farewell to Father Emperor. We, your subjects, bid farewell to your majesty. As the old emperor departed, the tense atmosphere in the court relaxed abruptly. The officials gathered according to their factions, eagerly discussing the recent court session. Occasionally, curious glances were cast towards Chen, but he stood there, lost in thought. For Chen, from the assassin incident at the martial arts tea gathering to the current court purges, and the princes entering the court's core, everything seemed to be under the control of his father, who had mastered the art of Qing Tian Riyuming. However, being appointed as the ruler of the imperial city, a role that was starkly different from that of the other princes, made him wonder if this was yet another trap. Just then, a courtier stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, Prince Chen, on being appointed as the ruler of the imperial city. From now on, The realm of the Imperial City is under your control. Lu Chen merely nodded before leaving the floating world hall. He pondered to himself, since this is the case, let's see how big this fish really is. Seeing Lu Chen leave, the forces of the Luo family didn't bother engaging with others and hurried to follow him. The court was left with princes and officials, each with varying expressions. Meanwhile, at the prosperous Blossom Sword sect in Fengzhou, Luo Xiaoming entered the council hall excitedly. Brother, good news. Luo Shuyuan looked up, dispelling the sword aura that had gathered around him. From the Imperial City? Yes, a letter from Fenger, saying that Chun'er has been appointed as the ruler of the Imperial City. Luo Shuyuan's eyes widened instantly. Ruler of the Imperial City? What about the other princes? They have been assigned to oversee the 5 departments of the court and key positions like the Mirror Shadow platform. Luo Shuyuan was silent for a moment, frowning slightly. That's a significant difference. Wasn't it said recently that Chun'er was suspected by the Emperor, worried about the recurrence of the Blood Moon Rebellion? Especially after Chun'er revealed the Qing Tian Divine Flame, such talent even surpassing that of the former Emperor Lu Xingxi. Logically, the Emperor should be more wary of him. Luo Xiaoming nodded in agreement, indeed. But after careful consideration, assuming the role of ruler of the Imperial City seems to have no disadvantages. Luo Shuyuan stared out the window, his brows slightly furrowed. He turned to Luo Xiaoming, his tone steady yet tinged with urgency. Next, we must swiftly replace the commanders and guards at the 4 gates of the Imperial City with the elite of the Luo family. This will not only control the entry and exit of the city, but also allow us to act swiftly and decisively in emergencies. Luo Xiaoming nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic. Brother, did the Wu family exhibit any unusual behavior at the recent Grand Court Assembly? A glint flashed in Luo Shuyuan's eyes. Taking advantage of the Emperor's assassination attempt, we eliminated many officials and allowed 13 princes to enter the court and share power. This undoubtedly touched the core interests of the Wu family. They won't accept it easily. Interestingly, Luo Xiaoming shook his head, a hint of mockery in his voice. The Wu family remained unusually silent this time, not uttering a word at the assembly. Either they have something to hide and don't dare expose themselves before the Emperor, or they're lulling the princes into complacency while secretly plotting something. Either way, we must be wary of them. Luo Shuyuan pondered for a moment before decisively ordering. Third brother, immediately gather a contingent of the Luo family's elite to head to the Imperial City. Chun'er has just taken command of the city's military forces, and this is the time when manpower is crucial. Pull resources from wherever possible to prioritize Chun'er's needs. Understood, I'll handle it right away. Luo Xiaoming turned to leave, but was halted by Luo Shuyuan. Wait, Luo Shuyuan's expression turned grave. What's the status of the investigation into the Yuan on Dingyue Road? Luo Xiaoming paused, his face darkened. No leads yet. I've personally dismantled several Taiping cult hideouts over the past few days and captured a few minor leaders, but they know nothing about the Yuan. It seems the Yuan is a top secret within the cult, inaccessible to anyone below the rank of Hall Master. Luo Shuyuan mused. As expected, I've also been combing through the ancestral records and manuscripts of the Luo family and sent people to search for folktales, looking for any clues about the Yuan. Any discoveries? Luo Xiaoming asked eagerly. Luo Shuyuan retrieved an old booklet from his chest, motioning for Luo Xiaoming to come closer. Take a look at this. Luo Xiaoming focused on it, his brows raised immediately. Year 37 of Tianfeng? Indeed. Luo Shuyuan nodded. Mention year 37 of Tianfeng, and most might not recall it. But speak of the Blood Moon Rebellion, and who wouldn't know? That was the year before Emperor Gingshi, Lu Xingxi, ascended the throne. Excitement flashed in Luo Xiaoming's eyes as he read on. The booklet recounted a horrifying incident. In year 37 of Tianfeng, Jingzhou fell into chaos. A powerful yuan suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc on 29 cities and consuming the life force of nearly 7 million souls, becoming an uncontrollable calamity. The two brothers exchanged a glance, seeing the gravity and vigilance in each other's eyes. This discovery might unravel the mystery of the yuan, but it also hinted that a greater crisis might be looming. Emperor Tianfeng was furious and commanded the Night King and the Skyblade King to lead a million-strong army against the Great Nightmare. These two royal powerhouses set out with their forces, sweeping through everything in their path like an unstoppable force. On the battlefield of Jingzhou, the massive army engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the Great Nightmare. For 7 days and nights, the clashing of swords and the cries of battle filled the air. The land of Jingzhou was left in ruins, its mountains and rivers forever changed by this epic conflict. When the battle finally ended, the Great Nightmare was vanquished, but not a single soldier from the million-strong army survived. Even more shocking was the disappearance of the Night King and the Skyblade King, as if they had vanished into thin air. Reading this, Luo Xiaoming couldn't help but question the authenticity of the secret records. He pondered to himself, a million-strong army attacking a single state, led by two of the most renowned royal powerhouses, should have been enough to crush any dominant sect of the time. Yet, according to these records, it ended in mutual destruction with the Great Nightmare. What was even more perplexing was that the official royal records stated the Night King and the Skyblade King had died due to internal conflict. This contradiction left Luo Xiaoming deeply puzzled. However, upon discovering that the author of this secret record was none other than the founder of the Flourishing Sword sect, the legendary Luo family patriarch, who created the Flourishing Sword technique, had to reconsider the credibility of this account. Luo Xiaoming was astonished, thinking, could the nightmare have been that powerful? If so, what about the Taiping sect? He shook his head, interrupting his thoughts. This matter is uncertain. I just hope that what our ancestor recorded was merely an anomaly. Otherwise, we're in big trouble. With that, Luo Shuyuan carefully put away the secret record, wrapping it among a pile of ancient books. When they go to the capital, have them deliver this bundle of ancient texts to Chen. Whether true or false, it's best to be informed and prepared. Understood, I'll make sure they know, Luo Xiaoming replied solemnly. Luo Shuyuan then took out an exquisite silk pouch from his bosom, containing the special paper roll he had received, with words like, beware of the nightmare written on it. Despite racking his brains, he couldn't figure out who could be aware of the Taiping sect's movements and send them a warning in advance. Lu Chen might have a clue, Luo Shuyuan mused. But even if he doesn't, he must be informed about this. Given the current situation, there are too many uncertainties, and it's hard to distinguish friend from foe. Only by knowing everything can we devise a foolproof plan. He instructed seriously. This pouch must be given to Chen. Remember, only Chen can open it. Not even Fenger. Not even Fenger. Luo Xiaoming recognized the gravity of the situation and immediately assured. All right, I'll personally see to it. Go now, Luo Shuyuan waved him off. The next day, outside the Zhengxian Palace in the capital, there was a bustling scene. The Silver Armor Army, led by Luo Feng, had selected a few elite guards to stand watch at the palace gates. Meanwhile, a crowd of people had gathered outside, eager to present their gifts. Young General, this is a token of my master's sincerity, please accept it. Take a look at this, it's of the finest quality. I've long admired the reputation of the fifth prince. Each gift giver had their own motives. On one hand, those involved in the capital's gray market inevitably had dealings with the palace guards, prompting them to pay protection fees. On the other hand, the special treatment the old emperor afforded to the fifth prince, Lu Chun, hinted at the possible future heir, prompting them to align themselves early. Even if they couldn't take sides, making themselves known was beneficial. Outside the palace gates, the overly enthusiastic gift givers created a constant commotion, while inside, it seemed like a different world. The silver-armored guards maintained a faint smile in the face of various flattery, conducting their duties impartially and with decorum. Within the Zhengxian Palace, Lu Chun quietly perused the book in his hands, focused and composed. Not far away, under a large tree, Lan Yun was diligently weaving a cloak. Her fingers deftly maneuvered through the threads, working faster than usual. As autumn deepened, piles of wool and thread accumulated in the palace, making Lan Yun's work increasingly busy. Finally, she finished the last stitch, carefully putting away her needle and thread, and meticulously tidied the cloak's fur. She gently smoothed out every wrinkle to ensure the fur was sleek. With a joyful smile, Lan Yun approached Lu Chun and respectfully said, Your Highness, I have completed the cloak. Would you like to see if it fits? She softly draped the pure black cloak over Lu Chen's shoulders. The luxurious fur highlighted Lu Chen's slender figure, accentuating the noble aura of a prince from the Long family. The deep black added a touch of mystery to his demeanor, drawing a second glance from anyone nearby. Lan Yun reached out again, attentively straightening the fur and smoothing any creases in Lu Chen's clothes. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she asked softly, How is it? Lu Chen nodded slightly. Not bad, your skills have improved. The simple compliment made Lan Yun beam with happiness. I'm glad you like it. There are still many rare materials in the palace. I will make more for you while the day is still young. Yes, select some of the finest and send them to Mother Consort, Lu Chen instructed. Yes, Your Highness, I'll do that right away, Lan Yun replied cheerfully, bouncing away. Watching Lan Yun's joyful retreat, Lu Chun smiled knowingly, removing the cloak and placing it neatly aside. For someone at his level, the seasons were irrelevant, and clothing was merely decorative. However, the tranquility of Zhengxian Palace allowed Lan Yun to pass the time with something she enjoyed. Not long after Lan Yun left, a silver-armored guard entered, respectfully presenting a list. Your Highness, this is the list of gift givers. Lu Chen glanced at it briefly and instructed, Send it to the inner city, to Luo Feng. He knows what to do. Yes, Your Highness, the guard replied, then reported. Your Highness, the Luo family has received the order, and their entourage is on the way to the imperial city. Lu Chen nodded. Very well, you may go. After the silver-armored guard left, Zhengxian Palace returned to its usual calm. The autumn wind blew gently, bringing a chill. Lu Chun reopened the Eye of Life and Death, continuing his deductions and completions. About an hour later, urgent footsteps were heard outside Jingshin Palace. A servant hurried in, reporting, "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your presence." Lu Chun closed the Eye of Life and Death, frowning slightly. "Grandmother? What is it about?" "The Empress Dowager hasn't seen you in a while and misses you dearly, Your Highness," the servant replied. "Is it just me she's calling for?" "Yes, Your Highness." Lu Chun pondered. Missing him, yet only calling for him. Was it about the position of the commander of the imperial city, or was it related to the Wu family behind her? Recalling the Wu faction's silence at the Grand Court meeting, Lu Chun speculated. Could the Wu family be seeking a new path, or did grandmother have something special to convey? "Prepare the carriage," Lu Chun ordered decisively. "Yes, Your Highness." The servant immediately went to make arrangements. Shortly after, Lu Chun arrived at Xuanqing Palace. In the garden, he saw an elderly yet still dignified lady trimming the flowers. Her movements were slow, but her face radiated a gentle and warm smile. "Grandson Lu Chun greets grandmother." Lu Chun greeted respectfully. The elderly lady turned at the sound, revealing herself as the Empress Dowager Wu, Lu Chun's grandmother and the birth mother of the old emperor. She wore the familiar warm smile that Lu Chun remembered. In his memory, grandmother was always kind and gentle, patient with everyone, especially indulgent with her grandchildren. Empress Dowager Wu looked at Lu Chun with affection, remarking, "In the blink of an eye, our little Chunner has grown so much. I remember when you were young, you all eagerly helped me trim the flowers, ruining quite a few in the process." Empress Dowager Wu's voice carried a gentle, amused tone as her gaze swept over the vibrant garden before her. She gestured lightly toward the bucket of flowers on the table and said to Lu Chun, "Chunner, if you're not too tired, would you mind helping me trim these flowers?" "Of course," Lu Chun replied, picking up the bucket and moving to stand beside Empress Dowager Wu. His keen eyes detected a faint aura of death around his grandmother, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Although she practiced martial arts, her skills were not profound, and her lifespan was like that of an ordinary person. Thanks to the royal family's precious medicinal concoctions, living to over 120 years was indeed remarkable. "Grandmother, you should rest more," Lu Chun gently advised, contemplating the age-old dilemma of longevity. Empress Dowager Wu shook her head, continuing to focus on trimming the branches. "My days are numbered. While I still have some strength, I want to tend to this garden, so I can meet the late emperor with a clear conscience." Her eyes scanned the surroundings, a hint of nostalgia in them. "This garden is one of the few things the late emperor left me." She pointed to a tall tree, her voice tinged with reminiscence. "This tomorrow tree, the late emperor and I planted it together. We promised that once it bloomed and bore fruit, he would conquer the wolf tribe and take me to the Wolf Valley to see the most beautiful sunset in the world. But alas." Empress Dowager Wu sighed softly, her eyes reflecting a trace of regret. "He left me before it could bloom. He was always so ambitious, with a temper that couldn't be swayed, stubborn like a child." Lu Chun listened quietly, picturing his grandfather. According to royal records, his grandfather had been too eager for success, accumulating too much alchemical poison and residue, leading to his demise before reaching 100 years old. Empress Dowager Wu continued. As expected, that eagerness cost him dearly. She shook her head and turned to Lu Chun, advising earnestly, "Chunner, learn from this and don't follow in that old man's footsteps." Just as she finished speaking, Empress Dowager Wu began to cough, appearing fatigued. Lu Chun quickly supported her, saying softly, "Grandmother, you should rest." He carefully helped her to a nearby chair. "Oh, I'm old, and not much use anymore. I don't know how many days I have left," Empress Dowager Wu sighed. Lu Chun hurried to comfort her. "Please don't say that, grandmother. The palace doctors are highly skilled. They'll surely help you recover." Empress Dowager Wu smiled, gently patting Lu Chun's hand as she did when he was a child. "You always trying to cheer me up. I know my own body. It's fine. Going to join that old man sooner might not be so bad. He's probably been waiting impatiently all these years." She held Lu Chun's hand tightly, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes. "What worries me most now is you, and the rest of the grandchildren. The Lu family's fate is a hard one indeed." Her voice gradually faded as she seemed to drift into a deep reminiscence. When Lu Chun looked at her again, he found that his grandmother had fallen asleep, peacefully entering her dreams. Lu Chun gently withdrew his hand and called over a palace maid, taking a thin blanket to cover Empress Dowager Wu. He turned and walked to the garden, picking up a pair of scissors to trim the flower branches. Snip, snip, the crisp sound broke the silence of the courtyard. To Lu Chun's surprise, his grandmother didn't mention the Wu family, nor did she imply that he should take special care of them. She simply chatted peacefully about everyday matters, recounting stories of the late emperor and her, advising him to learn from the late emperor's mistakes. This seemingly simple conversation left Lu Chun puzzled. Snip, another branch was cut. As Lu Chen trimmed, he pondered, why did grandmother want to see him alone? The old lady was not a simple character. She had weathered storms alongside the late emperor, holding the fort in the harem for years. When the late emperor passed away, it was she who stabilized the situation, controlled the court, and consolidated the foundation of the Yu Dynasty. She had seen more intrigue and power plays than some people had eaten grains of rice in their lifetime. Snip Lu Chun continued trimming, recalling his grandmother's words. She seemed to be chatting idly, yet every sentence was related to the late emperor. He made such a big mistake. You must take it as a warning, don't be like that disagreeable old fellow. You Lu family members have a hard fate. Thinking of the old emperor's years of hidden depths, Lu Chen suddenly realized. Grandmother was subtly warning him. There was something suspicious about grandfather's death, and he needed to be extra cautious. After finishing the trimming and putting the flower bucket away, Lu Chun surveyed the palace maids and eunuchs within Xuanqing Palace. In his eyes, a blazing sun and a crescent moon quietly bloomed clear skies and bright moonlight. In an instant, an invisible and mysterious field expanded within Xuanqing Palace, controlling everything in the palace. For a moment, it was as if the entire Xuanqing Palace had been paused. The autumn wind stood still, flowing water hung suspended, and falling leaves froze in midair. Only Lu Chen quietly observed it all. Moments later, the clear skies and bright moonlight faded, and everything returned to normal, with no one noticing anything unusual. Lu Chen turned to look at his still sleeping grandmother, then quietly left Xuanqing Palace and boarded the carriage for his return journey. Back to the palace, Lu Chen instructed briefly. Yes. The coachman responded, and the carriage rumbled to life, setting off on the road back to Zhengxian Palace. Meanwhile, as the sun set, the elite members of the Luo family, who had set out from the prosperous Huajian sect in Fengzhou, finally arrived at the imperial city. Luo Feng had been waiting at the east gate, accompanied by Hu Ying, the gate's commanding officer. The two had previously worked together in the Longyin army and shared a deep friendship. During the recent purge of the imperial city's high-level defenders, Hu Ying was one of the few commanders who retained his position, and his Hu family was aligned with the Luo faction. Big brother, brother Feng, young sect master. The enthusiastic Luo family elites greeted Luo Feng warmly from afar. After a day's journey, you must be tired? Luo Feng asked. Not tired, they all replied in unison. We heard His Highness has become the master of the imperial city's troops, and we're eager to serve. We're just waiting for His Highness's orders, ready to fight wherever needed. The fervor of the Luo family members was palpable, eager to charge into battle for Lu Chun. Luo Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, keep it in check. You'll have plenty to do soon enough. First, head up to the city wall and await further instructions for group assignments. With that, Luo Feng noticed his fourth brother signaling to him with his eyes. Understanding the cue, he dismissed the others and called his younger brother aside. Fourth brother, we haven't seen each other for just a month, and you've put on quite a bit of weight. Haven't you been practicing your martial arts? Luo Feng teased, then gave his brother a hearty bear hug. Luo Feng had just returned from training with the Dragon Roar army, and was hoping to relax for a moment when he was called to a secluded corner by Lao Si. With no one around, Lao Si lowered his voice and said, Father has given special instructions. As he spoke, he took off the bundle from his back and pulled a brocade pouch from his chest. These are to be delivered to His Highness from third uncle, Lao Si said gravely. Especially this pouch. It must be opened by His Highness himself. Neither of us can look inside. Luo Feng furrowed his brows, immediately realizing the gravity of the situation. If even he, as the heir of the Luo family, was not allowed to see it, it must be of utmost secrecy concerning His Highness. I understand, Luo Feng nodded. Is there anything else? Elder brother warned us to be cautious of the Wu family, Lao Si whispered. They've dominated the court for years and are used to getting their way. This time, their interests have been threatened, and yet they've shown no reaction. They must be plotting something behind the scenes, possibly trying to frame us. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. Settle the brothers in. If there's anything you don't understand, consult Commander Hu Ying at the east gate. Taking the pouch and bundle, Luo Feng mounted his horse, ready to enter the palace. As he entered the city gate, he noticed two wolf tribe members leaving the imperial city with a cart full of goods. Luo Feng paused to observe them closely. They were the same wolf tribe members he had encountered at the drunken immortal residence. They were transporting a cart of ordinary food and drink, undergoing routine inspection and registration. With a thoughtful expression, Luo Feng spurred his horse and galloped towards the palace. Lieutenant Luo Feng, reporting to Your Highness. Luo Feng knelt on one knee, showing respect. Rise, brother, Lu Chen said kindly. Have all the Luo family men arrived? Yes, we arrived not long ago, and I came to report immediately, Luo Feng replied, standing up. He took the bundle from his back and placed it on the table, then retrieved the brocade pouch from his chest. This is what father instructed me to bring to Your Highness. He specifically mentioned that you must open this pouch yourself. Lu Chen accepted the pouch, opened it, and found a specially crafted scroll inside. with only a few words written on it. As Chen carefully studied the scroll, a figure emerged in his mind, unexpected, yet perfectly logical: his father, the emperor. Chen had always been discreet, with connections limited almost exclusively to his maternal Luo family. The only ones who could have forewarned him about the Taiping sect's actions and issued a warning were the Luo family or the old emperor. Only Chen could deduce this answer. To outsiders, the old emperor had always seemed like a foolish and incapable ruler. However, after discovering his father's true prowess, reaching the level of clear sky bright sun, Chen's perception of him changed completely. The old emperor not only had access to top-secret information about the Taiping sect, but could also secretly instruct the Luo family to provide timely assistance. This meant his influence had penetrated the upper echelons of the Taiping sect. The more Chen thought about it, the more he suspected that the Tea Party incident was no accident, but a carefully orchestrated test by his father. The purpose was likely to assess the abilities of the princes, observe their responses to crises, and simultaneously clear the imperial court's ranks to pave the way for the princes to assume power. As for the truth, only the enigmatic emperor would know. With a wave of his hand, Chen reduced the scroll to ashes with a burst of divine flame. He opened the bundle to find ancient records about the nightmare, a subject he had always been intrigued by, and immediately engrossed himself in reading. Interesting, Chen murmured, absorbed in the ancient secrets. In the chilly autumn night, the outer district of the imperial city lay silent under the dark sky. A patrol team led by the Luo family moved cautiously through the quiet residential area, suddenly coming to a halt. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, causing everyone to frown and heightening their alertness. Be careful, go check it out, the captain instructed quietly. Following the direction of the scent, the patrol team cautiously entered a narrow alley. Moonlight, like a veil, covered a courtyard with its gate ajar. The scene before them made everyone gasp, a courtyard littered with bodies, blood glistening eerily under the moonlight. The guards approached carefully, inspecting the bodies in the dim light. Each corpse was emaciated, as if drained by some unknown force. One guard gently prodded a body with his sword, confirming there were no survivors, and moved closer to investigate. My God, they're just skin and bones. They've been completely drained, the guard reported gravely. This is definitely the work of demons. The others turned pale at his words, shocked that such brutality could occur under the imperial city's rule. The captain made a swift decision. You two, report to the officer immediately. The rest, split into groups of 3 and search for clues. We must catch this demon. Yes, they replied, hurrying off to their tasks. Moments later, the team regrouped, confusion etched on every face. This is too strange, one guard said, frowning. No footprints, no signs of a struggle, not even a sword wound. It's like their flesh and blood just vanished into thin air. As they pondered, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the alley. It was another patrol team, the 17th squad. Why are you here? The captain asked, puzzled. The 17th squad was about to speak, but were struck silent by the horrific scene. Here too, their eyes widened. Quick, report to the command immediately. At dawn the next day, as the sky lightened, the 4th son of the Luo family arrived at the crime scene with a group. He ordered the area sealed off, forbidding any onlookers, and instructed that any inquiries from residents be answered as a family dispute. Examining each body meticulously, his frown deepened. This seems like demonic arts that drain life essence and blood, he thought, quickly reviewing the characteristics of known demonic sects, but found no match for this thorough and traceless method. He used the flourishing sword finger technique, sensing the surroundings with his sword heart, but found nothing. This unprecedented and bizarre case left even this direct descendant of the Luo family feeling challenged. Take the bodies back to the city barracks, he ordered. All patrol teams should increase their vigilance tonight. Report any clue immediately. Yes, they responded in unison. As night fell once more, following the previous night's eerie incident, the city guards intensified their patrols of the outer district. The air was thick with tension and unease, as if an unseen threat lurked in the shadows. Teams equipped with sophisticated gear moved through the city, their lamps lighting up every corner with meticulous precision. Their faces were stern, their eyes sharp, as they searched for any clues left behind by the mysterious figure, determined to prevent another eerie crime. Yet, fate seemed to mock their efforts. That very night, another inexplicable incident quietly unfolded. By the next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the rooftops, a wave of commotion spread at the scene of the new crime. The area was crowded with residents, their faces a mix of curiosity and fear, all eyes drawn to the blood-stained courtyards. Oh my, how could this happen? A middle-aged woman murmured, her voice trembling as she covered her mouth. I heard everyone in that area was killed, silently. 11 households in total, a tall, thin man whispered, his face pale. This is terrifying. If it spreads any further, it will be our turn, an elderly man said, shaking his head, worry etched in his eyes. This isn't the first incident. It happened yesterday too. Someone in the crowd added. What about the city guards? Aren't they doing anything? A young man asked angrily. The guards were here, but they couldn't find the culprit. Even the city guards are helpless? No, this is too dangerous. I need to hide in the inner city for a few days. Wang Liuge, a burly middle-aged man, said as he prepared to leave. What? Wang Liuge, you're the strongest fighter in our area. If you leave, what will we do? The people around him were immediately thrown into panic. At a time like this, everyone must fend for themselves, Wang Liuge said, leaving without looking back. While the people were engaged in heated discussions, Luo Feng and Hu Ying were meticulously examining the crime scene. Luo Feng's brow was furrowed, his eyes reflecting deep thought. He turned to Hu Ying and asked, Brother Ying, you've worked in the imperial city for years and know the methods of various families. Can you tell which family is behind this? Luo Feng's suspicion was squarely aimed at the powerful families of the imperial city. He was convinced that one of them was responsible. Why else would such a strange crime occur precisely when Prince Chen was taking command of the city guards? It was clearly a ploy against them. These traitors, Luo Feng thought to himself, are trying to use this crime to undermine the prestige of the city guards and attack the credibility of Prince Chen, accusing him of incompetence before the emperor, hoping to sow discord within the imperial court. A flash of anger crossed Luo Feng's eyes. Such petty tricks. If I find out who did this, I'll show them what a real mystery is tonight. Old grudges and new grievances will be settled together. Hu Ying crouched down, examining the bodies closely, his brow furrowed, silent for a long time. Just then, a guard hurried over to report. General Luo, someone from the Tianqing division has arrived. They say the case is significant and want to take over the investigation to reassure the public quickly. Luo Feng chuckled coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The Tianqing division? If it were the mirror shadow platform of Prince Huan, I might give some respect. But what is the Tianqing division to meddle in the affairs of the city guards? Send them away. Yes, sir. The guard obeyed and quickly dismissed the Tianqing division's people. Luo Feng glanced again at Hu Ying, who was still deep in thought. Brother Ying, even you, a master at the peak of enlightenment, can't discern anything? Hu Ying finally stood up, shaking his head slowly. It's not that I can't see it, but it's absurd. Absurd. Luo Feng looked at Hu Ying, puzzled. Hu Ying took a deep breath. You come from the prestigious Luo family of Yanzhou, so you should know about something called a yen. Luo Feng's pupils contracted suddenly, a shock running through him. Hu Ying continued, his voice low and grave. The crime we're dealing with matches exactly with records I've seen in ancient manuscripts about the yen. No traces, bodies drained of blood and flesh, all happening silently. He paused, as if recalling something. This case is recorded in the third volume of the ancient ink hall. It mentions a man named Zhang Tu from Ningxiang, Taifu County, Yongzhou, returning home one night. Zhang Tu, a native of Ningxiang in Yongzhou's Taifu County, returned home one night to find his entire family slaughtered, without a single survivor. He immediately reported it to the authorities. Upon examining the bodies, the officials discovered only skin and bones, with all the flesh and blood mysteriously vanished. As they pursued the investigation further into the night, a sudden eerie wind arose, and though nothing visible appeared, all the officials perished on the spot. In the Zhengxian Palace, Lan Yun was deeply engrossed in a book titled Ancient Ink Hall, Volume 3. Carefully reading the stories inscribed within, her attention lingered on the tale of Zhang Tu, her brow slightly furrowed. This story broke the conventional rules of folklore, where the yin could only target martial arts masters or those who fulfilled specific conditions. Yet, in this story, the yin could act against ordinary people. This deviation from the norm intrigued Lan Yun, filling her with both curiosity and unease. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside Zhengxian Palace. The silver-armored guards glanced warily at the swiftly approaching imperial guards, a sense of foreboding rising within them. An imperial guard leaned in to whisper to the silver-armored guard, reporting the events occurring outside the palace. The silver-armored guard's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly entered Zhengxian Palace. Your Highness, the guard respectfully called out. Lu Chun sat with his eyes closed, a faint aura of black and white magic swirling around him, exuding an immense presence. What is it? He asked calmly. Your Highness, Generals Luo Feng and Hu Ying have sent urgent news. A bizarre case has occurred in the outer city, with nearly 100 people meeting a gruesome end. The victims' bodies were eerily drained of all flesh and blood, leaving only skin and bones. There are no signs of struggle at the scene, nor any evidence of a second person's presence. Lan Yun suddenly snapped to attention, blurting out, Isn't this exactly like the story I just read? Could it be the yin? The guard nodded gravely. Indeed. The generals believe this matter is of great importance and dared not make a decision on their own, so they have come to report to your highness. Lu Chun frowned slightly, a hint of surprise on his face. The yin again. When I wanted to study it in the past, it was nowhere to be found, but now it seems to be appearing everywhere. It seems the Taiping sect has indeed found a way to communicate and cooperate with the yin. He paused and thought. Very well, I shall see what exactly this method entails. Prepare the carriage. I shall leave the palace. Yes. The guard took his orders and left. In the autumn breeze of the imperial city, a luxurious carriage departed the palace, passing through the bustling inner city and arriving at the residential area of the outer city. Luo Feng and Hu Ying had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing the carriage approach, they bowed their heads in respect. The carriage came to a halt, and Lan Yun was the first to step out, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once assured of safety, she extended her fair arm to assist Lu Chun out of the carriage. Luo Feng and Hu Ying, seeing Lu Chen's personal arrival, dared not speak, expressing their respect through their reverent actions. Where is the body? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Luo Feng and Hu Ying immediately stepped forward, respectfully leading the way. They moved through dark alleyways, an indescribable tension hanging in the air. As they walked, Luo Feng explained in a low voice, Sir, we didn't want to disturb your meditation, but this situation is truly bizarre. It might be the work of a legendary ghost. If not, it could be one of the city's powerful families trying to frame you. The matter is urgent, and we dared not delay, so we came to report it to you. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. If even you two can't determine the cause, it must be extraordinary. Before long, they arrived at a bloodstained courtyard. Inside, desiccated bodies lay scattered, their conditions horrifying. Please look, sir, it's these. Luo Feng pointed to the bodies, a tremor in his voice. Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly, but his senses were incredibly sharp. At his level, he could perceive everything around him without needing to see. With just a glance, he confirmed the incident was indeed caused by a yin. Each body bore the unique, evil aura of a yin, unmatched by anything else. However, judging by the lingering aura, this yin was not particularly strong. Compared to other yins Lu Chun had encountered, it was pitifully weak. If it weren't for the fact that warriors below the master level couldn't see it, even a martial artist of the transformation realm could easily subdue it. The martial energy of an ordinary warrior would be enough to scare it away. To the next location, Lu Chen said calmly. Yes, sir. Luo Feng and Hu Ying responded, continuing to lead the way. Along the way, they heard the fearful murmurs of the townspeople. In just 2 days, news of the strange case had spread throughout the outer city, causing widespread panic and tension. Luo Feng quickly explained, We have spread the word that a few condemned prisoners escaped to this area, and that the city guard will soon capture them. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly stopped and turned to face a large, tightly closed courtyard gate. Luo Feng immediately understood and stepped forward to open it. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, his expression darkened. The smell of blood, and a strange, eerie feeling. Luo Feng whispered, pushing the door open with force. The scene before him left him speechless. Several bodies lay scattered in the courtyard, their conditions identical to those before, drained to mere skin and bones. But what was even more chilling was the sight in the center of the yard, a middle-aged man suspended in midair by an unseen force, his neck held up, his body slowly losing its flesh. Yet he showed no reaction, as if entranced. Opposite him was nothing visible, but Luo Feng's martial intuition told him something was definitely there, even if he couldn't see it. This eerie sight made Luo Feng's hair stand on end. He quickly formed a sword gesture with his fingers, his energy surging, forming several defensive sword auras. It's a yin. Hu Ying, witnessing this legendary phenomenon for the first time, stood protectively in front of Lu Chun, saying to Luo Feng, These things fear the martial energy of warriors and the daylight. Before he could finish, Hu Ying suddenly paused. He looked up at the sky. It was noon, far from nightfall. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could the ancient records be wrong? This yin isn't afraid of daylight at all. Be careful, Luo Feng. This thing. Before Hu Ying could finish his warning, Lu Chen patted him on the shoulder, signaling him to step back. Hu Ying, well aware of Lu Chen's capabilities, knew that while the yin might be an unknown and terrifying entity to most, for a grandmaster on the brink of achieving martial transcendence, it was no more than a minor challenge. He respectfully stepped aside, clearing the path for Lu Chen. As Lu Chen stepped into the center of the courtyard, the middle-aged man, who had been suspended by an invisible force, suddenly fell to the ground. A howling wind then swept across everyone's faces. In a realm imperceptible to the ordinary eye, a menacing ghostly figure, shrouded in dark energy and brandishing sharp claws, expressed its displeasure at Lu Chen's presence. As its anger intensified, drops of black blood dripped down, corroding the courtyard stone slabs and emitting a pungent odor. Die! Die! The ghostly figure roared, raising its black claws, preparing to lunge at Lu Chen. However, its body suddenly froze, as if restrained by a formidable power, leaving it to emit only a piercing shriek of rage. Lu Chen scrutinized the dark specter, assessing it inwardly. It just roars, without even basic consciousness? Weaker than I expected. Did the Taiping sect bring out a half-finished product? He stepped closer, examining the Een in detail. No different from those I've seen before, just weak. Yet this feeble Een can act freely in broad daylight, kill under the open sky, and defy visible and invisible rules to actively hunt, absorbing human essence to strengthen itself. Recalling the aura left at the previous scene, Chen realized that this Een had indeed grown stronger after another attack. He thought of the records in the Luo family's secret archives from Jingzhou and remained vigilant. It seems the records are accurate. If this Een absorbs the life force of 1,000,000 beings, it could become a calamity for an entire state. Is this unique to this Een? Clearly not. Reflecting on past encounters with Een, from the one at the Wuchen sword sect that could withstand sunlight to this one that defies visible rules to kill, he noted that their abilities seemed to be evolving over time, or rather, their restrictions were gradually lifting. After confirming the changes in this Een, Chen turned around and casually tossed a ball of azure flame. With a roaring sound, the Een let out an ear-piercing scream before vanishing into nothingness. To Luo Feng and the others, a sudden blaze of glassy flame ignited in the void, burning something invisible. As the fire was about to extinguish, they glimpsed a vague silhouette. Then, the eerie wind in the courtyard ceased, and the sinister atmosphere dissipated. Luo Feng and Huing exchanged astonished glances. It was their first time experiencing the presence of a Een so vividly. "Your Highness, it's our incompetence that required your intervention," Huing said respectfully. Chen shook his head. "It's not your fault. This kind of thing isn't something ordinary people can handle. Even if this Een isn't powerful, some matters are beyond strength. Without being a martial grandmaster, you simply can't see what you can't see. The existence of a Een itself is a rule. How can mere mortals defy the rules? The coming and going of the phantoms cannot be stopped by them." Chen sighed inwardly. The disturbance caused by the Taiping sect this time was significant, and the frequency of phantom appearances was increasing, potentially spreading widely in the future. For him, these phantoms were not to be feared. Even if the great phantom of Jingzhou recorded by the Luo family were to resurrect, he could handle it with ease. However, if this situation became the norm, it would be a nightmare for the entire Great Yu Dynasty. "Let's head back to the palace," Chen murmured. "Yes," Lanyan responded. The two of them left the residence, and just as Chen was about to drive back to the palace, a sinister light flickered between his closed eyes, immersed in the burning of the divine glaze flame. His gaze turned towards the southern district, where a powerful evil aura suddenly surged into the sky. "There's another one," Chen mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, at a musical gathering in the southern district, a young man suddenly erupted. "Stop playing," he shouted, kicking over the table and chairs in front of him. "I told you to stop playing." The young man clutched his head, his expression twisted in pain and anger. The gathering fell silent instantly, as the daughters of various noble families quickly picked up their instruments and moved aside. Someone questioned, "Young master, what is the meaning of this? Sister Chen was playing beautifully. Why did you suddenly disrupt the gathering?" Other young nobles present also rebuked him. "Brother Chen, what are you doing? This is disgraceful." "Shut up," the young man roared again. "I told you all to shut up." He rushed to stand in front of the girl referred to as Sister Chen, glaring at her menacingly. "What was that piece you were playing?" "Huh, I'm asking you, what was it?" The maid behind the girl hurriedly stepped in to protect her young mistress. "What is the meaning of this, young master? If my lady's music has offended you in any way, just say so. There's no need for this." The maid's voice trailed off, her face turning to horror. Your face." The young man touched his face, finding it covered in a thick, black ooze. With a splat, the black liquid dripped onto the carpet, producing a sizzling sound as it corroded the fabric. In an instant, his eyes turned completely black, filled with a malice as thick as water. "You've seen it. I can't let you live." Before his words had fully settled, the young man lunged forward, clutching the maid's throat with a blackened claw. In that moment, he transformed into a sinister ghost, emanating a dark, ominous aura. "Ghost! There's a ghost! Help! Help!" The daughters and young nobles at the gathering screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. However, the young man, now a ghost, would not let them escape. He cackled as he sealed the windows and doors of the music hall, his gaze sharpening like a butcher eyeing lambs ready for slaughter. "You all must die." The ghostly young man approached one of the noble daughters, grinning wickedly. "Starting with you. Look at that delicate skin. Must be delicious." The young demon stared at the frail heiress before him, letting out a chilling laugh. His eyes gleamed with greed as his tongue unconsciously licked his cracked lips. No. Help! Someone help me!" The heiress cried out in despair, shrinking back and clutching her maid's arm tightly. Her eyes darted around the noble sons present, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. However, these pampered young men were utterly unprepared for such a terrifying scene. Their faces were even paler than hers, and their legs trembled uncontrollably. How can such a creature exist under the emperor's rule? What is this thing? One of the young nobles muttered to himself. his voice filled with fear and confusion. Don't, don't come any closer. Get away. Another young noble mustered the courage to shout, but his voice was high-pitched with terror. The entire music hall descended into chaos. Screams, cries, and frantic footsteps intertwined, creating a symphony of horror. Amidst the turmoil, a cool voice suddenly pierced through the noise like a sharp sword cutting through the chaos. Play that song again. The unexpected voice caught everyone off guard. The young demon's eerie laughter got stuck in his throat as he slowly turned his head, a trace of confusion and wariness in his eyes. A figure, standing tall and proud like a solitary pine tree, had appeared in the music hall, standing beside a woman named Chen. He had his eyes closed, exuding an aura of coldness and nobility. Dressed in a striking royal robe that silently proclaimed his identity, was a prince of the royal family. We're saved. Upon seeing him, hope surged in everyone's hearts. The princes of the royal family were all known to be powerful warriors. Carefully, they began to move toward Lu Chen, as if he were the only safe haven in this chaos. Faced with the sudden appearance of Lu Chen, the woman was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. She responded gracefully, yes. Though her face was still pale from fright, her upbringing and poise allowed her to remain calm and unflustered, like an elegant orchid in a turbulent valley. She placed her fingers gently on the strings, ready to play once more. You dare. The young demon was instantly enraged, turning to Lu Chen, ready to curse. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Chen opened his eyes. A pair of black and white pupils met the demon's dark gaze. In the void, two dragons, one black, one white, soared into the sky, unleashing a furious roar. The young demon was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling violently. Thud! The once arrogant and terrifying demon suddenly collapsed, kneeling helplessly at Lu Chen's feet. Everyone watched in astonishment, unable to speak. Just a single glance had brought this fearsome creature to its knees. Who exactly was this prince? Continue, Lu Chen said calmly, his gaze still fixed on the demon. Yes, your highness, the woman replied respectfully, sitting back down and preparing the instrument. Her slender fingers gently brushed the strings, and beautiful music began to flow through the hall. As the melody resumed, the young demon felt a nameless fire burning within, itching all over, yet completely helpless. His body seemed nailed to the ground, unable to move, rigid and weak. Ugh, ugh. He let out a pained whimper, his body trembling continuously. The enchanting music in his ears felt like a deathly tune, causing him unbearable agony. Lu Chen's eyes flickered thoughtfully. The melody seemed ordinary, and the musician wasn't particularly powerful. Yet, this simple tune inflicted such harm on the demon. Is it another specific rule-bound phenomenon? Interesting, he mused to himself. Faster, Lu Chen commanded, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Understood, she replied, quickening her pace. The once gentle, flowing melody transformed, becoming torrential like a rushing river, with notes cascading like a rapid current. The young ghost shuddered violently, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Its ghostly form was distorted and deformed, covered in countless shattered wounds. Dark, viscous blood dripped like rain, and terrifying black patterns snaked across its face, enough to make anyone shiver with fear. Outside the music building, Luo Feng and Huing led the imperial guards to swiftly surround the building. They cautiously made their way upstairs, and as they pushed the door open, the sight before them was shocking. A legendary evil spirit, a real nightmare, appeared right in front of them. Just as they were about to speak, Lu Chen raised his hand, signaling them to remain silent. Understanding the cue, the guards retreated outside the music building, preventing outsiders from entering and blocking any potential escape routes for the ghost. The music played urgently, and the ghostly form of the young spirit became increasingly dispersed, almost unable to maintain its shape. Eventually, it collapsed weakly to the ground, its dark aura dimming, and its entire form had shrunk significantly. You can stop now. Upon hearing this, the woman ceased playing the qin and turned her gaze to the uninvited guest, the royal king. What is the name of this piece? Lu Chen inquired. This piece is nameless, a fragment I stumbled upon in an ancient score, the woman respectfully replied. A fragment? Yes, I dare not deceive Prince Chen, she responded. Lu Chen's gaze lingered on Chen Shi for a moment. Her fair complexion, beautiful appearance, and graceful demeanor made her an undeniable beauty of the Great Yu Kingdom. Yet Lu Chen did not recall ever meeting her before. Sensing Lu Chen's curiosity, Chen Shi explained, there have been some rumors in the royal city recently, causing the guards to be quite busy. Naturally, they would report to you, the fifth prince and master of the city guards. Given the current situation, it was most likely to be you appearing in the outer city. Besides, your unique aura and powerful means leave no doubt that there is no other like you in the entire royal city. Prince Chen. It's Prince Chen. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, especially the young ladies from noble families, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Lu Chen nodded slightly and continued to ask, Do you remember which ancient score this fragment came from? Chen she hesitated briefly and replied, it's quite strange. After obtaining that ancient score, I only practiced it once, and the fragment disappeared without a trace. No matter how hard I searched, I couldn't find any sign of it, almost thinking I had imagined it. But the melody remained vividly in my mind. This strange occurrence made me cautious, and I never played it again until this music gathering, where I shared and learned from other young ladies. It was my first time performing the piece, and I never expected this to happen. Lu Chun thoughtfully glanced at the nightmare on the ground, his eyes emitting a holy white light that infused into the nightmare's body. Reverse yin and yang. In the next moment, the nightmare seemed to regain some energy, able to breathe once more. He turned his gaze to the other young noblewomen and asked, can any of you play this piece? The young ladies exchanged glances until one, with eyes full of admiration, bravely spoke. Prince Chun, I have been familiar with music since childhood and am quite skilled with the qin. I might attempt the piece that Sister Chen just played. Lu Chen nodded and said to Chen Shi, may I borrow your qin? Please, your highness. As soon as she spoke, an invisible gentle force moved Chen Shi's qin in front of the young lady. Begin. Yes, the young lady replied, taking a deep breath as her fingers lightly touched the strings, preparing to play the mysterious fragment. The familiar melody once again resonated within the music hall, but this time, the young demon remained unmoved. What once seemed like a tune that could claim his life now felt like an ordinary melody, stripped of all its power. No matter how skillfully the woman played, the music could no longer affect the demon in the slightest. It seems this tune only acknowledges Chensi, who absorbed it, as its master. Stop now, Lu Chen calmly stated. The woman, slightly disappointed, stepped back and returned the instrument to Chensi. Lu Chun then commanded, arrest him and take him back. Luo Feng and Huing immediately rushed into the music hall, firmly restraining the slightly recovered demon. Lu Chen's cold gaze swept over everyone as he sternly said, keep today's events to yourselves. Continue with your music gathering. With that, he decisively led Luo Feng and Huing out of the hall. Below the music hall, the carriage for the return to the palace had been waiting for a while. Lan Yun approached to pay her respects, but was taken aback upon seeing the grimacing demon being escorted by Luo Feng and Huing. Her eyes widened in shock. It was also Luo Feng and Hu Ying's first time witnessing the demon's presence, leaving them deeply shaken. Lu Chen quickly issued orders. Take the demon to the palace dungeon. Hu Ying, you will personally guard him. No one is allowed to interrogate him without a decree from me or my father. He then turned to Luo Feng. Investigate Chensi's background and have him closely monitored. We will comply. The two responded in unison. Return to the palace, Lu Chen commanded, and the convoy set off immediately. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Palace, the old emperor was indulging in leisure. He was flanked by beautiful concubines, one feeding him fruits and wine, the other massaging his shoulders. Just as he was lost in pleasure, an urgent report came from outside the palace. The old emperor frowned, his clouded eyes filled with annoyance. What's the commotion now? He grumbled impatiently. Can't they let me have some peace? The concubines quickly reassured him. Your Majesty, rest assured, with your sons in control of Diyu and the fifth prince, a martial genius, personally overseeing the imperial city's defense, what could possibly go wrong? It might even be good news from the front lines. The old emperor, slightly appeased, nodded. Let him in. A guard hurried into the Cloud Palace, his face showing barely concealed terror. The palace guards hurriedly reported that a demonic entity had appeared in the capital, and nearly 100 citizens had already fallen victim. The old emperor, upon hearing this, waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Do you disturb me over such a trivial matter? Though this creature is rare, it's just one small demon. Can it really cause such chaos? With my fifth son around, eliminating it is a mere trifle. Leave now, and don't bother me with such issues in the future. The guards did not leave, hesitating to speak further. The old emperor frowned. Is there more? Your Majesty, the guard took a deep breath. The fifth prince personally captured a demon disguised in human skin, hidden among the citizens of the capital. The commander of the East Gate has detained it in the dungeon, awaiting your decision. The old emperor's hand holding the wine cup stiffened almost imperceptibly, but then he quickly regained his composure. Surprised, he asked, a demon in human disguise? That's a novel concept. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. Explain what happened in detail. The guard then recounted the entire sequence of events. After listening, the old emperor flew into a rage, kicking over the dragon table, spilling wine and fruit everywhere. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The old emperor was furious. Treacherous scoundrels. One incident can expose a demon hidden in the capital of our Great Yu Dynasty. Does that mean there are more lurking undetected? Could there even be such creatures within our court? The emperor, now laughing in anger, said, no wonder there have been so many rebels recently, all opposing me. It seems there's something sinister at work behind the scenes. Excellent. Excellent indeed. He gave a stern order. Issue my decree. Seal off the capital. From this moment on, no one is allowed to enter or leave. Not even a fly should escape. Furthermore, order all princes, consorts, and officials, regardless of rank, to gather at the Hall of the World tomorrow morning for a grand assembly to publicly judge this demon in human disguise. I want to see which treacherous scoundrels are hiding among us. At once, Your Majesty. The guards promptly left to carry out the orders. The old emperor glanced around at the beautiful concubines and waved them away. You may all leave as well. Once the palace was empty, the old emperor sat alone on his throne. His usually clouded eyes briefly cleared, followed by a long, deep sigh. Alas, news of the demons spread like wildfire throughout the palace. Young eunuchs and maidservants whispered among themselves, with some confidently claiming, "How can it be false? I saw it with my own eyes as I passed by." General Hu Ing of the East Gate really escorted someone who looked like a demon into the dungeon. That can't be true, can it? Aren't such things only found in legends and folklore? Some expressed doubt. Well, legends and folklore must have some basis in reality. Otherwise, how could martial arts masters claim to have seen them? In any case, it can't be fake. His Majesty is furious and has already ordered the capital to be sealed. What should we do now? The palace was in turmoil, with eunuchs and maids gathered together, whispering among themselves. Their faces were filled with worry and fear, their eyes darting around uneasily. According to folklore, ordinary people like us are doomed when we encounter such things, a young maid said, trembling. Why are you worrying? An older eunuch scoffed. The royal family of Dayu has many skilled warriors. If the sky falls, there are those tall enough to hold it up. We've gotten through so much over the years. This is no different. Besides, don't we have Prince Chen, the warrior prince, in our palace? Another maid interjected, her eyes shining with admiration. It's said that Prince Chen personally captured the demon. Exactly, a short eunuch exclaimed excitedly. I heard that the warrior prince was just doing his usual patrol of the royal city and immediately spotted the demon in the crowd. The demon tried to escape, but was subdued in just 3 moves. Its form dissipated. 3 moves? Nonsense. Another eunuch waved dismissively. I heard it was just 1 move. Just 1, and the demon couldn't move. That's how powerful he is. I heard it was just a look, a young eunuch whispered conspiratorially. Prince Chen gave it 1 look, and the demon knelt down immediately. As the group was animatedly discussing, someone noticed a figure approaching from a distance. Their expressions changed instantly, and they quickly signaled for silence, standing at attention. Greetings to the 3rd prince, they all shouted in unison, bowing respectfully. 3rd Prince Lu Lang approached with a gentle smile. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over them as he continued towards the eastern prison with his entourage. As he walked, Lu Lang lightly fanned himself, saying to the swordsman in white beside him, "Did you hear? My 5th brother, after taking charge of the royal city's defense for just a few days, has already done something monumental." The swordsman in white pondered for a moment before replying cautiously. A top master of the Tianren realm is certainly capable, but governing a country requires more than martial prowess. Martial skill provides only a temporary advantage. Your Highness, you need not feel discouraged. Lu Lang chuckled and shook his head. I am not so narrow-minded. I am merely marveling at my brother's extraordinary talent. In these tumultuous times for Dayu, having a warrior prince like him emerge is a blessing for the Lu family. With that, he snapped open his fan, his expression suddenly turning serious. More than my brother, I am concerned about that demon. If there's one demon disguised as a human, there could be a second, a third. They've been hiding among our people, unnoticed. Who knows what their true intentions are? A deep worry crossed Lu Lang's eyes as he sighed. These are troubled times. Meanwhile, at the Mirror Pavilion, 6th Prince Lu Huan had just finished reviewing the day's reports from various regions. Closing the documents, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the Cloud Palace, lost in thought. Your Highness? A retainer beside him prompted softly. Have you thought of something? Lu Huan shook his head, musing. I was just thinking. He pondered his father's unusual decision to grant his brother such high authority as the royal city's defense chief. Given his father's character, it was out of the ordinary. Before his brother took the position, the royal city was peaceful. But after, mysterious cases and demons disguised as humans began to emerge. Too coincidental. Lu Huan thought to himself. The coincidence made him suspect that it was his father's deliberate arrangement, using his brother's status as a top master of the Tianren realm to uncover and expose these hidden threats. But he quickly dismissed this absurd notion, shaking his head. If his father truly possessed such cunning and means, the Great Yu Empire is now beset by internal strife and external threats, its situation precarious. Lu Huan stood deep within the palace, his brow furrowed, silently lamenting that if the wise and powerful former emperor were still alive, things would not have come to this. Shaking his head to clear away distracting thoughts, he said to the attendant beside him, Let's go to the dungeon. I want to see for myself what the legendary yin, visible only to martial arts masters, truly looks like. The palace dungeon was dark and eerie, with a damp, decaying smell in the air. By the time Lu Huan arrived, the other princes were already gathered around a large iron cage, examining the yin trapped inside. This yin was weak and nearly devoid of the ability to resist. Squeezing through the crowd, Lu Huan finally saw the yan's true form. It was just as the stories described. Hideous, with skin covered in strange patterns, and most unsettling of all, its blood was a thick, black liquid. Ugh, one prince said with disdain. How does a creature like this even survive? That's a question for this world, how it created them in the first place. Another prince replied. Let's just find out its purpose quickly and get this over with. Just looking at it is nauseating. As soon as he finished speaking, one of the princes moved forward to interrogate the yin. However, General Hu Ying, who guarded the dungeon, immediately blocked his path with his imposing figure. Forgive my rudeness, Hu Ying said in a deep voice, but may I ask if your highness has a directive from the military chief or his majesty? The prince frowned. I am a prince, in charge of a department. Are you saying I can't interrogate a condemned prisoner? Hu Ying, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied respectfully. This yin is no ordinary creature. Its implications are significant. Without an order from the military chief or his majesty, no one is allowed to conduct an interrogation. I have my duties, and I ask for your understanding, your highness. How dare you? The prince exclaimed in anger. A mere guard captain dares to defy me. Guards, strike him. The prince's retainer stepped forward, glaring at Hu Ying with an intent to act. Hu Ying was unyielding, subtly releasing his powerful presence at the peak of his martial realm. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed as Hu Ying emphasized once more. The military chief has ordered that without his or his majesty's directive, no one is to conduct an interrogation. If the seventh prince insists on forcing his way through, defying the military chief's orders, then I will not hesitate to act. The tension in the air escalated instantly, a confrontation looming as both sides stood ready. Seeing this, Lu Huan quietly instructed his own retainer, go assist Hu Ying. If they make a move, kill them. Just as the retainer was about to act, the seventh prince, gritting his teeth, said, You, using Lu Chen to pressure me? Fine, fine. Look at our fifth brother, acting as if he's already the emperor. One might think he's already ascended the throne. The seventh prince glanced around, hoping to rally others to criticize Lu Chen's arrogance. Surprisingly, no one supported him. Only the third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward, speaking calmly. Old Seven, fifth brother, as the military chief of the capital, is responsible for its defense, preventing anyone with ill intentions from harming the city. You're overreacting. Turning to Hu Ying, Lu Lang politely said, Since General Hu is following orders, I won't make things difficult. Farewell. With that, he left, in stark contrast to the seventh prince's fury. The seventh prince's face turned red and then pale, ultimately leaving in frustration. The others, seeing this, also took their leave. In the now quiet dungeon, only Hu Ying and Lu Huan remained. Hu Ying looked at Lu Huan, his tone slightly softened. Your Highness Prince Huan, do you wish to interrogate as well? Although, given your relationship with His Highness, I should not stop you. This matter is of great importance. Lu Huan patted Hu Ying's shoulder approvingly. You did well. Keep up this attitude. Even I am not exempt from this. Lu Huan's gaze shifted back and forth between the dazed yin behind Hu Ying and the gate of the prison, finally settling in the direction where the others had left. He said in a deep voice, Moreover, I must avoid suspicion. If we really interrogate it, that would be troublesome. The retainer beside Lu Huan furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked, Why is that? Lu Huan gave him a sidelong glance, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. You've really trained yourself into a fool. He lowered his voice and explained, Think about it. In a situation where yin hasn't been exposed and no one is noticed, suddenly one of them is caught, skinned, and thrown into prison. Don't you think there might be accomplices among those who come to interrogate it? They might want to kill it to silence it, or rescue it to prevent it from revealing things it shouldn't. If I were to interrogate it under such circumstances, how could I explain myself? The retainer suddenly understood, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. I see. Prince Chen ordered Hu Ying to guard this yin and not allow anyone to interrogate it, in order to lure out those spies. Lu Huan nodded slightly, then instructed him, hide outside the prison and cooperate with Hu Ying. Note down anyone lurking around suspiciously outside the prison. Yes. The retainer quickly responded, bowed, and retreated. Lu Huan waved goodbye to Hu Ying and turned to leave the prison, his footsteps gradually fading away in the dim corridor. As autumn deepened, the Zhongxian palace grew increasingly cold. A cool breeze blew, turning the leaves golden, which then fell to the ground. Luo Feng stepped on the withered leaves, producing a soft rustling sound as he arrived at Zhongxian Palace. He knelt on one knee, clasped his fists, and called out loudly, Luo Feng, at your service, your highness. Lu Chun was engrossed in reading Eyes of Life and Death. As his cultivation level advanced, his speed in comprehending the techniques had significantly improved. In just half a month, he had reached the third level and was progressing towards the fourth, making impressive progress. Without looking up, he said, "Rise. Have you investigated the origins of that Chen Shi?" Luo Feng stood up and respectfully replied, "Your Highness, Chen Shi was born in the Chun family of Ningzhou, Jiangnan. Her family has been wealthy merchants in Ningzhou for generations, with many members serving in the military or government, all loyal and upright, with a clear and verifiable background. I had people inquire about Chun Shi's reputation locally and collect her records. The feedback consistently described her as virtuous and talented. She has been well-versed in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood, excelling particularly in painting and music. She is renowned locally as a talented woman, often called one of the three beauties of the city." Three beauties? Lu Chen finally looked up, his eyebrows slightly raised. Luo Feng nodded and explained, "The third refers to her appearance and figure, considered the most beautiful in Ningzhou, unmatched in Jiangnan. She is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan." "Why did she come to the capital this time?" Lu Chen inquired further. "She came to participate in the musical gatherings held by the major families in the capital," Luo Feng explained in detail. "These gatherings are organized by the young ladies of the major families to exchange and improve their musical skills and share personal matters. Similar to poetry or wine gatherings, they serve as a means for the younger generation of these families to foster communication and strengthen relationships. This is not the first time such a gathering has been held. They occur annually. Chen Shi has not participated for the first time either. She has been coming to the capital annually since she was 14, and this is her fifth time." Luo Feng paused before continuing his report. "After the incident, I had her monitored. She has not exhibited any unusual behavior, simply attending the musical gathering and then spending time with a few of her close friends in the capital, occasionally discussing the shocking events at the gathering. She initially planned to return home, but after the emperor ordered the capital sealed, she has been staying here temporarily." Luo Feng concluded, "According to my investigation, the exposure of Chun Shi and the Yaoguai was not premeditated, merely an accidental coincidence." Lu Chen responded softly, then asked, "What about that tune?" Luo Feng shook his head. "Regarding that tune, I couldn't find any information. There are countless unknown ancient texts in the world, and each prominent family has its own collection, never shown to outsiders. A mysterious music score or two, especially those related to the Yaoguai, is not impossible. However, Chen Shi does indeed have a habit of collecting ancient music scores and exploring lost musical techniques. The origin of that mysterious tune is likely as she claims." Lu Chen nodded, slowly closing the eyes of life and death, the black and white light in his eyes gradually fading. He then asked, "Any news from the prison?" Luo Feng replied, "Many are trying to gather information about the prison. Almost all the major officials in the court are secretly probing, but none have taken real action. Only the princes have visited one after another. The seventh prince wanted to directly interrogate, but was stopped by Hu Ying and scolded by the third prince, eventually leaving in a huff. No one has entered or exited the prison since." "Quite patient," Lu Chen commented mildly as he gazed at the sky. "They've been hiding for years. They won't lose their composure over an accidentally exposed pawn. Perhaps this Yaoguai doesn't know much, and they aren't concerned about any leaks." Luo Feng looked serious. "I never expected our Great Yu to harbor such things. Wearing human skin. Even in the extensive records of the Luo family, there's no mention of a Yaoguai with such abilities. Moreover, both this one wearing human skin and the one committing crimes in the outer city can act in daylight, which contradicts ancient records. The world is truly becoming more chaotic. It's hard to fathom what their hidden motives are." Lu Chun didn't respond, just glanced in the direction of the Cloud Palace, where the old emperor resided. The next day, before dawn, officials of all ranks had already arrived at the floating world hall, waiting for the grand assembly to begin. Princes and consorts also arrived one after another, making the originally spacious hall feel crowded. Looking around, all one could see were silent heads. The emperor arrives. With a loud call, everyone hurriedly knelt to pay respect. "We pay respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." The resonant voices echoed within the hall. The old emperor sat on the dragon throne amidst the respectful voices and ordered, "Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." The official stood up. The old emperor surveyed the assembly and said, "The reason I summoned you today is probably clear to you. I guess you're also curious about what the legendary Yaoguai looks like. Bring it in." At the emperor's command, the doors of the floating world hall opened wide. Huing escorted the ferocious-looking Yaoguai to the center of the hall. Along the way, ministers glanced sideways, uncertain and wary. Those with weaker cultivation even stepped back, afraid of the ominous presence. "General Hu Ying, at your service, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise." The old emperor's gaze swept over the crowd again and pointed to the Yaoguai before him. "Well, have you seen clearly? This legendary creature. Does anyone here find it familiar?" The emperor's sharp gaze swept across the court officials and finally settled on one minister. Xiao Taisher snapped back to reality, hurriedly shifting his gaze away from the eerie creature. He hastily explained, "No, no, Your Majesty, I don't know it. I just looked out of curiosity." As an official responsible for the royal court's historical records, Xiao Taisher had researched such mythological beings extensively. However, seeing the mythical creature in person left him both shocked and excited, momentarily losing his composure. The other ministers shook their heads unanimously, claiming they neither recognized nor knew anything about it. They were curious about the creature's existence, but dared not admit any familiarity. According to folklore, ordinary people who saw it would die, a fate they, as mere mortals without magical powers, could not withstand. Seeing the officials deny knowledge, the emperor turned his attention to the creature in the center of the hall, appearing dazed and confused. Huing, wake it up, he commanded. Huing stepped forward, channeling his martial energy, and delivered a heavy slap to the creature's face. Smack! The sharp sound echoed through the hall, yet the creature remained in a daze. Huing struck again, but to no avail. Stop! The emperor gestured, then turned to Lu Chen with suspicion. Old Five, did you hit this thing so hard it lost its senses? Lu Chen glanced at the creature, his eyes instantly filled with a mysterious black and white aura. Eye of life and death, reverse, he murmured. Under Lu Chen's gaze, the creature's wounds healed rapidly, and its consciousness gradually returned. Huh, what? The creature suddenly awoke, bewildered as it looked around. Before it could utter a word, Huing kicked it to the ground, commanding harshly, "Kneel." His powerful martial energy suppressed the creature, the searing pressure causing it to whimper in pain. At that moment, all eyes were on Lu Chen. The court was in disbelief at the young prince's abilities. To heal a gravely injured creature with just a look? Such a feat was beyond even the greatest martial arts masters. A shocking thought occurred to everyone: could he be a transcendent being? A martial arts prodigy at 20? How is that possible? The ministers swallowed hard, their minds awash with complex emotions. On the dragon throne, the emperor cast a thoughtful glance at Lu Chen, a fleeting, inscrutable shadow passing through his eyes. As the hall fell into silence, the subdued creature suddenly erupted in bizarre laughter. Despite the pain from the martial energy, its arrogance remained undiminished. The eerie laughter echoed, adding another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. So, you're looking to get some information from me, aren't you? Yen sneered arrogantly, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Ha ha ha. Well, I'm not afraid to tell you your human race is doomed to lose this time. His voice echoed through the court, each word striking the hearts of those present like a heavy blow. Yen continued, even if Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi were to be resurrected, your Great Yu, your human race, would still be doomed. Destruction is your inevitable fate. Though Yan's words were cryptic, the officials caught the terrifying implications behind them: the destruction of the human race, the resurrection of Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi. These ominous phrases sent shivers down their spines. The old emperor's face darkened instantly, and he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Spreading lies to incite fear. Our Great Yu is a land of prosperity and talent, not something that can be shaken by creatures like you lurking in the shadows. You're overestimating yourself." Hearing this, Yin laughed even more maniacally. He retorted with a booming laugh. "Ha ha! Lurking in the shadows? Ha! Look at me, I walk freely under the sun. I come and go right under your noses." A hint of triumph flickered in his eyes. "Your race's guardian spirit can no longer protect you. You pathetic insects, finally. Impudent. How dare you?" Yan's arrogant words infuriated those present. Someone shouted sternly, "You vile creature, how dare you bark so wildly in the sacred court of Great Yu?" Roaring in the court, defying imperial authority, you deserve death. Hu Ying, seething with anger, quickly channeled his martial energy. The crimson energy almost materialized into flames, burning around him. Yet Yin only laughed contemptuously. "Martial energy is not our nemesis. You think this little bit of energy can—" Ah! Suddenly, a dazzling azure flame, the color of glazed glass, enveloped Yin, burning quietly, flowing like water. Yin let out a scream of agony, starkly contrasting the calm fire. Ah! He looked in terror and despair at Lu Chen, who had ignited the divine flame, his voice trembling. "Damn it, the azure, heavenly flame. Yu. The Lu family's azure heavenly flame was the bane of all evil and filth, especially potent against malevolent beings like Yin." The space around Yin warped and distorted, creating eerie shadows. In just a single breath, the once arrogant Yin was writhing in agony, nearly driven mad by the pain. Stop burning. Ill talk. Yin finally surrendered. The azure flame slowly faded, and Yin gasped for air. The old emperor taunted, "It seems the Lu family's azure heavenly flame is indeed the greatest bane to your kind. Yin, you're nothing special. As long as the Lu royal family stands, there will be no day for creatures like you to rise." The old emperor's words were like a balm, calming the hearts of everyone in the floating world hall. The emperor suppressed the unrest among his ministers caused by Yan's deceitful words. Yan merely bared its teeth, offering no rebuttal. It had no desire to experience the wrath of the azure flame of the gods again, a torment more excruciating than it had imagined. Jinging Tai, where is the information I asked you to investigate? The old emperor demanded harshly. Lu Huan stepped forward, presenting a dossier with trembling hands. Father, this Yin is named Lu Yu, a collateral descendant of the Lu family from Yongzhou. He paused before continuing. Lu Yu was not particularly outstanding in the Lu family, merely average. However, 2 years ago, he suddenly exhibited extraordinary abilities, allowing him to enter the core ranks of the Lu family and gain the authority to represent them in various activities and social events. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Huan's eyes. We suspect that it was 2 years ago that this Yin took over Lu Yu's body and assumed his identity. Its actions are likely aimed at infiltrating the Lu family to control them and potentially incite a rebellion against our Great Yu imperial court at a critical moment. He pulled out several sheets of paper from the dossier. Here is evidence of Lu Yu's deliberate rebellion. He has had multiple contacts with traitorous officials and rebellious elements involved in the Tea Party incident. Over the years, the Taiping sect has been rampant and tyrannical, likely aided by these ghostly entities. The old emperor took the dossier handed to him by a eunuch and roughly flipped through it. Moments later, he trembled with rage, tearing the dossier to shreds. Monsters and demons. Disrupting my Great Yu, they deserve to die? Summon the guards. Lu Huan hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Father, calm your anger. We still don't fully understand Yan's intentions and related information. We need Lu Yu to provide intelligence. Other ministers knelt down, pleading in unison. Your Majesty, please calm down. The ministers were well aware of the emperor's temper, fearing that in a fit of rage, he might rashly execute Lu Yu. They knew this was their only lead, and it could not be squandered. Under the minister's persuasion, the old emperor's anger subsided slightly. He glared at Lu Yu, gritting his teeth. Fine, I'll spare your worthless life for now. Lu Yu said nothing, merely fixing his hollow, black eyes on the emperor with a look of apparent disdain. The emperor, suppressing his fury, demanded, Tell me, how many of your kind, these Yin, are there in my Great Yu? Lu Yu slowly shook his head. I don't know. What did you say? The emperor shouted, enraged. I don't know, Lu Yu reiterated. Impudent, arrogant scoundrel, a minister scolded angrily. Do you truly believe we won't dare to kill you? Do you think you can behave so brazenly here? Lu Yu cast a disdainful glance at everyone, a reckless grin splitting his lips. I'm telling the truth. It's hard to say exactly how many like me there are. I can only tell you that whether you can see it or not, we're everywhere. He paused, then continued. There's no need for me to deceive you, nor do I need to. Whether you know it or not, it won't change the impending tide. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly fell on Lu Chen. Those godlike, indifferent eyes glanced at him, and Lu Yu's brazen grin vanished. His body seemed to be once again filled with that excruciating heat. Lu Yu's words caused a shiver to run through the crowd, the air thick with unease. The emperor asked again, Is the method you use to possess Lu Yu's body something all creatures like you possess? Why is it not recorded in ancient texts? Lu Yu glanced warily at Lu Chen, answering cautiously. That's a question for your founder emperor, Lu Xingxi. Years ago, Lu Xingxi ordered the destruction of many books and ancient relics that recorded traces of our tribe to prevent the spread of fear and despair. He left only a few critical parts to warn future generations. However, without Lu Xingxi's suppression, these surviving records should have faded away over the 3,000 years. Even if some noble families, with their long heritage, knew a thing or two, they chose to stay silent for self-preservation. The old emperor turned his sharp gaze to historian Xiao and asked sternly, Historian Xiao, what do you think of this nightmare's words? Historian Xiao respectfully replied, Your Majesty, I have compiled various records. During the reign of Emperor Tianfeng, there were indeed many tales of ghosts and monsters. However, after Emperor Gengshi ascended the throne, these rumors suddenly diminished, leaving only scattered fragments that are difficult to piece together. In my opinion, the truth is likely as Lu Yu's nightmare suggests. Lu Yu grinned, about to let out his signature eerie laugh, but suddenly held it back. Suppressing his glee, he slowly said, It won't be long before you experience this yourselves. Why would I need to deceive you? The old emperor frowned, his voice low and serious. It won't be long, what does that mean? Lu Yu took a deep breath, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement. The balance of yin and yang has been disrupted, just like that bizarre case outside. The suppression of my tribe during the day has dropped to its lowest. We are no longer bound by the rules of night and slaughter. Soon, we will fully descend upon this land and reveal our true forms. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he continued. This bizarre case is not an isolated incident and will only become more frequent in the future. All regions and cities of Great Yu will witness the arrival of my tribe, and eventually, fall completely. Lu Yu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. So I'm not afraid to tell you all this. Because the balance is broken, the outcome is set, and your human race is destined for extinction this time. He glanced at Lu Chun dismissively. Even if another Lu Xingxi were to appear, it wouldn't change the predetermined outcome. I advise you to abandon resistance and join my tribes. Enough. The old emperor suddenly stood up, his voice thunderous and commanding, silencing the room. A bunch of lowlifes lurking in the shadows dare to speak of overthrowing Great Yu? I can decide your life or death at my will. Where are these so-called comrades of yours? Can they come to rescue you? You, a mere prisoner, dare to boast. The old emperor flicked his sleeve, coldly staring at Lu Yu. One last question. What is the song that forced you to reveal your true form? Lu Yu sneered. I don't know. As soon as he spoke, the familiar burning sensation coursed through Lu Yu's body again. The excruciating pain made him tremble uncontrollably. Ah! Lu Yu screamed in agony. I'm telling the truth. He looked at Lu Chun, trembling, and cautiously explained. I really don't know. I'm a newly born nightmare, not high-ranked in the tribe, and I know very little. Otherwise, they wouldn't have left me to be interrogated by you. What do you know then? The old emperor pressed. Lu Yu struggled to speak. I only know that the song is also a kind of rule. Just like how your Lu family's Qing Tian Shun Yin inexplicably suppresses my tribe. That damned song is something similar. I don't know what it is, but as soon as I hear it, I become paralyzed, lose my disguise ability, and reveal my true form. The old emperor finally allowed a slight smile, but it quickly vanished. His expression turned stern again, and he ordered sharply. Take him away and execute him. Lu Yu was not surprised by the sudden change in the old emperor's attitude. From the moment his true identity was accidentally exposed and fell into the hands of Lu Chun, he knew there was no way out for him. His companions would never risk exposing themselves for a mere pawn. The palace guards, with grim expressions and surging emotions, roughly dragged Yin away. Yin stared intently at the old emperor, his eyes filled with dark malice. He let out a sinister laugh. I'll be waiting for you all down below. Before the words fully left his mouth, a blade filled with intense yang energy struck heavily on Yan's neck. With a thud, thick black blood splattered across the steps in front of the floating world hall, the air thick with a pungent stench. Only then did the old emperor withdraw his gaze, his eyes sharp as he surveyed the gathered ministers. He spoke in a deep voice. You've all heard what that creature said. What do you think? Speak up. The ministers exchanged uneasy glances, tension hanging in the air. After a moment, one brave minister stepped forward, his voice slightly trembling. Your Majesty, according to that fiend, there could be countless yin hidden within the major families of our Great Yu. Therefore, I believe we should first conduct an internal investigation. He glanced around, letting his gaze linger on each face before continuing. We need to find out if any family members have suddenly become enlightened like Lu Yu, or have had drastic changes in personality, or have an unusually strong ambition. If such people exist, they should be guarded against and kept away from the court and the core of the families to prevent yin from taking advantage. The ministers nodded in agreement, murmuring softly. Indeed, that's sensible. These ghostly things have been hiding quietly for so many years. They are extremely cunning and must be guarded against. At this moment, another minister stepped forward with his suggestion. Your Majesty, according to what that yin said, they reveal themselves uncontrollably when they hear that particular melody. Why not make the melody public, so everyone in Great Yu can recognize and expose Yan's disguises? That way, we would be as secure as a fortress. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng, standing behind Lu Chun, stepped forward with a serious expression. Your Majesty, regarding that melody, I have investigated thoroughly, and His Highness Prince Chun has also confirmed it. The melody only works in the hands of that specific woman. Others who learn it will only produce sound without its magical effect. This explanation plunged the room into contemplation once more. Luo Feng continued, just as Lu Yu's yin said, the heavenly flame and the melody are products of the same kind of rule. Consider this. How many in the Great Yu royal family can master the heavenly flame? Similarly, not everyone can wield the melody's magical power. The ministers quietly discussed. That makes sense. But it does complicate matters. The old emperor's voice suddenly broke through, with a hint of displeasure. Oh? Complicated? I see this as a sign of good fortune. He lightly tapped his dragon throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Didn't you hear what that ghostly thing said? The heavenly flame of our Lu family naturally restrains them. The old emperor's gaze settled on Lu Chun, a slight smile on his lips, and the heavenly flame. Old Five's mastery of the flame is no less than mine in my youth. And he's only 20, reaching this stage at such a young age. Such talent surpasses even the founding emperor. His voice rose with confidence. The founding emperor turned the tide, so why can't my son continue the mandate of heaven? Besides, as soon as Old Five took office as the commander of the Royal City Guards, he uncovered this yin and discovered the yin tribe's conspiracy. Although there is some element of coincidence, that very coincidence makes it all the more remarkable. The old emperor's gaze deepened as if seeing hope in the future. Otherwise, why would the woman with the other Yin tribe's nemesis play her melody at this exact moment, allowing my son to notice? Isn't this destiny? What does this signify? It signifies that the Great Yu Dynasty is destined by heaven. The voice of the old emperor echoed through the hall of the world, his pale face flushed with excitement. Clenching his fists, his eyes shone brightly as he passionately proclaimed, "Even the heavens favor our Great Yu. No matter what schemes those demons and spirits concoct, they can only fall again under the eternal glory of our Great Yu." Upon hearing this, the court officials bowed and exclaimed in unison, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Long live the Yu Dynasty. Long live Your Majesty." The chorus of congratulations filled the hall, bringing a delighted smile to the emperor's face. Suddenly, the old emperor remembered something and turned to Luo Feng, asking, "By the way, what is the name of the woman who mastered that extraordinary music?" Luo Feng promptly replied, "Your Majesty, the woman is named Chen, and she hails from Ningzhou." Chen, like the morning sunlight, quite a fitting name. The emperor mused, nodding thoughtfully. He then commanded, "Send a team to protect her and inform her that she will need to stay in the capital for a while to assist the royal family." The ministers exchanged eager glances, but before they could volunteer, the emperor decisively appointed, "This matter will be handled by the capital's guards. Your division will take responsibility." Luo Feng immediately accepted the order. "I will comply with your command." Having arranged the matter concerning Chen, the emperor turned his attention to Lu Chen. "Old Five," he said warmly, "your efforts in uncovering the Yinzu's plot have been invaluable. I have always been just in my rewards. Merit will not go unrewarded." After a brief pause, the emperor continued, "I remember you have always loved martial arts and collecting ancient texts." He chuckled softly. "Nothing out there compares to what we have." His tone grew serious. "Our royal family, the Lu clan, possesses not only the Qing Tian Bu Yi Ju, our ancestral technique, but also many other exceptional skills and insights from generations of royal masters. Each one has been carefully selected, the best of the best, tested by time. They surpass those dubious methods out there and include annotations from our ancestors, greatly reducing the difficulty of practice and minimizing errors." Finally, the emperor solemnly declared, "Thus, I grant you unrestricted access to our royal archives. You may immerse yourself in them as much as you wish, even sleep there if you like." Lu Chen, sensing the deeper meaning in his father's words, respectfully replied, "Thank you, father." "Good, as long as you are pleased." The emperor nodded, then addressed the assembled ministers with a serious tone. "The threat of the Yinzu is imminent. Today's meeting ends here. Return and prepare. Search your clan's ancient texts for clues about the Yinzu. We must find their weaknesses and eliminate them, restoring peace to our Great Yu. Let us all strive for this and not disappoint me." "We will obey your command." The ministers responded in unison. "Dismissed. May your majesty be escorted." Amidst the farewell chants, the old emperor left the hall of the world with a satisfied smile. This court session had been one of his most gratifying in recent times. Yet, as soon as he stepped past the threshold, the smile vanished, replaced by a deep, brooding expression. He ordered in a grave tone, "Proceed to the Xuanqin Palace." "Yes, your majesty." The attendants responded promptly, escorting the emperor towards the Xuanqin Palace. After the old emperor's departure from the palace, the hall remained bustling with activity. The ministers engaged in heated discussions, their voices overlapping. "We were living peacefully, and suddenly a hidden tribe, the Yin clan, emerges, closely linked with the Taiping sect," one minister said worriedly. "It seems the Taiping sect is being stirred up by them, inciting rebellion." These words left the ministers feeling uneasy, sensing something unusual in the air. An oppressive atmosphere, like a storm brewing, filled the room. First the Taiping sect, now the Yin clan. Another minister remarked with a frown, "How many more secrets are hidden within our lands? It's truly overwhelming to defend against." Someone suggested, "If anyone has clues about the Yin clan, don't keep them to yourselves. In these turbulent times, we must unite to overcome the challenges." An elderly minister cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "As for clues, I only know that these creatures fear sunlight and usually don't appear during the day. They also fear the martial energy of warriors. If a strong martial artist is present, these ghosts dare not approach." As soon as he finished, another minister countered, "Forget about that. Those two Yin can move freely during the day. What's more concerning is the change in their killing rules." He continued, "Look, before, both sides had to see each other, breaking the rule to kill. But now, according to a recent bizarre case, the Yin can attack without us even seeing them. It's like they can hit us, but we can't hit them because we can't see them." This statement caused a stir, with ministers nodding in agreement. In this situation, even if someone's cultivation is higher than the Yin, they can still be bullied to death. "It's completely unfair," a minister exclaimed angrily, slamming the table. If this continues, does it mean only martial arts masters can defeat the Yin? Another minister said worriedly. But becoming a martial arts master isn't easy. How many such masters does our entire DU have? What hope is there for ordinary people? Amidst the discussions, a young official stepped forward and calmly said, "It shouldn't be. Didn't we see Lu Yu? The situation will resolve itself. Instead of worrying about these elusive rules, you should consider if any of your subordinates have had their identities stolen by the Yin clan." These words sent many ministers into deep thought, with some starting to shake their heads. With Lu Yu's case, how many positions in DU are now vacant? A minister said worriedly. And we still have to guard against the Yin clan's invasion. We're severely understaffed. At that moment, the Crown Prince Lu Yun and others approached. Everyone immediately bowed. "Your Highness." Lu Yun nodded and said steadily, "I've heard your concerns. RDU has faced the backlash from the Taiping sect and the Yin clan, and we indeed lack in talent acquisition. So, after discussing with my brothers, we plan to advance the Grand Autumn Examination." He explained, "Firstly, through the examination, we can quickly recruit a group of talented individuals with ideas and skills. Secondly, we can use these talents to connect with the academies and schools behind them, strengthening our influence over various factions. Thirdly, by recruiting through this examination, we can demonstrate our imperial family's eagerness to seek talent, thus restoring some reputation and guiding the people. What do you think?" The ministers all agreed. This is a viable plan. The princes have great foresight, and we are impressed. They then began discussing some details. At this point, Luo Feng leaned towards Lu Chun and whispered, "Your Highness, the situation is becoming increasingly unstable. Should we gather more forces, drawing experts from the Chen family, Luoxia Gate, and other factions as a precaution?" Lu Chun replied nonchalantly, "I will be staying in the royal treasury for the time being. Handle these matters as you see fit, but if you're unsure about anything, send someone to inform me." After leaving the floating world hall, Lu Chun headed straight to the royal family's secret vault. This vault is the foundation of the Lu royal family's power, rarely opened due to its heavy seals and tight security. Even as a prince, access is only granted during the teaching of the Qing Tianbu Yiju. Under normal circumstances, without significant merit or the emperor's permission, no one can set foot inside. For Lu Chun, entering the vault now was timely. As his mastery of the Qing Tianbu Yiju deepened, a long-held suspicion of his was in urgent need of verification. Meanwhile, the floating world hall was bustling. Other officials gathered around Luo Feng. Although Prince Wu was known for his aloof demeanor, his subordinates were quite amiable. Interacting with Prince Wu's confidants was considered a way to forge indirect connections. During today's court assembly, the old emperor's preference was unmistakably clear. For the position of crown prince, the fifth prince, Lu Chun, was already far ahead due to his exceptional talent and cultivation. Everyone understood that it was now or never to place their bets. "Young Master Luo, Sect Leader Luo, it's been a while," a minister greeted warmly. Luo Feng responded with composure, well accustomed to such situations as the heir of the Luo family. "Master Lu, you're too kind. It's all thanks to the guidance of my lord. I believe." In the floating world hall, the lively exchanges continued. At the same time, the scorching sun mountain range in Fengzhou, resembling a slumbering dragon, was undergoing dramatic changes. The Fengzhou city army had broken through the natural barriers of the mountain range, with tens of thousands of troops charging towards the summit and the Miao Fa sect. "Charge! Charge!" Leading the army was the Fengzhou city lord, Yin Lai, riding his blood-red horse capable of covering vast distances in a day. He wielded a blood-colored spear, aiming a deadly strike at the protective barrier of the Miao Fa sect. Boom! The spear collided with the barrier, producing a deafening explosion. A massive gap appeared in the protective shield. Yin Lai shouted an order. "All troops, listen up. By sunset today, the Miao Fa sect must be annihilated, leaving none alive. Slay the sect's guardians, and you'll be promoted 2 ranks and elevated 1 title. Kill the sect leader or deputy leader, and you'll be promoted 3 ranks and elevated 2 titles. Attack! Attack!" In a thunderous roar, the army launched their assault. Overhead, a colossal apparition of a blood-colored martial god formed, exuding an intimidating aura. The army breached the protective barrier of the Miao Fa sect. However, when the sound of hooves abruptly stopped, the sight before them left everyone stunned. Where are they? Where have the rebels of the Miao Fa sect gone? In front of the army, the Miao Fa sect was deserted, the large mountain gate eerily empty. Yin Lai's brow furrowed as his sharp eyes scanned every corner of the Miao Fa sect. In Fengzhou, how could these rebels escape right under our noses? Impossible. They're still here. Search. Turn this place upside down and find them. Yes. The army immediately entered the Miao Fa sect, conducting a thorough search. Before long, a soldier reported back, "City Lord, we've found many corpses of the Miao Fa sect members." Corpses? Yin Lai was momentarily taken aback, then ordered, "Take me there." Outside the main hall of the Miao Fa sect, The ground was littered with the shriveled bodies of sect members. A single glance was enough for Yen Lai to realize the gravity of the situation. Their flesh and blood have been drained. Such a method. He swiftly took to the air, utilizing his martial arts and golden core power to search for signs of the culprit. Moments later, his heart sank. Gone. He quickly commanded. Check the Miao Fa sect's records to see if there are any survivors. City Lord, we've already counted. All members of the Miao Fa sect are accounted for here, except for the sect leader. Inside the sect's main hall, a deathly silence prevailed. Several deputy generals with sharp eyes surveyed the ground littered with corpses. Their brows were furrowed as they closely examined each body. Strange, one deputy general murmured. These bodies show almost no signs of struggle or obvious wounds. Another deputy chimed in. Indeed, it seems they died swiftly, with hardly any resistance. And a third deputy added. The only body missing is that of the sect leader Miofa. The experienced deputies exchanged glances, quickly piecing together the events. That beast, one deputy growled through clenched teeth, must have planned this long ago. As soon as news from the imperial city arrived, he acted, using a turtle shell to create a diversion and buy time. Exactly, another agreed. Attempting to assassinate the emperor is a capital offense, regardless of success. He might as well have acted early to protect his own secrets. This guy is truly ruthless, they all exclaimed in unison. Yen Lai stood aside, gazing into the distance. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. It's too late to pursue now. He turned to his subordinates and ordered, immediately issue a bounty across Fengzhou to capture the sect leader Miofa. Later, I will personally report this matter to the imperial city. Let's see what news comes from there. There's more to this than meets the eye. With that, Yen Lai mounted his blood-red horse. Leave one army to scour the sect, and take whatever can be carried. The rest of you, join me in meeting the deputy city lord at the Luyun sect. Yes, the generals responded in unison. Meanwhile, inside the Luyun sect, the deputy city lord stood before a field of corpses, frowning deeply. He rubbed his temples in frustration, murmuring to himself, it's been years since I've seen a ghostly being of such power. If it continues to feed, I'm afraid we'll face another upheaval like the one in Jingzhou. Taking a deep breath, he continued, with the Taiping sect already eyeing us, and now this ghostly entity lurking in the shadows, troubles just keep coming one after another. The deputy city lord sighed, then raised his voice to command, issue my military order. Fengzhou is to be under lockdown effective immediately. All military personnel must be vigilant about strange cases and unsolved incidents, especially those involving massacres of villages or cities. Any discovery must be reported immediately. Failure to report will be punished by death. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. That night, an urgent dispatch was rushed to the imperial city. Simultaneously, a top-secret directive from the imperial city was sent to Fengzhou and distributed to the governors of the 36 states of the Great Yu. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family's Jinxiu mansion in the imperial city, a group of young ladies was gathered. Sister Chen, your song was beautiful. Could you teach me? One young lady asked sweetly. I'd love to learn it too, another chimed in. The Lin family matron chuckled nearby. You girls, it's not the song you're interested in. I bet you're all smitten with the martial prince of the imperial army. Oh, Granny Lin, what are you saying? The young ladies giggled bashfully. Granny Lin continued. Haha, you little girls, I've been around long enough to see through your thoughts. Since ancient times, beauties have been drawn to heroes, and someone like Prince Chen, with his exceptional talent and charm, is the finest of them all. Especially in these turbulent times, a man like Prince Chen is irresistible to any young lady. If I were a few decades younger, I'd probably be just like you. Oh, Granny Lin, echoed the playful voices of the young ladies in the mansion. The conversation soon turned to the topic of Prince Chen's bride selection. Speaking of which, Prince Chen is already 20 but hasn't chosen a bride yet, one young lady remarked. He's so devoted to martial arts that such considerations might come later for him than for others, another added. It's getting late, you're already 20. According to royal customs, it should be soon. Granny Lin waved her fan with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Hurrah! You silly girls, it's a bit late to start thinking about this now, she teased. So many people have their eyes on the position of the princess. Her words opened a floodgate, and she continued. First, there's the prestigious flourishing sword sect from Prince Chen's maternal family. Those girls have more chances to meet Prince Chen than outsiders, like being close to the water. Then there's the Mu family behind Prince Chen's adoptive mother, noble consort Yuan. The Mu daughters are famous for their gentle and charming demeanor, much like our beloved noble consort Yuan, who has always been favored by the emperor. And let's not forget the suitable matches from the families of the court's powerful ministers. I'm sure the list of candidates for Prince Chen's consort, prepared by noble consort Yuan, is already full. Oh, Granny, someone interrupted, unable to hold back. How can we even talk about this now? Seeing this, Granny quickly waved her hand. All right, I won't say anymore. Chenxi sat quietly on the side, listening with a gentle and reserved smile. She didn't speak much or try to outshine others. As a guest in the imperial city, she knew she was on borrowed ground and should not be too presumptuous. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the Jinxiu residence. A servant hurried in and respectfully reported, "Miss, the lockdown on the imperial city has been lifted, and you are now free to come and go." Upon hearing this, Chenxi nodded slightly and said to the people of Jinxiu residence, "I've been imposing on your hospitality for quite some time. Now that the city is open, it's time for me to take my leave." "What? Sister Chen, are you leaving already?" "Stay a few more days," someone pleaded. Chenxi politely declined. "I've been away from home for a long time, and my parents must be worried. I should set off for Ningzhou soon to ease their minds." Since that's the case, they were about to say more when they were interrupted by the sound of steady, powerful footsteps. "Miss Chen, please stay," a commanding voice called out. It was General Luo Feng, clad in armor, striding in. He announced, "By order of His Majesty, you are requested to remain in the imperial city for the time being, as we may need your assistance." He added reassuringly, "Rest assured, during your stay, the imperial guards will ensure your safety. Any requests you have will be met to the best of our ability. Once your assistance is no longer required, we will personally escort you back to Ningzhou without delay." Chenxi pondered and softly asked, "Is it because of that melody?" Luo Feng glanced around and whispered, "This isn't the place to discuss it. I've prepared accommodations for you in the inner city. Please allow me to escort you there." "Thank you, General." Chenxi replied gracefully as she stood up. "Please," Luo Feng gestured, leading Chenxi out of Jinxiu residence. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Palace, the old emperor suddenly began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. He covered his mouth and nose with his hand, and when he looked at his palm, a glaring dark red stain was there. The old emperor stared at the blood, his eyes deep and filled with a fleeting worry for the future. "My time is running out." He sighed softly, then rose and walked to the study behind the Cloud Palace. On the side of the study, portraits of past emperors from the Lu family, filled with imperial majesty, hung high. From the founding emperor Lu Xinghe to his father, the old emperor's gaze wandered over these images, his eyes lost and unfocused. After a long time, he closed his eyes, concealing the complex emotions in them. When he reopened them, they were filled with determination. "Ancestors, watch over us," the old emperor prayed quietly, as if preparing for the impending storm. The old emperor took one last look at the portraits of Lu Xinghe and Lu Xingxi before slowly leaving the imperial study, filled with an aura of authority. Back in the Yun Palace, he picked up a newly delivered dossier, boldly titled Chenxi. The old emperor opened it and began to read carefully. Meanwhile, in front of the royal treasury, Lu Chun was respectfully greeted by the elders of the royal family. "Greetings, Prince Chun. We have received the emperor's decree. The royal treasury is now fully open to you, without restriction. Please feel free to explore." Lu Chun nodded slightly. "Thank you." With that, he stepped into the opulent treasury. As soon as he entered, a powerful martial spirit surged towards Lu Chun like a tide. His attention was drawn to a few prominent ancient texts near the entrance, including the solution to Qi deviation and cursed martial arts. He casually picked up one and leafed through it, reading, "The azure flame of our Lu family is the greatest nemesis of all evil and ominous forces. If any descendants fall into demonic influence or nightmares, they should promptly rid themselves of the source and wisely use the power of the divine flame to frequently purify themselves, thus eliminating the demonic nature in martial arts." Lu Chen thoughtfully glanced back towards the Yun Palace. At that moment, he was certain that the old emperor was the mastermind behind everything. Since the martial arts tea gathering, the old emperor had been assessing the princes. The current mysterious incidents in the capital were likely orchestrated by him, using the Taiping sect to deliberately guide the princes and the Great Yu court to uncover long-buried secrets. However, the unexpected emergence of the Chenxi melody and Lu Yu's exposure seemed to have caught the old emperor off guard. Lu Chen sensed his father's urgency in handling the incidents involving Chenxi and Lu Yu. The emperor was deliberately fostering a belief in destiny, making everyone believe that Lu Chen's presence was a symbol of Great Yu's unyielding fate, much like Lu Xingxi, destined to turn the tide and extend the mandate of heaven for Great Yu. Chenxi, the unexpected nemesis of the Nightmare clan, was seen as a divine omen sent to aid Great Yu, a testament to the unending destiny of humanity. All of this, reminiscent of the time when the founding emperor eradicated traces of the Nightmare clan, aimed to dispel fear and prevent despair from spreading. Lu Chen chuckled softly and returned the ancient text to its place. A glint of winter-like coldness flashed in his clear eyes. "With me here, this Great Yu." His imperial robe fluttered as he walked deeper into the treasury, "will not fall into chaos." In the following days, Great Yu remained peaceful. No mysterious incidents occurred, nor were there any rebel uprisings. After a series of thorough purges by the court, rooting out numerous corrupt officials, the 13 princes had effectively taken control of the central government. The court of the Great Yu Dynasty implemented a series of policies benefiting the people, nurturing the land like spring rain. This once declining dragon, after a period of dormancy, has finally awakened and embarked on the path to revival. Inside and outside the imperial city, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. On another crisp autumn day, exciting news came from the imperial city. The Grand Autumn Examination was not only brought forward but also expanded in enrollment and relaxed in entry requirements. All of this stemmed from the wise decisions of the 13 princes. Eager to recruit talent and rejuvenate the court, they reformed the examination to ensure no talent across the Great Yu was overlooked. In the streets and alleys, the people were abuzz with discussion. It seems these princes have the hearts of wise rulers, an elder remarked. Those previous policies benefiting the people were mostly their initiatives. With them, the lives of us common folk in Great Yu will only get better. As they spoke, a young man in scholar's robes hurried by. Lee the Talented, where are you rushing off to? Someone asked. I must return home to study. Lee the Talented paused, his eyes gleaming with confidence. This opportunity in the Grand Autumn Examination is rare. I can't let it slip by. Someone nearby scoffed. You fail every year, better not go. I'm afraid if you become an official, you'll embarrass our county. Lee the Talented's face flickered with anger, but he quickly regained his confident demeanor. My past failures were due to a corrupt court that valued wealth over talent, he declared boldly. This time, with the princes overseeing and the esteemed Prince Wu in the capital, who would dare to act unjustly? I will make a name for myself, and you can look forward to my triumphant return. With a hearty laugh, he departed, leaving his neighbors exchanging uncertain glances. On the surface, the regions of Great Yu seemed increasingly virtuous, and the awakened dragon was thriving. Yet beneath this calm exterior, undercurrents surged. The additional patrols in various states and counties, their frequent inspections, and relentless vigilance all hinted at deeper crises. Meanwhile, within the Wu Academy, Master Yin had just concluded a day of teaching. Surveying his students, he spoke earnestly. With the Grand Autumn Examination approaching, classes will be paused. Prepare yourselves well. This examination is exceptional, and you all understand its significance. I wish you all success and fulfillment, leaving no regrets. The students replied in unison. Yes, Master. We will heed your advice. Master Yin nodded in satisfaction and left the teaching hall. As he exited, another master called out to him, his face grave. Old Yin. Master Yin's heart tightened, sensing something amiss. What's happened? Let's go to the main hall first. The headmaster has instructions for us. The headmaster? Master Yin frowned, but followed his colleagues swiftly to the main hall. The main hall was already filled with people. Nearly all the masters were present. The headmaster, with his youthful vigor despite his age, waved his hand, and 2 chairs appeared behind the newcomers. Sit. Once everyone was seated, the headmaster began. I've gathered you here because there's a significant matter concerning the future direction of our academy. Someone tentatively asked, is it about choosing between Great Yu and the Taiping sect? The headmaster nodded in confirmation. Indeed. Yin Fuzi stepped into the main hall, his brow slightly furrowed. The old palace master was gently stroking his graying beard, his gaze deep and contemplative. Yin Fuzi spoke. Palace master, haven't we already decided to descend the mountain to support the royal court? The rules for the Grand Autumn trial have also been handed out. The old palace master replied slowly. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Some matters must adapt to the times. This time, YA Academy will not participate in the Grand Autumn trial. These words were like a thunderclap, leaving the gathered scholars exchanging bewildered glances. Someone couldn't help but speak up. Palace master, this is inappropriate. We scholars conduct ourselves with integrity and teach the path of righteousness. How can we go back on our word? YA Academy is the pinnacle of literary tradition in Fengzhou, the spiritual faith of scholars. Indeed, another scholar concurred. We have already promised to participate, and the word has been given. If we back out at the last minute, how will the world view YA Academy? How can we still claim to be the leader in literary tradition and set an example for countless scholars? This truly dishonors our etiquette and spirit. The scholars each voiced their opinions, citing classic texts and making logical arguments, clearly opposed to the palace master's decision. The old palace master listened quietly, and once the hall had calmed down, he said unhurriedly, this is also the decision of the Literary Alliance. What? The crowd exclaimed, the decision of the Literary Alliance. The Literary Alliance was like a parliamentary body formed by the union of various academies and institutions within the Great Yu. It evolved from initial academic exchanges between a few institutions to become the authoritative body safeguarding academic standards and guiding literary development within the Great Yu. With the inclusion of top academies, the alliance now represents the entire literary tradition of the Great Yu, holding significant influence. Once the alliance makes a decision, it's challenging to change it. Upon hearing this, the scholars' expressions changed dramatically. YA Academy backing out at the last minute might be explained by unforeseen circumstances within the academy. But if it was the decision of the Literary Alliance, it would seem like a deliberate snub to the court. This was clearly a rebellious move. The hall fell into silence, the scholars exchanging solemn looks. After a long pause, Yin Fuzi sighed, unwilling to give up, and asked, "May I ask, Palace Master, how many approved this proposal in the Alliance vote?" 80%, the old Palace Master replied. 80%, Yin Fuzi exclaimed. Could it be those top academies? The old Palace Master nodded. Except for Xinjiang Academy, which abstained, the other 3 top academies all agreed. The proposal not to participate in the Grand Autumn Trial was put forward by them. Yin Fuzi understood. With 3 of the 4 top literary powers in Great Yu agreeing, the other academies would naturally follow suit. He realized the decision was final and said no more. Leaving the main hall, Yin Fuzi walked through the familiar academy grounds, feeling strangely alienated. He sighed softly and slowly made his way to his student Mo Wenju's study, calling out gently, "Wenju, Master." Mo Wenju turned abruptly, his gaze landing on Master Yan's face, immediately catching the complex and grave expression there. His sharp mind quickly connected this to the recent summoning of all the teachers to the main hall. A sense of foreboding surged within him. "Master, please don't tell me that Wiyue Academy has changed its mind at the last moment," Mo Wenju said anxiously, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. Master Yin looked intently at Mo Wenju, emotions flickering in his eyes. This gaze lingered for a long while, as if trying to etch every expression of Mo Wenju into memory. Finally, he spoke heavily. "Prepare yourself to leave Wiyue Academy." Before the words had fully settled, Master Yin suddenly turned, his tone becoming harsh. "You scoundrel, secretly abusing your elders and exploiting the common folk, showing no regard for the law. From this day forth, I expel you from my tutelage. You are no longer a student of Wiyue Academy. Once outside, you are not to claim to be my disciple. Leave." Mo Wenju was thunderstruck, standing frozen, staring at Master Yin in disbelief. "Master, you're expelling me? Where am I supposed to go?" His voice was filled with panic and confusion. "Go wherever you wish," Master Yin replied coldly. "The items in your study belong to the Wundao Alliance, and you are not to take them. If I see you here in half an hour, don't blame me for being ruthless." With that, he flicked his sleeve and walked away. Mo Wenju stood there, dazed, his gaze shifting between the study, Master Yan's departing figure, and the direction of the academy's main hall. Suddenly, he seemed to make up his mind and quickly left the academy. Outside, he found his horse, the blood smoke horse, and mounted it. "Hiya!" Mo Wenju shouted, and the blood smoke horse shot forward like an arrow. He spurred it on, galloping towards the capital of the Great Yu, the sound of hooves echoing across the open land. "Hiya! Hiya!" he urged the steed on, as if trying to leave all his frustration and confusion behind. Meanwhile, deep within the royal palace's secret vault, in the innermost sealed chamber, Chen stood amidst an awe-inspiring scene. He casually broke through the barrier, once again seeing the Liu family's legendary martial art, the Qing Tianbu Ju. This martial art floated in midair, enveloped in layers of golden light and jade-like luster, exuding a profound martial aura. Strands of divine light intertwined, forming fearsome apparitions that were awe-inspiring. However, Chen's purpose in coming here was not for the Qing Tianbu Ju itself. He was here to verify a hypothesis. Chen knew that the version of Qing Tianbu Ju currently practiced by the royal family had been optimized by the former emperor Lu Xingxi to make it simpler and easier for the royal family to advance through its stages. But refining such a supreme martial art was no easy task. Even with Chen's current mastery at the 11th level, simplifying Qing Tianbu Ju without losing its power was challenging, let alone for Lu Xingxi. Chen concluded that Lu Xingxi must have heavily edited the original martial art left by the founding emperor, sacrificing some of its power and dominance for easier cultivation. Thus, the original must still exist within the royal archives. Surveying the opulent, light-filled core chamber, Chen thought to himself, if the Lu family could produce a Lu Xingxi 3,000 years ago, why not another one 3,000 years later? Lu Xingxi must have hidden the original martial art in a special way to prevent his descendants from becoming overambitious, leaving it for the next Lu Xingxi. At that moment, a brilliant azure light enveloped Lu Chen, spreading from him throughout the chamber. Boom! A storm erupted. Boom, boom. The ground shook, the sky hummed. A vast expanse of azure suddenly appeared, manifesting the Qing Tian. A blazing sun and a crescent moon emerged within the azure sky, eternally illuminating the world below. The 9th level, Qing Tianbui. Under the state of Qing Tianbui, Lu Chen seemed to transform into a god walking among mortals, his body emitting a gentle azure glow, flawless like jade, free of dust and impurity. With extraordinary perception, he once again examined the entire secret chamber, and golden runes appeared in his eyes. "I've found it." Lu Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The true Qing Tianbu Ju. He closely observed these golden runes and soon uncovered a startling truth. The genuine Qing Tianbu Iju left by the ancestor was divided into two major parts: the sun aspect, which focused on suppression and defense, and the moon aspect, which was dedicated to aggression and advancement. However, the Gongshi Emperor had only retained the sun aspect's defensive techniques, while the profound methods and skills of the moon aspect had been almost entirely excised, leaving only the most basic parts. With his current level and martial understanding, Lu Chen quickly comprehended the Gongshi Emperor's intention. Without the reductions, if they followed the ancestors' version, few among the Lu family descendants could reach the 7th level. Now, although simplified, at least 20% could achieve the 7th level, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the Lu family members. As the missing scriptures were supplemented, Lu Chen's understanding and mastery of Qing Tianbu Iju continued to deepen. Driven by his advanced sun aspect level, the missing moon aspect techniques also rapidly improved, the sun and moon complementing each other, gradually merging into one. The scene suddenly shifted to the bustling royal training ground. A large group of suspicious individuals had been brought here for identification. Around the training ground, the imperial guards were on high alert. In the middle, the elite of the Luo family secured the perimeter, and in the inner circle, various princes and their retainers watched the group with vigilance. Atop the dragon platform, the old emperor was present in person, his gaze sharp, as the sun and moon coexisted. Beside him, an elderly eunuch respectfully reported in a low voice, "Your Majesty, everything is ready." The old emperor nodded slightly. "Begin. Let me see how these ghostly things reveal themselves." Then, Chen started playing the qin. The soothing melody flowed like a clear spring, gradually permeating the ears of everyone present. Moments later, some in the crowd began to tremble unnaturally, their faces contorted. All forces immediately gripped their weapons, keeping a close watch on these suspicious individuals showing abnormal reactions. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. "Stop playing. I told you to stop playing." In an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. Several ghostly figures emitting eerie black energy lunged towards Qinci, who was playing the qin. The pre-prepared guards immediately drew their swords to intercept, surrounding the ghostly figures. Under the cleansing melody of the qin, the ghostly figures were quickly subdued, writhing painfully as they were forced to their knees. They howled in agony. "Ah, this damned Mingwang tune. It's real. This cursed melody hasn't been lost. Ah, I'm going crazy. Stop playing. I told you to stop playing." On the training ground, a twisted black shadow burst apart, dripping with thick, dark blood. The old emperor on the dragon platform surveyed the surroundings, and seeing no unusual reactions from others, he gestured for Qinci to stop playing the music. "Yes," Qinci responded, and the music ceased immediately. The creatures in the training ground let out a sigh of relief. The old emperor's sharp gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on the most sinister-looking creature among them. You mentioned the Ming emperor's melody just now? Do you know the origin of this tune?" The old emperor demanded sternly. The guards quickly restrained the creature. It panted heavily, taking a while before raising its head to reveal a pair of vicious, dark eyes. Ignoring the old emperor, it stared directly at Qinci. Everyone immediately stepped in front of Qinci, wary of a sudden attack. The creature sneered. "Huh. The air of the Ming emperor's melody. Just an ordinary girl. Huh. Just wait. This time, we'll make sure this damn tune is completely obliterated." Before it could finish, azure flames suddenly ignited on the creature's ghostly form. The old emperor shouted angrily, "I may be old, but I can still wield the Azure Sky divine flame. What is the Ming emperor's melody? Tell me the truth." The creature howled in agony, its voice piercing and shrill, yet it refused to reveal anything. Even as the flames consumed it, its hateful black eyes remained fixed on Qinci, as if vowing to destroy the Ming emperor's melody. Furious, the old emperor glared at the other creatures that had revealed their true forms. "Damn it, there's quite a number of you. No wonder the entire world is defying me. Fine, fine, very well." He swirled his robe and turned to leave, issuing an enraged command. "Take them all out and execute them." "As you command. We bid farewell to your majesty," the ministers responded. On the training ground, the entire Yan clan was executed. Thick black blood pooled on the ground, and the sound of heads rolling was incessant. The others who had been brought along were terrified, fearing they might also meet a grim fate. After dealing with the exposed creatures, a guard asked, "Your Highnesses, how should we handle these other people?" The princes looked at those who had not reacted to the music. Those individuals immediately knelt and plead, "Have mercy, your Highnesses. We are all loyal subjects to the Great Yu and the court." Lu Yun thought for a moment, then approached Qinci with courtesy. "Miss Chen, to ensure none of the creatures have any special means to resist the music, could you please continue playing for a while longer?" Though Qinci was just an ordinary girl, she was the only one who mastered the technique to counter the creatures. Given the Yan clan's threatening presence, she was undoubtedly a rare treasure. especially with her identity as the heir of the Ming Emperor's melody, which Lu Yun didn't fully understand, but as a rule-level skill that could rival the Lu family's Azure Sky Divine Flame in countering the creatures, her status was undoubtedly significant. It was wise to treat such a person with respect, as the future was unpredictable. Chinsi nodded in agreement and began to play the tune referred to as the Ming Emperor's melody by the creatures. The melodious music continued for a long time, yet those remaining showed no unusual reactions. These individuals should be fine. After rigorous screening and testing, those who remain are not only free from suspicion of being replaced by evil forces, but are also exceptionally talented. The princes, wiping the slight sweat from their foreheads, discussed the placement of these talents. We should further assess their character, Lu Lang pondered. If there are no major flaws, we can consider appointing them to local positions. After all, we recently purged the central court and uncovered many hidden operatives in various regions. Now, we lack reliable personnel across the land. But we should wait a little longer, Lu Yun added. Once the Grand Autumn exam concludes, it should alleviate the current talent shortage. As the discussion ended, the princes turned their attention to Chensi. Lu Lang and Lu Yun stepped forward and sincerely said, "Thank you for your hard work today, Miss Chen. Do not take the words of those evil creatures to heart. Within the realm of our imperial city, such petty beings dare not act brazenly. Our royal family will certainly do everything to protect you and will not let loyal subjects who bleed and shed tears for Dayu feel disheartened." Chensi bowed slightly and humbly replied, "I am a part of Dayu, having been blessed by the nation since childhood. Now, in the country's time of need, and fortunate to have such abilities, it is my duty to contribute what little I can. I dare not claim credit." Well said. The princes praised in unison. Miss Chun is not only exceptionally talented and beautiful, but also as brave as any man. If everyone in Dayu shared her insight and courage, how could we not flourish for generations? Faced with the prince's compliments, Chensi maintained a modest smile. After a brief exchange, she excused herself due to fatigue and left the training ground under the escort of Luo Feng and other city guards. As Chensi's figure faded into the distance, the 10th prince turned to the second prince and asked tentatively, "Second brother, what do you think of this lady? Does she catch your eye?" It was well known that the second prince had a taste for beauty, with many beauties under his command. People expected him to be interested in Chensi, known as the first beauty of Jiangnan. However, surprisingly, the second prince didn't even glance at her. He simply laughed heartily, patted the 10th prince on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Little 10, you're still young and inexperienced. Let me advise you, those adult matters are best left alone. Not only is it difficult to master, but mishandling them can backfire and ruin things for you." With that, the second prince waved his hand without looking back, embraced two waiting maids outside the training ground, and gave them each a big kiss. Let's go, let's go. Whose turn is it today? I have a big surprise for you." He left the training ground, speaking frivolously. The other princes watched the second prince's retreating figure with mixed feelings. That second brother, acting like this every day? It's outrageous, someone muttered quietly. Only the 10th prince's face turned slightly pale, his smile stiffening. Just then, the gentle and refined third prince, Lu Lang, approached him and softly said, "Little 10, your second brother might be the most carefree and content among us. Sometimes, you could learn a thing or two from him. Lighten up." Lu Lang paused and then said, "I need to inspect the procedures for the Grand Autumn exam at the Ritual Law Department, but I'm short on hands. Will you accompany me and lend a hand?" The 10th prince finally nodded, forcing a smile. "With your kind invitation, how could I refuse, third brother?" "Let's go," Lu Lang said, leading the 10th prince away from the training ground. The other princes also dispersed, and the training ground gradually returned to tranquility. Fengzhou. A gentle breeze swept through the ancient mountain, where a pavilion stood majestically halfway up the slope. Inside, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stood motionless, their sharp gaze piercing through the layers of mist towards the grand and ancient imperial court of Fengzhou in the distance. Outside the pavilion, dozens of Taiping followers stood respectfully with bowed heads, awaiting instructions. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. A high-ranking member of the Taiping sect approached quickly, a hint of anxiety on his face. Taking a deep breath, he reported, "Protector, we have confirmed that the Ming Emperor's melody has indeed resurfaced. Worse still, all our spies within the major families have been eliminated. I fear our plans might be affected." The figure referred to as the Protector turned slowly, speaking in a low, calm voice. "Our plans have been progressing too smoothly, almost as if divinely guided. This setback is merely a normal occurrence that I had anticipated." The high-ranking member was taken aback, puzzled. "Normal? Protector, do you mean?" The Protector's voice suddenly grew grave. "Recent events have left me uneasy. I have a suspicion, within our Taiping sect, there might be an invisible hand manipulating from the shadows. You can't see it, nor can you detect it. Because what this hand does, indeed opposes the ancient dynasty of Yu, aiming to overthrow it. The high-ranking member frowned in thought, yet before he could make sense of it, the protector suddenly asked, "In the 4 regions near the capital, how many of our forces are at my disposal?" "About 300, the member quickly replied. 300, how swift, the protector sighed softly, then ordered, "Prepare for tonight. Under the cover of darkness, we will launch a surprise attack on the imperial city." He outlined 3 objectives: to eliminate the unstable element of the Ming Emperor's successor, to remove the Lu family's prodigy, Lu Chen, who could become the next Lu Xingxi, and to create chaos in the imperial city, spreading fear by revealing the existence of their forces. The high-ranking member listened silently, but hesitated when no 4th objective was mentioned. Cautiously, he asked, "Wasn't there supposed to be a 4th objective? What is it?" The protector's piercing gaze bore through the hood, staring coldly at the member. "Do you remember?" The member pressed his lips, suppressing his doubts, and voiced his concern. Even without mentioning the 4th point, just eliminating Lu Chen, a top master of the Tianren perception realm, would be challenging. Even with the advantage of night, 300 of our forces are far from enough. Moreover, what is the purpose of this plan? Although weakened by a foolish emperor, the imperial city still has the Lu family. Without masters above the grandmaster level, how can we make an impact? Even if you personally bypass the strong of Fengzhou to enter the capital, with the Lu family and the Imperial Guard's protection, the royal family could escape to Chongzhou, summoning King Lishan to suppress the rebellion. Ultimately, we gain nothing but humiliation for the royal family, exposing our movements, depleting our strength, and alerting the royal family. If other protectors and the leader find out, they might. The protector abruptly turned, his sharp gaze like a blade. "I will bear all consequences of this operation. All you need to do is follow the plan, and leave the rest to me." "Understood." The member dared not say more and immediately went to organize the night's assault. As night fell, the imperial city was enveloped in silence. The empty streets were occasionally crossed by patrolling guards, everything seemingly normal as if awaiting dawn. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night. "Ah! Ghost! Ghost! Help! Help! Save me!" Cries of terror echoed, as bloodshed and panic erupted in the sleeping imperial city. The guards quickly mobilized, with all patrols rushing toward the source of the screams, marking the beginning of a harrowing night raid. "Something has happened. Quick, follow me." The patrol's footsteps echoed through the silent outer district. They ran, breaths ragged, uniforms soaked with sweat. Bang! A loud crash as the door was flung open. The scene before them made them gasp, a floor littered with dried corpses, a familiar yet chilling sight once again unfolding. The sinister case has struck again, but this time, the situation was even worse. Right before their eyes, an invisible threat lingered in the air. The guards felt a cold presence pass by, yet nothing was visible to the naked eye. More terrifyingly, this was not an isolated incident. The entire outer district was engulfed in terror, as if under some unseen invasion. The guards' faces turned ashen. They exchanged frightened glances, understanding all too well, this was indeed a major crisis. Meanwhile, deep within the palace at Yun Palace, a completely different scene was playing out. The old emperor was indulging in wine and women, drunkenly chasing after beautiful concubines. "Your Majesty, your Majesty, come catch me." One concubine giggled as she fled. "Huh, slow down, my beauty, let me take a good look." The old emperor chuckled, blindfolded, stumbling after her with a satisfied grin. However, the observant would notice that tonight, the old emperor's movements were unusually stiff, and his smile held a hint of unnaturalness. Amidst this festive atmosphere, a frantic shout shattered the peace of Yun Palace. "Report! Report! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Something terrible has happened." The guard's voice was filled with urgency and fear. The old emperor impatiently tore off the blindfold, revealing an annoyed expression. "Useless fools, always reporting this and that. Can't you let me rest in peace?" The concubines beside him sensed the emperor's anger and quickly advised, "Your Majesty, perhaps it is urgent military news." Reluctantly, the old emperor ordered, "Speak." The guard stumbled into Yun Palace, eager to deliver his news before even catching his breath. "Your Majesty, the Yin tribe has invaded. Our imperial city is under attack by the Yin tribe. They are slaughtering people in the outer district, and some have even entered the inner district, approaching the palace." Upon hearing this, the old emperor's face turned deathly pale. "What did you say? The Yin tribe has invaded?" he roared, his voice laden with undisguised fear. "Where are the imperial guards? Where are my loyal subjects of Daiyu? What are they doing? They can't even handle a few pesky spirits, letting those filthy creatures reach the doorstep of Daiyu." Trembling, the guard explained, "Your Majesty, those creatures are invisible to the naked eye. They enter silently. The imperial guards and court officials have mobilized to use martial arts and vital energy to repel the Yin tribe. But they are formless, making them difficult to defend against, often breaching our defenses." The concubines' faces changed upon hearing this. Some even began to sob softly. What? Your Majesty, what should we do? The old emperor paced back and forth in Yun Palace, his face a mix of anger and fear. This is an outrage. Truly an outrage. A mere group of spirits causing such chaos in the very heart of Dayu, he snarled. Do they think the royal family is powerless? The imperial court has me, my fifth son who is a master of celestial senses, and the elders of the royal family. How can a bunch of spirits overturn the heavens? He was about to order the assembly of the Liu family's elders when another urgent report interrupted. Report. Your Majesty, a great yin has appeared in the inner district, one that can manifest physically, resembling the head of the Miofa sect. The top experts are doing their best to hold it off, but it appears to be a power beyond a master, invincible, and the battle lines are rapidly shrinking. We implore your Majesty to prioritize your safety and retreat to Chongzhou. What? A great yin beyond a master? The old emperor's voice was filled with disbelief and panic. Doesn't that mean? His words trailed off, and he seemed to age 10 years in an instant. The beautiful maidens beside the old emperor anxiously urged him, their voices filled with worry and concern. Your Majesty, we cannot contend against someone of such immense power. We should quickly gather the princes and the skilled members of the royal family and retreat to Chongzhou, one of the maidens suggested. In Chongzhou, we have King Lizhan, a martial arts master. We can summon him to aid us on our way there. It won't be long before we can return to the royal court. Yes, your Majesty, your health is paramount. We need not rush into anything. Another maiden agreed, her eyes shining with earnestness. The old emperor fell silent, a struggle flickering in the depths of his eyes. Just then, an unexpected change interrupted their conversation. Outside the Cloud Palace, a dazzling ray of light suddenly burst into the palace. Day and night had reversed, and the sky was bright. The old emperor's pupils contracted sharply as he stepped out of the Cloud Palace to face the sun. To his astonishment, he saw that besides the sun, a bright moon also hung high in the sky. At this moment, the sun and moon shared the sky, casting a clear blue over the heavens. At the center of this celestial convergence, a familiar figure approached, stepping upon the sun and moon as if a divine being descended to the mortal world. Meanwhile, in the royal treasury, Chen, who was studying the complete version of the heavenly change art, suddenly paused. His gaze penetrated the barriers, looking beyond the palace. The sun and moon seemed to reflect in his eyes, as if he could see through the endless void to the true scene outside. Finally, it emerges, Chen thought to himself. I'm not afraid of you appearing, only of you hiding. Because once you show yourself, you become nothing more than a target. With a faint buzz, the void rippled, and Chen's figure vanished from the secret chamber, ascending into the night sky. He looked down upon the imperial city, his gaze fixed on the figure walking arrogantly through the inner city with hands behind its back. The creature, with its exaggerated black mouth, let out a bizarre laugh that echoed throughout the imperial city. Behind it, demons danced wildly, black mist spreading across the city as countless creatures wreaked havoc, as if the underworld had crossed into the mortal realm. The imperial city, the creature laughed maniacally. Haha, in the past, I trembled at your feet. Today, you are nothing but. Before it could finish, the sky underwent a dramatic transformation. The deep night suddenly turned to day, with a blazing sun and a bright moon hanging in the blue sky, exerting pressure across the universe. The blinding light descended like sharp blades, slicing through the bodies of all evil beings, dissipating and suppressing their dark energy. Ah! The imperial city echoed with the wails of the creatures, and the situation reversed in an instant. The master of the mysterious law sect shielded his face from the blinding light, his eyes filled with profound shock. Changing the heavens and the earth, a celestial being. A true celestial being. Could there really be a celestial being hidden within the palace? How is this possible? He uttered this in terrified disbelief. But when he saw the majestic figure stepping through the sun and moon, crossing the void, his disbelief vanished, replaced by an unshakable terror. It was as if he had seen something unimaginably frightening, a tremor in his voice as he choked out, Lu Zhang. Before he could finish, the majestic figure cast a cold gaze upon him. In that instant, an invisible sword pierced through his body. Thud. He glanced down slightly as the world began to spin. When the dust settled and the world calmed, he saw a headless black body. An eternity in a single glance. After that moment, its world lost all color, and the light in its eyes was forever frozen in time. In the silence, the headless corpse of the mighty De Yin crashed to the ground. The sun shone brightly in the sky, but the imperial city, which should have been brimming with life, was instead engulfed in a deathly silence. Soldiers holding the line exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes darting between the lifeless body on the ground and the imposing figure in the sky. Their minds were in turmoil, their hearts pounding with fear, yet none dared to break the suffocating silence. Moments ago, the De Yin, resembling the master of the Miao Fa sect, had rampaged through the city, disregarding the imperial guards and numerous skilled fighters. Countless powerful warriors, at the peak of their abilities, had attacked en masse, only to be effortlessly defeated with a single strike. Instantly, everyone realized that this Dian's power far surpassed that of a grandmaster, and the current forces of the city were utterly incapable of resisting. Its unstoppable presence instilled a sense of despair, as everyone knew only a true martial deity could stand against it. Helpless, they reported to the emperor, requesting a retreat to Chongzhou and for King Lishan to handle the aftermath. Yet, at that moment, the young figure in the sky merely glanced at the Dian, and the fearsome creature was instantly killed. Just a single look was enough to annihilate a being beyond a grandmaster's level. Such power left everyone present gasping in shock, unable to speak. The older generation within the imperial city, steeped in knowledge and experience, were even more astounded. Despite their age, their sharp eyes immediately recognized the unparalleled martial technique known as sun and moon in harmony, changing heaven and earth. This was the royal family's ultimate skill at the 8th level, the realm of bright sun and moon. Since the passing of Emperor Chongda, for nearly 800 years, no one in Yu had been able to comprehend this profound realm, to exhibit the ability to change the heavens. Yet now, someone had achieved it. All eyes were on the young figure who seemed to walk with the sun and moon, their lips trembling, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even more unbelievable was that this young powerhouse was none other than the 20-year-old Prince Chen. At just 20, he had comprehended bright sun and moon, reaching the unparalleled martial deity realm, a feat that even the illustrious Emperor Gingsher could not achieve. Inwardly, people marveled. Could it be that Yu is truly destined by heaven? That whenever the dynasty is in decline, a peerless figure emerges to turn the tide? Simultaneously, the Yin clan, who had been wreaking havoc, were shocked to see the Miao Fa sect master fall. They roared in terror, abandoning their chaos-inducing pursuits to flee desperately. But how could they escape the light of the sun and moon? In the sky, the light from the sun and moon grew ever more intense and blinding, the sharp beams slicing through the air like scorching blades. Suddenly, golden rain began to fall over the entire city, washing away all evil. In the dense rain, the invading Yin clans silently dissolved, their forms disintegrating into nothingness. Someone reached out, gently catching a golden raindrop, feeling the boundless power contained within. Suddenly, I realized it wasn't rain, but rather a tangible light. In an instant, the rain of light ceased, yet the sky remained overcast. Without the brilliance of the sun and moon, the imperial city was once again plunged into deep darkness. Half an hour later, the hall of floating worlds in the palace was bustling with noise. Officials of all ranks and the princes gathered together, filling the hall with a tense atmosphere. All eyes instinctively turned to one of the 13 princes, the tall and slender figure of Lu Chen. From the dragon throne, the old emperor's sharp gaze scrutinized Lu Chen, his eyes flickering with a complex light. The other princes cast glances of either envy or jealousy. At this moment, Lu Chen was like a rare treasure, drawing the covetous eyes of many. Occasionally, soft gasps of surprise echoed in the hall, and some murmured in amazement. A subtle and complex emotion quietly lingered in the hall of floating worlds. After a long pause, the old emperor finally spoke, his voice low and authoritative. "Fifth son." "I am here," Lu Chen replied calmly, his voice devoid of any emotion. The old emperor fell silent again, intensifying the tension in the hall. After a moment, he continued, "The technique you used to slay the great nightmare just know is at the 8th level of our Lu family's ultimate martial art, the profound realm that only the martial sages can comprehend, known as clear sky, bright sun, and moon." Upon hearing this, the officials could no longer contain themselves and turned to Lu Chen, awaiting his response. Although they had already formed their own conclusions, hearing it directly from him carried a different weight. Indeed, Lu Chen answered succinctly and firmly. With those two words, the faces of everyone present twitched slightly. A martial sage at the age of 20? That was akin to the rebirth of a martial saint. The old emperor on the dragon throne let out a long sigh upon hearing Lu Chen's confirmation. 800 years, 800 years. Since Emperor Chongda, finally, another prodigy from the Lu family has comprehended this supreme realm, once again showcasing the glory of our imperial martial arts. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The officials echoed his sentiment immediately. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Prince Chen. Congratulations, Prince Chen. Heaven blesses our Great Yu. Heaven blesses our Great Yu indeed. With Prince Chen here, our Great Yu is bound to turn the tide and restore peace for generations. However, the old emperor cast a cold glance at them and sternly rebuked. "Did I give you permission to speak?" The officials instantly fell silent, bowing their heads. The old emperor, filled with anger, continued to reprimand them. "A bunch of useless fools, always boasting about your intelligence and strategies. Yet the Nightmare clan was at our doorstep, nearly breaching the palace. and you only just reacted. If not for my son today, using the sage's technique of clear sky, bright sun and moon to save us, our palace would have been breached, and we would have had to flee. How would the world view our royal family then? How arrogant would the Taiping sect become? Huh, with you useless lot, where's the peace? Do you think you can talk your way to peace? The officials shrank back, words of defense in their minds, but they dared not voice them. Years of experience had taught them that when the old emperor was in a rage, it was best not to contradict him. Otherwise, the consequences would be worse than death. At this moment, the third prince, Lu Lang, stepped forward, his voice trembling slightly. Father, please calm your anger. Father, please calm your anger. The invasion of the Nightmare clan cannot entirely be blamed on the court officials. Our understanding of the Yin tribe is far too limited, which left us unprepared and allowed them to exploit our vulnerabilities. His Majesty the Emperor sat with a somber expression, his brow furrowed, listening to the ministers' discussions in the Grand Hall. Lu Yin stepped forward respectfully and said, Father, what the third brother mentioned is indeed true. I've learned that these Yin are not truly powerful, but their enigmatic nature makes them difficult to counter since we cannot perceive them with the naked eye. Otherwise, how could these minor Yin bypass our royal spies and defenses to reach the heart of the imperial city? The other princes chimed in. Yes, Father, please calm your anger. The urgent matter is to find a way to counter the Yin and their silent invasions. Otherwise, we'll constantly face an unseen enemy, which is exhausting. If we don't resolve this, next time. The old emperor interrupted with a cold snort. Next time? His sharp gaze turned to Lu Chun, with a hint of pride in his voice. My fifth son, at just 20, has mastered the art of Qingtian rhyming and reached the pinnacle of martial arts, learning various profound techniques. Even those beyond the master level from the Miao clan fell at his hands in an instant. Among today's top sects, who could stand against him? My son is invincible. With him in the imperial city, who dares to invade? The hall fell silent at his words. The princes exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly. As members of the royal family and practitioners of the Qingtian Baiju, they understood better than anyone the terrifying power of this supreme martial art. Anyone who mastered the 8th level was unmatched in battle, towering above their peers. The phrase invincible echoed in their minds. In this era without land immortals, Lu Chen's claim seemed justified. The princes stood frozen, except for Lu Huan, who smiled broadly. Lu Huan thought to himself, no wonder his brother remained so calm, never bothering to expand his network or gather followers. With such invincible strength, who wouldn't be calm? Anyone who dared to challenge him would be swiftly defeated. As for followers, they would naturally come to him. Developing invincible strength was far more important than wasting time on connections. External power can be stripped away, but one's own strength is untouchable and unbreakable. Lu Huan sighed inwardly, lacking the ability and talent himself. If he had it, he too would willingly follow his brother and cultivate in seclusion for 20 years. However, the silence didn't last long. A prince cautiously spoke up. Father, with the fifth brother guarding the imperial city, it is indeed impregnable. But the issue with the Yin tribe is vast and destructive. You saw tonight. They have formed a considerable force, almost like an army. And as Lu Yu mentioned, the Yin tribe will only grow stronger over time, eventually descending fully upon this land. The old emperor furrowed his brows, his expression grave. His gaze swept across the ministers in the hall, finally resting on Lu Chun. Fifth son, with your mastery in martial arts and diverse skills, what is your view on the matter of the Yin tribe? Lu Chun smiled slightly, a glint flashing in his eyes. He discreetly glanced at the old emperor, thinking to himself, Father, your acting seems to have declined tonight. I believe, Lu Chun said solemnly, that since the founding emperor once suppressed the Yin tribe, he must have left some essential methods, either within the royal family or scattered among ancient texts. If we thoroughly investigate the royal archives or search the royal treasury, we are bound to find some clues. The old emperor's eyes gleamed at these words, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. With the founding emperor's wisdom and prowess, he must have foreseen the future of the Yin tribe. My son, you truly have a quick mind. This unabashed praise made the other princes and ministers in the hall feel uneasy. They exchanged glances, bitterness in their eyes. To become a martial arts prodigy at 20, who could compete with such talent? At that moment, a minister stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, I have something to report. It concerns the task you assigned us recently, to search our family archives for clues about the Yin tribe. The old emperor immediately sat up straight, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Oh, have you found a method to defeat them? The minister's expression was excited. Indeed. While going through my family's ancient scrolls, I accidentally discovered a legend about the human soul fire. It is said that this fire is a unique flame formed by gathering the essence and spirit of a martial artist. Although it is not as powerful as the Azure Sky flame, its might far surpasses ordinary martial energy, and the Yin tribe generally dares not approach it, as it greatly restrains them. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "If such a method exists, why did you not present it during the previous invasion of the Yin tribe? Why did you not employ this human soul fire?" The minister hurriedly knelt, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. "Please calm your anger, your majesty. It was not that I withheld the human soul fire. The situation arose so suddenly, and I was caught off guard. Although the method for the human soul fire is simple, it cannot be mastered in just a day or two. Moreover, it is linked to another rule-based element, and without it, the human soul fire becomes ineffective. I cannot guarantee its efficacy." The old emperor frowned. A rule-based element. The minister took a deep breath and uttered two words: the core. As soon as the words earth core were mentioned, an undercurrent swept through the court. Ministers from noble families exchanged glances. Some, unable to contain their curiosity, pressed further. "The earth core you speak of, is it the legendary object formed from the veins of the earth that protects the land?" The minister who had brought up the earth core hesitated, looking troubled, and stammered, "Well, I'm not sure." The old emperor frowned, his voice suddenly stern. "Not sure? You introduced the earth core, and now you say you don't know? Are you mocking me?" The minister trembled in fear and quickly knelt to explain. "I would never dare to mock your majesty. It's just that this object is mentioned in ancient scrolls recording the soul fire. It is said that the soul fire relies on the power of the earth core. Without it, the soul fire cannot be cultivated." With that, he presented a scroll with trembling hands. "Your majesty, please see. This is the scroll that records the method for cultivating soul fire." The old emperor took the scroll, glanced over it briefly, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, though he soon masked it. He continued to feign interest in the scroll, then frowned. "This soul fire. According to the scroll, it seems to have some logic to it. Such an ingenious idea. I wonder who the mastermind behind it might be." He looked at the minister. "My dear minister, you found this scroll. Do you know its origin?" The minister shook his head and replied, "Your majesty, I found this scroll while browsing through various ancient books. It was hidden in the crevice of my family's library. Besides this scroll, there was nothing else, suggesting that it was deliberately hidden by an elder of my family." The old emperor nodded thoughtfully. If this soul fire method is indeed effective, then the remaining issue is the earth core. This earth core. At this point, he suddenly remembered something and turned his gaze to Chen. "I almost forgot. Fifth son, take a look at this soul fire scroll. With your level of cultivation and insight, you should be able to discern the foundation of this method." With that, he tossed the scroll to Chen. This action made the princes present raise their eyebrows, silently sighing. Such directness. Alas, Chen caught the scroll and gave the old emperor a meaningful look. He had noticed the brief hesitation in his father's demeanor earlier and had already deduced something. There must be an issue with the soul fire. However, this issue couldn't be pointed out by his father, as he was a muddle-headed ruler. After merely glancing at the scroll, Chen grasped the key points. He said solemnly, "Father, I fear this soul fire method is not suitable for our Great Yu. Even if we were to use it, it should only be as a last resort when all other options are exhausted." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, and the minister who had proposed the method broke into a cold sweat. Chen's words were clear. The soul fire has risks and should only be considered as a last-ditch option. No one dared to question Chen's judgment. As a martial arts prodigy who had mastered the 8th level of the Qing Tianbu Yiju, Chen's prowess and understanding of martial arts were unparalleled. Moreover, as a prince of the royal family, he had no reason to withhold a method beneficial to the royal family. After all, it was their Lu family's empire that he was safeguarding. The minister who offered his soul fire suddenly knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the cold floor heavily. Cold sweat poured down like rain, soaking through his court robes. "Your Majesty, forgive me. Your Highness, forgive me," he pleaded, his voice trembling. "I have never harbored any treacherous intentions. I merely thought I found a way to defeat our enemies, that's all." The old emperor's authoritative gaze swept over the kneeling minister, and he waved his hand gently. "I doubt you would dare show off your skills in front of my son. Rise." "Thank you, your majesty." The minister, as if granted a great pardon, shakily stood up. The old emperor's gaze swept over the gathered officials once more, his voice low. "Other than this soul fire, has anyone else discovered anything?" The hall fell into silence, with no one responding. The old emperor frowned slightly. "What about those who were talking about the earth core earlier?" he asked pointedly. The person who had spoken earlier immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, regarding the earth core, I've only seen a few mentions of it in ancient books at home. It's described as a miraculous condensation of the essence of our Great Yu's dragon vein energy, with the ability to protect the land. The stronger and purer the earth core, the more prosperous and outstanding the place. Beyond that, there's no more description. I always thought it was a legend until it was mentioned in the soul fire just now." The old emperor nodded with little interest. "Very well." After the court session, I will have someone thoroughly search our royal archives. I believe, as my son mentioned, there are hidden resources left by the first emperor. At that moment, the crown prince Lu Yun suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. Father, besides finding a way to counter the Yin tribe, I believe there's another matter we must not lose vigilance over. Before the old emperor could inquire further, Lu Yun continued. Father, do not forget, back then, the master of the Miao Fa sect was a normal person. His words plunged the grand hall into a sudden silence. The old emperor's expression darkened, and the faces of the ministers changed. The master of the Miao Fa sect, a senior master in Fengzhou, was well known to everyone. He had been a guest under the old emperor when he was still a prince. After the emperor ascended the throne, the master thrived thanks to this connection, eventually forming the Miao Fa sect and receiving much favor from the court. But now, this familiar person had quietly and silently betrayed the court and turned into a yin. A living, breathing person transformed into a yin. The methods behind this were chilling. Lu Yun continued, his voice tinged with urgency. This is undeniable because he once visited King Lai's Han, seeking guidance due to his relationship with you. A martial arts master can see through a Yan's form. With King Liashan's divine abilities, how could he not discern the truth? This means the master of the Miao Fa sect transformed from a human into a Yin. A minister couldn't help but interject. Your Highness, could there be another possibility, like a skin-changing Yin silently replacing him after his visit to King Lai's Han? Lu Yun shook his head decisively. Impossible. The master of the Miao Fa sect was a martial arts master for many years and had close ties with our royal family. Any disturbance would have been immediately known to us, unless the Yin replaced him without a trace. Lu Yun's gaze swept over everyone present, his voice carrying a chill. But for a skin-changing Yin to silently replace a master close to our royal family? No, perhaps two. As there was news from Fengzhou that the head of the Lu Yun sect disappeared along with the master of the Miao Fa sect. He paused, his eyes sharp. If even they can be easily replaced by a Yin without a trace, don't you all find that 1,000 times more terrifying than a human turning into a Yin? Lu Yun's words were like a sharp knife, cutting open the hearts of everyone present. His voice was calm and resolute, each word seemingly peeling back layer upon layer of truth. If this is indeed the case, how many people in our entire Dayu remain untainted? Lu Yun's gaze swept over the crowd. The Yayan tribe wouldn't even need to hide anymore. They could rise as one and annihilate everything. Therefore, the master of Miofa must have turned into a Yayan. These words were like a heavy hammer, striking each person's heart. Lu Yun continued his analysis. A perfectly good person turned into a Yayan. Why is that? Is it the pursuit of immortality? Or the pursuit of higher power? Or were they swayed and manipulated by the Yayan? His brow furrowed as he pondered deeper questions. And how did the Yayan tribe come to target the master of Miofa? To target a master who was originally close to our royal family? Are the Yayan truly so bold? If we can understand the stakes involved, this could be a major breakthrough in our understanding of the Yayan tribe. Lu Yun's analysis left everyone present stunned. The old emperor nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with his son's insight. Lu Yun continued, this is just my speculation. Perhaps extreme desires can attract the Yayan tribe. Just as Emperor Gengshi destroyed traces of the Yayan to prevent the spread of fear, desire can also be a source of strength for the Yayan. And the desire of the master of Miofa might have been the pursuit of a higher level of martial arts, which is why he gained strength beyond that of a master after becoming a Yayan. He added, of course, this is just my immature guess. We will only know the truth once we find the means left by our ancestors to counter the enemy. One prince sighed. Our royal library is vast, with countless books, and our ancestors intentionally hid measures to guard against the Yayan tribe. It might take us more than 10 days or half a month to find anything useful. The third prince, Lu Lang, glanced at Lu Chen and said, there's no need to worry about that. With the fifth brother guarding the royal city, it is impregnable. How dare traitors invade again? They would just be throwing their lives away. We have plenty of time. Afterwards, the group began to discuss the various affairs of the royal city. They mentioned the importance of the upcoming autumn examination and the need to quickly seal off news of tonight's events, providing the public with a suitable explanation to delay the spread of the Yayan tribe's emergence. Once the discussion ended, the old emperor looked around and asked, does anyone else have anything to report? Seeing no response, the old emperor shifted his tone. Then I shall speak of important matters. The crowd was momentarily puzzled, unsure of what could be more important. The old emperor's authoritative voice rang out. Fifth son, step forward to receive your title. Lu Chen stepped forward, respectfully responding. I am here, father. The old emperor looked at Lu Chen, his eyes full of pride. I have heard that people in the martial world have given you, the fifth prince, the title of martial prince. Martial, what a fitting word. It represents my son's unrivaled strength. I hereby bestow upon you this martial title, changing your name from Prince Chen to Martial King. He paused and continued. And because my son is an unparalleled martial arts genius who has not emerged in 1,000 years, revealing and repelling the Yan tribe upon returning to the palace, and repeatedly thwarting the plots of the Taiping sect, it is as if destiny itself favors our Yu. I shall also bestow upon you the honorary title, Heavenly Sage. The old emperor's voice echoed in the hall. You shall be the Martial King. By the will of heaven, I bestow upon you the title of Heavenly Saint Martial King. The old emperor's voice echoed through the hall of the world, causing a stir. From now on, all matters concerning the rebellious Yin clan are your responsibility. Lu Chun knelt respectfully. I accept the decree, and thank you, Father Emperor. At that moment, the assembly of ministers and officials were almost dumbfounded. Heavenly Saint Martial King, tasked with subduing the Yin clan? This power and title seemed to pave Lu Chen's way to the throne. The crowd exchanged astonished glances. The next moment, the entire hall erupted in a chorus of congratulations. Congratulations to the Martial King. Congratulations to the Heavenly Saint Martial King. We salute the Heavenly Saint Martial King. The old emperor laughed heartily, his laughter filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Huh, excellent. Excellent indeed. With this, the people of our Great Yu can rest easy. With his joyous laughter, the court session concluded, and the officials dispersed. The following day, at a nameless ancient site halfway up a mountain in Fengzhou, the atmosphere within a pavilion was starkly different from the previous day. The once spirited Black Robe Protector now exuded a somber aura, silently listening to his subordinates' report. This plan has cost us dearly. We've not only lost all the yen in the 4 states of the imperial city, but also sacrificed the important piece, the master of the mystical gate, disrupting another plan within the sect. The subordinate glanced cautiously at the Black Robe Protector and continued. The deputy leader is furious and demands your immediate return to the sect to explain the ins and outs of your plan. The Black Robe Protector sighed deeply. So close, yet so far. Despite all calculations, I never anticipated that Lu Chun had already advanced to the martial Dao Heavenly Man stage. Otherwise, the senior subordinate hesitated before saying, because of this, other protectors hold strong opinions against you, claiming your plan was pointless from the start, and yet you insisted. They might. The Black Robe Protector sneered, interrupting the subordinate. Fools, they have no understanding of the true purpose behind my plan. The subordinate was stunned. This? Truthfully, I also. The Black Robe Protector's sharp gaze swept over the subordinate, and he said directly, have you considered the possibility? That the emperor in the imperial city is not the foolish monarch we thought, and he knows all about us. The subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief. That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the emperor wasn't incompetent, how could our Taiping sect have come this far? The Black Robe Protector gazed towards the direction of the imperial city and said softly, who knows if it's really the emperor? My intention was to use this plan to push him further, to see the reaction of either the emperor or someone else. According to my assumptions, this sudden raid plan of mine couldn't be hidden from him. He would surely know. Then, based on his reaction, I could roughly deduce which of our Taiping sect members are his pawns. Unfortunately, Lu Chen emerged unexpectedly. Seeing this, the subordinate attempted to console him. At least you exposed Lu Chen, the hidden martial Dao Heavenly Man, in advance. Knowing this and adjusting the plan is better than being caught off guard by him. Perhaps. The Black Robe Protector stood up, a hint of resignation in his voice. Let's go. They're all waiting to see me fail. Let's not keep those fools waiting. Yes. The subordinate responded, following the Black Robe Protector away from the pavilion that had witnessed too many secrets. Another day of autumn brought a chill to the air. In the city of Fengzhou, the autumn wind rustled through the streets, making the leaves whisper. People gathered in the alleys, buzzing with excitement over a newly spread piece of news. The latest rankings of the Heaven and Earth list had been released. Look, someone from the royal family made it to the list. An excited middle-aged merchant waved the list in his hand. Not just made it, but ranked first in the world, exclaimed a scholar standing nearby. A wave of amazement surged through the crowd as everyone leaned in to scrutinize the list's details. Tiansheng Martial King Lu Chun, cultivation level, celestial being. Practicing techniques. 8th level of the Azure Sky unyielding art. 8th stage of the flourishing sword finger. An elderly man read aloud with a trembling voice. The 8th level of the Azure Sky unyielding art. Someone in the crowd gasped. That's the top divine martial art in the world. No wonder he's the new number 1. Wait a minute. Isn't it unusual for a royal to participate in the rankings? Someone questioned. At this point, who cares about what's usual? Another immediately retorted. The royal family needs the prestige of being number 1 to suppress the Taiping sect. The discussions were lively, with someone remarking, 5th Prince Lu Chun, this title of Tiansheng Martial King, is probably unprecedented in the history of the Great Yu. Not surprising, an elder shook his head. To reach celestial being at 20 and master the 8th level of divine techniques, who knows what heights he will achieve by 30? He's even more formidable than the founding emperor. Who else could the throne pass to? Someone agreed. Our current emperor has indeed done the people a good deed. As the crowd buzzed with debate, a weary scholar leading an old horse slowly passed by the edge of the throng. He glanced back at the heaven and earth list in their hands, a wry smile crossing his face. As my teacher said, true scholars should maintain a humble heart in pursuit of the Tao. There are always greater heights and stronger people, he murmured to himself. With a self-deprecating chuckle, the young man named Mo Wenju continued leading his horse toward the imperial city, his eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Finally, almost there, Mo Wenju thought to himself with delight. Meanwhile, in the Zhengxian palace within the imperial city, Luo Feng was reporting to Lu Chun about the state of affairs following the Yanzhu tribe's attack. Although we publicly claimed the Yanzhu's appearance was due to a powerful demonic technique, it won't be long before the truth surfaces, Luo Feng said gravely. As strange incidents increase across other regions, the public will eventually figure it out. He paused, then added, the good news is that ever since you revealed your celestial being prowess and defeated the sect master of Miao Fa, rebels throughout the Great Yu have quieted down significantly. Those who were previously indifferent or wavering are now actively supporting the court's decrees, aligning with the Great Yu. The general atmosphere has stabilized a lot. At this point, Luo Feng glanced at Lu Chun, hesitating to speak further. Seeing this, Lu Chun gently encouraged, we are brothers, speak your mind freely. With this encouragement, Luo Feng gathered the courage to ask, if I may be so bold, Your Highness the Martial King, is your true cultivation level perhaps beyond just the celestial being? That night, when the Yanzhu attacked the imperial city, it left me utterly astonished. As a close confidant of Lu Chun, Luo Feng had maintained a tight connection with him ever since he entered Yanzhou. Lu Chun focused on his cultivation, leaving all external affairs to the Luo family. Luo Feng would personally report to the palace every few days. Over the years, Luo Feng watched Lu Chun grow, fully aware of his profound and unfathomable abilities. When Luo Feng learned that Lu Chun had become a Jindan master, he wasn't surprised. He recalled how, at the age of 12, Lu Chun could already match him in skill, so reaching Jindan master status at 20 seemed natural. However, before he could ponder further, Lu Chun had already advanced to a master capable of wielding the celestial flame of the blue sky. Luo Feng nodded to himself, thinking this was fitting for his royal cousin's years of dedicated practice. But when he heard that Lu Chun had reached the level of martial Tao celestial being, Luo Feng was utterly bewildered. This was far beyond his comprehension, like an unsolvable riddle before him. He even entertained an absurd thought. You might think he's a martial Tao celestial being, but perhaps he's already a terrestrial immortal. With this curiosity, Luo Feng gathered the courage to inquire with Lu Chun. Lu Chun, composed, revealed an astonishing answer. Above the terrestrial immortal, there is the unknowable realm. Lu Chun had no intention of hiding his cultivation. He admitted that the world would eventually know, and if given the chance, he longed for a worthy opponent to test the results of his 20 years of seclusion. Yet, to his disappointment, he had yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding even a simple strike from him. Even what others saw as the extraordinary skill of the celestial sun and moon was, to Lu Chun, a trivial trick requiring no effort. Other moves were even less worth mentioning. Hearing this, Luo Feng nodded repeatedly, inwardly marveling at his royal cousin's innate divinity. As for whether he believed it, the answer was obvious. In his understanding, the highest level for a martial artist was the terrestrial immortal, and what Lu Chun spoke of as above the terrestrial immortal must be a rare jest from his royal cousin. Just then, footsteps echoed outside Zhengxian Palace. A silver-armored guard hurried in, respectfully reporting, Your Highness, Prince Huan has arrived. Let him in, Lu Chun said calmly. Yes. The guard withdrew. Moments later, Lu Huan entered the hall with a furrowed brow and a brisk stride. Luo Feng immediately rose to greet him. Greetings, Prince Huan. Lu Huan glanced around and said, Brother Luo is here too. Perfect. We've received word from the mirror image platform that our coordination with the One Dao Alliance for the Autumn Grand Trial might be delayed. Hearing this, Luo Feng's brow furrowed involuntarily. Delayed? Is the Taiping sect causing trouble again? Lu Huan shook his head, explaining, Nothing has happened yet, but the mirror image platform received news that the One Dao Alliance's efficiency in handling the Autumn Grand Trial matters has slowed. I suspect. Before he could finish, another guard rushed in, interrupting Lu Huan. Your Highness, there's someone outside the palace claiming to be an old acquaintance of yours, named Mo Wenju from the Wuyue Academy. He says he has important information regarding the Autumn Grand Trial to report. Wuyue Academy? Autumn Grand Trial. Lu Huan and Luo Feng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Having just learned of the One Dao Alliance's slowed efficiency, now someone from Wuyue Academy was bringing crucial information. It seemed too coincidental. Let him in, Lu Chun said in a deep voice. Yes. The guard acknowledged and left. Shortly after, a weary-looking man appeared before Lu Chun, led by the guards. Compared to his previous scholarly and refined appearance, Mo Wenju now looked particularly haggard, as if he had endured a long and arduous journey. Mo Wenju respectfully bowed to Lord Wu, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Greetings, Your Highness. Please rise. It's been half a month, and your presence remains as impressive as ever. Forgive my appearance. I fled from the Wuya Academy in haste." Lord Wu, Luo Feng, raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Mo Wenju took a deep breath and recounted how Master Yin had expelled him from his tutelage. As his story concluded, both Luo Feng and Lu Huan's expressions shifted slightly. As influential figures in Fengzhou and leaders in the Jingying sect, they were somewhat familiar with Mo Wenju and Master Yin, both renowned figures in the academy. Lu Huan's eyes flashed with doubt. Mo Wenju has always been upright, and Master Yin is a highly respected person. There must be more to this. Mo Wenju continued. "I've been with the Master for many years and know his character well. For him to say such things, I can only think of one possibility: the Wen Dao Alliance has organized all the academies in Dayu and decided not to participate in the Golden Autumn examination." Lu Huan's gaze turned icy as he stared at Mo Wenju. "Can you take responsibility for what you're saying? The entire Wen Dao Alliance backing out of the Golden Autumn examination is a major event affecting all of Dayu. What if it's just your Wuya Academy backing out?" Mo Wenju shook his head firmly and explained. "These are two different matters. If it were just Wuya Academy backing out, we would simply present an explanation to the court. But if the entire Wen Dao Alliance is backing out, it would be an act of rebellion, forming factions against the Court of Capital offense." The Master's words specifically mentioned the Wen Dao Alliance, clearly hinting that it's involved. "Are you sure?" Lu Huan's gaze was sharp as a knife, scrutinizing Mo Wenju with invisible pressure. Mo Wenju stood tall, unwavering. "I am certain." Lu Huan was silent for a moment, his icy demeanor gradually softening, replaced by a hint of concern. He sighed. "One problem after another. Just after resolving the threat of the Nightmare Clan in the capital, now there's trouble with the Golden Autumn examination, which we had such high hopes for. What are these scholars up to?" Lu Chen glanced outside the palace, contemplating. Perhaps it's a situation similar to the Lu Yun sect's sudden betrayal. This remark hit like a heavy blow, plunging Lu Huan and Luo Feng into deep thought. The abrupt betrayal by the Miao Fa sect and Lu Yun sect had already been a headache, and now the Wen Dao Alliance's anomaly made them wonder. Is there any hope left for Dayu? Is there anyone in this world they can truly trust? Luo Feng frowned. "I hope the royal treasury can quickly find the means left by our ancestors to defeat our enemies and unveil the mystery of the Nightmare Clan. Otherwise, we're truly in the dark, with no way forward or back." At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. "Then let's pay a visit to the Wen Dao Alliance." Luo Feng was taken aback and quickly advised against it. "You mustn't, Your Highness. The Wen Dao Alliance is not the same as the previous palace attack. The Wen Dao Alliance has true martial arts experts of the highest order, with many skilled followers and numerous disciples. Going there rashly could be very dangerous." Lu Huan and Luo Feng tried their best to dissuade Lu Chun from heading directly to the Wen Dao Alliance. They expressed their concerns. "Your Highness, if those people are connected to traitors, they may hide many experts. Even with your unmatched strength, there could be unforeseen dangers. The Wen Dao Alliance is backed by the 4 top academies of Dayu, and their power is formidable. If they truly harbor ill intentions, going there rashly could be perilous." Lu Huan pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Perhaps we should ask the Emperor to issue a decree requiring the Wen Dao Alliance to complete the preparations for the Autumn Grand Examination within 2 days. If they refuse to comply, we would have legitimate grounds to send troops to investigate. With this army and a reason for their defiance, it would not be too late to proceed." At that moment, Mo Wenju unexpectedly spoke up. "Your Highness, if I may, I have something to say." After a respectful bow, he stated firmly, "I believe Your Highness should go." "How dare you?" Luo Feng immediately rebuked. "Are you encouraging His Highness to risk his life? What are your intentions?" Lu Chen raised his hand to stop Luo Feng, signaling Mo Wenju to continue. Mo Wenju took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. "Please forgive my impudence. The current state of Dayu is chaotic, with unrest everywhere and the dynasty showing signs of decline. Most people will be watching the situation, choosing to follow the victor. The Wen Dao Alliance is a spiritual aspiration for the scholars of Dayu and a crucial pillar of the dynasty. If even they rebel, it would set a terrible precedent, prompting other sects to follow suit. Those who are undecided may also side with the rebels because of the Wen Dao Alliance's stance." His tone grew more resolute. "Therefore, we must not retreat. Not only should we not retreat, but we must advance boldly. We must show everyone that Dayu remains strong and that we have the power to uphold the dynasty's rule." Mo Wenju continued to articulate his point. Dayu desperately needs a decisive victory to prove its strength. This victory must shock the world. Moreover, the person who wins this battle must symbolize the royal family, uniting the people's hearts and hopes as a new generation leader. Only then will the people and the undecided believe that the Lu family of Du has successors worthy of following. This is the essence of the saying, the best strategy is to win hearts and minds. Hearing this, Lu Huan and Luo Feng fell into deep thought. After a moment, they frowned and asked, isn't His Highness's feat of slaying the demonic overlord in the capital and becoming the world's best enough to intimidate the petty? Mo Wenju calmly countered. May I ask, how far-reaching was the impact of the demonic incident in the capital? How many witnessed it firsthand? How many outsiders with status and influence can verify it? Most critically, who exactly was the demonic overlord His Highness defeated? Which martial arts master of the current age was he? He pointed out sharply, this is the most critical issue. As it stands, all the evidence could be dismissed as the Du court's one-sided narrative. Some might even suspect that this was a fabrication by Du to manipulate the heaven and earth rankings and falsely claim the title of the world's best. Mo Wenju's words struck like a heavy hammer, sounding an alarm in Lu Chen's heart. He listened intently, his eyes reflecting deep thought. While the Imperial City incident is useful, its impact is limited and lacks broad symbolic significance, Mo Wenju said bluntly. What Du needs now is a real, undisputed victory. His gaze was intense as he looked directly at Lu Chen. Your Highness, you must personally visit the One Dao Alliance. It is the perfect target for conquest. Mo Wenju elaborated on the multifaceted significance of conquering the One Dao Alliance, to bring the One Dao faction of Du under control, to hold the autumn examination as planned, to recruit talent, stabilize the court, and strengthen governance. More importantly, it would serve as a warning to quell any hidden disloyalty. Luo Feng and Lu Huan hesitated to speak, but Lu Chen gestured for them to remain silent, allowing Mo Wenju to continue. Mo Wenju's thoughts resonated with Lu Chen, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Your Highness could use the pretext of inspecting the autumn examination to tour the One Dao Alliance, Mo Wenju suggested. Meanwhile, for security reasons, mobilize the armies of Yongzhou and Xuanzhou to stand by in Yuehua City and Yuhua City. He analyzed two possible reactions from the One Dao Alliance. They might directly rebel, giving Lu Chen a reason to suppress the rebellion, or they might feign compliance, giving Lu Chen the opportunity to demonstrate his strength and crush any insurrection before it begins. After Mo Wenju finished speaking, Luo Feng and Lu Huan pondered the feasibility and potential impact of the plan. Lu Chen, however, had already made up his mind. He issued a concise and powerful order. Prepare the carriage, we're heading east. Turning to Lu Huan, he instructed, little brother, notify the Jingying platform to send a message to the One Dao Alliance. Seeing his brother's determination, Lu Huan could only advise, brother, be careful. I'll arrange for the Mu family's experts and the Yongzhou army to be on standby at the border. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and then directed a silver-armored guard. You, make another trip to the Yun Palace. Yes, the guard responded and departed. The scene shifted to the emperor's carriage arriving at Xuanqing Palace. The old emperor dismissed everyone, facing the empress dowager alone. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. The silver-haired empress dowager Wu slowly turned around, her gaze settling on the tall figure of the old emperor. She was surprised to find that his usually cloudy eyes were now clear and sharp, as if he were a different person. Empress Dowager Wu sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. You've aged a bit more. It seems you might leave before I do. The old emperor shook his head, his voice low and firm. If my life can buy you over 20 more years, then it's worth it. He looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. Mother, please don't speak now. I've entered the core state, but you haven't. Don't let those things hear us. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyes filled with deep sadness, and she pressed her lips together, remaining silent for a long time. The old emperor continued, his voice tinged with fatigue. The Nightmare Clan's invasion that night was aimed at me. The recent tests and arrangements for the princes have aroused suspicion over there. Even though the fifth prince helped cover for me this time, once the seed of doubt is planted, it will take root and grow. The longer it takes, the less control I have, and the more powerless I become. His gaze shifted to Jingzhou beyond the palace, his brow furrowed. The changes in the world's rules have exceeded my expectations. That core is nearly exhausted. It won't be long before the human world becomes a complete inferno. This is an inevitable trend. The collapse of the world's rules cannot be stopped. A trace of confusion crossed the old emperor's eyes. The nightmare was right. This is their strongest moment and our weakest. The outcome of the future. He clenched his fist, determined. I must do something more to leave a cleaner to you for the fifth prince. He's younger than me and has more potential. At the tea gathering, I couldn't see through him and thought he had practiced some special concealment technique. It turns out he had already reached the same level as me, perhaps even further. The old emperor looked up at the sun in the sky, a hint of relief in his voice. It's a small blessing in disguise, thanks to the ancestors' blessings. Empress Dowager Wu looked down, silently fiddling with the flower branch in her hand, not saying a word. The two fell into a long silence. After a while, the old emperor finally spoke. Time is running out. I must activate the Jingzhou plan. If the worst happens, Mother, I entrust you and the fifth prince to you once more. With that, he got up and left Xianin Palace, his back appearing somewhat lonely. In his heart, the old emperor silently prayed. May the 3 generations of the Liu family fight for another future for this world. Prepare to return to the palace. With this command, Xianin Palace gradually fell silent. Empress Dowager Wu watched the old emperor's departing figure, and after a pause, finally spoke. Summon Consort Yuan to see me. Yes. The maid responded and left. Meanwhile, at the border of Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, within the Hanhai Academy on Wenxin Mountain, a piece of news struck the high officials of the Wendao Alliance like a thunderclap. What did you say? Lu Chen is going on an Eastern tour to inspect the autumn examination of the Academy's talents. The head of Hanhai Academy frowned, asking in disbelief. The senior officials of Hanhai Academy around him were also filled with surprise and uncertainty, discussing among themselves, why has the newly crowned Heavenly Saint Martial King decided to inspect the autumn examination? Could it be that the news has leaked? The governor furrowed his brows, asking quietly. Perhaps, the advisor beside him pondered. Xinjiang Academy isn't aligned with us. It's possible someone from their faction let the information slip. The governor shook his head and added. But it could also be the new official trying to make a name for himself. Maybe it's just a coincidence that it aligns with the golden autumn examination period, using our literary alliance to boost his reputation. What should we? The advisor hesitated. The governor sneered. No matter what Lu Chen's purpose is for coming here, we're in the heart of our literary alliance. Are we really going to fear him? He ordered sternly. Prepare for now. The longer we can delay, the more advantageous it is for us. He paused, and then added. Warn everyone below to behave these days and not fall into the hands of that martial king. The martial king, the governor scoffed. A king among warriors, the king of martial arts. That foolish emperor sure knows how to bestow titles. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant mountains, continuing. This world is full of hidden talents. Even the previous governor of my Hanhai Academy, who has lived through 5 dynasties and seen the world's complexities, wouldn't dare claim invincibility. Who would dare call themselves the martial king? Isn't he afraid it will shorten his son's life? The governor turned around, his face full of disdain. After all, he's a foolish emperor. It's no surprise that Yu is being ruined in his hands. He waved his hand. All right, back to the main point. Make sure everything is well prepared for Lu Chen's inspection. It's best not to give him any leverage. Yes. The advisor immediately responded and quickly left. Soon, orders spread rapidly like ripples, and the entire literary alliance mobilized urgently to prepare for the upcoming inspection. Meanwhile, a luxurious carriage from the imperial city was slowly approaching the Yongzhou border. At the forefront, Luo Feng rode his blood-red horse, arriving first at the city army's front. Commander Yanqing, I've long heard of your great name, and meeting you today, you truly live up to it. Luo Feng dismounted and greeted. And Mr. Mu, you seem to have made another breakthrough, judging by your energy and spirit. Yanqing laughed. Young Master Luo, you're too kind. My little reputation is nothing compared to His Highness the Martial King. Old Mu stroked his beard. You youngster, still so good with words. The three exchanged a smile, and Luo Feng added. Today's matter requires the assistance of Commander Yanqing and Mr. Mu. Young Master Luo, it's my duty. Yanqing patted his armor, speaking with firm resolve. Old Mu also chuckled. Hey, let's not say such things. His Highness the Martial King is practically family to us Mus. An old man like me won't help outsiders, but will definitely help family. As they spoke, the carriage driven by the silver-armored guards had come to a steady stop in front of the army. Yanqing immediately patted his armor and bowed respectfully before the carriage. Old Mu stood beside him, smiling. Yanqing called out loudly. Greetings to the Holy Martial King. Our army is ready and has made contact with the Chuanzhou forces. We await your command to act. From inside the carriage came Lu Chen's calm voice. Thank you all for your efforts. We are ready to give our lives. Yanqing responded with unwavering strength. Move out. With Lu Chen's command, the silver-armored guards urged the carriage forward, leaving Yongzhou and entering Wenxin Mountain. Atop Wenxin Mountain, the members of the Literary Alliance, led by Hanhai Academy, had been waiting for some time. As they saw Lu Chen's carriage arrive, surrounded by silver-armored guards, they immediately knelt in unison to pay their respects. We greet His Highness the Martial King. Long live the king. Their voices echoed like a tidal wave. Welcome to the Literary Alliance to inspect the Golden Autumn examination. The curtain of the carriage was slowly lifted. Lu Chen stood up, looking down at the vast crowd kneeling in front of Hanhai Academy's gates. It was hard to tell if it was a warm welcome for him, Lu Chen, or a show of force. Lu Chen glanced casually, and Luo Feng and Lan Yun positioned themselves on either side to help him off the carriage. Standing firm, Lu Chun surveyed the kneeling crowd and remarked lightly, "Your literary alliance certainly has a lot of people." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone instinctively looked up, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary foremost martial prince. A young, handsome man stood there, exuding an aura as clear and cool as a mountain pool, with an unmistakable authority in his expression. The current head of Hanhai Academy quickly stepped forward to explain. "Your Highness, with the autumn grand examination approaching, participants from other academies have already arrived early for academic exchanges and discussions to perform better in the examination. We will all proceed to the capital to participate afterward." Lu Chan cast a cold glance at the academy head and replied indifferently, "In that case, let me see the results of your long training." With that, he stepped forward, and Luo Feng along with the silver-armored guards cleared the way, escorting him into Hanhai Academy. The academy head followed closely, quickly whispering to those nearby, "Prepare yourselves. The martial prince is right in front of you. Whether you can earn his favor depends entirely on your abilities." Everyone responded in unison and gathered around Lu Chan, escorting him slowly into the main hall of Hanhai Academy. "Your Highness, please take a seat." Once Lu Chan was seated, the academy head gestured for the students to come forward for inspection. However, before he could finish, Lu Chan raised his hand to stop him. Puzzled, the academy head asked, "Your Highness?" Lu Chan scanned the room with piercing eyes and said in a deep voice, "In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. I'm sure you scholars have heard about the recent chaos in RDU. Now is the time when DU is in need of talents. So besides these young participants, you older deans, tutors, and instructors can also come forward for my inspection." His words left the academy head and others stunned. The academy head attempted to politely decline. "We are all of a certain age, Your Highness. We wouldn't want to trouble the court. Let's leave the opportunity to the younger generation." "I said." Lu Chun tapped the table lightly, his icy gaze fixed on the academy head. "You can all come forward for my inspection." The expressions of the high-ranking members of the various academies changed drastically, thinking to themselves, "There's no doubt about it. Lu Chun is here to cause trouble." "Then, how does Your Highness wish to conduct the inspection?" the academy head asked cautiously. Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the ground, his tone leaving no room for objection. "DU is founded on martial arts, and to enter the court as an official, martial prowess is fundamental." As he finished speaking, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out suddenly. In an instant, a deep sword mark appeared across the floor of Hanhai Academy's main hall, emitting an incredibly sharp aura, as if it could cut through anything with undying sword intent. Cracks spread across the beams and walls, left by this astonishing strike, marking an indelible impression on the ancient academy. Boom! Subsequently, the sound of air being split echoed continuously. The air compressed and sliced by the sword mark formed a roaring gale, making everyone's robes flutter wildly. In the fierce wind, it felt as if countless sharp blades were hidden, with lines of blood appearing in the air. Members of the Literary Alliance fell back, some rolling to dodge, struggling against the sudden storm. When the storm finally subsided, the members of the Literary Alliance were left in a sorry state. Meanwhile, the martial prince with eyes like swords remained seated calmly, saying, "Those who cross this line shall be deemed qualified. Do not disappoint me too much." At that moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, where silence spoke louder than words. The scene fell into a tense silence. The intimidating display by Wu King Lu Chun felt like a heavy blow to everyone present. The sword mark that stretched across the main hall of the academy emanated a chilling sword aura, serving as a silent threat. The people of Hanhai Academy clenched their fists, anger simmering within them. This sword mark was not only a desecration of their centuries-old heritage, but also a blatant provocation. One of the academy's scholars could no longer hold back and was about to step forward to argue, but was stopped by a look from the head of the academy. The head stood in front of everyone, forcing a smile as he addressed Lu Chun. "Your Highness, Wu King, impressive skill, remarkable technique. I am in awe." Lu Chun ignored the head's flattery, closed his eyes to rest, and said indifferently, "I don't have much time. Let's begin." This arrogant attitude completely infuriated the members of the Literary Alliance. Their faces turned ashen, fury boiling within them. Soon, a distinguished elder stepped forward and said aloud, "I am the Vice Dean of Wanyue Academy, here to accept the prince's examination." This Vice Dean was a formidable figure who had been at the profound level of understanding for years, with one foot already in the realm of a Golden Core Master. His appearance represented the determination and strength of the Literary Alliance. However, as the Vice Dean stood before the sword mark, preparing to break through, a terrifying scene unfolded. A bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted around the sword mark, awakening countless sword auras that became invisible blades in the air. The Vice Dean's entire body trembled, instinctively warning him. Crossing over meant certain death. At the same time, the swirling sword aura triggered a dreadful chain reaction. The entire main hall began to tremble, with web-like cracks spreading across the walls and beams, as if it might collapse at any moment. Cold sweat beaded on the Vice Dean's forehead, and when a drop accidentally fell onto the sword aura, a terrifying backlash erupted instantly. With a thud, he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily into the Wanyu Academy's formation. Vice Dean? Ah! The crowd exclaimed, watching helplessly as the Vice Dean lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. This scene thoroughly intimidated everyone present and signaled just how arduous and perilous the upcoming examination would be. The Wanyu Academy was in complete disarray. The astonishing scene left all members of the One Dao Alliance present with their eyes wide in disbelief as they looked around. Just a single sword mark had rendered a formidable figure, on the verge of reaching the Golden Core Master Realm, immobile and severely shocked by the backlash. Everyone was left wondering, could the imperial family's Qing Tianbu Yizhu truly contain such mysterious techniques? The senior members of the One Dao Alliance exchanged glances, each trying to find answers in the eyes of the others, but none could unravel the mystery. Unanimously, they reached a conclusion. This must be Lu Chen's own unique skill, realized beyond the Qing Tianbu Yizhu. Their gaze then shifted to the stunned students and a few instructors at Wanyu Academy. A sense of urgency arose. They couldn't let him continue unchecked. At that moment, another senior figure stepped forward, his voice booming. I am the head of Tianyu Academy, here to seek guidance. This seasoned master, renowned for his mastery of the Tianyu Hao Ran Qi, was well respected on the Tian D ranking. Now, this regional powerhouse approached the sword mark, escalating the situation to a new level. Everyone held their breath, hoping this veteran master could breach the sword mark and reclaim honor for the One Dao Alliance. Yet, even against such a formidable opponent, Lu Chen remained motionless, not even lifting an eyelid. With a cold snort, the Tianyu head unleashed his Hao Ran Qi, conjuring various visions in midair, as if his spirit had left his body. He wielded the Qi, transforming into a bright streak, then into an army, attempting to break through the sword mark and cross this heavenly chasm. However, just as everyone thought he would succeed, a deafening explosion resounded. The sword web extended infinitely, instantly obliterating the army formed by the Hao Ran Qi. The Tianyu head, like the deputy head before him, was unable to force his way through, stopped outside the sword mark. He spat a mouthful of thick blood, crashing heavily into the ranks of Tianyu Academy. The scene unfolded so quickly that the onlookers barely had time to react. Their minds went blank, as if trapped in a dream. How could this be? Even a seasoned master like the Tianyu head couldn't cross what seemed to be an ordinary sword mark? More astonishingly, this wasn't even a direct move by Lu Chen, but merely a sword mark manifested from his gaze. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd of Han Hai Academy. Dean this. Each of them reacted as if they had seen a ghost, struggling to accept the reality before their eyes. It was one thing for a seasoned master to lose to Lu Chen, but to be unable to cross a mere sword mark was simply absurd. If word of this spread, how would the world view the One Dao Alliance? Would they claim that not a single member could withstand a sword mark on their own turf? It was an utter humiliation. The Han Hai Dean's expression was as dark as the depths, his gaze deep as he looked at Lu Chen, who remained in his seat, unchanged. He spoke in a somber tone. Your Highness, your skills are beyond compare. I, too, wish to challenge you. Please, grant me this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, another elder leader from a different faction of the One Dao Alliance stepped forward, and me as well. Your Highness, such techniques are unheard of, and I am eager to witness them firsthand. I hope you won't mind. Following suit, the head of another top academy declared, since you're all stepping forward, I can't be left behind. Count me in. The three gathered before the sword mark. At this moment, besides the Zhengyang Academy, the leaders of the three major academies of Daiyu were all present. They are all top masters in the realm of celestial perception, just one step away from becoming celestial martial artists. Three eminent figures gathered to break the formation, all to confront a sword mark casually left by Lu Chen. This scene left many in the One Dao Alliance stunned, their hearts filled with unease. The crowd's gaze shifted between the three mansion lords, who were as if facing a formidable enemy, and the serene heavenly Saint Martial King on the main seat. Since the sword mark was laid, the heavenly Saint Martial King had kept his eyes closed, appearing indifferent to everything before him. Even with the three top mansion lords joining forces, he remained unshaken. At this moment, even those on the opposing side found themselves admiring the poise of the heavenly Saint Martial King. A true man should be like this, someone silently sighed. In the next instant, the three mansion lords seemed to have a tacit understanding as they each took a position, forming a formation based on the three talents of heaven, earth, and humans, to display their ultimate skills. In a flash, the combined pressure of the three celestial perception masters converged, unleashing a far more terrifying aura than ever before. In midair, a vision of a one saint appeared out of nowhere, exuding an intense aura of righteousness. In his left hand, he held a scroll, and in his right, a brush, painting landscapes with the scroll and writing with the brush. The overwhelming righteousness swept across, suppressing all darkness between heaven and earth. Above Wenxin Mountain, winds and clouds surged. In the border city of Yongzhou, Yanqing and Mu Wuya tightened their grip on their weapons, staring at the righteous energy gathering in the sky. Quite a spectacle, Yanqing murmured. It must take several celestial perception masters to marshal such vast power of heaven and earth. Mu Wuya sneered. Those are the heads of the 4 major academies. It's just a review, yet they personally take action, even in front of the prince. Are they expressing dissatisfaction? Or showcasing their strength? It seems the One Dao Alliance indeed harbors rebellious intentions. Yanqing narrowed his eyes. With the emperor far away, this lot has been strengthening their alliance power, acting like local tyrants, intolerant of any provocation. Now that the true emperor is here, they are anxious. The entire army, Mu Wuya suddenly shouted, get ready to support His Highness the Martial King at any moment and crush the One Dao Alliance. Yes, the murderous aura of the border city's army gradually spread, poised for action. Within the Hanxi Academy, under the cover of the One Saint Vision, the 3 Mansion Lords slowly approached the sword mark. With each step, the One Saint Vision wielded the brush and paper, writing a magnificent landscape and summoning overwhelming righteousness. The immense pressure of the path of power weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, gripping each person's heartstrings. Everyone widened their eyes, holding their breath, waiting for the 3 Mansion Lords to jointly break the shackles of the heavenly Saint Martial King's sword mark. Finally, the One Saint came into contact with the sword mark. Zheng. With an earth-shattering roar, a piercing white sword energy reawakened on the engraved sword mark. This time, the sword energy seemed provoked, exceptionally fierce and sharp. Swish! A massive wind pressure whipped up a terrifying vortex storm. Within the storm, a world-shattering white light flashed and vanished. Before everyone's eyes, there was nothing but the towering white light. Until the white light dissipated and calm was restored. The world before him finally became clear. The sunlight was bright, the autumn breeze gentle, and time seemed to stand still in tranquility. On the ground, the sword mark remained intact, like an insurmountable chasm. The 3 masters of the mansion were pale, their robes soaked in blood, rising and falling with their labored breaths. Suddenly, a cry of astonishment erupted from the One Dao Alliance. Everyone then realized the dramatic change in their surroundings. The main hall of the Hanhai Academy had been reduced to ruins, its roof nowhere to be seen. Looking up, they saw that the thick clouds had been torn apart, leaving a scar of the sky that seemed endless. The master of Hanhai Academy barely regained some strength, his pupils trembling as he stared incredulously at Lu Chen. What kind of technique is this? A single sword mark can break the 3 talents formation of our combined attack. Lu Chen finally opened his eyes, casting a casual glance at the 3. Is the One Dao Alliance filled with such shallow-minded individuals? You can't even recognize the sword intent of the Luo family. Sword intent? Luo foamed, exclaimed in disbelief. Wait, you're saying this is the sword intent of the 7th layer of the Fragrant Blossom sword art? That's insane. My father never told me it was this powerful. The 3 masters of Hanhai Academy were also stunned, and after a moment, they managed to weakly argue. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can mere sword intent achieve such a feat? Lu Chen dismissed their doubts with disdain. Ordinary sword intent can't, of course. But martial arts vary with the practitioner. Just like a basic chi transformation fist, in the hands of a chi transformation level martial artist, it's nothing special. But in the hands of a martial arts genius, it can be imbued with unique insights and reach extraordinary levels. He added nonchalantly, this sword mark is just a trivial trick among my many techniques. The members of the One Dao Alliance were left speechless. They glanced at the Wanyu Academy and then at the Tianyu School, finally fixing their gaze on the 3 defeated masters, their hearts filled with indescribable shock. A single sword mark had kept the entire One Dao Alliance at bay. Who could believe this? At that moment, from the depths of Hanhai Academy, an ancient and mighty will awoke. Literary energy soared through the sky, and an awe-inspiring righteousness appeared, sweeping across thousands of miles. These energies spiraled and stacked in the air, eventually descending into the main hall of Hanhai Academy, forming the image of a great scholar with an imposing presence and righteous spirit. Remarkable indeed, the great scholar marveled. But for your highness to oppress the One Dao Alliance in such a manner, you are certainly overlooking this old man. Seeing the great scholar appear, Lu Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. Finally, the Hanhai Celestial appears. Upon seeing the figure of the Hanhai Celestial being forming from the endless aura of literature, the members of the Literary Alliance felt as if they had found their anchor, casting respectful and expectant glances his way. Old Master, greetings to the Hanhai Celestial. They all shouted in unison, their voices filled with reverence. The term celestial in this world represents the utmost glory. Unlike the martial Tao golden core, a celestial is a transcendent state. Each martial celestial is the pinnacle of their field, having elevated their martial Tao golden core, drawing the forces of heaven and earth into themselves, merging with the vast universe. From then on, they live for millennia, traversing the infinite. As soon as the Hanhai celestial appeared, the entire space seemed to tremble. His every move carried earth-shattering power, as if capable of causing landslides and tsunamis. As a symbol of martial peak, a celestial stands above the mundane, forming the unshakable foundation of their faction. The members of the Literary Alliance secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the celestial present, they felt more secure. Moreover, the Hanhai celestial was a seasoned elder who had witnessed the rise and fall of 5 dynasties and had easily quelled countless turmoils. His presence was the most solid assurance for the Literary Alliance. However, the Hanhai celestial did not acknowledge their calls. His gaze, heavy with contemplation, rested on Lu Chen, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As a celestial, he sensed the unfathomable power within this young prince more clearly than anyone else. This is a formidable foe. Alarm bells rang in the Hanhai celestial's mind. Lu Chen glanced over the members of the Literary Alliance, his gaze finally settling on the Hanhai celestial. He spoke calmly. After preparing for so long, you finally appear. It seems you are ready to face me. You, and those hiding in the shadows, show me what you can do. Upon hearing this, the Hanhai celestial's expression changed slightly, growing even more solemn. The information revealed in Lu Chen's words was startling. This prince had already discerned their preparations. At that moment, a brazen laugh suddenly resonated through the air. Ha! The laughter was full of disdain and provocation. Accompanying the laughter, a gust of black wind swept in, scattering black feathers everywhere. The feathers gathered in the air, forming a human shape. This was a black-robed figure exuding overwhelming malevolence, standing in midair with arms crossed, revealing only a pair of wild, domineering eyes with a hint of black mist swirling within. The black-robed figure spoke, his voice mocking. Old brother Hanhai, the martial king has already extended a gracious invitation. Why are you still hesitating? Aren't you going to join the feast? The prince might accuse our Taiping sect of being inhospitable. That wouldn't be in line with our sect's way of hosting guests. With that, the black-robed man waved his hand, and tendrils of black mist snaked through the members of the Literary Alliance. Those enveloped by the mist were initially stunned, then their eyes glowed with an eerie red light. Their breathing became rapid and erratic, emitting strange guttural sounds, clearly having lost their reason. Gathering the souls of the heaven refining array, a command echoed, and the atmosphere of the Hanhai Academy changed dramatically. Numerous students suddenly tore off their human skins, revealing their true nightmare forms. They transformed into ghostly figures, swiftly arranging themselves according to a predetermined formation. Simultaneously, more black specters surged from the depths of the academy, soaring into the sky like bats, densely hovering among the clouds. The scene instantly became bizarre and terrifying, as if hell itself had descended upon the earth. Layer upon layer of dark clouds spread across the sky like spilled ink, obscuring the sun. With a thunderous boom, a dark red, illusory array descended from the heavens, enveloping every nightmare beast. These already ferocious creatures became even more violent, their aura of slaughter intertwining with their unique ominous black mist, transforming Wenxin Mountain into an apocalyptic scene. A dark aura permeated the surroundings, instilling an involuntary sense of despair. Above this chaos, a figure in a black robe sat cross-legged in the void, issuing commands like a demon god. He laughed maniacally, his voice brimming with confident triumph. Your Highness, Wu Wang, how do you like the grand gift my Taiping sect has prepared for you? Does it please your discerning eye? The black-robed man turned to Lu Chen, his eyes gleaming with dangerous intent. Back then, your grandfather, Emperor Zhaoxian, fell to my heavenly soul's 100 refinements. And now, he raised a sharp finger, pointing directly at Lu Chen. It's your turn. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too arrogant, daring to tour the east alone, knowing full well my Taiping sect was lurking in the shadows. Luo Feng and Lan Yun, along with others, immediately positioned themselves in front of Lu Chen. Luo Feng drew his sword, unleashing a powerful wave of 7 mysteries sword chi that dispelled the surrounding darkness. He glanced around, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. Not only were there 2 experts of the heavenly realm, but also countless traitors of the One Dao Alliance, moving like mindless zombies, making the situation dire. Your Highness, the enemy is formidable. We must immediately rendezvous with the border city. Luo Feng's words were abruptly cut off by the black-robed man's laughter. The black-robed man sneered as he glanced contemptuously at the border cities of Yongzhou and Xuanzhou, scoffing. Do you think those pitiful forces can break through my heavenly soul's 100 refinements array? What a delusion! At that moment, a dispassionate figure on the main seat spoke, their tone laced with disdain. Too much talk. These simple 3 words rendered the black-robed man speechless, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. Courting death, the black-robed man roared. Han Hai, let's kill him together. With that, he immediately activated the Heavenly Soul's 100 Refinements array, gathering the darkest forces of the world to bear down on Lu Chen. Simultaneously, the Han Hai expert unhesitatingly channeled his literary energy, unleashing a judgment strike. As the 2 heavenly realm experts attacked, the heavens and earth trembled. Wenxin Mountain let out a rending wail, and the entire world seemed to plunge into eternal darkness. Yet, within this utter darkness, a radiant azure light appeared like a savior's beacon. This light, upon its emergence, obliterated the black mist with overwhelming force, tearing through the oppressive darkness. With a resonant hum, the light shattered the darkness once more, descending upon the world. Under the illumination of the azure light, members of the One Dao Alliance, previously driven mad by the black mist, regained their senses. However, the next moment, they were engulfed in extreme dread. In the sky, a colossal face appeared, spanning the heavens. This face was none other than the 5th prince, Lu Chen, who descended like a celestial being from the Moon Palace. At this moment, he reclaimed his divine majesty, his cold, indifferent divine eyes emitting 2 beams of azure divine flame, crushing all beneath his gaze. The black-robed man and the Han Hai expert's eyes widened in shock, their pupils contracting nearly to the point of dispersal. They could hardly believe what they were witnessing. A voice of terror trembled from their throats. This is Lu. They swallowed hard, finally stammering out the dreaded title, the Immortal of the Land. At the border of Yongzhou, Wenxin Mountain was shrouded in layers of black mist, resembling a giant beast crouching on the earth. Yan Qing felt a surge of alarm and turned to look at Mu Wuye beside him. Mu Wuye was already fully armed, clad in iron armor, his warhorse neighing beneath him, poised for battle. Hurry and assist His Highness. A celestial being has intervened. Mu Wuye's deep voice rang out. Yan Qing's heart tightened, his battle knife unsheathed, glinting coldly. He squeezed his legs against the horse's sides, and it shot forward like an arrow. All troops advance. Form the battle array. Solidify the army's spirit. Support His Highness, King Wu. Yan Qing's voice thundered. The sound of swords and spears being drawn echoed continuously. The army quickly formed ranks, exuding a murderous aura amidst the forest of spears and sea of blades. The soldiers' blood boiled, coalescing into a blood-red wolf smoke above the formation, transforming into a giant wolf howling at the sky. The wolf's fangs were bared, its gaze piercing, enveloping the entire army formation. Under this bloody glow, the soldiers' weapons and armor were tinged with a glaring red light. Charge! Support His Highness, King Wu. The sound of hooves thundered like a storm, dust billowing. The valiant and battle-hardened army set out from the border city of Yongzhou, charging towards Wenxin Mountain with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, the Chuanzhou army surged forward like a tide, a blood-red giant bear roaring above their formation, as if to tear apart the black mist. The 2 armies advanced side by side, yet the mist on Wenxin Mountain grew thicker, like a vast black canopy covering the entire peak. Yan Qing squinted slightly. A formation? Prepare the formation-breaking spear. Vanguard, probe the right flank. Yes. The response was thunderous. Horses galloped, dust swirling. In the center of the formation, a massive blood-red spear quickly took shape under the illumination of the army's spirit. Mu Wuye, if you would. Yan Qing's words were cut off as a brilliant azure light pierced the dark canopy like a sharp sword. At the mountain's summit, an unparalleled radiance blossomed, illuminating the entire border. Boom. The formation on Wenxin Mountain had barely formed when it shattered with a roar. A violent gale howled forth, and Yan Qing shielded his face with his hand, straining to see what was happening on the mountain. When he finally saw clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. On Wenxin Mountain, within the Han Hai Academy, the smile vanished from the face of the man in black robes, replaced by fear and astonishment in his eyes. He finally understood why the master of Miaofa left no trace when he died, but this realization came too late. The celestial being of Han Hai stared at the colossal face covering the sky, his fingers white with tension. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness undoubtedly came from the legendary Land Immortal. A Land Immortal? Another Land Immortal from the Lu family after Lu Xingxi? And so young too. The celestial being of Han Hai muttered to himself. Heavens! The Lu family's destiny has not ended? Another divine child has descended to uphold the collapsing sky. He thought bitterly. Has my Han Hai Academy chosen the wrong path? Zhengyang. Oh Zhengyang, not only does my cultivation fall short of yours, but even my foresight is inferior. At that moment, the divine face in the sky dissipated, replaced by an enormous hand. This hand blotted out the sky, making the centuries-old Wenxin Mountain seem insignificant. The giant hand descended, stirring a lethal wind pressure. The celestial being and the man in black robes, these exalted beings, were as fragile as mortals, powerless against such overwhelming force. How can a mere mortal withstand the might of the gods? The howling hurricane felt like an invisible giant hand, pressing down on everyone. Bang! Their knees buckled involuntarily, and they fell heavily to the ground. As the unseen hand pressed down further, their bodies sank deeply into the hard earth. The phantoms that once tore away human skins were either reduced to ashes in the violent winds, exploded under the pressure, or forcibly merged into the ground. Boom! The entire Wenqin mountain split open with a thunderous crash. The ancient landmark, with a heritage spanning centuries, shattered in an instant, turning to dust. Within a 100-mile radius, everything was clear and calm. The once towering mountains, the endless ranges, and lush trees vanished entirely. In their place was a barren plain, marked only by a massive handprint. This print stretched from the border city of Qianzhou to the edge of Yongzhou, spanning the entire former territory of the Wendao Alliance. The townsfolk and martial artists who came to investigate were shocked, gasping in disbelief. Some of the more skilled warriors, braving their fears, ventured out of the border city to uncover the truth. What they saw left them stunned. On this newly formed plain, two armies stood in perfect formation, respectfully surrounding something. Everyone was taken aback. How could two entire armies remain intact amidst such chaos? They focused intently on the center of the encircling troops. There, a figure as cold and ethereal as an immortal stood proudly, dressed in a dark black robe. In front of him, a mass of people knelt in submission. At that moment, the martial artists seemed to understand something, exclaiming in shock, their hearts in turmoil. In the midst of the two armies, Chen looked down coldly at the kneeling crowd and said indifferently, "In the end, not one of you from this so-called Wendao Alliance passed my examination. Instead, you staged a rebellion." The members of the Wendao Alliance kowtowed repeatedly, their voices trembling. "Please, Your Highness, have mercy. We never intended to oppose the court. We truly didn't know such demons were hidden among us." Chen ignored them and continued. "It seems the existence of the Wendao Alliance offers no benefit to the scholars of DU, but instead has become a breeding ground for some people's ambitions." He cast a cold glance at the three pale-faced heads of the academies. DU has 4 top academies in total, except for Xinjiang. The rest are all here. And most of the rebels just now came from your 3 academies. He approached the 3 heads, looking down at them with eyes as sharp as knives. "Do you have anything to say?" The 3 heads trembled all over, their eyes full of terror. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, they were still filled with dread. 2 celestial beings, so many phantoms, and even the Tianhun Balian formation all wiped out in a single move? Your Highness, They stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. It seems the 3 academies have nothing left to say. Chen turned to leave, leaving behind a single, light word: kill. Upon receiving Chen's command, Yanqing and the soldiers looked at Chen with fervent admiration, as if seeing a deity. "As you command," they responded in unison, then lined up all the members of the 3 academies in a long row, placing them in the most conspicuous position before the Wendao Alliance. "No, no, have mercy, Your Highness. Have mercy." The terrified pleas echoed continuously. Then, with a series of crisp sounds, heads rolled across the desolate plain. The pungent scent of blood flowed like a river, adding a bright red to the newly born landscape. Blood flowed relentlessly, with a thick mist of it lingering in the air, as the glaring red liquid wound its way past the members of the Wendao Alliance. The intense smell of blood was overwhelming, causing everyone present to turn pale, their Adam's apples bobbing involuntarily. Even the top masters and palace lords were silent with fear, their faces ashen. The scene was deathly quiet, everyone holding their breath, fearing that the slightest noise might bring disaster upon them. Yet, the silence was broken by the sound of light footsteps approaching. Those on the ground saw the hem of a robe with a serpentine pattern. Following closely were the clattering sounds of iron armor as squads of fully armed soldiers encircled them. In this moment of extreme terror, the ruler, who held the power of life and death over them all, finally spoke. His voice was icy and chilling. "From this day forward, the Wendao Alliance is hereby disbanded. All academies will come under direct control of my court. Do any of you have objections?" Everyone knew that any dissent would lead to a fate worse than that of the 3 great academies. So, they stiffened their bodies and trembled as they responded, "Yes, we obey the command of His Highness, the Martial King." However, the next moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area once more. With resounding thuds, many people were forced to their knees, collapsing heavily to the ground, their heads buried deep in the soil. Chen coldly surveyed those subdued by his oppressive force and said icily, "Your tone is full of reluctance. Do you have a problem with my decree?" He then ordered, "Take them away." The armies of Qianzhou and Yongzhou immediately sprang into action, dragging out the scholars and students who couldn't withstand the pressure. The cold gleam of long knives flashed in the sunlight, and the executioner's eyes shone with a bloodthirsty green, waiting for the martial king's command. Those dragged out were terrified, their voices shaking. No, you can't kill us. I am not resentful. I have not committed treason, I didn't. We are all subjects of the Grand Yu. You can't. Execute. With Lu Chen's order, the blades flashed and heads rolled. The survivors of the One Dao Alliance were even more frightened, their minds in turmoil. Amidst the swirling blood mist, Lu Chen casually pointed to a young scholar. You, stand up. The person trembled all over, standing up with great fear. Lu Chen coldly asked, did you hear clearly what I just said? The scholar's voice quivered. I heard clearly. His Highness the Martial King wants to disband the One Dao Alliance, and from now on, all academies will be directly governed by the court. Louder. I can't hear you. Lu Chen's voice remained cold, full of authority. The man's pale face flushed with a hint of red as he mustered all his strength to shout. His Highness, King Wu, intends to dissolve the One Dao Alliance. From now on, all academies will be directly governed by the court. The word governed struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. King Wu's sharp gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly asked, and what about you? Did you hear that clearly? The remaining people, as if stung by his gaze, hurriedly raised their voices, shouting with all their might. We heard it clearly. His Highness, King Wu wants. Thousands of scholars and students from the One Dao Alliance shouted in unison, their voices merging into a roaring wave that surged across the vast plains, echoing far and wide, reaching the ears of every curious traveler. Lu Chen, King Wu, nodded in satisfaction. Good. It seems there's no need for me to repeat myself. He cast one last glance at the terrified scholars no longer part of the One Dao Alliance. Turning away, Lu Chen's imperial robe fluttered gently in the breeze, becoming an unforgettable sight for all. Return to the palace, he commanded, and his retinue moved at his word. Under the reverent gaze of the crowd, Lu Chen boarded his carriage. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned back. By the way, I am not pleased with the results of this review. Although the sword mark at the Hanhai Academy is gone still. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chen drew a sharp sword from the waist of a nearby soldier. In the next moment, a thunderous event unfolded. Slash! A divine sword cleaved the chaos, descending from the heavens. The ethereal sword energy stretched across Chuanzhou and Yongzhou. Whoosh! The pressure shook the air, causing it to explode. A straight, endless deep scar suddenly spanned the two prefectures, stretching for thousands of miles. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground as they witnessed this earth-shattering scene. Clank, sword returned to its scabbard. Lu Chen remarked calmly, I hope you all remember this well, and let it be a constant reminder. With that, his carriage slowly headed back the way it came. The crowd remained rooted in place, still absorbed in the awe of that earth-shattering stroke across the two prefectures, unable to recover for a long time. Eventually, a collective gasp filled the air. In the military ranks, the soldier whose sword Lu Chen had borrowed was left dazed and overwhelmed, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. It wasn't until someone reached out to touch his sword that he snapped back to his senses, swatting away the curious hands. He clutched the sword tightly, eyeing his envious comrades with vigilance, determined to guard this heirloom with his life. From now on, this sword would be his family's greatest honor, and he vowed to pass it down through generations. He was already imagining the scene years later, standing with his descendants before the scar that spanned the two prefectures, proudly declaring, back then, the Holy King Wu used this very sword to cleave Chuanzhou and Yongzhou in one strike, leaving the most profound mark for scholars across the land. This sword was personally wielded by King Wu. His fellow soldiers, seeing this, couldn't help but regret. Ah, if only I had stood closer earlier, maybe His Highness would have borrowed my sword. They were filled with envy and remorse. Meanwhile, the scholars stood dumbfounded before the unfathomable sword scar, their minds repeatedly conjuring the immense face that had overshadowed the sky. Beads of cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, soaking their clothes, as their inner fear lingered, unshaken. In the hall of transience within the imperial court of Great Yu, the atmosphere was tense. The old emperor sat on the dragon throne, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the princes and ministers in the hall. He spoke in a deep voice. My sons, how goes the examination of our Great Yu's secret archives? Have you found any clues left by our ancestors to defeat our enemies? One prince stepped forward and respectfully replied, Father, we have found some hints. In those secret archives, when the clear sky unchanging technique is applied, certain positions show a faint reaction. The higher one's mastery of this technique, the stronger the reaction becomes. It seems that this may be the guidance left by our ancestors. The old emperor was about to speak when suddenly, a hurried shout came from outside the hall. Report. This urgent call interrupted the discussion within the hall, drawing everyone's attention. At such a critical moment, News worthy of such urgency was indeed rare. The messenger quickly entered the hall, knelt on one knee, and reported at a rapid pace. Prince Wu's eastern expedition has been a great success. The rebels of the One Dao Alliance have all been subdued by Prince Wu's divine power, akin to that of a terrestrial immortal. The mystical figures of the vast sea and the Taiping sect have perished, and the masterminds behind the rebellion from the three great academies have been publicly executed. The core supporters from Tianyue Academy, Wanyue Institute, and others have also been eliminated. The One Dao Alliance is hereby dissolved and will henceforth be directly governed by our Great Yu's imperial court. As the messenger finished speaking, the entire hall of transients fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left agape, unable to close their mouths in shock. The old emperor, the princes, the ministers, and even the officials from the Luo family faction were deeply stunned. After a while, the old emperor regained his composure, his eyes widened slightly, and his voice trembled. What did you just say? The fifth prince is a terrestrial immortal? What exactly happened during this eastern expedition? Quickly, tell us everything truthfully. The messenger immediately gave a detailed report on the major events concerning the One Dao Alliance. As he narrated, the astonishment among the ministers grew even more profound. Their hearts were filled with an overwhelming sense of shock. A young man of only 20 had already reached the realm of a terrestrial immortal? This was a phenomenon that had not been seen in Great Yu for 3,000 years, since the time of the last terrestrial immortal, Lu Xingxi. The silence in the Hall of Transients was broken by the old emperor's voice. He slowly uttered 3 words. Good. 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 Meanwhile, in the border region of Jingzhou in Great Yu, an unusual pair of master and apprentice stood beneath the city walls, gazing at the imperial edict. The master was burly, draped in a large, beast-hide robe, with disheveled hair, exuding a wild, primitive aura. The apprentice, on the other hand, was dressed in white, appearing as a frail scholar. Amidst the sounds of praise and admiration, the master suddenly gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Outrageous! This is truly intolerable." With that, he flung his beast-hide sleeve and stormed off towards the outskirts of Jingzhou City. The young apprentice in white followed closely, matching his master's steps. I heard my master roar in fury. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. His voice was thunderous, making the leaves around us tremble. Since the time of Emperor Zhaoxian, our demon sect has kept away from the lands of Dayu, living in seclusion beyond its borders. Where did this nonsense about a great demon invading the imperial city come from? With eyes blazing and beard bristling, my master continued to bellow. How could I not know if our demon sect had such a figure? Just because we are outside the borders, they think they can throw any accusation our way. He slammed his fist onto a nearby boulder, which cracked under the force. Our terrible reputation is all thanks to these despicable fools. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving. I just ended my seclusion, having perfected my skills, only to be greeted with this nonsense. He stood up abruptly, his robes fluttering as if caught in a breeze. Let's go? I'm going to the imperial city to seek justice and find out how Zhao Xian raised such a scoundrel of a son, and how that scoundrel raised a son like Tianren. Just as the middle-aged man in the fur robe finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. A voice rang out from the crowd. It's true. How could it be false? The news just came from Chuanzhou. The person animatedly recounted. A renowned martial artist rode a blood-smoke horse, following the sword mark, and it took him most of the day to run from the beginning to the end of the mark. That's a blood-smoke horse, a rare beast with an ancient demonic lineage. The crowd fell silent, listening intently. The speaker continued. Even the blood-smoke horse had to gallop at full speed for most of the day to trace the sword mark. Imagine how long that mark must be. It stretches across all of Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, without any exaggeration. And that was just a casual strike from the martial king. The speaker's eyes sparkled with excitement. Someone asked incredulously, was it really just a casual strike? Would I lie to you? The person assured, thumping his chest. You know the border troops in Yongzhou? The sword used to cut through Chuanzhou and Yongzhou was just an ordinary sword borrowed from one of their soldiers. He lowered his voice, adding mysteriously, many soldiers now regret not being closer to the martial king then. Otherwise, it could have been their sword. The speaker's tone grew more fervent. And the most crucial point, the martial king's strike that spanned 2 provinces didn't harm a single person. Such incredible control is beyond belief. At this, the crowd gasped in awe. Wow, a sword strike that stretches thousands of miles, spanning 2 provinces without harming anyone, such mastery. Someone murmured, are the legendary Earthbound Immortals truly this terrifying? Earthbound Immortals, indeed. They have reached the pinnacle of martial arts, far surpassing mortal limits, and are considered gods among men. Another voice chimed in. For a god among men, splitting 2 provinces is a mere trifle. The discussions in the crowd grew more animated. Many sword masters from various provinces have already set out overnight to see the sword mark. It's a trace left by a god among men. Any insight gained could be invaluable. With such a divine figure, how could the Taiping sect dream of rebellion? It's pure fantasy. The Liu family truly seems destined for greatness. In times of crisis, someone always steps up to save the day. Heaven blesses our Daiyu. Amid the rising chatter, the scholar's young apprentice tugged at his master's sleeve and whispered, "Master, should we still go?" The middle-aged man in the fur robe was silent for a moment before slowly changing direction. He said softly, "I thought about it, and perhaps our demon sect really does have someone who caused a stir in the imperial city. Going there wouldn't be wise." He stroked his beard. "Besides, my skills still have some flaws that need perfecting in seclusion." The apprentice pouted and couldn't help but ask, "Then why did you come back this time?" Upon hearing this, the master glanced back toward the imperial city, his eyes showing a hint of complexity. He reached out to pat the apprentice's head, his voice tinged with a touch of melancholy. "To save the world." "Save the world?" the apprentice asked, puzzled. The master looked deeply into the apprentice's eyes and said softly, "When you become a master yourself, you'll understand. Let's go." With that, the master and apprentice's figures gradually faded into the vast night. At the Zhenyang Academy, a grand lecture abruptly came to a halt. The booming voice of the Zhenyang Celestial suddenly stopped, his gaze piercing through the academy, looking into the distance. The teachers and scholars in the academy instinctively followed his gaze, but saw nothing unusual. "Headmaster," someone asked softly. "They have arrived," the Zhenyang Celestial said casually, pointing with a finger. Instantly, streams of scholarly energy transformed into a rainbow bridge, stretching from the academy's peak to the foot of the mountain. In no time, a scholar in white, walking on light, landed steadily before everyone. The scholar in white wasted no time and reported to the Zhenyang Celestial, "Headmaster, the Literary Alliance over there." He took a deep breath. "It's disbanded. King Wu, Lu Chen, single-handedly defeated them. The vast Sea Celestial and his conspirators were killed on the spot. The rebellious elements from the three major academies and the Wan Yu Academy were all wiped out." Upon hearing this, the people of Zhenyang Academy were initially stunned, then filled with immense relief. Fortunately, their Zhenyang Celestial had maintained his stance, or they might have faced disaster as well. Curiosity then surged among them as they speculated how King Wu, Lu Chen, had achieved such an astonishing feat. Did he perhaps use the power of a military formation? Maybe he set up some formidable array? The Zhenyang Celestial ignored their discussions, calmly turning to the next page of the scripture in his hands, as if he had anticipated this outcome. It was an immortal on earth. These 4 words caused the Zhenyang Celestial to pause his page turning. He slowly closed the scripture and announced, "In that case, today's lecture ends here. With the competition from the 3 academies gone, I'm sure you can rise smoothly even without my teachings. Go on." The crowd, caught between laughter and tears, took their leave. After the prominent figures of the academy had departed, the Zhenyang Celestial turned his gaze towards the direction of the Daiyu Imperial City, stroking his graying beard and sighed. Zhaoxian, Zhaoxian, not only did you have a good son, but also a good grandson." A hint of a smile appeared on the Zhenyang Celestial's face as he turned and walked into the meditation chamber of the academy's main hall. Inside, a long scroll hung beside the desk. In the painting, the blazing sun and clear moon hung high in the sky, with an emperor in dragon robes standing beneath, casually pointing to command the mountains and rivers. Following tradition, the Zhenyang Celestial lit 3 incense sticks and offered them before the painting. "Teacher Chongda, if your spirit watches over us, you can rest in peace. Your descendants have not faltered, they are all outstanding." As he finished speaking, the scene in the painting suddenly transformed into an abyss of darkness, with a pair of pitch-black pupils emerging from its depths, causing the entire scroll to tremble violently. Unfazed, the Zhenyang Celestial summoned his mighty righteous energy, transforming it into a brilliant sun. He inscribed a word filled with the righteous energy of heaven and earth in the air: "Suppress. Suppress." With this command, the black pupils in the scroll gave the Zhenyang Celestial one last look before retreating into darkness. The scroll returned to its original imperial depiction. The Zhenyang Celestial placed the incense sticks into the incense burner in front of the scroll, softly saying, "No need to rush. I only have a little over a century left to live. Take your time." Meanwhile, in the imperial city, as Lu Chen's entourage entered, they were immediately enveloped by a lively atmosphere. People of the imperial city lined the streets, young and old, watching Lu Chen's carriage with reverence, as if witnessing a deity. As the carriage passed through the city gates, thunderous cheers erupted. "Welcome back, Prince Wu. Congratulations, Your Highness. Well done, Your Highness. Earthly immortal. Invincible Prince Wu." The citizens were filled with enthusiasm, their eyes shining with fervor. Lu Chen gently lifted the curtain, taking in the grand spectacle. He saw the people as if they were ablaze with a brilliant flame, a flame of faith and hope, a flame called Daiyu. Lu Chen nodded slightly at the ecstatic crowd before lowering the curtain and continuing onward. The streets buzzed with even more excited chatter. Oh my gosh, did Prince Wu just nod at me? No way he nodded at me. The carriage slowly entered the palace gates. The guards immediately saluted with respect. Welcome back from your eastern tour, Your Highness. The Emperor and the court officials have been waiting. Upon hearing of your victory at the front, the Emperor has been eagerly anticipating your return to bestow great honors upon you. The guard captain spoke with a slight tremor, his voice filled with excitement. He thought to himself, heavens, Prince Wu is an earthly immortal, a divine presence among us. Comparable to the legendary Emperor Gengshi Lu Xingxi, a singular hero who could uphold an entire dynasty. What will the history book say about me conversing with Prince Wu? Prince Wu returns from his eastern tour, greeted by the guard captain, who led his horse to the Hall of Worldly Affairs. Could this be my ticket to historical fame? With this thought, the guard captain grew even more exhilarated, stepping forward to take the reins. Young general, you rest. I'll lead the horse. Then, standing tall and proud, he said, Your Highness, please follow me. The surrounding guards watched with envy. Who wouldn't want the honor of leading Prince Wu's horse? Under the watchful eyes of many, the guard captain proudly led the horse to the Hall of Worldly Affairs. Inside the hall, the elderly emperor and the gathered officials had been waiting for some time. Suddenly, the sharp voice of the old eunuch rang out. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Prince Wu has arrived. The once drowsy emperor immediately perked up. My son has returned? You useless servant. Hurry and announce him. Do you want my son to suffer in the carriage? Yes, Your Majesty. The old eunuch hurriedly announced. Prince Wu Lu Chen, you are summoned. Outside the hall, Lu Chen's figure slowly emerged. He entered the hall and respectfully saluted. Your son greets you, father. The emperor waved his hand repeatedly. Oh, no need for formalities. Rise, my son. You've just quelled the rebellion, defeated 2 celestial beings, and countless rebels of the Taiping sect. You must be exhausted. Thank you, father. Lu Chen rose and, under the incredulous gazes of the officials and his princely brothers, walked slowly to his place. All eyes were fixed on him like a hunter on his prey. Even the old emperor on the dragon throne was no exception, scrutinizing him closely before uttering a meaningful sigh. My son, you've kept me in the dark quite skillfully. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the old emperor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickering in his eyes. He spoke, Forgive me, father. The previous enemies were not worthy of mention, thus it was unnecessary to employ such methods. This statement caused an immediate stir in the court. The ministers exchanged glances, their faces a tapestry of mixed emotions. Some clicked their tongues in disbelief, others furrowed their brows, while some showed a hint of fear in their eyes. The previous enemies not worthy of mention, an elder minister murmured to himself. Does the Prince of Wu consider the combined forces of the One Dao Alliance and the Taiping cult celestial beings mere child's play? Another minister joined in, his voice tinged with bitterness. If it were any of us, we would have met our demise long ago. The gathered officials all turned their eyes to Lu Chen. The recently triumphant Prince of Wu appeared serene, as though his earlier words were merely commonplace. They couldn't help but glance at their colleagues, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. To the common folk, each minister present was a prodigious talent, a youthful prodigy once full of spirit. Yet, compared to Lu Chen, they seemed like fireflies before the bright moon, insignificant. Even those called geniuses aren't worthy to carry the shoes of this invincible Prince of Wu. Someone sighed inwardly. The eyes of the other princes also turned to Lu Chen, their expressions complicated. After a moment, they all sighed softly, as if they had foreseen the inevitable outcome. The crown prince, Lu Yun, suddenly relaxed his tense posture, as if he had shed a heavy burden. He glanced around at his brothers, thinking to himself, well, being a carefree prince isn't so bad. At least I won't have to vie for that supreme position or clash in battle. The third prince, Lu Lang, noticed Lu Yun's gaze and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he turned to Lu Chen, a faint smile on his lips, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. The sixth prince, Lu Huan, looked excited, barely restraining himself from shouting, Long live the fifth brother. To him, Lu Chen ascending the throne was the best possible outcome. The old emperor observed everyone's reactions, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, not worthy of mention indeed. My son is truly invincible. His laughter echoed through the grand hall. With my son, the Great Yu's empire is unbreakable. Those rebels and the Yao clan dreaming of toppling our eternal glory are delusional. As he spoke, the old emperor surveyed the ministers, then gestured towards the brilliant sunlight outside the hall. Look at how bright the sun is. How radiant. It is our Great Yu. Our Great Yu will forever be the sun of this world, the guardian of humanity. How can those lowly, hidden creatures ever hope to rival us? This is destiny. The ministers echoed his sentiments. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Prince of Wu. Long live His Majesty. Long live the Great Yu. The old emperor's laughter filled the hall once more, echoing for a long time. As it subsided, his gaze fixed on Lu Chen, and his tone suddenly became serious. Old 5. With these words, everyone present held their breath. They knew the main focus of this court session was finally coming. This was why the old emperor had kept them here. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, everyone waiting for the emperor's next words. Today, the long-contested position of the crown prince will finally be decided. In the hall of the mortal world, the atmosphere was tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on the old emperor, eagerly anticipating the conclusion of this prolonged struggle for succession. The old emperor's gaze rested on Lu Chen, scrutinizing him repeatedly. In the depths of his eyes, hesitation flickered uncertainly. The hall was silent, as if even the sound of breathing could be heard. Old 5th, the old emperor began, but then fell silent. Everyone in the hall held their breath, the air seemingly frozen. After a long pause, the old emperor slowly said, "After your recent expedition to quell the rebellion in the east, you must be tired. Right now, you are the cornerstone and pillar of our Great Yu Dynasty. Don't exhaust yourself. I failed to consider this. You should go and rest for now. We'll discuss other matters another day." Lu Chen respectfully replied, "I will follow your orders, father." The old emperor nodded and looked around, saying, "All right, this court session is adjourned. As for the clues about the Yin tribe, my sons and esteemed ministers, do not slacken your efforts." Court dismissed. With that, the old emperor cast one last glance at Lu Chen and turned to leave the hall of the mortal world. His figure disappeared behind the hall doors, leaving the ministers and princes looking at each other in confusion. The court was silent, with expressions of unease in everyone's eyes. Some secretly wondered, what's going on with His Majesty? Is his old habit of being an indecisive ruler acting up again? After all this commotion, waiting for Lu Chen to return, wasn't it to appoint him as the crown prince? At the very least, there should have been some reward. How could he just send him off to rest? Officials aligned with the Luo family quickly gathered around Lu Chen, softly reassuring him, "Your Highness, don't worry. His Majesty probably postponed the decision out of concern for you. With your unparalleled strength, who would dare oppose you? We just need to wait a few days." Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, unaffected by the situation. He recalled the old emperor's meaningful glance as he left, and the fleeting resonance of the celestial harmony. He understood that it was time to lay all cards on the table. Outside the palace, a carriage escorted by heavy guards headed towards Anping residence in the inner city. Inside Anping residence, the leader of the Luo family guards approached the courtyard and saw a graceful figure seated on a stone bench, intently practicing her painting skills. The demeanor of this young woman reminded him of his own prince, equally calm and composed. However, while the prince studied martial arts, this young woman was skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. "Miss Chen, the noble consort is here," the guard leader softly announced. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi quickly stood up, tidied the unfinished painting on the table, adjusted her appearance, and hurried to the main entrance of Anping residence. There, she saw a beautiful lady in a flowing gown gracefully alight from the carriage. Chen Shi respectfully greeted, "Your humble servant Chen Shi greets the noble consort." Consort Mu Jintang grabbed Chen Xi's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Are you Chen Xi? Truly, you live up to your reputation as the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Even I find myself more and more fond of you the longer I look," she said with unrestrained praise. Chen Xi slightly bowed and humbly replied, "Your Highness flatters me. Compared to your unparalleled grace, my reputation is insignificant." Her voice was as melodious as a flowing stream. Mu Jintang gently caressed Chen Xi's smooth, jade-like face, a meaningful smile playing at her lips. "Oh, what a sweet talker. Come, let's go inside and talk. I have much to discuss with you." "Of course, I am all ears," Chen Xi responded respectfully, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Mu Jintang led Chen Xi by the hand, and they walked into Anping residence, surrounded by layers of guards. The leader of the Luo family's personal guard stood outside, frowning slightly. He thought to himself, is this the first time the consort is meeting Chen Xi? Such familiarity at first meeting seems unusual. Could it be? As he pondered, Mu Jintang had already led Chen Xi into the secluded courtyard. Inside, the two sat facing each other. Mu Jintang said warmly, "Sit, Chen Xi." Chen Xi hesitated for a moment, and Mu Jintang immediately noticed, reassuring her with a smile, "It's all right. Once you're in the palace, there will be plenty of opportunities like this. Please sit." Hearing this, Chen Xi paused, seemingly understanding something. A fleeting image of a cold, wind-like figure passed through her mind. She replied softly, "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." Then she gracefully smoothed her dress and sat down quietly. Mu Jintang nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Have you gotten used to life in the capital?" Chen Xi respectfully answered, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. With the protection of the capital's guards and the Luo family's personal guards, I've had some rare leisure time. Everything I need is provided here." "That's good to hear," Mu Jintang said, glancing around thoughtfully. "I imagine many have come to see you during this time?" Chen Xi looked at Mu Jintang and cleverly replied, "By chance, I learned a piece of music that has indeed drawn the attention of many officials and nobles. Unfortunately, even if I wish to teach it, the music seems to lose its magic in others' hands. Mu Jintang suddenly laughed, her laughter as pleasant as a silver bell. I didn't come for the music. I just wanted to see which princes have visited you, she said shrewdly. After all, heroes have always admired beauty, and someone as stunning as you is hard to resist even for me. How could they be any different? She continued, her tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. With your unparalleled beauty and that unique melody, who in the royal family wouldn't have special thoughts about you? Winning your favor, or even having you, would be like possessing an unrivaled weapon against the nightmare tribe. At such a critical time in the struggle for the throne, who wouldn't be concerned about your presence? It's just a matter of some knowing their limits, and others not. Chenxi gave a faint smile, a glimmer of understanding in her eyes. Various princes have indeed sent people to see me, except for the fifth prince. Her voice was calm, yet carried a subtle hint of probing. Mu Jintang's expression faltered slightly before she explained. Chen is busy with official duties. As you know, he is a martial arts prodigy of the Liu family, bearing the responsibilities of both family and country on his shoulders, naturally leaving him less time than the others. Chenxi smiled sweetly, her eyes showing clarity. Someone like the prince, a hero with the weight of the nation on his shoulders, naturally doesn't have time for personal affairs. I understand. Mu Jintang chuckled, silently praising this clever girl from the Chen family for saving her many words. She said softly, yesterday, I sent word to the Chen family in Ningzhou. Chenxi's slender fingers trembled slightly as she gently pinched the hem of her dress. She lowered her head, listening to the words around her. Everything has been prepared for you. With this, her grip on the dress slowly relaxed. Mu Jintang asked softly, I don't like to force anyone into anything. It's best to ask the person involved. Xiaoxi, what do you think? Chenxi kept her head down, her voice as soft as a whisper. Your Highness and the elders can decide for she. At that moment, an urgent and joyful shout came from outside Onping residence. Your Highness! Your Highness! The prince has returned victorious. He defeated the One Dao Alliance and decisively vanquished the Hanhai Celestials and the Taiping Celestials. He decreed the dissolution of the One Dao Alliance and marked the eternal sword scars in Xuanzhou and Yongzhou. The entire imperial city is celebrating the prince's achievements. Upon hearing this, Mu Jintang was overjoyed, a relieved smile spreading across her face. Chun'er has returned safely. That's good, that's good. She glanced at Chenxi, hesitant to speak. Sensing Mu Jintang's hesitation, Chenxi spoke up. Your Highness need not worry about me. You should go see the prince. The eastern tour was arduous. It's best you return promptly. Mu Jintang nodded in agreement, then boarded the carriage, bidding farewell to Chenxi before returning to the palace. Chenxi watched her leave, then turned back to her small courtyard to continue working on her unfinished painting. Meanwhile, Lu Chen returned to Zhengxian Palace. As he sat down and opened an ancient book on the life and death demon eye, an immense force field suddenly enveloped the entire palace. A blazing sun and a crescent moon quietly appeared, illuminating the sky above Zhengxian Palace, freezing time in its tracks. The autumn wind halted, leaves suspended in midair, frozen in the shape of the wind. Lan Yun, in the midst of pouring tea, paused, the stream of water forming a crystalline pillar. The silver-armored guards outside also remained with their eyes closed. At this moment, the shadow of an elderly emperor walked steadily past the silver-armored guards, meeting Lu Chen's gaze from afar in the pavilion. It was the old emperor. Seeing this, Lu Chen took the tea from Lan Yun's hands and poured 2 cups himself. Father and son each held a cup, sitting silently in the pavilion, gazing at the stillness of the frozen time around them. Only after finishing 1 cup did Lu Chen refill them, prompting the old emperor to finally speak. When you first returned, I indeed intended to directly appoint you as the crown prince. In doing so, I would have fulfilled my duty as a ruler, upholding the laws of family and nation. But as a father, perhaps I was being too selfish. The old emperor paused, then continued. This selfishness isn't towards the other princes, but towards you, Lu Chen. The emperors of our Lu family have always been short-lived. The higher the cultivation, the shorter the life. According to royal records, Emperor Chengde reigned for 57 years before retreating as Taishang Huang, seeking to break through to become a land immortal, and thereafter vanished from the world. But in truth, Emperor Chengde only lived 57 years after ascending the throne. He took a deep breath, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Moreover, our Great Yu's legendary emperor, Emperor Gengshi, the ancestor Xingxi. Historical records state that Emperor Gengshi reigned for 48 years before relinquishing worldly affairs, seeking the path of immortality and tracing the footsteps of ancient celestial gods. Ultimately, he ascended to the celestial realm in the 98th year. But the truth is, Emperor Gengshi, a god among men in his generation, only lived 48 years after ascending the throne. I'm nearing the end too. The old emperor gazed at the sun and moon in the sky, his voice deep and weathered. This year marks the 26th year of my reign. Or perhaps the 27th, he said slowly, his eyes growing profound as if traversing through time. After I ascended the throne, my lifespan was destined to be like this. Your grandmother wasn't wrong. Our Liu family has always been unfortunate. Especially the emperors of the Liu family, one generation after another, they have all burned their lives for the human race, for the Great Yu. The old emperor turned his head, looking at Liu Chen with a gaze full of complex emotions. Old five, you are too exceptional. So exceptional that no one in the history of the Liu family can compare to you. A terrestrial immortal at the age of 20, truly a born martial sage. His voice carried a mix of admiration and subtle worry. You have a great future ahead of you, with endless possibilities to seek immortality and freedom, just like the great founding emperor. The old emperor's eyes grew distant, as if seeing the silhouette of that legendary emperor. He could have chosen not to step forward, to pursue the traces of ancient immortals and gods, to seek higher vistas, leaving more of his own mark instead of burning his life to guard the human race. At this point, the old emperor lowered his head, absent-mindedly playing with the teacup in his hand, his voice tinged with fatigue. So, as a father, I shouldn't and can't selfishly impose the duties of the Great Yu Emperor upon you. You have better choices. Hearing this, Liu Chen turned his head slightly, his gaze falling on the old emperor. His voice was firm and respectful. Father, I was raised on the Liu family's sustenance and trained in the Liu family's divine arts. Without the Great Yu and the Liu family, I wouldn't be who I am today. He paused, then continued. Just tell me the people, time, and place. Whatever you can't handle, I will handle for you. Upon hearing this, the old emperor suddenly laughed heartily. Ha! Such ambition. You truly are the god of the human world from our Liu family. His laughter was filled with gratification and pride. His gaze sharpened, carrying a hint of inquiry. Now that I think about it, you probably noticed my hidden cultivation during the tea gathering, watching everything from the shadows, right? The assassination attempt at the martial tea gathering, and even the nightmare in the imperial city. You knew they were my doing? You sly boy, you've been holding back. Liu Chen, unhurried, poured tea for the old emperor again, his tone calm with a hint of cunning. I just saw father fishing, and wanted to see which big fish was worth you. A martial sage with the clarity of sun and moon, pretending to be a foolish emperor for so long. The old emperor fell into a brief silence. He picked up the teacup several times, then put it down, as if pondering how to speak. Finally, he sighed deeply, his voice filled with helplessness and the weight of years. Once, I too wanted to be an upright and clear-minded ruler, to change the world with my own hands, to make life better for the people. But in the end, I realized, if I didn't play the fool, I would end up like your royal grandfather. The old emperor's gaze turned towards the direction of the Xuanxin palace, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Your royal grandfather was too conspicuous, and he underestimated the revival of the Nightmare clan. By the time he noticed them, they had already established themselves in the human world with considerable strength. Not having mastered the 8th level of the Qing Tianbu Yiju, he suffered a great loss, and so did the Great Yu. He continued, his tone filled with memories of the past. In those years, if it weren't for your grandmother's reputation and skills in managing the court, stabilizing the Great Yu, things might have been much worse. After finishing, the old emperor drank the tea in his hand in one gulp, as if to suppress the bitterness in his heart. And at that time, I hadn't made my breakthrough. If I had chased after the Nightmare clan like your royal grandfather, it would have been difficult. I could only pretend, only hide, go along with them, let them think everything was under control, to make them lower their guard and buy more time for our Great Yu. At this, the old emperor put down the teacup, his already aged figure appearing even more frail. His voice was low and heavy. But, this time, the world is not on the side of our human race. Finally, the old emperor slowly raised his hand, pointing in a direction, as if there lay some hidden, terrible secret. A foreboding gloom loomed over the horizon at the border of Jingzhou. The old emperor gazed into the distance, his brow furrowed, as he revealed a shocking truth to Liu Chen. The core of Jingzhou is at the brink of exhaustion. It can no longer hold on. Before Liu Chen could ask, the old emperor began recounting the origin of the core. His voice was deep and weathered, as if narrating an ancient legend. The core is linked to the founding emperor of Dayu, Liu Xinghe. It was passed down from the end of ancient times by the founding emperor. Each of Dayu's 36 provinces has a core that concentrates the essence of Dayu's land veins, safeguarding the peace of each province and preventing the Yin tribe from descending upon the world. The old emperor's gaze became profound, as if traversing through time and space. These cores have protected Dayu for nearly 10,000 years. During this long era, the Yin tribe has continuously attacked the cores, employing various methods to deplete their power. Liu Chen felt a stir within him, recalling the recent human soul fire incident. The old emperor, seeing through his thoughts, nodded slightly. Indeed, that self-destructive method of depleting the core, the human soul fire, is the handiwork of the Yin tribe. They have gone to great lengths to weaken our cores. Some methods are so subtle that you wouldn't even realize they are behind them, making it impossible to guard against. The old emperor's voice carried a hint of regret. Just like Emperor Tianfeng back then, he fell for the Yin tribe's deception, leading to the severe damage of Jingzhou's core and causing imbalance in Dayu. To prevent further deterioration and maintain stability, the Gongshi emperor sacrificed his own life to replenish the core's power, stabilizing the situation. At this point, the old emperor gave Lu Chen a long, meaningful look, a trace of sorrow in his eyes. This is why the emperors of our Lu family have short lifespans. Only the bloodline of our Lu family can replenish the core's power. Each generation has been doing this. Lu Chen suddenly realized, his gaze falling on the old emperor's graying hair. The old emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. If only this bit of aging could ensure Dayu's long-lasting peace, it would be worth it. But unfortunately, Jingzhou's core has reached an irreparable state. No amount of sacrifice from the Lu family can extend its life anymore. The old emperor's tone turned grave. The severe damage from 3,000 years ago can no longer be suppressed today. The weakening of the Yan's suppression by daylight, their revival within Dayu's borders, is merely a precursor to the core's demise. In the near future, the human world will inevitably become a purgatory, especially around Jingzhou. In the future, the chaos of demons and the coexistence, cohabitation, and struggle between humans and the Yin will become the norm. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in the old emperor's eyes. Therefore, I must act in advance. I will abandon it, using Jingzhou's core as bait, to thoroughly ignite a racial war between humans and the Yin. Standing with his hands behind his back, the old emperor exuded a powerful imperial aura. His voice was firm and heavy. This decision may go against the ancestral laws, but it's no longer the era of the Gongshi emperor 3,000 years ago. The decline of the cores is inevitable. Simply eradicating traces of the Yin will leave the human race lacking the means and courage to confront them in the future. How can we face the inevitable racial war if this continues? His gaze pierced through time, as if he could see the battlefield of the future. The times are different. Without change, there is no progress. So I have been guiding you to first make contact with the Yin, gradually spreading this to the people of Dayu. The old emperor slowly revealed his initial thoughts, a deep glint flickering in his eyes. Lu Chen keenly sensed the hidden meaning in the emperor's words. Something must have changed later on. He couldn't help but recall his previous speculation Chen Shi, or perhaps the emergence of the Ming emperor's melody, might have disrupted the emperor's plans. The old emperor nodded slightly, casting an approving glance at Lu Chen. As expected of someone with the insights of a land immortal, truly extraordinary. He sighed softly. Indeed, the appearance of the Ming emperor's melody was beyond my plans. It was like an unexpected piece falling into the chessboard, disrupting my carefully laid out strategy. The emperor's face bore a complex expression, a mix of relief and a touch of helplessness. The early exposure of the human skin phantom increased the vigilance of the Taiping sect, deepening their suspicions of me. I had to change strategies, pushing you into the limelight of Dayu's winds, accelerating the original layout. He paused for a moment, then continued, but none of this really matters. The weakening of human rules meant the phantom's exposure was inevitable. The emergence of the Ming emperor's melody might actually be a turning point. The old emperor's gaze turned profound. What truly caught me off guard was you, my fifth son. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, looking at his father in confusion. You are the greatest surprise. The old emperor's tone carried a hint of pride. Every step you took exceeded my expectations. Do you remember the rumor in the palace back then? They said I feared you would become another Lu Xingxi. He chuckled softly. You are exceptionally talented, a martial arts master at just 20. A genius like you is bound to attract envy and suspicion. I deliberately let those rumors spread, making people think I was wary of you, which actually reduced their attention on you, giving you more time to focus on your cultivation. But who would have thought, at the martial arts tea gathering, you would already display such mastery of the Azure Sky Divine Flame? At your level, without the intervention of celestial beings, no one can rival you. Keeping you hidden any longer would only limit your exposure and put you at a disadvantage in the future. A glint of admiration appeared in the old emperor's eyes. Thus, I granted you the authority of the capital's military leader, guiding you to uncover the secrets of the Phantom clan. Then came the unexpected appearance of the Ming emperor's melody. Following the attack on the capital, your demonstration of land immortal power at the Literary Alliance was beyond my anticipation. He shook his head lightly. You, young man, are full of surprises. Engrossed in the conversation, Lu Chen suddenly remembered the main topic. Father, the Ming emperor's melody. Is there a problem with her? The old emperor shook his head. I can't say for certain. I only found some clues about the Ming emperor's melody from the fragmented words left by our ancestors. He explained slowly. It is said that the Ming emperor's melody embodies the world's righteousness, possessing the power to restrain all malevolence and darkness, a manifestation of some world rule. As for where this rule originates, the old emperor sighed softly. It's like asking why our Lu family's bloodline can replenish the Earth's core, or why the Azure Sky divine flame can restrain the Phantom clan. Aside from the respective ancestors, no one knows. The lineage that inherits the Ming Emperor's melody, in a sense, is similar to our Lu family, inherently opposed to the Phantom clan, the purest of the human race. The old emperor's tone carried a hint of regret. Unfortunately, the lineage of the Ming Emperor's melody was eradicated by the Phantom clan in ancient times, with the inheritance lost. Even the Phantom clan believes the Ming Emperor's melody has been completely lost, leaving our Daiyu Lu family as their last nemesis. The ancient art of Qing Tian Shun Yan, lost since ancient times, has reappeared at this crucial moment. The old emperor turned, his gaze intense as he stared at Lu Chun. And you, my son, have not only become the most talented inheritor in the history of the Lu family, but were also born in this very era. His voice carried an unmistakable excitement. Qing Tian Shun Yan and Ming Huang Chu, two formidable foes of the Yin clan, are gathered together. A hint of confusion flickered in the old emperor's eyes. Sometimes, I can't help but wonder if this is the will of destiny. In the era when the Yin clan is at its peak and humanity is at its weakest, could it be that we've been given hope? Before Lu Chun could speak, the old emperor quickly reined in his emotions, his tone becoming serious. I would like to believe that. But some things cannot be taken lightly. At this critical juncture, it's wise to be cautious. As I mentioned earlier, the Yin clan will go to any lengths to weaken the Earth's core, employing methods beyond your imagination. The old emperor shook his head, a trace of helplessness on his aged face. I don't have much time left. Whether there is an issue with her is a decision only you can make. After all, Ming Huang Chu is a product of rules, and perhaps only a terrestrial immortal like you can discern the truth within. He paused, then continued. If there's no problem, then all will be well. She will become your most powerful ally. With the Lu family bloodline combined with Ming Huang Chu, even if the world turns into a purgatory, there's a chance to reshape the cosmos. Lu Chen nodded silently, then shifted to another topic. How do you plan to ignite Jingzhou? The old emperor did not answer directly, but instead turned around, his gaze piercing as he looked at Lu Chun. Old Five, are you truly ready to bear the heavy burden of Daiyu? You should understand everything I've said. This burden is heavier than you imagine. The power of the Yin clan far exceeds your expectations. His voice lowered. I must tell you some bad news. You must know, the first emperor, a god among men, ultimately had to sacrifice himself to strengthen the core, rather than lead humanity to counterattack and defeat the Yin clan. This means there are beings within the Yin clan even a god among men could not contend with. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. If that's the case, then I must share some good news with you. The world may not see through the Yin clan's depths, but how could the Yin clan fully understand me? To the heavens, I am like a star, to terrestrial immortals, like the moon. Even with the weight of the world on my shoulders, supporting Daiyu, I can carve out everlasting peace. With me and Daiyu, chaos will not prevail. As Lu Chen's words fell, the radiance of the sun and moon suddenly intensified, stretching the silhouettes of the father and son long. The old emperor was silent for a long time before finally breaking into a smile. I'm old, so old. I've lived so many years, yet I have less ambition than my son. His voice was filled with relief. Good. Since old Five has such spirit, then we, as father and son, will stage one more grand performance for the peaceful sect and the Yin clan, fully igniting Jingzhou, and teach them a lesson. The old emperor's hunched figure seemed to straighten considerably at this moment, as if he had returned to his youthful, spirited self. He turned to leave, leaving behind one last statement. At the next court assembly, I will announce your appointment as crown prince, granting you the authority to oversee the kingdom. As he reached the palace gates, he seemed to remember something. The old emperor's words lingered in the air, his eyes gleaming with a profound light. That tome of life and death. He paused, then shook his head. Never mind, you have more insight and wisdom than I. His expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. I must remind you, the techniques cursed since ancient times are not to be taken lightly. Especially the whereabouts of this one, even I am unaware. It likely came from the high ranks of the Yin clan. You must be cautious. As soon as he finished speaking, the sun and moon in the sky began to fade, as if wiped away by an invisible hand. The frozen time and space shattered like a broken mirror, the fragments reassembling to restore the flow. The old emperor took a step forward, his figure dissipating like smoke in the wind, vanishing instantly. Outside the palace gates, the silver-armored guards slowly opened their eyes. They blinked in confusion, then regained their vigilance, continuing to guard the entrance as if nothing had happened. Time flew by, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The scene shifted to the land of the wolf tribe beyond the border of the Great Yu. The setting sun's afterglow bathed Wolf Valley, turning the entire valley a golden red hue. The sunset in Wolf Valley is renowned for its beauty, drawing countless people from far and wide. At that moment, several shadows cloaked in black robes stood atop the valley, watching as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon. Their eyes gleamed with a dark, icy light, starkly contrasting with the surrounding beauty. One of them spoke, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Thanks to Lu Chun, it's been a long time since I've seen such a beautiful sunset. Another sneered, enjoy it while you can. This cursed thing won't be around much longer. Let's hope so. A third voice chimed in, tinged with uncertainty. Hope? The second voice questioned. What? Are you afraid because of Lu Chen's appearance? Not afraid, the third person replied. It just seems that perhaps fate itself is protecting the Lu family, preventing their extinction. Even though this generation's emperor has become like this, yet here comes Lu Chen, more formidable than Lu Xingxi, to turn the tide. The first person spoke solemnly. This emperor is not a simple character. You'd best not underestimate him. The second person suddenly grew sharp. Are you trying to justify your foolish plan? You're right. The first person responded quietly. Your foolish plan wasted so many of our precious resources from the peace sect. You're right. Even our other plan. You're right. The tension in the air suddenly escalated. Two eerie flames ignited between the black-robed figures, clashing and growing ever fiercer. A powerful wave began to stir, the tension almost palpable, and a battle was imminent. At that moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, like lightning splitting the tense scene. He pressed down on the heads of the two, his voice filled with authority. Do you not understand my words? A piercing gaze, cold as ice, shot out from under the hood of the black robe, stabbing like a sword into the two individuals. They immediately felt as though they had plunged into an ice cave, shivering all over. Those around them lowered their heads, not daring to look at the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared. I've said it countless times, there must be no discord within the cult. The voice of the black-robed figure boomed like thunder. Even if you have the greatest of grudges, you must endure for the sake of facing the Lu clan, our sole enemy. What is it? Have my words lost their power? Or must the leader personally intervene to rid you of these bad habits? As the words fell, the black-robed figure placed their hands on the heads of the two individuals, threads of black mist seeping from their fingers. Those hands seemed to turn to stone, squeezing until their skulls emitted a sickening cracking sound, nearly deforming. Please, Vice Leader, calm your anger. The two turned pale, hurriedly begging for mercy. We acted impulsively. We would never forget your teachings. Impulsive? The Vice Leader's dark eyes glinted under the hood, casting a deep look at the two. He released his grip, warning coldly. If it happens again, you'll understand the true meaning of impulsiveness. Yes, thank you, Vice Leader. The two felt as if they had been granted amnesty, beads of blood trickling down their foreheads. The Vice Leader swept his black robe and strode to the front of the Wolf Valley, gazing at the setting sun on the horizon. Speak, Protector Yun. How are the arrangements in Jingzhou City? Protector Yun, who was one of the two just reprimanded and the one who suspected the emperor of deceit, proposing an attack on the imperial city, answered respectfully, reporting to the Vice Leader. Everything is in place in Jingzhou City. Once the time is right, we can break through the core of Jingzhou and lift the blockade. However what? Protector Yun hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. We didn't anticipate Lu Chen's existence back then. With his strength at the level of a terrestrial immortal, capable of defending the nation alone, our arrangements might not be enough to shake Jingzhou. Especially since this plan involves so many facets. Yet Jingzhou City, the court, and even the Heavenly Sword King and the Sword Roar Legion remain unaware. It's all progressing too smoothly. I can't help but feel uneasy. I think you're overthinking it. Protector Wan sneered, though mindful of the Vice Leader's earlier reprimand, he restrained his tone. They're too busy dealing with the Literary Alliance's rebellion and Lu Chen's prowess. Their internal affairs are in chaos. How could they pay attention to our cult's movements? You're being overly suspicious, which won't help with our major plans. I'm just being cautious for the sake of the grand plan. Protector Yun muttered in defense. Don't worry, you hasn't. The Vice Leader turned, casting a cold glance at the two. They immediately fell silent, bowing their heads in submission. The Vice Leader paused, speaking calmly. Protector Wan is right. The purpose of our Taiping sect is to overthrow Yu and destroy the core. Being overly cautious won't accomplish great things. Protector Wan was about to show a pleased expression when the Vice Leader continued. But Protector Yun has a point as well. Thinking one step ahead is never a bad idea. Take the Literary Alliance's ambush, for instance. Who could have expected Lu Chun to be a terrestrial immortal, capable of cleaving two major provinces with a single sword? Could any of you have foreseen that? The Vice Leader's gaze swept over the group, and they all shook their heads, remaining silent. For 3,000 years, the realm of the earthly immortal has been a legendary status achieved by only one person, Lu Xingxi. People are eager to reach this level. even honoring him as the god of the human world. However, when faced with the 20-year-old Lu Chen, even the wildest imaginations wouldn't dare associate him with an earthly immortal. After all, that would be even more incredible than Lu Xingxi himself. The vice leader knew that nothing is absolute. He gently patted Protector Yun on the shoulder and whispered, "It's always wise to stay cautious." Hearing this, Protector Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the Protector's ignorance didn't matter. As long as the vice leader harbored a seed of doubt, it was enough. With Lu Chun as a new variable, the Jingzhou plan is temporarily on hold, the vice leader announced sternly, gazing into the distance. The core of Jingzhou is beyond saving. This is dictated by the rules of the world. Its destruction is just a matter of time. Even if the Lu family produces another earthly immortal, what difference would it make? Could they possibly extend the life of the core? He paused, a cold smile playing on his lips. We have plenty of time, but the royal family cannot afford to wait. The vice leader stared at the setting sun on the horizon and muttered to himself, "Let's just wait and see who loses patience first." Yes, Protector Yin responded respectfully. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Wuya Academy, a blood-red horse galloped in. Mo Wenju leapt off the horse, not bothering to shake off the dust, and hurried to Yin Fuzi's residence. Along the way, he noticed many fellow disciples casting envious and hopeful glances at him, greeting him with respect. "Brother Mo, you've worked hard traveling all this way," someone said respectfully. "For this autumn's grand exam, we wish you fame and success, dominating the court of Daiyu." Mo Wenju was taken aback, puzzled. "What's going on? The chaos of the literary alliance has been resolved, so why aren't you all preparing for the exam?" His fellow disciples shook their heads and sighed, explaining, "You may not know, brother. The palace master has decided that for this autumn's grand exam, Wuya Academy can only send you." This news shocked Mo Wenju. He couldn't understand the palace master's intentions at first. Was there still a rebellious intent? But then he remembered the sword of Prince Wu during the Eastern tour, which had already shattered the courage of the literary alliance, leaving lingering fear. The palace master was known for his prudence and would not engage in such pointless actions. There must be other considerations behind this. While Mo Wenju was deep in thought, Yin Fuzi was already beckoning him from the main hall of the academy. "Wenju, master." Mo Wenju quickly approached. Yin Fuzi nodded with satisfaction. "You've done well. This is all thanks to you, master." Mo Wenju began to express his gratitude, but Yin Fuzi interrupted him. "We can talk about this later. First, come with me. The palace master wants to see you." "All right." Mo Wenju thought to himself, eager to see what the palace master was planning. Yin Fuzi led Mo Wenju to the main hall of the academy. The white-haired, youthful-looking palace master of Wuya had been waiting for some time. As soon as he saw Mo Wenju, he got straight to the point. "You must be wondering why I said only you from Wuya Academy will participate in this exam." Without waiting for Mo Wenju to respond, the palace master continued, "Because aside from you and your master, everyone at Wuya Academy is already marked for death by the royal court. If they went, it would make your situation extremely awkward and difficult." Standing in the shadow of Zhengyang Academy, Mo Wenju slightly widened his eyes, as if he understood the deeper meaning behind the words of the old palace master. The old palace master's voice echoed through the main hall, each word sharp as a knife. "Conspiring against the throne is a capital offense at any time. How can the court tolerate a group of ill-intentioned rebels causing turmoil in the government?" He paused and continued. "Prince Wu didn't eradicate them completely this time because the literary alliance is deeply rooted, encompassing almost all the scholars of the upper echelons of Daiyu. If they were all executed, it would inevitably lead to a break in literary tradition, and the court, in need of talent, would find no one to employ." A hint of worry flashed in the old palace master's eyes. But as the saying goes, you can escape the first day, but not the 15th. The crime of treason is not forgotten by the court. Mo Wenju felt a chill run down his spine, the sense of impending crisis in the old palace master's words making him shiver. "This autumn's grand examination will surely be centered around Zhengyang Academy," the old palace master murmured. "As long as Zhengyang doesn't perform too poorly, the court will rely on them heavily. But for our other academies," his voice was tinged with bitterness, "once there's a substitute, we will inevitably be held accountable, demoted to the lowest point. Eventually, we might be inexplicably involved in a major case, executed, and drag the entire academy down with us." The old palace master's sharp gaze swept towards Mo Wenju. "Don't think I'm joking. Failure in treason has this consequence." His tone suddenly shifted. "But you're different. You've done a great service by delivering the message and are a familiar face to Prince Wu, having chosen your side early. You are a clean and trusted aide of Prince Wu." Mo Wenju felt a chill in his heart, fully understanding the implication of the old palace master's words. It was true that his path to officialdom was clear, but it was also true that the future of Wuya Academy depended on him. Only Mo Wenju could save Wuya Academy. Life is like a game of chess, rarely within one's control. the old palace master sighed. I have no grand ideals of promoting Yu Academy, only a desire to see it survive, not to end under my watch. A trace of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Who rules the dynasty is not important. What matters is winning. You might think that as a martial arts master, I should live nobly. But among the masses, I'm just an ordinary old man. With that, the old palace master closed his eyes and gestured for Master Yin and Mo Wenju to leave. The two quietly exited the main hall, Mo Wenju deep in thought. Along the way, Master Yin glanced at the despondent Mo Wenju, wanting to speak, but holding back. Disappointed with the Yu Academy? Mo Wenju shook his head slightly, then nodded gently, with a slight frown. Not really, just suddenly feel a bit stifled. Master Yin walked ahead with steady steps. He glanced back at Mo Wenju, his eyes filled with understanding. Feeling stifled is just right. Do you remember what I told you at the tea party in Wanquan City? Some things you can't learn from the Academy's books and scrolls. There's still much you need to learn. Mo Wenju remained silent, recalling his indifference at the time. Master Yin continued. Back then, you couldn't take it in because you hadn't yet experienced it. Now that you have, you understand the value of those words. Master Yin stopped, turned to face Mo Wenju, and spoke with a touch of sentiment. In life, many things can't be as straightforward and righteous as taught in books. Some people succumb to reality, some persist in their ideals, and others go with the flow. There are countless encounters, countless people, and countless hearts. We can never arbitrarily judge who is right or wrong because you haven't become them. You simply haven't experienced it. Master Yin patted Mo Wenju's shoulder, a smile of encouragement on his face. So, don't worry about what the old academy master said. Just be yourself. Go on, the autumn exam is in a few days. Pack your things and head to the capital. A hint of doubt flashed in Mo Wenju's eyes. Aren't you going, master? With your knowledge and wisdom. Master Yin chuckled, shaking his head while tapping Mo Wenju's head. All of my knowledge and wisdom is right here. Go on. Standing at the academy gates, Master Yin watched Mo Wenju leave. Take care, master. Mo Wenju turned back, waving goodbye. A few days later, the autumn atmosphere deepened. The trees in the capital began to turn yellow, and fallen leaves scattered like butterflies, covering the streets and alleys. Occasionally, a passerby would step on them, creating a soft rustling sound, like the whispers of autumn in one's ear. On this day, the silver-armored guards left the palace to search for interesting folk books or martial arts techniques for Lu Chen. This was originally Luo Feng's job, but he was now busy managing the capital's defenses, so he entrusted the task to his personally trained silver-armored guards. Ah, General, you're here. People on the street recognized him. A bookstore owner greeted him warmly. Come and take a look at the new arrivals in my shop. The silver-armored guard examined the books on the counter, noticing they still had some dirt on them. I can tell they're new, still have soil on them. There's a story behind these. The shopkeeper chuckled. General, I wouldn't dare deceive you. Everyone knows you're working for the prince. Rest assured, I bought these with honest money. I personally checked each one, and they're rare finds not typically seen on the market. The silver-armored guard, using a handkerchief, picked up a dirt-stained ancient book and casually flipped through a few pages. Which tomb did this come from? It truly is a rare piece. The shopkeeper hesitated but then spoke up. Well, it's said to be from a long-abandoned noble family in the wilderness. They were prosperous in the past. This one, and that one. Just then, a loud clang interrupted their conversation. The silver-armored guard turned to see two wolf tribe members looking sorrowfully at a broken wine jar on the ground. How careless can you be? A passerby complained. The tavern owner quickly stepped in to calm them down. Don't worry, gentlemen, this one's on us. We'll cover the cost. All right, you're a generous man. The wolf tribe member sighed in relief. Hurry up and unload. We still need to do more purchasing. The silver-armored guard observed the scene and turned to the bookstore owner, curiously asking, the wolf tribe is selling wine in the capital? The shop owner glanced at the two wolf tribe members, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said to the silver-armored guard, those two guys, they came to the imperial city for business not long ago. I heard that after drinking the drunken immortal brew at the drunken immortal house, they brazenly claimed that the city's wine was nothing special. They even boasted about letting people taste the wolf tribe's wine to show what a true earthly delicacy is. The shop owner sneered and continued. That remark really riled up the city's wine merchants. They're all clamoring to teach the wolf tribe a lesson and see if they can back up their talk. The drunken immortal house even declared that if the wolf tribe truly has a wine better than the drunken immortal brew, they buy it at full price. He gestured towards the two wolf tribe members and said, look, now it's come to this. All the major wine houses in the city are scrambling to buy the wolf tribe's wine. Right now, it's a hot commodity. Those wandering the martial world, after a fierce battle, love to enjoy a couple of jars. It's quite a treat. The silver-armored guard made a thoughtful, oh, and then casually asked, have you tried it? Is the wolf tribe's wine really that delicious? The shop owner smacked his lips, pondered for a moment, and replied, delicious. Not exactly. Their wine might be brewed differently, or perhaps it includes some unique wolf tribe ingredients. Compared to our Dayu wine, it indeed has a distinctive flavor. He made an exaggerated gesture. Once it enters your mouth, it's like a wildness running rampant, quite bold. If you're used to the gentle richness of Dayu's wine, suddenly tasting this does feel like a refreshing novelty. The shop owner paused and added, but I think it's just a passing novelty. Once that wears off, our Dayu wine will still stand the test of time. The silver-armored guard frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, with this wine entering the city in large quantities, hasn't anyone? The shop owner interrupted him with a hearty laugh. You're overthinking it, General. For such foreign goods to enter the city and be traded widely, they naturally undergo numerous inspection processes. From the wolf tribe to the city, how many checkpoints do they pass? How many inspections? Moreover, once in the city, they must go through the city guard's checks and receive approval from the Mirror Shadow platform. Many experts personally oversee this to ensure everything is in order before it passes. Indeed. The silver-armored guard nodded, carefully putting away the newly unearthed ancient book, then took out 2 gold ingots from his pocket. The shop owner quickly waved his hands, his voice tinged with excitement. Oh, General, you're putting me in a tough spot. Accepting money for something meant for Prince Wu, that would be disrespectful, showing I don't know my place. His tone turned solemn. Prince Wu has done so much for the people of Dayu, defending the city against demonic forces and establishing order with the Cultural Alliance. The effort he's put in is immense. If my little contribution can aid Prince Wu in any way, it would be a great blessing for my ancestors. With that, the shop owner tucked the book into the silver-armored guard's bag. The silver-armored guard expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much. Not at all, General. You're always welcome here, the shop owner said with a smile, watching the silver-armored guard leave. With a bag of ancient texts, the silver-armored guard returned to the palace, the cooling autumn breeze at his back. That day, the weather turned a bit cooler. In the heavily guarded royal treasury, several princes took advantage of some leisure time to search for clues about the Yin tribe. Although the throne was out of reach, resisting foreign tribes and protecting Dayu remained their duty as princes. They knew full well that if Dayu fell, their situation wouldn't be much better. Lu Yun casually opened an ancient clan book and noticed the third prince, Lu Lang, engrossed in reading. He said, "Third brother, you're here quite early." Lu Lang put down the book in his hands and picked up another, replying without looking up, "Thanks to our fifth brother, things have been quiet around Dayu lately, with nothing troublesome happening." With some leisure time available, they continued to search for clues left by their ancestors. Lu Yun nodded and agreed. Indeed, in these perilous times with enemies on all sides, having our fifth brother, a terrestrial immortal, to hold the fort ensures peace for our land. It is truly a blessing for the Lu family. While they conversed, the 10th prince quietly flipped through the family's secret tomes. Normally, he would have interjected with a comment or two, but this time, he chose silence. The gulf between a terrestrial immortal and himself erased all delusions. Regardless of who tried to incite him or sow discord, he had only one response. "I'm afraid my fifth brother might misunderstand." The other princes shared the 10th prince's sentiment. They, too, realized that with a terrestrial immortal present, there was no need for further conflict or struggle. It was better to follow their fifth brother, as doing so might even etch their names in history alongside this legendary figure of the Lu family. Wasn't that far better than becoming casualties in a power struggle? Thus, the princes remained silent, focusing on the tasks at hand. They let go of the Qing Tian Bu Ju's power, fully sensing the guidance left by their bloodline's divine skills. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. As the princes grew weary from their reading, the eldest prince, Lu Yun, suddenly discovered a peculiar secret tome of the family. Yushinju. Lu Yun raised an eyebrow. Created from the unique bloodline of the Lu family, cultivating it can maintain one's purity and ward off external evils. This secret art seemed intriguing, and he began to examine it closely. Upon reaching a certain page, Lu Yun's heart skipped a beat. There was a hidden layer. He quickly peeled it open, his pupils contracting sharply. This is Lu Xingxi. In the Hall of Worldly Affairs, the old emperor expressed his surprise. Lu Xingxi. Lu Yun respectfully held the Yushinju and replied, "Indeed. In this Yushinju, I found a golden slip hidden within the pages. By channeling the Qing Tianbu Ju's power of our royal family, the words Lu Xingxi appear on the slip. I am certain this is a clue about the nightmare clan left by our ancestors. However, my skills are insufficient to reveal more than these 3 words. It seems this golden slip is protected by a restriction set by our pioneering ancestor, which can only be deciphered by those with higher divine skill." Upon hearing this, the old emperor waved his hand. The old eunuch understood and was about to present the Yushinju and the golden slip, but was rebuked by the emperor. "You fool with no sense." The old emperor glared at him. "I meant for you to give the golden slip to the 5th prince." Didn't you hear my son say that it requires advanced divine skills to unlock it? In the entire court, besides my fifth son, who is at the terrestrial immortal realm, who else can decipher the golden slip left by the founding emperor? The old eunuch quickly complied, respectfully handing the golden slip and the Yu Shinju to Lu Chun. As Lu Chun accepted the golden slip and the Yu Shinju, the old emperor's authoritative voice echoed once more from the dragon platform. By the way, during this assembly, I wish to announce a matter of great national importance. I have decided on the crown prince of our Great Yu Dynasty. As soon as the old emperor finished speaking, the court fell into silence. The officials exchanged glances, but no one dared to speak. Ever since Lu Chun single-handedly defeated the One Dao Alliance, leaving a spectacular sword mark across Yongzhou and Chuanzhou, the decision for the crown prince had been clear. Every scholar who crossed that sword mark felt a chill and sighed inwardly. Years of planning by numerous families and factions had been shattered by Lu Chen's overwhelming power. They all understood that not only did the emperor's fifth son have the qualifications to be the crown prince, but if he wished to ascend the throne now, he would likely have the support of many. The old emperor looked around and slowly announced, I have decided to appoint my fifth son, Lu Chun, as the crown prince and grant him the authority to supervise the state. Before he finished speaking, the elderly eunuch beside him had already picked up the prepared edict, his sharp voice echoing in the hall. Crown Prince Chun, endowed with intelligence and virtue, has accomplished great deeds. It is appropriate to entrust him with the authority to supervise the state. Thus decreed, Lu Chun respectfully knelt down and declared loudly, I accept the decree and thank my father, the emperor. The officials, prepared for this news, immediately bowed and in unison exclaimed, We greet your highness, the crown prince. Long live the crown prince. The old emperor nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, with my son as the supervising crown prince, how dare those rebels cause trouble? How could they ever overturn the eternal glory of our great Yu? The officials began to flatter him. Congratulations, your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live the great Yu. With the crown prince here, our dynasty has nothing to fear. The old emperor laughed heartily, then shifted the conversation. The crown prince's position is settled. Now, let's return to this gold piece. Old 5, with your abilities, can you decipher the gold piece left by our ancestor, Shengshi? Lu Chun took the gold piece and immediately felt a surge of powerful magic emanating from it. To his eyes, it appeared like a miniature sun, radiating dazzling light. He thought to himself, such a strong magical reaction. If it had truly been in the royal treasury, how could it have been overlooked? Clearly, this gold piece was intentionally placed recently for the princes to discover. It seems that father's plan to ignite Jingzhou has begun. With this realization, Lu Chun unhesitatingly infused the gold piece with pure celestial power, instantly activating it. The name, Lu Xingxi, faded away, replaced by dense small characters detailing information about the Earth's core, the Lu family bloodline, and crucial methods to restrain the revival of the Nightmare clan. The old emperor eagerly asked, Old 5, what does it say on the gold piece? Lu Chun respectfully presented the gold piece with the revealed text. Please have a look, father. The old emperor took the gold piece and read it carefully. His expression changed rapidly, showing amazement, shock, and even fury. The court officials observed the emperor's changing expressions and couldn't help but wonder what earth-shattering secret was recorded on the gold piece left by the founding emperor to cause such a reaction from the usually composed emperor. The court fell silent, and the ministers held their breath, waiting for the old emperor to speak. A golden tablet fell lightly, and the dragon desk trembled. The old emperor suddenly slammed the table and roared in anger. Traitor! His gaze was sharp and fixed on one person. The ministers were alarmed and quickly stepped aside. A familiar minister was pushed forward. It was the one who had originally presented the secret method of the human soul fire. Kneel before me, the old emperor commanded harshly. The minister trembled and hurriedly knelt. He was puzzled. How could the message from the Gengshi emperor 3,000 years ago be related to him? The old emperor, burning with anger, demanded, Who instructed you to present the method of the human soul fire? Speak truthfully. The minister's face turned ashen, and he stammered, Your Majesty, spare me. The scroll of the human soul fire was indeed discovered accidentally in an ancient building at my home. Please investigate thoroughly, Your Majesty. I am loyal to you and have no ulterior motives. Humph, the old emperor snorted coldly. Do you know what the Earth's core is? This? I do not know. The minister replied, trembling. The old emperor explained solemnly. According to the Gengshi emperor, the Earth's core is the lifeline of Yu and the entire human world. 36 states, 36 Earth cores, together form the Azure Sky array to protect the human realm and prevent the invasion of the Yin clan. If the Earth's core is damaged, the human world is damaged. If the Earth's core is lost, the human world is lost. If the Earth's core has any issues, the Yin clan can break through the array, invade, and wreak havoc on our land. At that time, the human world will plunge into chaos, and our people will suffer under the Yin clan's invasion." The old emperor, enraged, shattered the dragon desk with a slap. "And you dared to offer the human soul fire that consumes the power of the earth's core, intending to harm the lifeline of Du. You deserve to die. Guards, take him away and execute him." The guards rushed in and dragged the minister out. The minister screamed desperately, "Your Majesty, spare me. I." A flash of a blade, and his head fell to the ground. The scent of blood filled the hall. The old emperor exhaled deeply, his sharp gaze sweeping over the ministers. These treacherous villains, they never end. The ministers were silent, not daring to make a sound. After a long pause, a prince broke the silence. "Father, the 36 Earth cores jointly maintain our human world in Du. If the Earth core is intact, the human world is intact. But now the Yin clan is quietly reviving, secretly supporting the Taiping sect to harm the human world. Doesn't this mean that there is already a problem with the 36 Earth cores?" The old emperor nodded. "According to the words of our Gungshur ancestor, 3,000 years ago, the revival of the Yin clan caused chaos in Jingzhou. During this chaos, the Earth core of Jingzhou was severely damaged, and our ancestor struggled to stabilize it. But the Yin clan's desire to destroy humanity never died. They exploited the weakness of this damaged Earth core, eroded it day and night, and eventually depleted its essence, weakening the Azure Sky array, allowing them to break the rules and hide in the human world, leading to all these calamities." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed. The connection between the Earth's core and the Yin clan, though unheard of before, set off alarms in everyone's minds. The information on the golden tablet from Emperor Gungshur Lu Xingxi and the large-scale destruction of Yin clan texts 3,000 years ago underscored the extraordinary nature of this matter. Folk tales about the Yin clan and recent strange events flashed through their minds, and the old emperor's warning, "If the Earth's core is lost, mankind is lost," suddenly felt heavy. As the crowd was engulfed in these thoughts, the old emperor suddenly laughed heartily, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Are my son and dear ministers worried that the Yin clan will rise and disturb our Great Yu?" he asked lightly, as if he had already seen through everyone's concerns. The old emperor then sat up straight, his eyes sharp. "No need to worry. Whatever these little devils can do, our ancestors could foresee." His voice was full of confidence. The wise Emperor Gungshur foresaw today's troubles 3,000 years ago. This golden tablet contains several divine methods to restrain the Yin clan, enough to protect our Great Yu and ensure victory. He then looked meaningfully at Lu Chen. "With my son, an invincible land immortal of our time, watching over us, how could the mere Yin clan cause any trouble? If Emperor Gungshur could suppress them, can't my son defy the odds?" The old emperor's tone was filled with confidence in the crown prince. He added, "Besides, our dynasty now has the miraculous Minghuang melody to aid us, something even Emperor Gungshur did not have." With that, the old emperor shifted to a more comfortable position, half reclining on his throne, appearing even more at ease. "The Yin clan, huh?" The old emperor scoffed. "Even the rebellious literary alliance was defeated by my son's awe-inspiring power that spanned 2 provinces with a single sword strike. What can the Yin clan do? They are just slightly bigger ants, easily crushed by my son." His voice was full of pride for the crown prince and disdain for the Yin clan. "The threat of the Yin clan is nothing to worry about," the old emperor concluded. "You all just need to follow my son, cheer him on, and don't hold him back, and the mountains and rivers will remain intact, and the human world worry-free." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze naturally turned to Lu Chen. Even in the face of such shocking secrets, the crown prince maintained his usual calm demeanor, as if nothing could shake his celestial-like coolness. His tall and slender figure stood like a majestic divine mountain, radiating a reassuring aura, symbolizing the unyielding strength of the Yu dynasty. The ministers responded enthusiastically. "At your command, we will fully support His Highness the Crown Prince in repelling the Yin clan and restoring peace to our Great Yu. With His Highness present, should the Yin clan dare to invade, they will surely not return. Our Great Yu will once again achieve the unparalleled glory of its founding and early days. Your Majesty is wise. His Highness the Crown Prince is mighty." The passionate voices echoed in the great hall, and the old emperor laughed with satisfaction. "In all these days, these words of yours are the most pleasing to hear." Seizing the moment of the old emperor's high spirits, a minister respectfully asked, "Your Majesty, what methods did the wise Emperor Gungshur leave on the golden tablet? Is there any small task in which we ministers can assist?" His Highness the Crown Prince, with his noble responsibilities, must manage state affairs and guard against the Yin clan threat. It would be too much to bear alone and might exhaust His Highness. If that's truly the case, then it would be a great loss. We, your humble servants, are willing to share some of the responsibilities to ensure that trivial matters do not disturb the peace of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, the old emperor's eyes showed a hint of approval. He slowly set down his teacup and surveyed the ministers in the hall. Indeed, that's how it should be. If my son has to handle everything personally, what use are you ministers? With that, the old emperor picked up a thin, golden piece with a solemn expression. Our ancestors left us two techniques to counter the Yin tribe, he said in a deep, powerful voice. The most fundamental one is this divine command technique. Everyone in the hall held their breath, listening intently. Anyone can practice it, the old emperor continued, to strengthen their purity, resist external invasions, and harmonize their essence, energy, and spirit. This will allow you to see through the illusions of the Yin tribe, exerting a more powerful suppressive effect than martial arts and vitality. He paused and added, in other words, after practicing this technique, you will be able to see the true form of the Yin, no longer constrained by the rule that renders them invisible to ordinary people. Moreover, practicing this technique extensively can also protect against strange entities like the human skin Yin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the hall changed dramatically, their eyes filled with joy and hope. This technique is excellent, someone whispered in admiration. They all thought, why were they worried about the Yin tribe's invasion? Wasn't it because these creatures exploited a loophole in the world's rules, attacking unreasonably? Now, with the divine command technique, they could see the true form of the Yin, so who would fear them? A warrior who doesn't fight isn't a warrior at all. Just as everyone was reveling in the joy of no longer being helplessly attacked, the old emperor suddenly turned to Lu Chen and asked, Fifth son, what do you think? Lu Chen, lost in thought, snapped back to attention at the question. The old emperor noticed and asked again, did you overexert yourself in practice last night and not rest well? Are you tired? Lu Chen shook his head, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Seeing the enemy countering techniques left by the first emperor had sparked some ideas in him. Just like perfecting the life and death demon eye and deducing the blue sky unyielding technique, he could also create a special technique targeting the Yin tribe. Although he wouldn't need it himself, it could be immensely useful for those around him, like the Luo family, the Chen family, and the thousands of citizens of Great Yu. Lu Chen secretly planned to capture a few high-level Yin tribe members later to use as martial arts research material. Returning to the present, Lu Chen spoke, the divine command technique is fine. He paused, his expression becoming serious. However, I believe the other technique, the sacred fire of vitality, is not suitable for the citizens of Great Yu. The old emperor's brows furrowed slightly, clearly surprised by this unexpected response. Everyone in the hall held their breath, awaiting the crown prince's further explanation. Hearing Lu Chen's serious words, a hint of hesitation flickered in the depths of the old emperor's eyes. The father and son had laid their cards on the table, fully understanding the implications of each other's words. Lu Chen's warning was clear. The secret of the qi and blood sacred fire should not be easily shared, as it carried a fatal flaw. The old emperor sighed inwardly, well aware of this truth. Although the qi and blood sacred fire was similar to the human soul fire in its ability to combat the nightmare tribe, their essences were fundamentally different. The human soul fire burned the earth's core and a person's spirit, leaving them depleted and weakened. In contrast, the qi and blood sacred fire consumed the user's lifespan directly. Every flame was a stark representation of a person's life. Such a method, even with multiple lives, would quickly drain any DU warrior. However, with the earth's core on the brink of collapse, even the most skilled of the Lu family could not reverse the decline. In 3,000 years, the nightmare tribe would inevitably awaken, leaving humanity with no choice but to fight desperately. The qi and blood sacred fire was created by the founding emperor to provide a glimmer of hope, a last-ditch effort to stave off true despair. After a moment of contemplation, the old emperor spoke. I believe the qi and blood sacred fire can significantly curb the arrogance of the nightmare tribe. Do you have a better idea, my son? Lu Chen remained calm and replied, indeed. I will personally resolve all threats. Rest assured, father. The old emperor paused, gazing once more into Lu Chen's steady eyes. He sighed internally. So be it. I am old, and this era ultimately belongs to you. As the future emperor of DU, you should pursue your vision. Outwardly, the old emperor laughed heartily. Good. With your words, I can rest easy. With you overseeing the realm, I can be at ease. Hurrah! The court echoed with laughter, and the ministers voiced their agreement. As for the qi and blood sacred fire, if even the unprecedented martial prodigy, the crown prince, dismissed it, what reason did they have to dwell on it? Though it was a technique left by a godlike figure, the ministers placed their trust in the young chosen one before them. After all, the sword mark across 2 continents was a testament to the crown prince's prowess. The other princes willingly relinquished their claims to the throne to follow him, which spoke volumes. Long live His Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness, the ministers shouted in unison. A moment later, a cautious minister suggested, Your Majesty, since the Earth's core is so crucial, why not send experts to guard it, preventing the nightmare tribe from taking advantage of our vulnerability? This suggestion was met with silent disapproval, with many noting the speaker's identity. Asking about the Earth's core was inviting trouble. Such a secret would naturally be guarded by the royal family and not disclosed to outsiders. Revealing the core's location would compromise its safety. The old emperor cast a calm, yet authoritative glance at the minister. You need not worry about the core's safety. The methods left by our Lu ancestors ensure that no outsider can find it. Yes, perhaps I was overthinking it. During the court meeting, the dissemination of the divine edict and the defense plans for various regions were thoroughly discussed. With the emperor's call of court dismissed, the officials filed out. Riding in the carriage back to Cloud Palace, the old emperor couldn't help but smile. For years, he had never felt as relieved as he did today. He had long borne the heavy burden of resisting the invasion of the Yin tribe alone. Now, finally, there was someone who could take over this responsibility and say to him, I will act. Leaning against the carriage, the old emperor gazed out the window. The autumn scenery of the palace, which should have been melancholic, appeared particularly bright and fresh. The wind was clear, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Everything seemed renewed. He felt secretly pleased. This son of his was truly impressive. In his heart, he silently mused. Father, do you see this? The Great Yu has a worthy successor. In Zhengxian Palace, although Lu Chen had become the crown prince regent, he had not moved to the palace traditionally reserved for the crown princes, out of nostalgia. All memorials were sent directly to his current location. Initially, the memorials were chaotic and filled with unnecessary flattery. Lu Chen, annoyed by these pointless compliments, ordered them all returned, demanding substance in their content. This greatly reduced the pile of frivolous reports. That day, while reviewing the memorials, Lu Chen noticed a report from Luo Feng. It detailed the patrol summaries of the city guards, personnel adjustments at the 4 main gates, and some noteworthy issues. Among them, Luo Feng specifically mentioned the sale of alcohol by the wolf tribe within the capital. Although the drinks had been thoroughly tested and found harmless, Luo Feng suspected something was amiss, given the sensitive times and the sudden appearance of foreign merchants. As Lu Chen pondered, a silver-armored guard returned from outside the palace, carrying a jar of wine. He first set down the package on his back and said, Your Highness, these are some new ancient texts I've collected. Then, pointing to the wine jar, he continued, This wine is sold by the wolf tribe. Recently, 2 wolf tribe members have been selling wine extensively in the capital. Although the wine has been tested and is safe, I find it suspicious. They left Wolf Valley to come here, which might indicate ulterior motives. I brought a jar for your inspection. Lu Chen nodded in approval, thinking to himself how meticulous and loyal the silver-armored guards chosen by Luo Feng were. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness, the guard responded respectfully. Lu Chen gazed at the wolf tribe's wine jar, his eyes reflecting both a blazing sun and a crescent moon. He examined the ordinary jar closely, his mind filled with thoughts. The wine was no ordinary wine. Lu Chen stared at the wine jar in his hand, frowning slightly. There was something mysterious about this wine, as it contained 2 special ingredients. The first was a poison capable of dissipating internal energy, even more advanced than the extermination powder used by the peace thieves at the martial arts tea party. The second was an almost undetectable special goo insect, likely a secret weapon treasured by the wolf clan. These 2 components were ingeniously mixed, complementing each other. Not only did they maximize the potency of the concoction, but they also enhanced its colorless and tasteless nature, making it difficult to detect. Lu Chen couldn't help but secretly admire. There must be a brilliant goo master behind the wolf clan. However, no matter how sophisticated, passing this batch of wine through the first line of defense against the wolf clan, the Sword Howl Legion led by the Heavenly Sword King, was no easy feat. As a prodigious talent of the Lu royal family, the Heavenly Sword King was born with a sword physique, possessing a clear sword heart. His self-created heart sword realm was remarkably similar to the bright sun and moon technique. How could he be so easily deceived? Lu Chen turned to the silver-armored guard beside him and asked, Do all these wines have clearance from the Sword Howl Legion? The silver-armored guard nodded respectfully. Yes, Your Highness, I have confirmed it. They were indeed handled by the Sword Howl Legion. What about the Heavenly Sword King? Lu Chen pursued further. It's reported that the Heavenly Sword King seems to have made progress in comprehending the 8th layer of the Heavenly Ease art, and had already gone into seclusion to meditate before this batch of wine entered the pass, hoping to break through to the 8th layer. A flash of understanding crossed Lu Chen's eyes. The timing of the Heavenly Sword King's seclusion is too convenient, as if deliberately leaving an opportunity for the Wolf clan to bring wine into the imperial city. He tapped the table gently. Then it must be so. This batch of wine was likely allowed in with Father Emperor's tacit approval. Lu Chen decisively ordered, Inform the city guards immediately to capture the Wolf clan members and imprison them in the Heavenly Prison. All the wines circulating in the market must be recalled. Those who have consumed the Wolf clan's wine should be controlled first and kept under observation. At once, Your Highness. The silver-armored guard accepted the order and hurried away. Just outside, the guard bumped into the 6th prince, Lu Huan, who was heading to the Zhengxian Palace. Your servant greets Prince Huan. He saluted and quickly left. Lu Huan entered the Zhengxian palace, his gaze falling on the wine jars on the floor. What is this? As the head of the mirror image platform, he had heard about the wolf clan selling wine. Seeing the silver-armored guard's urgency, his heart tightened. Could there really be a serious issue with this wine? Lu Chen calmly said. It's not a big deal since we discovered it early. Lu Huan felt slightly relieved, thinking that since his brother was so calm, there must indeed be no major issue. However, Lu Chen's next words hit him like a hammer, shattering his sense of relief. In a few days, prepare for an all-out war with the wolf clan. What? Lu Huan was stunned, his mouth twitching involuntarily. An all-out war? And this wasn't a big deal? How long has the wolf clan existed? How many emperors throughout history have wanted to conquer the wolf clan, to capture Wolf Valley, to open up the Tinthusan mountain range of Wolf Valley, yet all have failed? Is this really going to be a monumental battle? When it comes to his brother, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Lu Chen slightly furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He was seated at the desk in the Zhengxian palace, holding a memorial in his hand. Impressive. Lu Huan chuckled softly and turned to instruct the maid beside him. Lanyan, pour some tea. Yes. Lanyan immediately put down the fabric she was holding and got up to prepare the tea. Lu Huan quickly waved his hand. No need for tea. I'll be leaving soon. I'm here to bring you some news, brother. News. Lu Chen put down the memorial and looked up at his younger brother, a subtle smile appearing on his face. Lu Huan spoke mysteriously. Well, you've been busy lately and haven't visited you in the palace. You probably don't know that mother is arranging for you to choose a consort. Choosing a consort? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Isn't it a bit early? As a member of the royal family, continuing the Lu dynasty's bloodline is essential, especially since he is now the crown prince, and a crown prince without heirs could destabilize the nation. But no matter how you look at it, it's still a bit early. He's only 20, at the peak of his physical prowess and making rapid progress in martial arts. Considering a consort now seems a bit hasty. Lu Huan shrugged and explained. As far as I know, mother didn't plan to arrange a consort for you at this time. But after being summoned by grandmother to Xuanqing Palace, she became anxious. Xuanqing Palace? Upon hearing those words, a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly realized, I see. It's about that one called Chensi, isn't it? Hearing this, Lu Huan's eyes widened. How did you guess that? Lu Chen nodded. Got it. It seems that's exactly what's happening. All right, I'm aware. Lu Huan was speechless. You know, and you're still so calm about choosing a consort. Lu Chen remained noncommittal. He knew that the so-called consort selection was actually surveillance. Just like when his father and he laid their cards on the table, he no longer had time to verify Ming Huang and Chensi. This issue, he could only decide for himself. By keeping Chensi under his watchful eye, it also served as a form of protection. After all, as the sole heir to the Ming Huang legacy, where could possibly be safer than by the side of a land immortal like him? Seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Lu Huan felt helpless and thought to himself, my brother is truly obsessed with martial arts. Even choosing a consort doesn't concern him. Well, mother will be here soon. I'm leaving. Lu Huan stood up to take his leave. When she arrives, don't say I told you. With that, Lu Huan left Zhengxian Palace, glanced around, and took a different route back. Not long after Lu Huan departed, a guard reported from outside the palace. Your Highness, the noble consort is on her way to Zhengxian Palace. Lu Chen put down the memorial and stood up. Please invite her in. Yes. He walked to the entrance of Zhengxian Palace, waiting for noble consort Yuan to arrive. Soon, the elegant and regal figure of noble consort Mu Jintang, draped in a robe of glazed clouds, appeared outside the palace. Chenner, your son greets mother. Lu Chen greeted her respectfully. Mu Jintang looked at him with anticipation. Can you guess what good news I have for you today? Lu Chen pretended not to know, furrowing his brow in thought for a moment. Today isn't mother's birthday, nor is it mine or little brother's, so it must be. Seeing Lu Chen unable to guess, Mu Jintang chuckled. It's not a birthday. It's a surprise for mother for you. A big celebration? Mu Jintang covered her lips with her hand, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She turned and beckoned to the carriage behind her, her voice soft yet filled with anticipation. Xiaoxi, don't be shy. Come on out. As her words fell, everyone's gaze naturally shifted to the exquisite carriage. The curtain slowly drew back, and a young woman of ethereal beauty gracefully stepped out. Her skin was as smooth as porcelain, and her features were reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Every movement exuded an unmatched elegance. When she lifted her gaze, her stunning beauty captivated the crowd, as if time had come to a standstill. The young woman wore a simple yet elegant white silk dress, understated but not lacking in nobility, like a goddess descending from a snowy mountain. She gracefully bowed to Lu Chen, her voice clear and melodious. This humble girl, Chensi, greets your highness, the crown prince. Her demeanor was dignified and her manners impeccable, which made Mu Jintang all the more pleased. Mu Jintang took Chensi's hand, and then brought Lu Chen closer, and the three of them proceeded toward the Zhengxian Palace. Along the way, she gave Lu Chen a meaningful wink. "Chener, how do you like this surprise?" Lu Chen suddenly understood, realizing that the surprise his mother had mentioned was this. Gratefully, he said, "Thank you, mother, for all your efforts on my behalf." As he spoke, he glanced at Chinzi, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, intense as the sun, yet serene as the moon. Mu Jintang sighed softly, gently caressing Lu Chen's face with eyes full of tenderness. But she quickly remembered the presence of others around them, swiftly masking her concern and instead flashing a bright smile at Chinzi. "Xiaoxi," Mu Jintang's tone was light. "You and Chun'er had a brief encounter at the music hall before, when he was busy with official duties and could only spare a glance. Now meeting formally at Zhengxian Palace. What do you think?" Her words were inquisitive, yet they couldn't hide her pride. In her heart, Mu Jintang thought that her elder son, whether in temperament, appearance, physique, demeanor, or talent, was unparalleled in the Great Yu Kingdom. With his supreme martial prowess and unmatched celestial abilities, what maiden wouldn't be enchanted by such a hero? And which woman could possibly be worthy of him? She knew well that for a noble woman like Chinzi, having such an opportunity was a tremendous blessing. Most women hardly ever saw their future husbands before their fates were sealed, let alone had the chance to meet them beforehand. Especially when this husband was destined to be an extraordinary emperor. Hearing Mu Jintang's question, Chinzi glanced at Lu Chen timidly before lowering her head and softly replied, "To accompany His Highness, the Crown Prince, is a fortune earned over lifetimes. I leave everything to your Grace's decision." Chinzi's response was just as Mu Jintang had expected. She laughed heartily, finally feeling at ease. "Good. I shall make the decision for you," she said warmly. "Come, have a seat and rest." With that, she guided Chinzi to sit in the pavilion. Lu Chen was led out of the Zhengxian Palace by his mother, Mu Jintang. She whispered, "Chener, come with me. There's something I need to tell you." Their figures quickly disappeared beyond the palace gates. Inside the main palace, silence fell. Chinzi stood there, feeling slightly uneasy as she glanced around. Her gaze landed on a striking young woman beside her, dressed in a light blue gown, standing respectfully with gentle light in her eyes. "Your servant, Lan Yun, pays respects to Lady Shi." The young woman spoke softly, her voice warm and pleasant. "I am the personal maid of His Highness, in charge of all internal affairs of the palace. If Lady Shi has any instructions or unfamiliarities, please feel free to tell me." She paused, then added, "Those silver-armored guards outside are the personal guards trained by General Luo Feng. If you have any matters outside the palace, you can also instruct them." Chenxi nodded in gratitude and was about to speak when Lan Yun quickly stopped her. "I know Lady Shi is kind-hearted, but please, you mustn't say that. It would truly overwhelm your servant." She smiled gently. "Please follow me. Let me show you around Zhengxian Palace. This will be your home from now on." With that, Lan Yun warmly led Chinzi on a tour. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner outside the palace, Lu Chun and Mu Jintang were having a hushed conversation. Mu Jintang's expression suddenly turned grave, her delicate brows filled with worry. "Chun'er, do you know why I arranged for you to choose a consort so early?" Mu Jintang asked softly, a hint of unease in her eyes. Lu Chun, sensing his mother's unusual demeanor, gently asked, "I heard you visited the Xianin Palace?" Mu Jintang nodded and sighed. "I heard some troubling news from your imperial grandmother." She hesitated, her gaze filled with concern. Lu Chen gently patted his mother's hand, reassuring her, "Mother, please speak. I am here." Mu Jintang took a deep breath and slowly expressed her worries. "I've heard that the emperors of the Lu family seem to have short lives, especially in recent generations. Look at your grandpa, then your father. It's as if a dark cloud has been hovering over our family." She paused, her voice growing more solemn. "Your father doesn't have much time left. Soon, this country will be in your hands. You'll be the emperor then." Mu Jintang's worry deepened. The world is in chaos now, with constant turmoil and uprisings, and even strange occurrences like the Yin tribe. "I'm afraid that if something were to happen to you." She abruptly stopped herself. "No, I mustn't speak such ominous words. But if anything does happen, you should at least have a child or two, so the imperial bloodline can continue and our ancestors' legacy can be preserved." She gripped her son's hand tightly. "That's why I'm in a hurry to arrange a consort for you," and found Chinzi. "I've seen this young woman. She's intelligent, well-mannered, and can play the mystical Ming Emperor's tune. She will surely be of great help to you. I just..." Seeing the worry in his mother's heart, Lu Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Mother, don't worry. With me here, the Great Yu will stand strong, and the world will remain stable. I am, after all, known as the mortal god. Just take care of yourself and live each day well. Seeing you healthy is the greatest support you can give me." Mu Jintang seemed a bit weary and troubled after speaking with her grandmother. Lu Chun gently patted her shoulder, letting a soothing, calming energy flow into her like a spring breeze, dispelling the gloom in her heart. He He began to recount amusing stories from his childhood, finally bringing a smile to Mu Jintang's face. As the sun set, Mu Jintang glanced at the sky and softly said, "It's getting late. I need to go to Xuanqin Palace to keep the Empress Dowager company. You should head back now, don't see me off." With that, she gave Lu Chun a meaningful look towards the Zhengxian Palace, winked at him, and then boarded the carriage heading to Xuanqin Palace. Lu Chun watched Mu Jintang leave and then returned to Zhengxian Palace. Lan Yun was showing Qinzi around, explaining various parts of the palace. As soon as they saw Lu Chun return, they respectfully greeted him. "Your Highness." Lu Chun acknowledged them with a nod and said to Qinzi, "There are many unoccupied rooms in the palace. Feel free to choose one to stay in. If you need anything, just ask Lan Yun." After that, Lu Chun returned to the pavilion, finished reading the reports of the day, and continued to delve into the mysteries of the life and death demon Eye. Qinzi's arrival didn't disrupt his routine. To him, the palace simply had one more set of dishes and one more breathing person. As for choosing a consort, this wasn't Earth, where emotions and formalities were so emphasized. Chen Xiu had 37 children and nearly 20 wives and concubines, 18 of whom he met for the first time on their wedding night, selecting them like picking names from a list of notable daughters in Qingshan County. Lu Chen knew this well because the Chun family was also eager to climb up the social ladder, often recommending their daughters or young ladies closely associated with them to him, boasting about their virtues. Lu Chun had grown immune to such talk. To Lu Chun, all this was ordinary. Besides, this wasn't a traditional consort selection. As he pondered over the life and death demon Eye, the black and white energy in his eyes grew denser. He thought to himself, the most unpredictable creation in this world is the human heart, which is hard to fathom. Then he closed his eyes. The most straightforward, however, is martial arts. It was right there, waiting for Lu Chun to master it, not to be wasted. Watching Lu Chun sit quietly in meditation at the pavilion, Lan Yun continued showing Qinzi around Zhengxian Palace. Along the way, Lan Yun explained, "His Highness is like this, rather aloof, but it's not directed at you, Your Grace. You'll see in time." Qinzi responded with a gentle smile, occasionally glancing at Lu Chun as he meditated. After the tour, Qinzi set up her zither by the garden opposite the pavilion and laid out her painting materials. She alternated between gazing at the sky and the pavilion, moving her brush with grace. The initial bustle gradually subsided, and Zhengxian Palace returned to its usual tranquility. Everyone went about their business reading, painting each in their own piece. By evening, Lan Yun suddenly felt that her earlier comment was unnecessary. It seemed this Qinzi shared a similar temperament with her master. As she observed the fallen leaves in the palace, Lan Yun headed to the inner quarters to fetch more silk and furs, and prepared extra heaters for the winter. She thought to herself, this Zhengxian Palace could use a bit more warmth. Meanwhile, outside the drunken immortal residence in the imperial city, a heavy guard presence formed a tight circle, sealing off the entire area. "Arrest them, and confiscate all the wine," Luo Feng commanded, and the imperial guards sprang into action, swiftly subduing the two wolf clan members and efficiently hauling away the barrels of wine. Inside the drunken immortal tavern, silence fell as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. The innkeeper nervously approached, forcing a smile as he asked, "Master Luo, what is happening?" Everything was fine. Why the sudden? Before he could finish, there was a sharp shing as Luo Feng drew his sword. The blade pointed menacingly, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present, as if to freeze their very souls. "Listen up," Luo Feng's voice was as chilling as ice. "Anyone here who has tasted the Wolf Clan's wine, step forward." A wave of unease swept through the crowd, faces filled with uncertainty and fear. Someone murmured, "The Wolf Clan's wine. Could there be a problem? But wasn't it approved by the authorities?" Luo Feng was about to explain further when the two detained Wolf Clan members interrupted, shouting furiously, "You despicable Dayu people! You're lying." The Wolf Clan members angrily insisted that the wine was a top-quality brew made using their clan's secret techniques, rarely available even to their own people. They claimed it was brought as a gesture of goodwill to establish trade relations with Dayu, emphasizing that it had been tested by the Jinchao army. They questioned Luo Feng's motives for slandering them and warned that this could ignite a war between the clans. Luo Feng watched them coldly, and once they finished, he calmly said, "Are you done? If so, you can accompany me to the heavenly prison. Take them away." The Wolf Clan members grew even more enraged, hurling curses. Luo Feng suddenly laughed heartily. "Huh? Report to the royal court. Go ahead. I forgot to mention, the order to arrest you came from our crown prince." At these words, the tavern fell silent once more. Moments later, one by one, those who had drunk the Wolf Clan's wine stepped forward, their faces filled with regret and fear. The crowd buzzed with murmurs, some regretting their carelessness, others suspecting that traitors within the court had been bribed. Someone asked tremulously, "General Luo, is the poison? Did the crown prince say if it's deadly? Is there an antidote?" Luo Feng surveyed the crowd coolly and said, His Highness has ordered you to be gathered in one place for observation. Once I have interrogated them and consulted the Crown Prince, I will inform you. Take them away." The Imperial Guards escorted the Wolf Clan members and the patrons who had drunk the wine out towards the palace. Luo Feng gave a final order. "Other teams, continue searching for any remaining Wolf Clan wine and patrons. Do not miss a single barrel or person." "Yes," came the unified response as the search efforts continued. As night fell, Luo Feng hurriedly left the prison, making his way briskly towards the Zhengxian Palace. The guards, noticing his urgency, immediately reported, "Your Highness, General Luo Feng seeks an audience." "Let him in," came the voice of Crown Prince Lu Chen from inside the hall. Luo Feng quickly entered, dropping to one knee and respectfully announced, "Your humble servant Luo Feng greets Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Lu Chen, resting with his eyes closed, slightly lifted his head and got straight to the point. "Have those two wolf tribe members confessed?" Luo Feng looked troubled and shook his head. "I subjected them to all forms of torture, yet these two wolf tribe members are as stubborn as a hard bone. Even when tortured into unconsciousness, they only repeat that they came to sell wine and reveal nothing else." "No matter," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Send the challenge anyway." Luo Feng nodded in agreement, silently thinking, "The poison in the wine is a fact, and the wolf tribe must pay for it. The wolf tribe has long coveted to you, and the conflicts between us are endless. It's time to subdue them completely." In the past, Luo Feng might have advised Lu Chen to think twice. But now, the phrase "God among men" echoed in his mind. Even if the entire wolf tribe army, 1,000,000 strong, were to come forth, what of it? They are but insignificant. What shocked Luo Feng even more was a statement Lu Chen once made. "Beyond the earthly immortal is the unknowable realm." The truth of this statement left him deep in thought. Recalling the past, Luo Feng had once thought Lu Chen was a master, only to find he was a celestial being. Later, he believed Lu Chen was a celestial being, only for him to become an earthly immortal. Now, while earthly immortal is the highest known realm for martial artists, with this cousin prince, anything impossible could become possible. Just as it was unimaginable for the world to have a 20-year-old earthly immortal, why couldn't there be an unknowable realm beyond earthly immortal? Lu Chen's seemingly joking words had now become a possibility in Luo Feng's mind. In Luo Feng's eyes, Lu Chen had become synonymous with omnipotent and invincible. He would execute Lu Chen's every command without hesitation, no matter how outrageous. He firmly believed his cousin Prince would always create more miracles. Thinking of this, Luo Feng couldn't help but recall the duel that ended in a draw years ago. He pondered whether to list the family genealogy separately. Lu Chen interrupted Luo Feng's thoughts, asking, "How are those who drank the wolf tribe's wine faring now?" Luo Feng immediately replied, "Currently, there are no visible abnormalities. It seems the poison is slow-acting, and its effects might deepen over time. I've already informed the Imperial Medical Bureau for diagnosis and analysis, and we should have results soon." He paused, then added, "Moreover, since the various princes took control of the court, the Wu family has remained silent, not interfering in any affairs, and their presence in the court has even faded. This is inconsistent with the Wu family's usual conduct. And this time, with the wolf tribe selling wine in the city, bypassing the Jianshao Corps' defenses is likely due to the Heavenly Sword King being in seclusion. What about the Wu family? Jingzhou City is their stronghold. The Wolf Clan's wine can pass through Jingzhou City right under the Wu family's nose without any hindrance. I fear they are deliberately turning a blind eye." Luo Feng's voice carried a hint of unease and suspicion. He continued his analysis. "If that's the case, once the Jianshao Legion engages in a large-scale battle with the Wolf Clan, the Wu family could flank from behind and collaborate with the Wolf Clan. By then," Lu Chen merely gave a slight a thoughtful look flickering in his eyes. "I am aware," he said calmly. "First, go to the Ministry of Rights and have them draft a national." Before he could finish, Lu Chen suddenly paused. Between his tightly shut eyes, a thread of demonic energy suddenly surged, becoming particularly active. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through layers of palace walls, directly towards the sky. "Your Highness." Luo Feng looked at Lu Chen's sudden reaction in confusion. Lu Chen stopped Luo Feng, whispering, "It's going to rain." "Rain?" Luo Feng was even more puzzled, thinking to himself, "Isn't rain a common occurrence? Why is the Crown Prince reacting so unusually?" As Luo Feng pondered, a plop sounded as a drop of water landed on his shoulder. In an instant, an itchy, burning sensation spread from his shoulder. Quickly turning his head, Luo Feng saw a black drop of water slowly sliding down his armor. Faint wisps of ominous black mist gently emanated from the droplet. Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock. In the distance, countless black raindrops raced towards the earth like arrows. The rain was black. Swish. The black rain poured down in torrents, growing heavier by the moment, quickly forming an unending curtain of rain that dyed the entire land pitch black. Under this torrential black rain, the world was washed into something unrecognizable. Threads of black mist surged and grew, as if breaking some invisible rule, completely unbalancing the world's equilibrium. The dark power spread wildly, taking root and flourishing in this world. Meanwhile, in the Cloud Palace, the old emperor stood under the eaves, gazing at the ink-black curtain of rain. His fingers clenched tightly, turning white from the strain, his face drained of color. Black rain, the world's balance is utterly broken, too fast. The old emperor murmured, his heart crying out silently, heavens! At the same time, within Xingyang Academy, while the black rain poured outside, the study of Xingyang Tianren was filled with the righteous energy symbolizing the world's justice. This righteous energy coalesced into divine apparitions, countering the suddenly empowered scroll in the study. The scroll floated in midair, moving without wind. The righteous energy continually nurtured and suppressed the scroll. On the scroll, a pair of pitch-black eyes appeared again, mocking Xingyang Tianren. It seemed to ridicule his overestimation of himself, and that all his efforts were in vain. In response, Xingyang Tianren said nothing, only wielded his jade pen, writing the word suppress stroke by stroke. Outside the academy, in the gloomy land shrouded by black rain, black ghostly figures suddenly materialized from the void. They bathed in the black rain, as if relishing an unprecedented comfort. Sinister laughter echoed in the air, as demons danced wildly. Simultaneously, in the Wolf Clan Valley outside Jingzhou, a burly figure clad in animal skins leaped onto the highest peak. It was the Wolf Clan's master, his entire body engulfed in fiery red blood energy, countering the pervasive black rain. The burning red blood transformed into a towering demon god, defying the heavens, attempting to overturn the black rain. Devour! Devour it all, the master roared. You bastards, trying to bring disaster to the world. You'll have to get past me first. Do you think the path of the demon sect was for nothing? It was born to drain you bastards dry. The demon god extended its enormous demonic hand, grabbing and absorbing the ghostly figures manifesting in the black rain, refining them instantly. Come on, bring it on. The master's roar echoed through the valley, intertwining with the sound of the black rain, creating a symphony of the apocalypse. Under the darkened sky, several figures in black robes moved through the ink-black rain. They spread their arms wide, as if to embrace the vast, smoky downpour, their raucous laughter echoing amidst the rain. Hurrah! Great Yu! Do you see this? One robed figure laughed wildly. This time, even the heavens are on our side. This black rain will breed nightmare energy, and darkness is about to descend. Another robed figure chimed in. So what if the Lu family produces another earthly god? How can they oppose this great destiny? The heavens have decreed the Lu family's demise. Their laughter grew more unrestrained, and a voice commanded. Listen up, continue with the plan. Ignite Jingzhou for me. Yes, the other robed figures responded in unison. Meanwhile, the common people were trapped in the black rain, like prisoners. They discussed in terror. Damn it, why has it started raining so heavily, out of nowhere? And it's black. It feels eerie and strange. No, wait, don't you feel this rain has a burning sensation? It does a bit. Wait, why do you all look so pale? Suddenly, someone screamed in terror, watch out behind you. In the rain, shadowy ghostly figures charged at the people, their mouths wide open, emitting chilling laughter. The ghostly figures plunged into the crowd, reveling wildly in the torrential black rain. In the royal palace's Zhengxian Hall, the once vibrant garden had lost its colors due to the black rain, with flowers drooping in despair. The withered trees were quickly stained black, and dry leaves fell one after another. The vitality of the entire courtyard was rapidly drained under the black rain. Chen reached out to catch a few drops of the black rainwater, the faint black mist from the droplets matching the demonic aura in his eyes. In his eyes of life and death, his gray-black right eye, representing decay and death, grew deeper and advanced rapidly, far surpassing his left eye, which symbolized vibrant life. Luo Feng watched in shock. How? How can there be black rain? It's not recorded in history, and the ancients never mentioned it. What on earth is this? He turned to Lu Chen, seeing him with eyes closed, surrounded by a blue light that transformed him into a glass-like figure. Tiny specks of blue light emanated, reaching towards the sky, the only light under the darkened heavens. Luo Feng's pupils contracted, and an ancient legend surfaced in his mind, the 9th level, the unyielding blue sky. At that moment, under the dark sky, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. The music seemed to awaken some dormant power, reviving and gathering the grandeur of the earthly realm. Misty white fog emerged from nothingness, intertwining with the black rain. As the black rain passed through the white fog, it visibly cleared, and the ominous black mist dissipated and purified. The rainwater that reached the ground was no different from ordinary rainwater. As the haunting darkness retreated at the sound of the zither, Lu Chen and Luo Feng turned towards the source. They saw Chenxi's fingers deftly strumming the strings, playing the Ming Emperor's melody, a piece hailed as the embodiment of universal righteousness. The melody shifted, its notes resonating like the clashing of swords and spears. Chenxi's music painted a vivid picture of raging battles, as if sounding the horn for a charge, leading the forces of justice into the endless black rain. A glimmer of light emerged in Lu Chen's tightly shut eyes, his sacred white left eye suddenly flashing with a vitality that rivaled the wildness of his right eye during the black rain's descent. He mused to himself, can the Ming Emperor's melody wield such power? Interesting. But now is not the time for study. The immediate task is to address the chaos at hand and halt the spread of imbalance. Lu Chen stepped forward, his body glowing with a flawless, dust-free azure light. He manifested the divine form, displaying the supreme royal state unseen for 3,000 years since Lu Xingxiqing Tianbai. The brilliant azure light radiated from Lu Chen, sweeping across the sky, engulfing the entire Grand Yu, enveloping all things. As the azure light spread, a mysterious wave rippled through the infinite void. The earth trembled, the world hummed. With a thunderous roar, the darkness above the endless sky dispersed, revealing the bright azure sky once more. The eternal azure sky reigned over the world again. Underneath this sky, a vast sun shone with endless brilliance, dispelling the oppressive darkness. The black mist lingering in the air melted away like early snow under the sun's rays. Soon, a clear crescent moon appeared, hanging serenely in the sky, casting its gentle light to restore the world ravaged by the black rain. In the dual radiance of sun and moon, the withered trees in the palace returned to their autumn splendor. Fallen leaves rose from the ground, regaining their golden hue and reattaching to the branches. The wilted flowers and plants in the courtyard regained life, blooming vividly once more. The black raindrops seemed paused in midair, then reversed course, ascending back into the sky. At this moment, the world shifted, and the rain curtain inverted. All scenes rapidly restored to their original state before the black rain's arrival. Beside him, Luo Feng stood in awe, marveling. Is this the legendary Qing Tianbai? Such power, akin to ancient divine feats. Inside the Cloud Palace, the old emperor watched the inverted rain curtain, his clenched fingers slowly relaxing, and his heart settled with the unfolding of the Qing Tianbai domain. Though filled with countless thoughts, he found no words to express them, instead bursting into hearty laughter. After his laughter subsided, the old emperor returned to the Cloud Palace, entering the study adorned with portraits of Grand Yu's past emperors. He stood silently for a long time, gazing at each portrait, finally letting out a long sigh. May the ancestors bless us. In the study of Xingyang Academy, a thrilling battle of sealing was quietly unfolding. Under the sacred radiance of the unchanging blue sky, the once rampant evil aura of the painting was swiftly subdued. Shimmering golden characters of Zhan meaning seal surged into the painting like heavenly warriors, piercing the eerie black eyes. Ah! The black eyes let out a resentful roar, but could only glance reluctantly and fearfully at the phenomenon outside the window before being unwillingly sealed back into the painting. As the black eyes vanished, darkness receded from the study like a tide, and the chilling aura was completely dispelled. Zhengyang Tianren slowly placed down his jade brush, turned to gaze at the vast blue sky outside, and sighed deeply. The unyielding blue sky. He stroked his graying beard, a complex light in his eyes. Teacher Chengde, the regret of not achieving this realm to revive your glorious powers is now fulfilled by your descendants. He approached the painting, respectfully lit 3 incense sticks, and placed them in the incense burner before him. This world will, as you wished, remain safe and sound. Meanwhile, in the Wolf Tribe Valley, the blood-soaked demon god halted his bloodthirsty rampage, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. He looked up at the eternal blue sky, silent for a long time. Only when the surrounding demons and monsters faded away did he coldly scan the void around him, letting out a cold snort filled with boundless bloodlust. Humph, lucky for you wretched things. Buzz, he swung out a red beam again, the crimson light illuminating the sky, striking at the remaining phantoms, eradicating them completely. Then, the demon god removed his blood-drenched animal hide garment, concealing the fierce red blood patterns on his body, and casually wrung out the heavy black blood from the hide before turning back to his retreat. Elsewhere, at a mysterious organization's base. What the hell? Deputy leader this? Staring at the blue sky phenomenon spanning the entire Great Yu, the Guardians were wide-eyed and speechless with shock. It took them a while to regain composure and quickly looked at the deputy leader at the forefront, their eyes filled with awe and questions. The deputy leader remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. What an incredible Lu Chen! The Lu family has truly produced another remarkable figure. Even the deputy leader couldn't help but marvel at this moment. The 6th realm's earthly immortal cultivation, coupled with the unparalleled blue sky technique. Could it really be as the world says? That the Great Yu is destined by heaven? That whenever crisis looms, a peerless genius emerges to save the day? Lu Xingxi was like this back then, and now Lu Chen surpasses even that. Because he's only 20 years old. At 20, he's already reached such a realm. If given a few more years. The deputy leader's face was hidden beneath a large black robe, shrouded in shadow, impossible to discern. Deputy leader, what should we do now? He raised a hand to interrupt the guardian, uttering just one word. Wait. Wait again. The guardians exchanged perplexed glances. He can stop the black rain, but he can't change the collapse of the world's rules. Otherwise, he'd be a creator god. This black rain is just an embellishment for us. Nice to have, but not necessary. It's merely a matter of time. With that, the deputy leader merged into the shadows and vanished, leaving only 2 sentences echoing under the sky. The real show is about to begin. Be ready, all of you, at a moment's notice. Yes, the guardians replied in unison. Above the imperial city, an even greater storm was brewing. The torrential black rain quickly dissolved under the urgent melody of Qinxi's Minghuang tune and Lu Chen's formidable powers. It was as if an invisible hand wiped the sky clean, dispersing the dark clouds and revealing the clear blue once more. The extraordinary sight of the azure light against the sun and moon faded like bubbles, and the penetrating sound of the zither came to a close. Beneath the sky, the ominous and malevolent shadows vanished. The searing cold black raindrops were no more, and the oppressive gloom that had blanketed the world was swept away. The world seemed to reset, returning to its state before the black rain descended. People looked at each other in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe. What they had just experienced was not an illusion, but a sudden disaster. The end of this calamity was thanks to the intervention of a being hailed as a god among men. Blessed! Oh blessed! Cheers erupted from the crowd. At this moment, Lu Chen, the god among men, had withdrawn his powers, resuming his ordinary appearance. He turned to look at Qinxi, who was being supported by Lanyan. Her delicate face was somewhat pale, evidently exhausted from overexertion. Lanyan asked anxiously, Lady Qinxi, how are you feeling? Let me prepare some ginseng soup for you. Please, take care of yourself. She had witnessed the terrifying events of the black rain and understood Qinxi's importance to the crown prince, which only deepened her respect. Qinxi managed a faint smile, shaking her head gently. No need to trouble yourself. I'm just a bit tired and need to rest. She then looked towards Lu Chen with concern, saying, It is the crown prince who exerted such divine power to stop the black rain. It is you who deserves the rest. Lu Chen slowly approached Qinxi and calmly replied, I'm fine. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes as he asked, besides revealing the true form of the Yin tribe, does your Minghuang tune have such effects? Lu Chen had developed a keen interest in the Minghuang tune. Its ability to harness the righteous force of the world to dispel and purify the black rain demonstrated its rare and formidable power over rules. No wonder it was considered a bane to the Yin tribe, alongside the Lu family's Qing Tianbui Ju. This was precisely the kind of power Lu Chen needed. He pondered silently. In this world, the 6 realms of martial arts begin with the first 3, which hone the essence, energy, and spirit as a foundation. The latter 3 involve the golden core's understanding of the world, manipulating mystical forces with the human body, and drawing the power of heaven into oneself to achieve unity with the universe. Earthly immortals transcend the mortal coil, merging with the vastness of the heavens, commanding the mysteries of all things. Above these 6 realms lies the supreme power of rules. Hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, Qinxi herself appeared puzzled. She nodded slightly, then shook her head, candidly admitting, I am not entirely sure of the Minghuang tune's effects. When the black rain came, I suddenly had a premonition that the Minghuang tune would be effective against it. I instinctively began to play, and fragments of a zither score appeared in my mind, like missing parts of the incomplete score I had. I followed this intuition, playing the notes that emerged in my mind, and entered into an indescribable mystical state. Qinxi frowned slightly, trying to recall the mysterious state she was just in. She said softly, It felt like my consciousness merged with the universe, and the strings of my qin were like the veins of the earth. Each pluck could shake off the impurities and awaken the hidden vitality. She shook her head. The rest is hard to describe. When I came to, I was completely exhausted. Lu Chen said gently, It's all right, get some rest first. He turned to Lan Yun. Go make 2 bowls of ginseng soup. Yes. Lan Yun replied and left. Qinxi quickly said, Your Highness, I'm not tired. You should drink the ginseng soup to recover faster. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Once you've recovered, I'd like to hear your music again. Certainly. If your Highness wishes to hear, I shall do my best, Qinxi replied respectfully. Lu Chen gave a slight nod and returned to the pavilion. He noticed that Luo Feng was still standing there, gazing at the sky. Brother. Lu Chen called twice before Luo Feng came to his senses. Huh? Oh. Luo Feng quickly stepped forward, looking Lu Chen up and down, hesitating to speak. He was overwhelmed with emotions, shocked by the rare appearance of the clear sky, yet accustomed to Lu Chen's extraordinary nature. Finally, he could only manage to say, "Your Highness, you were magnificent." Lu Chen looked up at the sky and said softly, "After this battle, those rebels will likely be too scared to threaten Dayu again." He turned to Luo Feng. "Keep an eye out for those who are upright, loyal to the court, and have a clear background. I intend to establish another department outside of the current 5. Understood." Luo Feng immediately responded. "This isn't urgent. First, go to the Department of Rights to handle the Wolf Tribe's matters," Lu Chen instructed, waving his hand to dismiss Luo Feng. "Yes, I take my leave," Luo Feng said, turning to depart. Left alone in the pavilion, Lu Chen's mind was filled with countless martial arts insights. He recalled seeing the divine art in the main hall, and had been contemplating creating a new technique specifically against the Yin tribe. After the recent events, this idea became even more profound. Resting his arm on the stone table, he tapped his fingers lightly, creating subtle waves filled with the essence of the Tao. In these waves, countless innovative ideas emerged. Lu Chen sifted through them, selecting the most feasible and universally applicable concepts, enhancing martial vitality, refining Yin energy, and constructing a golden body barrier. Time passed quietly as Lu Chen became absorbed in his thoughts. He was only brought back to reality by the sound of melodic Qin music in the air. He opened his eyes to see that Chinzi's complexion had returned to normal. She was sitting and playing the zither, producing the melody of the bright emperor's tune that Lu Chen had longed for. The music flowed gracefully, like a melody from heaven. As the tune played, a wondrous scene unfolded within the Zhengxian palace. A soft white mist arose from the lotus pond and garden, enveloping the entire palace like a delicate veil. Amidst the swirling mist, the palace seemed like a celestial paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. To Lu Chen's surprise and delight, as the mist rose, his left eye, symbolizing life, began to burn with a holy white flame. The cultivation of his left eye advanced rapidly, quickly catching up with his right eye, which had progressed swiftly due to the world's imbalance. The cultivation of his life and death demon eyes was back on track, with both eyes advancing in unison. Lu Chen understood it clearly. He had sensed something when the bright emperor's tune countered the black rain before, but the urgency of the situation had left no time for deeper exploration. Now, with a calm mind, he realized that under the dual assistance of the world's rule and balance and the bright emperor's tune, the progress of his life and death demon eyes far exceeded his expectations. Initially, Lu Chen estimated it would take over a year, almost 2, to cultivate the life and death demon eyes to the 9th level. However, with the dark growth caused by the rule imbalance and the miraculous effect of the bright emperor's tune, he was confident he could reach the 9th level, the boundaryless life and death realm, within 6 months. Moreover, Lu Chen planned to build upon this foundation to deduce the 10th level, pushing this ancient technique to a higher level, thereby touching and leveraging the ultimate rules of life and death. What delighted him even more was that the righteous energy contained in the bright emperor's tune allowed him to draw parallels, deepening his understanding and mastery of the rules, aiding in the perfection of the 12th level of the Qingtianbu Yiju. Lu Chen gently poured a cup of tea, savoring its aroma, while his thoughts drifted to Chenzi. The timely appearance of the bright emperor's tune and Chenzi's presence by his side seemed too perfect. Perhaps, as his father feared, she was an enemy's sweet trap, strategically placed to make Dayu lower its guard and collapse from within. Yet, Lu Chen chuckled inwardly, so what? He was determined to savor this sweetness. Meanwhile, in the distant land of Fengzhou, Mo Wenju was leading his blood-red horse through various cities. He wandered the streets, observing people of all kinds, and experiencing the myriad facets of life. After the events with the Literary Alliance and the Boundless Academy, Mo Wenju had come to deeply understand the sage's teachings that certain things cannot be learned from academy texts, but must be experienced and seen firsthand to be truly understood. With some time left before the Grand Autumn Examination, Mo Wenju decided to delve into the lives of the common people and experience different aspects of life. Sometimes he disguised himself as a scholar taking exams, other times as a chivalrous hero who helps those in distress, feeling the full spectrum of human experiences. Passing through Wonking City, Mo Wenju instinctively looked up at the city gate tower. The bodies that once hung there were now gone. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Wonking City was a turning point in his life, the starting point of his rebirth. It was because he attended the martial arts tea gathering here that he had the fortune to meet Prince Chen, now the Crown Prince. Consequently, Mo Wenju was able to witness the existence of such a prodigious talent, completely captivating him and making him determined to follow the Crown Prince. This set off a chain reaction. Being expelled from the academy, rushing to the imperial city to report, rekindling his bond with the Crown Prince, and ultimately becoming one of the Crown Prince's trusted aides in the eyes of many. Reflecting on this journey, Mo Wenju felt a mix of emotions, grateful for his choices and filled with anticipation for the future. Such encounters are truly remarkable. He is fortunate. Mo Wenju thought to himself as he slowly led his horse, Shuyan, into Wanqing City. At the city gate, the usually stern guards broke into warm smiles upon seeing him. Mr. Mo is here. Please rest for a moment. I'll inform the city lord right away, one of the guards said respectfully, while the others nodded in agreement. Mo Wenju smiled and returned the gesture. No need to trouble yourself. I'm just passing through on my way to participate in the Golden Autumn Trials. I'm taking a short break here before continuing to Chuanzhou to witness the astonishing sword mark left by the Crown Prince. The guards' expressions changed upon hearing this, and one of them urgently said, Mr. Mo, you should make haste. Seeing Mo Wenju's confusion, an older guard explained, the Crown Prince's sword mark has shaken the world, drawing countless martial artists and common folk to admire it. Especially renowned sword cultivators, who rush there overnight to occupy the areas where the sword's presence is most intense. He lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with reverence. You know, the Crown Prince is the only land immortal level warrior in our Great Yu since the time of the Emperor Gengshi, 3,000 years ago, hailed as the god among men. Every stroke of his sword holds the profound mysteries of the supreme swordsmanship, a priceless treasure for sword cultivators. If one can comprehend even a fraction, they might form a golden core on the spot and achieve mastery. Not to mention this world-shattering mark that spans 2 states. Another guard chimed in. And have you heard? The sword the Crown Prince used back then was just an ordinary weapon he casually took from a soldier. Now, that sword has become a spiritual weapon, a divine artifact. It's said that once drawn, it can illuminate the night as if it were day. His voice was filled with envy and regret. It's a pity that the sword was taken as a family heirloom by a lucky fellow, who keeps it tied to his arm day and night. If only I had been there. Realizing his slip, he awkwardly smiled. Sorry, Mr. Mo, I got carried away. Mo Wenju smiled calmly. No problem. Who among us in Great Yu doesn't admire such a legendary hero as the Crown Prince? It's only natural to speak of his deeds. If not for the Crown Prince's presence at court, turning the tide in this perilous time, Great Yu might have already descended into chaos. Exactly, the guards echoed in agreement. Just like that mysterious black rain a while back, it frightened many into thinking the sky was falling. But didn't our earthly deity end up taking care of it? With just a wave of his hand, the ominous black rain reversed its course, and countless ghostly figures fled in panic. The city guard paused here, offering an awkward smile, before quickly returning to the main topic. Ahem. In short, the place where the sword mark lies has become a renowned site for sword enlightenment in our Great Yu. The city guard said solemnly. It's already overcrowded, and if you don't hurry, sir, you might not even find a decent spot. Mo Wenju nodded slightly. You mentioned that was the first issue. What's the second? The city guard glanced around, lowering his voice as he whispered to Mo Wenju. A few days ago, around the time of the Black Rain, the Imperial City seized a batch of poisoned wine smuggled by the Wolf Tribe. The Crown Prince has issued a final ultimatum to them, but those wolf cubs seem unfazed. Instead, they're gathering troops, preparing to wage war against our Great Yu. He looked indignant. Reports from the front line say tensions are high, with several skirmishes already breaking out. War seems inevitable. These wolf tribesmen, they were the ones with ill intentions first, yet now they act so brazenly. It's truly their barbaric nature, beyond reason. After his tirade, he turned back to Mo Wenju. Mr. Mo, if war breaks out between the Great Yu and the Wolf Tribe, the suppressed Taiping sect might seize the opportunity to cause chaos, perhaps even colluding with the wolves. Then, our Great Yu would know no peace. He glanced at Mo Wenju and lowered his voice. You're alone now, and the Taiping sect might target you. After all, you thwarted the One Dao Alliance's plans, and they won't overlook that. I suggest, for your safety, you should head to the Imperial City as soon as possible. Mo Wenju pondered these words. Colluding from within? During the reign of the Gengshi Emperor, the rebels caused chaos, yet the Wolf Tribe remained silent. Now, with a deity even stronger and younger than the Gengshi Emperor, the Wolf Tribe dares to act boldly? What are they up to? Aren't they afraid of death? Thank you for the warning. I'll be cautious, Mo Wenju replied. After exchanging a few more words with the city guard, he mounted his blood-red horse and set off for the sword-marked chasm at the border of Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, a place that left an indelible impression on scholars everywhere. Chuanzhou is a land of scenic beauty, with swift beasts racing through the valleys and birds singing in the forests. At the edge of the chasm, which stretches for thousands of miles, people gathered in awe. Some gazed into the distance, while others leaned in to peer into the depths, marveling at the power of a single sword stroke that seemed to open the heavens. The chasm contained the mysteries of immortality, destruction, the cyclical balance of the 5 elements, and the profound reversal of yin and yang. Onlookers couldn't help but wonder, how did that mighty figure manage to weave so many sword intents into a single stroke, allowing them to coexist harmoniously in perfect balance? The intent of immortality ensured its eternal presence, while the intent of destruction tore apart any who dared to harm the sword mark. The cyclical balance of the five elements continually replenished the chasm's energy. Such a miracle might retain its power for millennia, forever etched into this land. The rift known as the Swordscar Gorge stands as a monumental warning, not only intimidating scholars across the land, but also serving as a silent admonition to all traitors and rebels. Crown Prince Lu Chen's methods are truly unfathomable, leaving onlookers in awe. Heroes of the martial world and renowned masters alike cannot help but marvel, proclaiming him a god among men. At the highest peak beside the Swordscar Gorge in Xuanzhou, a swordsman clad in a blood-red robe sits cross-legged, his blood-red sword resting across his knees. The scabbard is slightly open, revealing a chilling, blood-colored blade. Crimson sword energy swirls around it, resonating with the vast river of sword energy at the gorge's base. Suddenly, a massive sword dragon roars into view before the swordsman, charging at him. His pupils contract sharply, and the sword energy he had gathered within collapses instantaneously, causing his blood and energy to reverse flow. He lets out a muffled groan as blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. "Senior brother," his younger disciples exclaim, rushing to support him. "It's nothing." The blood-robed swordsman waves them off, wiping away the blood and staring intently at the gorge. "I was too eager for success." The junior disciples breathe a sigh of relief and advise, "Don't rush, senior brother. The sword gorge is right here for you to contemplate at any time. Don't be too hasty, lest your sword heart suffers backlash and leaves you with lifelong regret. After all, this sword intent was left by a god among men. It's extraordinary." They think to themselves that even the celestial beings of the Taiping sect and the vast sea could not withstand a single move, leaving the entire 100-mile radius of Wenxin Mountain flattened, with massive palm prints still visible. It's a bit arrogant for senior brother to attempt to comprehend the sword intent of a god among men after just a few days. The blood-robed swordsman sighs softly. True, but as a swordsman, who can resist the allure of such profound sword intent? This sword gorge is to a sword cultivator what fine wine is to a drunkard irresistibly tempting. As he resumes his meditation in silence, urgent footsteps echo from the mountain path below. A disciple approaches with a beaming face, shouting, "Senior brother, good news." Everyone turns to look as he pants. News from the capital just arrived. Besides the additional recruitment for the Grand Autumn Examination, His Highness the Crown Prince plans to establish a new department outside the 5 ministries of the court. A new department? They wonder, what is its function? The disciple shakes his head. The specific function is not yet known. The group falls silent, thinking that this fellow must have heard it from a drunkard if he doesn't even know the details, but dares to call it good news. No, no. The disciple quickly clarifies. This was personally stated by Luo Feng, the young master of the flourishing sword sect. He is already preparing for the establishment of this department, seeking individuals with clear backgrounds, loyalty to the court, and some talent to be the first officials of this new department. Unlike the 5 official departments of the court, this new division was personally established by the Crown Prince himself. This new team will be under the direct command of His Highness. The announcement was like a thunderclap, shaking everyone to their core. Excitement gleamed in their eyes, and their hearts raced. Working under the command of such a revered figure and having the chance to meet the Crown Prince was an immense honor. The blood-clad swordsman moved swiftly, having already sheathed his blood-stained sword, and stood up. When the others came back to their senses, they only saw his distant figure, faintly hearing him say, "Let's go." To the Imperial City. Outside the barracks of the Imperial City Guards, a crowd had gathered, forming a long line. Upon hearing the news, the enthusiastic citizens of Dayu flocked in. Cries of "General Luo" rose from the crowd. "I come from a reputable family, loyal and devoted. My ancestors have served as officials for 5 generations, all loyal to Dayu." Inside, Luo Feng listened to the commotion outside and sighed helplessly. He instructed his subordinate. Participants in the selection must have cultivation no lower than the Qi transformation realm. They must come from a clear family background, with no major offenses in the past 3 generations. Others should be carefully selected and thoroughly checked. At that moment, a guard rushed in. "General, the students from Zhenyang Academy participating in the autumn trial have arrived in the Imperial City." Hearing this, Luo Feng felt a slight relief, thinking, Dayu is on the brink of transformation and will soon thrive. 3 days later, the much-anticipated autumn trial finally began. Ever since Lu Chen was appointed as the Crown Prince Regent, the old emperor had stepped back, leaving state affairs to Lu Chen. Thus, attending the autumn trial was now the responsibility of Lu Chen, the Crown Prince Regent. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived," came the sharp announcement, prompting everyone in the Wenhua Hall to quickly bow and kneel. The familiar sight of the gold-embroidered python robe entered their view, sending shivers down many spines as memories of recent events with the One Dao alliance resurfaced. Cold sweat trickled down foreheads as they loudly proclaimed, we pay our respects to His Highness. Long live the prince. The princes nearby respectfully bowed in unison, saying, Your Highness, we pay our respects. Their attitudes had shifted from former rivalry to sincere submission, their words now filled with deference. Chen nodded slightly. You may rise. As everyone stood up, they looked toward the main seat, where a familiar yet intimidating figure came into view. Instantly, memories surged like a tide. The collapse of the academy, the destruction of Wenxin Mountain, the sword marks spanning 2 states. The bloody scent of the autumn wind in Shaoyang seemed to invade their senses once again, painting their vision red. Almost instinctively, most of them trembled, their newly lifted heads quickly bowing again, unable to meet Lu Chen's gaze. Observing this, others couldn't help but sigh. Once upon a time, how ambitious and spirited was the One Dao Alliance. Under the guidance of the 4 heavenly beings, they directed the nation, eloquently expressing themselves, and dominated half of the Diyu court. Their every gesture exuded the noble spirit of scholars. Now, the tides had turned. The heavenly being of Zhengyang had left the alliance, while the heavenly being of Hanhai had perished. The remaining 2, though they escaped the disaster at Wenxin Mountain, ended up being fugitives wanted by Diyu, constantly on the run. Those who once prided themselves on their righteousness and integrity now lost their composure before the human god of Diyu, their courage shattered. People speculated privately. In the lifetime of the Crown Prince, would the mere mention of the Wendao alliance cause scholars to tremble with fear, never daring to rebel again? And the Crown Princian unmatched human god, who could compare to him? Perhaps these scholars would have to witness the Crown Prince ascend to the celestial realm before they could breathe a sigh of relief. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a cold command came from Lu Chen on the main seat. Raise your heads. The scholars stiffened, slowly lifting their heads, their gaze fixed on Lu Chen's back, not daring to look elsewhere. Lu Chen continued. Before the grand autumn examination begins, I have something to announce. Without waiting for a response, he coldly uttered 2 words. Nightmare Clan. At these words, many present felt a shiver in their hearts. Lu Chen's indifferent gaze swept over them, silencing them with fear. These words, I believe most of you are not unfamiliar with, Lu Chen added. Recently, there was a sudden downpour of black rain from the sky. This. The scholars were unsettled, exchanging anxious glances, unsure of what to do. The Crown Prince wouldn't think it was them, would he? The senior members of the academy, like startled birds, rushed to explain. One of them urgently said, Your Highness, that black rain has nothing to do with us. Since the dissolution of the literary alliance and the execution of the traitors, we have been diligently reciting the classical texts day after day, preparing for the grand autumn exam. We have no ulterior motives and would never dare to commit any wrongdoing. All those matters were handled by the former leaders of the alliance, and we truly know very little about them. We beseech your highness to see this clearly. Lu Chen glanced at him coldly, his voice like ice. Did I say it was you? Why are you panicking? The man immediately turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead, as he stammered. I am just a commoner, awed by your highness's majestic presence. I revere your highness as an ancient deity, thinking it was a celestial emperor descending to hold us accountable. That's why I lost my composure. Hearing this, those present couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, damn, when it comes to flattery, you scholars really know your stuff. Lu Chen ignored the flattery and continued, with the descent of the Black Rain, the invasion of the Dream Clan will come sooner. Many people have already seen the true form of the Dream Clan in that reign. Therefore, I have decided to use the occasion of this grand autumn exam to spread the news of the Dream Clan's invasion, so the people can be prepared and maintain stability. With that, Lu Chen glanced at the silver-armored guard beside him. The guard immediately understood and respectfully presented the booklet in his hand. Lu Chen took the booklet, his voice calm, yet commanding. Here is a piece left by the founding emperor, the imperial command against demons, which can help the people see through the illusions of the Dream Clan and maintain their purity to prevent harm. Each of you must hand copy this. It will serve as an additional pre-exam assessment for the grand autumn exam. Any objections? The crowd, as if frozen, shook their heads like pendulums, quickly saying, No objections. Your Highness is wise. Lu Chen nodded slightly. If that's the case, then begin. With that, he turned and left the grand autumn exam venue, leaving the rest of the proceedings to the examiners. As they watched the Crown Prince leave, the crowd sighed inwardly. Their Crown Prince had always been like this gold, few words, disliking tedious formalities. Today, they probably heard him speak more than ever before. We respectfully see off the Crown Prince, they all shouted in unison. Just as Lu Chen reached the main entrance of the exam venue, he suddenly stopped, his calm gaze sweeping over everyone like a knife. I don't want a second time. The crowd, as if struck by lightning, hurriedly knelt and shouted, We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Lu Chen said lightly, Return to the palace. Yes, the guard responded. Lu Chen boarded the carriage back to the palace, lowering the curtain. He had thought that after this black rain, with the world's rules shifting, the remaining two celestial beings of the Literary Alliance and the Dream Clan might have prepared some surprise, intending to disrupt the Grand Autumn exam. But he seemed to have overestimated their abilities. There were no surprises, no grand gestures, only calm. Everyone behaved. It was rather dull. The wheels rolled, crushing golden leaves, and went with the autumn wind, soon disappearing at the end of the palace. Back at the Grand Autumn exam venue, everyone finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The princes exchanged glances. After a while, the 10th prince hesitantly said, "Doesn't it seem like fifth brother is a bit disappointed?" The third prince, Lu Lang, smiled but said nothing. The first prince, Lu Yun, laughed wryly. Perhaps. Fifth brother probably expected something to happen during the Grand Autumn exam. The princes were speechless. The Taiping cult and the Dream Clan weren't fools. The battle with the Literary Alliance had already shaken the world, with fifth brother suppressing all under heaven. Coming to the capital again would be akin to courting death. They were already in hiding, let alone daring to challenge the might of a terrestrial deity again. The princes gathered around, speaking highly of Lu Chun with admiration. Their demeanor was respectful and cautious, wary of any disrespectful words reaching the crown prince's ears. One prince remarked, "Back then, when the Taiping cult and the Yin tribe were threatening, we were secretly competing to see who would quell the chaos first and ascend to power. In hindsight, had we known fifth brother possessed such abilities, we wouldn't have wasted our efforts." This comment elicited light laughter from the princes. What was once unspeakable had become a topic of light-hearted banter. Lu Lang slowly opened his folding fan, his tone filled with emotion. "This is a blessing for our Lu family. The world situation is complex, with the Taiping cult causing trouble openly, and the Yin tribe lurking in the shadows, not to mention the Wolf tribe watching intently. If not for the Crown Prince's sudden emergence, who among us could safeguard the Yu Dynasty?" The princes, upon hearing this, quickly nodded in agreement. The rebellion of the One Dao Alliance alone was enough to give them headaches. The conversation shifted, and someone asked, "Speaking of the Wolf tribe, how are those who mistakenly drank the poisoned wine faring?" "So far, there have been no obvious abnormalities," another prince replied. "They only occasionally experience a dissipation of true energy and weakness, but after some rest, they recover as usual." "What do the imperial doctors say?" "The imperial doctors are at a loss. Aside from the dissipation of true energy, they have found no other anomalies." The group fell into deep thought, with someone voicing their doubt. "Could it be that the poisoned wine was merely to deplete our true energy? That seems ridiculous. We royals wouldn't easily drink wine from the wolf tribe. There must be more to it." An older prince said gravely. "The wolf tribe might be waiting for a special moment for the poisoned wine to take full effect." "Waiting?" someone questioned. Given the current situation, what could they possibly be waiting for? Even Lu Chun found this intriguing. He was not afraid of the passage of time. Instead, he used it to continually enhance his own strength. The Qing Tian Bui technique had reached the 12th level, and the 13th was within reach. Lu Chun waved his hand dismissively, signaling the guards to leave, and then focused on cultivating the eye of life and death. Recently, with the analysis of the Ming Emperor's melody and the world's rules aligning in his favor, his progress was remarkable. He had already mastered the 5th level and was advancing toward the 6th. Though this should have been a cause for celebration, Lu Chun found it somewhat dull. His mood was akin to a gamer who, having painstakingly assembled a full set of powerful gear, was ready to showcase his skills, only to find his opponents just starting out, still at the beginner level. While he could easily overpower them, the stark difference in strength made victory meaningless, like a game devoid of challenge, lacking a sense of accomplishment and excitement. Looking around, all Lu Chun could see was solitude and more solitude. His heart was filled with disappointment and disdain for the Yin tribe. This once formidable threat that had rivaled the Lu family for years, and even forced the first emperor to sacrifice himself, now seemed utterly incompetent. He secretly hoped the Yin tribe would quickly regain their strength. Otherwise, even the world's celestial laws might not be able to save them. Lu Chun unrolled the scroll of life and death's evil eye, and the familiar melody of the emperor's lute began to play. The soothing music, accompanied by the gentle autumn breeze, created a peaceful atmosphere. Lu Chun focused intently on the scroll, while Chen Shi gently strummed the lute beside him. Not far away, under a large tree, Lan Yun was diligently weaving a fur cloak for the upcoming winter. The golden autumn examination had just ended, and the cold winter was not far off. Within the Zhengxian Palace, the usual tranquility once again enveloped the surroundings. For several consecutive days, everything remained calm. With Lu Chun, the earthly god, overseeing matters, both the Taiping sect and the Yin tribe seemed to have quieted down, not daring to act rashly. The much-anticipated Golden Autumn examination concluded smoothly, with no disruptions from the Yin tribe, no secret plots from the Taiping sect, and not even a hint of corruption or favoritism. As the examination concluded, the court immediately began reviewing the candidates' papers. The works from the Zhenyang Academy and Weiyue Academy's Maoan Pavilion were prioritized, followed by those from commoner scholars, while other academies were considered last. The court's strategy was clear. First select talents from Zhenyang and commoners, and if there were still vacancies, then consider candidates from other academies. How's the progress? Are the reviews complete? One court official asked. They are, another official replied. The scholars from Zhenyang remain steadfast in their support for our court. Many have participated in the examination, and 80% are qualified. With the lowered entry threshold this time, many hidden talents from the commoners have also shown, and their numbers are considerable. Is it enough to fill the central positions? Yes, for the central positions it is. But for local positions, some reassignments might be necessary. Then select some top candidates from other academies and ensure they are placed below those from Zhenyang. Understood. We'll prepare the list, and you can report to the Crown Prince. All right, let's proceed. And so, the Golden Autumn examination concluded peacefully. However, beneath the calm surface, tensions simmered. Until one night, an anomaly occurred in the inner city of the imperial capital. From the room where those who had mistakenly consumed the wolf tribe's poisoned wine were being held, came strange howls. The night guards stiffened, immediately gripping their weapons and hurrying towards the source of the noise. Reaching the door, they kicked it open. By the light outside, they saw the scene within. The drinkers swayed as they stood, slowly lifting their heads. At that moment, the guards' pupils dilated in horror at the sight before them. The drinkers' eyes were vacant and pitch black, while their faces bore mysterious black and red marks resembling runes. More unsettling was the ominous black mist emanating from their bodies, interspersed with hints of crimson. Seeing the guards, the transformed drinkers let out low, beast-like growls. Suddenly, they uttered chilling words, "Kill! Kill!" With that cry, the drinkers lunged at the guards like wild beasts unleashed, turning the once peaceful night into a scene of terrifying chaos. The guards immediately raised their weapons, ready for action. "Control them. Stay alert," one of the guards shouted. "Send a few men to the palace to notify the crown prince and the royal physicians." "Yes," the other guards responded in unison. The well-prepared guards quickly formed a defensive stance, their long spears crossing to create a barrier. However, as soon as the spear tips touched the rowdy patrons, an unimaginable force surged forth. The metal spears emitted a teeth-grating screech as they bent and deformed. Before the guards could recover from their shock, a sharp crack echoed as the spears snapped. "This isn't good. Spread out," someone called out in alarm, but it was too late. A few guards, slower to react, were instantly tackled to the ground by the frenzied patrons, their throats clamped tight. Their faces turned pale, breaths irregular, as tendrils of eerie black mist snaked into their nostrils. In an instant, the guards' eyes filled with ominous blackness, their struggles ceased. Their throats began to emit low growls, identical to those of the patrons. Recognizing Chen, the patrons ceased further attacks, seeking out new targets instead. The guards, now tainted by the black mist, staggered to their feet, their steps unsteady, resembling the walking dead. In no time, their faces were marked with black and red streaks resembling mysterious runes, their eyes entirely black and vacant. With a frenzied howl, these guards joined the patrons, charging madly at others. The remaining guards, witnessing this, were filled with horror. "They've been corrupted and assimilated? So quickly!" one guard exclaimed. "What on earth is this thing? Not only is it incredibly strong, but it can turn people into them. It must be the wolf clan's poisonous liquor," another guard speculated. "Captain, what do we do now? Should we try to capture them?" someone hesitantly asked. "No," the captain decisively refused. "We can't let them escape. If those attacked are assimilated, and they get away, the entire capital will be in danger. We can't hold back anymore. If we do, we'll end up just like them." "Yes," the guards responded in unison, quickly forming a battle formation. Their martial energy and blood surged, and their sharp weapons gleamed with a piercing cold light under the moon and their energy. "Kill them," the captain roared, his voice echoing powerfully. At this critical moment, the moon in the sky seemed to awaken from the shout. The bright moon slightly opened its dormant eyes, and an invisible ripple spread from the lunar gaze, casting a clear moonlight. In an instant, everything fell silent. The frenzied patrons and the blood-burning guards froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. The entire moonlit night descended into an even deeper slumber. A figure, formed from countless strands of moonlight, stepped gracefully across the night sky, landing beside the twisted, black-eyed mutants. Chen stood among the crowd infected by the dark aura, his gaze piercing and intense. His eyes reflected the patterns of the sun and moon, penetrating flesh to reveal the truth within. Inside the bodies of the patrons and infected guards, Chen saw a disturbing sight: countless tiny black insects writhing. These insects, he surmised, were the result of the black rain, hatching as parasites in the alcohol. Initially, Chen thought this might be some rare poison worth studying, but his discovery was unexpected. These parasites were not merely toxins, but a medium for channeling the dark aura into the body. Chen mused to himself. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The wolf tribe had created an otherworldly biological weapon, one that required no bite or scratch, just inhalation. Under the suppression of the Azure Sky formation formed by 36 Earth cores, the dark aura should not have lingered in the mortal realm. The wolf tribe must have spent centuries developing these special parasites. However, Chen quickly realized that the wisdom of the ancestors of the Great Yu was even greater. The divine defense technique effectively protected one's purity, repelling external evils. No matter how miraculous these parasites were, they could not breach the defense of the divine defense technique. With a casual gesture, Chen captured a few of the hatched parasites and simultaneously eradicated those within the bodies of the guards and patrons. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a group of bewildered patrons and city guards who had regained their clarity. In the depths of the cloud-shrouded palace, under the cover of night, a secret meeting was underway in the old emperor's study. A shadowy figure entered quietly. The old emperor had been waiting. "You've arrived," the old emperor began. "It seems Jingzhou is indeed in chaos, just as I anticipated." The shadow was silent for a moment. But the imperial city remains calm. The old emperor nodded in agreement. Indeed, where there is an earthly immortal, chaos is laughable. Forcing disorder would only raise suspicion. Letting things unfold naturally is the best strategy. The shadow paused again. But what about Jingzhou? The imperial city is stable. The autumn examinations proceed as planned, and scholars from all over are settling into the central administration. Jingzhou now has support and backing. The old emperor raised his hand to interrupt. These variables, we did not foresee, nor did they. Let it unfold naturally and adapt as needed. Besides, Jingzhou is already teetering. They won't easily give up such a prized piece. The other side. Have you really thought this through? As the Yu Emperor of our Lu family's legacy, you understand Jingzhou's importance better than anyone. If the plan fails, you'll become the disgrace of our family and all of humanity. You, the 98th Yu Emperor, Lu Jin, will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame. The shadow's voice was heavy as lead, hesitant to speak, wanting to advise the old emperor to think carefully. However, the old emperor remained calm, casually saying, "If being nailed to a pillar of shame could bring peace to the world, it would be the best deal under heaven." Unfortunately, the shadow opened his mouth, 1,000 words ready to spill out, but he swallowed them back. The truth about the Yayan tribe was a secret passed down through the Lu family bloodline, revealed only to the successor by the dying Yu Emperor. It was not his place to ask or to know. Yet, the shadow was plagued with doubts. With the Lu family's accumulated power over the years, the trump card forged by the first emperor, and now a god on earth whose talents surpassed the first emperors, they should be able to crush any rebellion. So why was Lu Jin so wary of the Yayan tribe, feigning madness and ignorance for 26 years to deceive them? Lu Jin, since the time of Emperor Chongda, was another unparalleled genius of the Lu family who could see through the heavens and the sun and moon. Even those so-called talents and heroes of the martial world had their pride, let alone Lu Jin. Yet, such a person willingly buried his brilliance to guard against the Yayan tribe, enduring the world's insults as a foolish and incompetent emperor for over 2 decades. The shadow couldn't comprehend it. How did the founding emperor expel the Yayan tribe? Was the gap between them and their ancestor truly so vast? After much hesitation, the shadow clenched his fingers, looking again at Lu Jin, who remained as calm as ever on the dragon throne. He recalled that rainy night with the sword whistle core. If not for that night, he might still be in the dark about his foolish brother's true nature. The shadow laughed at himself. "I used to resent you, always blaming father for choosing you, a so-called incompetent emperor, over me to be the Yu Emperor. But indeed, I am not your equal, neither in spirit nor in strength." The old emperor stayed silent. The shadow also fell into a long silence. After a while, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Zhengxian palace. "Does our god on earth know?" Of course, with his level of understanding, some things can't be hidden from him, even if unsaid, the old emperor replied calmly. "We, as father and son, will jointly perform a grand play for the Yayan tribe in Jingzhou." The shadow nodded, giving the old emperor one last deep look before turning to leave. As he reached the palace gates, he paused, looking back at the emperor with a complex expression. "This will be the last time we meet, won't it?" The old emperor remained silent. The shadow continued. "Uncle Tianjian asked me to tell you, if the plan fails, he is ready to have the sword whistle corps sacrifice themselves to contain the Yayan, just like the Jingzhou battle of King Tian Dao and King Yin. You should choose the next guardian for the Jingzhou border in advance." With that, the shadow let out a weary, bitter laugh. "Uncle Tianjian is like this, and so are you. Our Lu family is indeed cursed with hard fates. And I can't help it all. Alas." The shadow shook his head, finally turning to leave, leaving behind only the words, "Take care, Your Majesty." Quosha gust of wind swept past, and the shadow disappeared into the deep night. Inside the Cloud Palace, silence lingered. For a long time. Take care, my brother. The following night, a swift, powerful horse, exclusive to the Imperial Court's messenger service, galloped from the frontier. As it passed, other horses bowed their heads, and a fierce wind stirred up clouds of dust. This Azure steed, with a tail like a whirlwind and a mane flowing in the breeze, moved with agile and robust strides, exuding an aura of tempestuous speed. The Gale horse, a true ancient beast, far surpasses the mixed-blooded Bloodsmoke horse. It possesses extraordinary speed and agility, racing as swiftly as a raging storm. However, since ancient times, this breed has become increasingly rare. Even with the Imperial Court's dedicated breeding efforts, only a few are produced each generation, each one lesser than the last. Now, the Gale horse is reserved solely for urgent Imperial messages and no longer available to the public. Make way! Make way! Urgent news from Jingzhou, the rider shouted, and the city gates thundered open. The sound of hooves, accompanied by the howling wind, vanished into the horizon in an instant. The city guards exchanged uneasy glances, troubled. The Gale horse had not been dispatched for years, not since the late emperor's illness summoned the current emperor back. What could it be this time? They sensed something ominous. The Gale horse sped through unhindered, finally reaching the imperial city and entering the Cloud Palace. Moments later, the long-silent old emperor's angry voice echoed from within. An urgent decree followed, summoning the court ministers to convene a grand assembly overnight. Meanwhile, in the Zhengxian Palace, Chen was intently observing several prisoners who had ingested the wolf tribe's goo worms. He had a nascent idea of a technique to counter the Nightmare Clan's powers, but lacked high-ranking Nightmare Clan members as experimental subjects. Although these infected prisoners fell short of true Nightmare Clan members, they were a makeshift substitute. Chen meticulously studied the flow and reaction of nightmare energy within the prisoners. Unfortunately, their limited capabilities couldn't withstand more nightmare energy or sustain the vital energy framework he required. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes, and he resolved to capture a high-ranking Nightmare Clan member himself for experimentation. Azure flames danced in Chen's eyes as he decisively ended the prisoners' lives. At that moment, urgent footsteps approached from outside the palace. Your Highness, the Emperor urgently summons you to the Floating World Hall for a grand assembly. The Gale horse was dispatched from Jingzhou, suggesting a major incident, possibly related to the previous Wolf Tribe liquor issue. Hearing this, Chen stood up, a hint of anticipation flashing in his indifferent eyes. The stage for the Jingzhou drama was finally set, and with ample preparation time, the Nightmare Clan and the Taiping sect were unlikely to disappoint him this time. In a flash, Chen vanished from the Zhengxian Palace, heading to the Floating World Hall to attend the late-night emergency grand assembly. In the Hall of the Floating World, deep into the night, the court officials gathered, showcasing a renewed demeanor after the grand autumn examination. Beneath the dragon throne, the officials were spirited, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and fervor. Their enthusiasm, akin to the morning sun, starkly contrasted with the once stagnant atmosphere of the court. All these changes were attributed to the figure at the forefront, revered as the god among men. However, the elderly emperor seated on the dragon throne was seething with rage. He abruptly slammed a report from Jingzhou onto the imperial desk, his voice echoing through the hall. Rebellion. It's all rebellion. The contents of the urgent report were shocking. The Wolf Tribe had mobilized entirely, their army pressing on the borders, vowing to breach Jingzhou's defenses. Within Jingzhou, chaos reigned. Martial arts factions were causing disturbances, the Yayan clan had emerged to wreak havoc, and citizens were witnessing Yayan creatures committing crimes in the dead of night. Worse still, a group of half-human, half-ghost monsters roamed unchecked, possessing immense strength and the ability to infect and assimilate others. The officials were wide-eyed, deeply shaken by the news. A flicker of an unusual expression crossed Luo Feng's eyes as he exchanged a glance with Chen before stepping forward to speak. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The old emperor, recognizing Luo Feng as one of Chen's subordinates, calmed slightly and gestured for him to continue. Luo Feng stood firmly in the court, reporting to the elderly emperor with determination in his eyes. Your Majesty, the urgent report from Jingzhou mentioned creatures that are half-human, half-ghost, possessing immense strength and the ability to assimilate others. Shockingly, one appeared in our imperial city last night. The old emperor's expression changed abruptly, filled with fury. What? Even the imperial city is not spared? This is outrageous. Who is responsible for this? Luo Feng responded with calm respect. Your Majesty, these creatures are transformed from those who drank the wolf tribe's wine. Fortunately, the crown prince was prepared and had them isolated for observation, thus nipping the threat in the bud and preventing further escalation. Their symptoms after the poison took effect matched exactly with the report from Jingzhou. I believe the chaos in Jingzhou caused by these half-human, half-ghost creatures is also due to the wolf tribe's wine. At this point, Luo Feng cast a meaningful glance at Wu Zhan, the head of the Tianqing department and representative of the Wu family in the court. He continued, according to my investigation, the Wu family, who oversees Jingzhou, was the first to handle this batch of wolf tribe wine after it entered Diyu. The wolf tribe brought a cart of treasures to the Wu family to secure a distribution channel. Consequently, the wine quickly spread to Jingzhou and eventually reached the imperial city. As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, the court was in an uproar. The officials turned their eyes to the Wu family, their gazes filled with suspicion. In the past, no one dared to challenge the Wu family, as they had the support of the emperor and the empress Dowager Wu, and even the princes avoided confronting them. But now, the situation had changed. The crown prince's faction was targeting the Wu family, and the chaos in Jingzhou, akin to rebellion, left the Wu family with no room for defense. The old emperor stared angrily at Wu Zhan and his associates. Is what he says true? Wu Zhan immediately knelt, pleading. The younger members of our family were naive and fell for the wolf tribe's tricks. I beg your majesty for mercy. The emperor glared at Wu Zhan with disappointment and sighed. You are truly foolish. Though his tone was reproachful, he still remembered past loyalties. If it were anyone else, they might have already faced execution. Wu Zhan repeatedly bowed his head. Your majesty, please show mercy. I will strictly discipline our younger members and ensure this never happens again. The old emperor snorted coldly. Mercy? If I show mercy to you, who will show mercy to Jingzhou? The state it has fallen into is largely your doing. My leniency towards you has led to this disaster. Guards, your majesty. Wu Zhan, pale-faced, tried to argue further. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Strip them of their official robes and throw them into the dungeons. Once the chaos in Jingzhou is settled, I will thoroughly investigate and then deal with you. As you command. The guards immediately dragged Wu Zhan and his associates away, leaving an empty space in the court. The old emperor, having calmed his anger somewhat, surveyed the officials. The situation in Jingzhou is dire. Which of you is willing to lead the expedition to quell the unrest? The young scholars who had recently entered the court were eager to prove themselves, yearning for achievements. However, the reports indicated that the chaos in Jingzhou was no trivial matter, and their rash involvement might only worsen the situation. At this moment, there seemed to be only one person qualified to face the turmoil in Jingzhou. As the focus of the court shifted to the calm and composed figure at the forefront of the civil and military officials, he spoke. In that case, allow me to undertake this mission. Lu Chen stood resolutely, facing his father's gaze. The emperor frowned slightly. Although both father and son were well aware of the plan concerning Jingzhou, the charade had to continue. The goal was to root out the hidden traitors and the secret agents of the Yin clan. My son wishes to go to Jingzhou to quell the rebellion, which is commendable. The old emperor began slowly, his tone tinged with hesitation. However, if you leave, what will become of the imperial city? If another attack like the last one occurs, and you cannot return in time, I fear. Before the emperor could finish, the court fell into silence. The ministers inwardly sighed, knowing that with or without the Lu family's divine intervention, the emperor would always prioritize his own safety. At that moment, a minister stepped forward and spoke in a loud voice. Your Majesty, the situation in Jingzhou is dire, and extraordinary measures are needed. The crown prince should first go to Jingzhou to restore order, then summon the king of Liaishan back to the capital for defense, while moving the defense line back from Chongzhou. This way, we can ensure the utmost security. Hearing this, the old emperor's frown deepened. Just as he was hesitating, a young, refined-looking minister stood up, the same one who had previously inquired about the location of the Earth's core. How dare you? He exclaimed sharply, fixing his gaze on the minister who had just spoken. What are you thinking? How dare you suggest that His Highness the Crown Prince put himself in danger and bring the King of Liaishan back to the capital? The advising minister was taken aback. I am bold. Indeed, the refined minister continued before the other could respond. Not to mention that the Crown Prince's life is invaluable, and any harm to him would be a tremendous loss to our Great Yu. As for bringing the King of Liaishan back to the capital, why have past kings stayed away from the imperial capital? Do you not understand the significance of this? His voice grew sharper. You propose sending the Crown Prince away from the capital and withdrawing the King of Liaishan from the Chongzhou defense line. I must ask, why not send the King of Liaishan to Jingzhou instead? His words caused an uproar in the court. The officials regarded the refined minister with peculiar glances. Not only had he questioned the location of the Earth's core before, but now he was also preventing the Crown Prince from going to Jingzhou and openly addressing the taboo of the King of Liaishan returning to the capital. While everyone knew that the king stayed away from the capital to guard the borders and prevent internal strife, such matters were not to be spoken aloud. The rebuked minister was furious. Traitor, how dare you sow discord before His Majesty and the Crown Prince? The refined minister remained composed, retorting, which of my words was incorrect? Do you realize that the chaos in Jingzhou is unprecedented? The Yin clan runs rampant, traitors lurk, and the major sects are watching closely, including those two elusive celestials from the One Dao alliance. In such a situation, besides the crown prince, silence. As the debate was about to reach a boiling point, the figure at the forefront of the civil and military officials suddenly spoke. The two ministers immediately fell silent and respectfully returned to their places. The court plunged into a dead silence, with all eyes fixed on the figure about to make a decision. Chen glanced at the handsome minister, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "If I can leave sword marks in Xuanzhou and Yongzhou, then I can leave another in the imperial city to ensure its safety." Upon hearing this, the minister's expression changed, and he quickly lowered his head, repeatedly agreeing. Yes, yes. The crown prince is indeed brave and mighty. I was wrong to doubt. On the dragon throne, the old emperor listened to the exchange, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Stroking his beard, he praised Xuanzhou's sword marks. Ha! Indeed, my son's courage is unmatched in the world. Then, in a serious tone, he added, "Very well, my son, go and quell the troublemakers in Jingzhou." Chen respectfully bowed and replied, "I obey your command, father." As night fell and the court session ended, the handsome minister hurried home, looking anxious. He sternly instructed the servants to guard the door, then locked himself in a dark room. In the dim candlelight, the minister took out a peculiar scroll emitting an eerie black aura and began to write with a grave expression. After a long time, he sighed as he wrote, "I've tried my best to dissuade Chen from going to Jingzhou. But alas, Chen is invincible in the mortal realm. How could I possibly change his mind? I just hope that Jingzhou is prepared for his arrival." Finished, he pressed the scroll to his chest, muttering a mysterious incantation. In an instant, the scroll vanished into thin air, as if entering another dimension. The minister sighed in relief, just about to leave. "Finished writing?" A cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. The minister froze as if struck by lightning. He slowly turned, his pupils dilating, his voice trembling. "CC Crown Prince." Chen was already seated on a stool in the dark room, calmly observing him. The minister's legs gave way, and he knelt with a thud. Chen said indifferently, "You can write more. Make sure they stage a more challenging performance in Jingzhou." Hearing this, the minister broke out in a cold sweat, his lips trembling. "CC Crown Prince, have mercy. I dare not. Never again." Chen shook his head, a trace of disappointment in his eyes. He had always disliked unnecessary words. His statement was sincere. After 20 years of rigorous training, he had yet to find an equal opponent, which left him feeling lonely and restless. He only hoped that the play in Jingzhou would offer him a warm-up, even if just enough to catch his interest. Chen cast one last glance at the minister, a flicker of black-gray energy flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only a weathered skeleton in the dark room. Meanwhile, in a small town in Jingzhou, a black aura pervaded the air. The town was filled with mindless corpses wandering aimlessly, their eyes empty and pitch black. At the forefront of these creatures stood several dark shadows, indifferent to the horror around them. "Guardian Yun, news from the imperial city. Chen has decided to head to Jingzhou." A chilling voice broke the silence. Guardian Yun, unsurprised, replied calmly, "As expected. So should we." Guardian Yun interrupted, "Do what you must. Since we dared to attack Jingzhou, we naturally have our strategies in place." The face hidden beneath Yun Hufa's black robe lifted slightly, his sharp gaze piercing through the gloomy sky. His voice carried a hint of barely concealed excitement. "The erosion of this black rain has finally unbalanced the rules. The power of the Qingtian array has weakened, and that mighty figure can now take action." His subordinates gasped at his words. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Hufa, are you referring to the great figure from the other side of the world?" Yun Hufa's lips curved into a mysterious smile. He didn't answer directly, but instead turned to look at the zombie-like figures standing behind him, and said calmly, "Let's go. The next city awaits us. Once Jingzhou becomes a living hell, our goal will be within reach." "Yes," his subordinates responded in unison, following Yun Hufa's lead towards their next destination. The autumn night should have been cool and quiet, yet Jingzhou was enveloped in a suffocating heat wave. In Lihong City, piercing screams echoed, "Help! Help!" Ghostly figures roamed the streets like mad dancers, unleashing shrill laughter and lunging at terrified citizens with wide, gaping mouths. At this critical moment, a blinding white light descended from the sky like a candle in the dark, instantly repelling the surrounding specters. Following the light, a group of young men in blue attire, carrying green swords, landed steadily in front of the besieged citizens. It's the young heroes from the Qingye sword sect. The sight of these youths rekindled hope in the eyes of the townspeople, like drowning people grasping at a final straw. The young heroes, their expressions serious, shielded the citizens and shouted, "Head to the east gate. The Lihong city guards have established a defense line there. Move quickly, we can't fight effectively with you here." The citizens quickly expressed their gratitude and hurried towards the east gate. Some specters attempted to pursue them, but were driven back by the sword light of the Qingye sword sect disciples. This infuriated the specters, whose dark eyes burned with anger and malice as they let out piercing laughter and advanced on the young heroes. The disciples of the Qingye sword sect exchanged concerned glances. One of them whispered to his third senior brother, these specters are much stronger than those in Yu Mountain City, and the dark energy in Lihong City is even more intense. If this continues, the hell on earth those traitors spoke of might really happen. The third senior brother slowly drew his green sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light as energy flowed through it. He asked calmly, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be here with you to exorcise demons," the disciple replied with a grin, his eyes shining with determination. "The thought of these creatures ruling the world makes me sick. I'd rather fight them to the death. I'm just worried that our Qingye sword sect might be the last to stand up in Jingzhou. We can't hold on like this." The third senior brother's aura intensified, countless sharp, sword energies silently gathering in the air. His eyes filled with resolve. He prepared to engage the specters in a deadly battle. "Even if it's overwhelming, we must stand our ground. In this world, someone has to step up." Third brother's voice was firm and powerful, his sword aura reaching its peak, ready to strike. At this critical moment, a massive blood-red hand emerged from the darkness, awe-inspiring. "Hurrah! Well said. You youngsters have quite the spirit, just my kind of people." A booming voice followed. The giant hand, like an all-encompassing net, swiftly captured the nightmare creatures in front of the sword sect disciples. The blood-red demonic energy flowed rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, these creatures were refined and absorbed. The sword sect disciples were all stunned by the sight. "This technique, is it a martial arts deity or a demon sect deity?" someone exclaimed. With a thunderous sound, a crimson meteor descended from the sky. A middle-aged man, exuding a wild and untamed aura, appeared before them, draped in animal skins, embodying primal ferocity. Third brother's eyes widened in disbelief. This man is the Demon Lord? The name Demon Lord stirred many memories. He was once a legendary figure, uniting the entire demonic path with his formidable means, founding the demon sect, and becoming its master, reigning supreme in the martial world. However, for unknown reasons, the Demon Lord later led the demon sect away from the land of Dayu, residing with the wolf clan beyond its borders, and his legend faded. The middle-aged man in animal skins, known as the Demon Lord, seemed slightly surprised. "Oh, I've been in seclusion outside the realm for years, yet there are still youngsters in Jingzhou who recognize me." Third brother quickly responded, 50 years ago, you dueled with the late emperor atop Flame Province, narrowly losing by half a move. I accompanied my master to witness the battle and was fortunate to admire your unparalleled elegance, a memory that remains vivid." The Demon Lord glanced at third brother with a hint of speechlessness. "You remember, fine, but why bring up the half-move loss?" Third brother offered an awkward smile. "Demon Lord, your return this time. If I don't return, that useless brat in the royal city will squander all the wealth accumulated by his father and the emperors before him," the Demon Lord snorted. "Never mind. Cleaning up this mess is more important than discussing that unfortunate fool." He glanced at the few members of the Green Leaf Sword sect, his tone slightly softened. "You lads seem decent enough, so here's some advice. If you want to slay demons, bring more people. In a few days, these ghostly things will be even tougher to deal with. And stay away from the center of Jingzhou City. The calamities there are beyond what you youngsters can handle." Before the words finished, the Demon Lord vanished in a flash. The wild, primal aura finally dissipated, and the sword sect members breathed a sigh of relief. "Third brother, who exactly is this Demon Lord?" someone asked urgently. "If he's called the Demon Lord, he must be a major figure in the demonic path. Why do you seem to hold him in such esteem?" Third brother smiled. "Though he carries the title of Demon Lord, he is truly a man of character. In some respects, he's more righteous than those in the orthodox path, more gentlemanly than gentlemen. If he hadn't left Dayu, the reputation of the demon sect would likely be very different today. It's a pity." He sighed and added, "All right, with the Demon Lord in Lihong City, it should be safe now. Let's return to the sect and report back, reunite with eldest brother and the others." After the people of the Qingye sword sect left, Lihong City descended into a bloody catastrophe. A formidable demon, like a bloodthirsty fiend, reveled in the blood of the nightmarish creatures, bathing in the ominous aura that filled the air. His figure flickered through the city, and wherever he went, the nightmares were entirely obliterated. When the dust settled, Lihong City had been swept clean by the demon god. The dark mist lingering above the city had slightly dissipated, yet the Demon Lord's expression grew more solemn. He did not relax at the demise of the nightmares. Instead, he hurried to a special location in the heart of Lihong City. The Demon Lord looked up at the eerie vortex of nightmare energy in the sky, his fingers unconsciously tightening. He sighed deeply, thinking, Mirror Prefecture is on the brink of collapse. When our ancestors created the Great Mountains, they could never have imagined that the Nightmare Clan would first breach the Great Yu behind them, rather than the mountains themselves. As the Demon Lord was lost in these bitter thoughts, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly appeared in the vortex. These eyes were filled with a mocking and disdainful gaze, like a god looking down on struggling ants. An ancient and malevolent aura erupted from the vortex. In an instant, the temperature in Lihong City plummeted, as if it had suddenly shifted from an autumn night to a harsh winter. The chilling nightmare energy seeped into the Demon Lord's skin, provoking an instinctive reaction from his inner demonic energy. The freshly absorbed nightmare energy surged violently, opposing his inherent demonic power. The Demon Lord felt a terrifying gaze from another world, a powerful being peering through the barriers of the universe. Seeing the eyes hidden behind the vortex, a chill ran down his spine, and his face became pale. Whether it was due to the oppressive presence of those eyes, or the rampaging nightmare energy within him, strange black cracks began to crawl across his face. Tendrils of black mist seeped into his eyes, making him resemble a half-human, half-ghost creature infected with the Wolf Clan's poison. Observing this scene, the dark eyes grew colder, filled with even more malice and amusement, as if everything was under control. However, in the next moment, the Demon Lord let out a furious roar. "You dare underestimate me?" He unleashed an even greater surge of demonic energy, subduing the riotous nightmare energy within him. His eyes turned blood red, exuding a menacing aura. The signs of nightmare energy invasion quickly dissipated. "I am a descendant of the Wolf God," the Demon Lord shouted, as a massive hand engulfed in blood flames reached fiercely for the vortex. Boom! The nightmare vortex exploded with a loud bang, then vanished into thin air. The remaining nightmare energy was absorbed and refined by the Demon Lord. Without the vortex's protection, the dark eyes became ephemeral, barely visible. They lost their previous malice and amusement, replaced by a more chilling coldness. The Demon Lord stood his ground, his blood-red eyes confronting the dark ones. "Trying to scare me, huh?" he taunted coldly. The dark eyes cast one final icy glance, as if looking at a dead man, then disappeared. The Demon Lord merely snorted disdainfully. With that, the nightmare energy in Lihong City was completely dispelled. Finally, the battle-worn Demon Lord breathed a sigh of relief, removing his blood-soaked animal skin garment and squeezing out the blood. Amidst the splashing water, he muttered to himself, "Even things like that can interfere in Mirror Prefecture. Troublesome." Grumbling, the Demon Lord turned to gaze in the direction of the Great Yu Imperial City, his expression complex. "I wonder when that human god from the Liu family will arrive. If he doesn't come soon, Mirror Prefecture will be finished." The Demon Lord donned his animal hide clothing once more and set out for Jingzhou City. In these turbulent times, Jingzhou City, the heart of the region, barely managed to maintain a facade of peace. However, as waves of refugees poured in, the city quickly became overcrowded and chaotic. Already fraught with hidden dangers, Jingzhou City now seethed with undercurrents. The sky loomed ominously, with dark clouds hanging heavily over Jingzhou City, casting a shadow on the spirits of its inhabitants. Outside the city, refugee camps clustered like ant nests around the walls. The fully armed Jingzhou troops patrolled back and forth, vigilantly watching every person entering and leaving the city gates. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by the sound of urgent hoofbeats. "Make way! Make way!" A cavalry unit, battered and wounded, charged into Jingzhou City, their armor stained with blood. The sight caused the city dwellers' hearts to tighten. "Those are our soldiers from Feiyu City. It seems Feiyu City has fallen too," an elderly man sighed. People around him nodded in agreement. "These days, it's one city after another. What's happening to our Jingzhou? What kind of heinous acts have brought about such chaos?" a middle-aged woman whispered. Even those mythical creatures have appeared," a young man interjected. "And those half-human, half-ghost things. I saw the boy next door get grabbed, and he turned into one of them." In the crowd, a burly man couldn't help but curse. "This era? The Emperor's incompetence is one thing, but now, sigh. I believe it's the Emperor's foolishness that's brought about the rebellion of the Taiping sect and the emergence of these legendary monsters. With such a cursed emperor, how can our Great Yu find peace? The downfall of this dynasty is the royal family's own doing." Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly looked around to ensure no one was listening before speaking softly. "Hush! Such words shouldn't be spoken," a frail scholar quietly defended. "Though the emperor may be, we still have the crown prince. The crown prince is a divine being, with talents surpassing even those of the founding emperor. With him, our Great Yu will eventually right itself and return to the prosperous times of old." Speaking of which, a merchant whispered, "I heard from the recent Imperial Autumn trials that the Crown Prince has passed down a technique called the Divine Guard Technique. It's said to counter those creatures. Is that true?" The surrounding people were immediately interested. "Indeed," the merchant nodded. "Unfortunately, Jingzhou is on the edge of the empire, and by the time news from the capital reaches us, it's already days old. The Divine Guard technique hasn't reached Jingzhou yet, and chaos has already erupted. But it shows the Crown Prince was prepared. Perhaps. An elderly man's eyes lit up with hope. Upon hearing of Jingzhou's turmoil, the Crown Prince might be on his way here. That makes sense. Everyone nodded. With the Crown Prince's abilities, quelling the chaos in Jingzhou would be effortless. At the mention of the Crown Prince, the refugees' faces brightened. The divine protector of the nation, they murmured in admiration. Once he arrives, Jingzhou will be saved. Noticing the uplifted spirits of the refugees, the man who had previously cursed the emperor scowled darkly. It's always Lu Chen, he muttered through gritted teeth. Outside Jingzhou city, refugee camps have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. Inside the city, chaos surged like a tide. Since the outbreak of the Great Turmoil, a mixed crowd of fugitives flooded into the city, causing Jingzhou's order to crumble instantly. Acts of theft, murder, and rioting occurred one after another, resembling an endless nightmare. At this moment, fully armed Jingzhou troops patrolled the streets and alleys incessantly, barely maintaining the fragile order. However, in this tense and turbulent atmosphere, the residents' gazes grew colder and more ruthless, seemingly ready to fight for survival at any moment. The air was thick with a suffocating aura of darkness, like an invisible shackle binding everyone's hearts. Commander Qi Hung of the Jingzhou army scanned the shadows for lurking eyes, his gaze sharp as a hawk's. He quickened his patrol, the armor on his body humming crisply with his swift movements, like a sword drawn from its sheath, intimidating those with ill intentions. Commander, a soldier hurried forward. We've discovered that the unrest among the northern populace is being incited by the Iron Fist sect. Humph. Qi Hung snorted coldly, a flash of anger in his eyes. The Iron Fist sect, just a lowly martial sect, dares to cause trouble now? Keep investigating. Drag out the big fish behind them and show no mercy. Yes, Commander. The soldier departed with his orders. Another soldier rushed over. Commander, another group of battered troops has arrived from Feiyu City. They report that Feiyu City has been occupied by those half-human, half-ghost creatures, and even the city lord has been infected. Qi Hang's heart tightened at the news. Feiyu City was already close to Jingzhou's heartland. If it fell, the consequences would be dire. The rapid advance of these strange creatures was far beyond expectations, and the situation was becoming increasingly critical. How is the Jingzhou border? Qi Hang asked, clenching his fingers slightly. Any updates from the Heavenly Sword King and the Wolf Clan? Latest reports indicate that the Heavenly Sword King has emerged, personally leading the Sword Roar Legion against the Wolf Clan. They're locked in a fierce stalemate at the border. I'm afraid there's no spare force to support Jingzhou City. What about reinforcements from Huizhou? Qi Hung pressed on, hoping for a glimmer of good news. Reporting to the commander, Huizhou is also embroiled in a rebellion by the Taiping insurgents, and they're being held back by the Taiping sect, unable to send troops. Bang! Qi Hung slammed his fist against the stone wall, his knuckles whitening from the force. Nothing but bad news. Is Jingzhou destined to fall? As Qi Hung cursed inwardly, a rapid clatter of hooves approached. Report. A messenger rode in swiftly, drawing uncertain looks from the city's residents. Qi Hang's heart sank. What now? Frontline reports. Those half-human, half-ghost creatures and the specter beasts terrorizing the cities have all suddenly retreated, the messenger shouted. The announcement left Qi Hung and the crowd stunned. Retreated? You're saying they all retreated? Qi Hung asked in disbelief. Absolutely, the messenger panted. They withdrew in an organized manner and vanished without a trace. Some even fled mid-battle against our forces. Qi Hang fell into contemplation. These creatures and specter beasts had the upper hand, with traitors assisting them. If they continued their assault, Jingzhou would soon fall. Why retreat so suddenly? After a brief thought, a figure flashed through Qi Hang's mind. Could it be? Report. Another messenger dashed in, interrupting Qi Hang's thoughts. The Jingzhou border has spotted the silver-armored guards of the Luo family. They're heading towards Jingzhou City, and wherever they go, the specter beasts scatter. Upon hearing this, Qi Hung instantly confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, it was him. With his guess confirmed, Qi Hung felt a surge of emotion. The situation might be turning, but the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The gods of the mortal realm are, after all, still just gods of the mortal realm. Outside Jingzhou City, a cavalry unit galloped swiftly, led by the commander of Jingzhou, Qi Hung. They had just received news of the Crown Prince's imminent arrival and immediately went out to welcome him. Qi Hung felt secretly relieved, knowing that the Crown Prince's reputation had already struck fear into the rebel forces, causing them to flee, thus stabilizing the situation in Jingzhou. Follow me to greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Qi Hung commanded, and a portion of the Jingzhou army followed closely, the sound of hooves thundering and raising clouds of dust. The citizens of the city watched them leave. Many gritted their teeth, quietly withdrew from the crowd, and hid once more, waiting for the right moment. They still harbored a trace of resentment and hope. 40 li outside Jingzhou City, Qi Heng saw in the distance a troop of silver-armored guards riding blood-smoke horses approaching at speed, led by the young genius of the Luo family, Luo Feng. However, to Qi Heng's surprise, the young myth of the Great Yu, the crown prince, was nowhere in sight. I am General Luo Feng, sent ahead by command of His Highness the Crown Prince to pacify the unrest in Jingzhou. Luo Feng introduced briefly. Qi Heng was stunned. He thought, even if Luo Feng's father, the sword master Luo Shuyuan, were here, it would be difficult to quell the current chaos in Jingzhou. He was puzzled as to how Luo Feng managed to make the phantom creatures retreat along his journey. Could it be that the crown prince's aura was so overwhelming that even without his presence, the enemy surrendered? Thank you for your hard work, young General Luo. However, without the crown prince himself here, I'm afraid our forces. Qi Heng hesitated to finish. No need to worry, Commander. His Highness is right here, Luo Feng said, retrieving a scroll from his robe. The scroll emitted an extraordinary azure glow, and wherever it shone, the surrounding phantom mist dissipated as if meeting its nemesis. An absurd thought crossed Qi Heng's mind as he looked at the scroll and recalled how Luo Feng's mere presence had kept the phantoms at bay. He swallowed hard. Luo Feng slowly unfurled the scroll. Within it, a mysterious and solitary figure appeared vividly, sitting in a pavilion, holding an ancient book, eyes closed in contemplation, exuding an aura of scholarly grace. Suddenly, the figure in the painting opened his eyes. Buzz, a wondrous wave emanated from the scroll, sweeping across the entire Jingzhou city. Under this force, the dark phantom mist enveloping the city vanished, sunlight reappeared, and the azure sky once again covered the land, banishing the dark nightmare. Qi Heng and his men were dumbfounded. They had imagined scenarios of the crown prince arriving in person and wielding power on the front lines, but never had they thought that just a painting of the crown prince could make demons retreat. For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. At that moment, they seemed to truly grasp the weight of the term god of the mortal realm. In their hearts, they couldn't help but marvel, a god indeed. As Luo Feng was preparing to set out for Jingzhou, a solemn atmosphere filled the Zhongxian palace. Striding briskly into the main hall, Luo Feng saluted Crown Prince Lu Chen and reported, Your Highness, the silver-armored guards of the Luo family are ready. The selected Fian horses are poised, awaiting your command to depart for Jingzhou. Lu Chen furrowed his brow and asked, If we depart this morning, when can we reach Jingzhou? After a brief calculation, Luo Feng replied, If we travel day and night, bolstered by the military formation, we should arrive by the night after tomorrow. The night after tomorrow? Lu Chen sighed. That's a bit late. Luo Feng explained, Indeed, it is somewhat late. But Jingzhou is located at the border of Daiyu, nearly 10 provinces away from the core of Yanzhou, with a straight-line distance of tens of thousands of miles. This is the maximum speed achievable without sparing the warhorses, even when feeding them the spirit-gathering dew. Lu Chen pondered, gazing into the distance. Noticing this, Luo Feng added, To be faster, only your highness flying alone could achieve that. When mentioning the speed of a terrestrial immortal, Luo Feng hesitated momentarily. In 3,000 years, only the founding emperor reached this realm. Though historical records do not document his speed, it is said that a martial arts celestial being could travel from the North Sea to the southern mountains in a day. A terrestrial immortal might reach Jingzhou City from the capital in half an hour. Lu Chen nodded slightly. The speed is impressive, but you mortals can't keep up. Luo Feng mused inwardly that the crown prince traveling alone might not adhere to royal protocol. However, with Jingzhou in imminent danger, every moment's delay increased the risk to civilians and soldiers. Discussing ceremonial standards now seemed somewhat. Just as Luo Feng's mind raced with thoughts, Chen Shi approached softly, carrying a scroll. She bowed to Lu Chen and said gently, I heard your highness is setting out to Jingzhou to quell the unrest and subdue the nightmare creatures. I worry for your safety and initially wanted to accompany you with the Ming Emperor's melody to assist. Yet, the march of the army might not permit a woman's presence. Thus, I offer this painting, wishing you victory and a safe return. With that, Chen Shi presented the scroll with both hands. Lu Chen accepted it and slowly unfurled it. The painting depicted him practicing the life and death demon eye under a pavilion, with masterful strokes that vividly captured an essence akin to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze shifted between the painting and Chen Shi, asking, Do you truly wish to accompany me to Jingzhou? Since entering the palace, Chen Shi had been calm and serene, either playing the qin or painting, occasionally sewing clothes with Lan Yun. She rarely spoke, let alone made requests. Mentioning Jingzhou now marked her first display of such initiative. Jingzhou was a perilous place, laden with traps set by the Taiping sect and the Nightmare clan. Lu Chen wondered if she genuinely feared for his safety or intended to use the chaos in Jingzhou to ignite a spark among humanity. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Shi's eyes as she replied softly, If your highness permits, I am willing to traverse the lands of Jingzhou with you. Interesting. Lu Chen glanced at Chen Shi, then back at the painting in his hand. In that case, before he could finish, a sudden burst of azure light emanated from Lu Chen's eyes. Instantly, the scroll seemed to come alive, glowing with a mysterious azure light, becoming increasingly vibrant. An indescribable aura of terror emanated from the scroll, instantly filling the entire Zhengxian palace. The air was thick with a grand, sacred atmosphere that involuntarily invoked a sense of awe and trepidation. Lu Chen solemnly handed the scroll to Luo Feng, saying in a deep voice, "Brother, lead the elite riders on the blood-smoke horses with this scroll and head to Jingzhou to quell the rebellion." Luo Feng accepted the scroll with a calm expression. For ordinary people, the idea of a painting pacifying the chaos in Jingzhou might seem like a fantasy. However, with his cousin the crown prince, Lu Chen, known for his mysterious powers, anything seemed possible. Along the way, Luo Feng had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's enigmatic abilities. Even if Lu Chen were to destroy Jingzhou from 1,000 miles away, he wouldn't be surprised. "At your command," Luo Feng responded respectfully, then turned and left the palace. He quickly selected an elite unit from the Silver Armor Guards, each mounted on a magnificent blood-smoke horse, and they set off towards Jingzhou. Shortly after, Lu Chen also boarded a prepared carriage, setting out for Jingzhou under the protection of the Silver Armor Guards. A few days later, Lu Chen's convoy arrived in Jingzhou. He lifted the curtain of the carriage window to reveal a scene of desolation. The once bustling city was now deserted, with only the decaying, fishy autumn wind wandering the streets. The dual onslaught of nightmares and wolf venom had turned the place into a living hell. However, Lu Chen thought to himself that this was just the beginning. The real drama of Jingzhou's transformation was just unfolding. The carriage slowly made its way into the heart of Jingzhou, eventually stopping at the city center. Luo Feng and Qi Heng, having received word of their arrival, quickly came to greet them. "General Luo Feng greets your highness. Commander Qi Heng of Jingzhou greets your highness. May your highness live a thou." Qi Heng suddenly paused. Addressing the crown prince as 1,000 years seemed inappropriate, as Lu Chen, being a terrestrial immortal, had a lifespan far beyond that of ordinary people. Yet 10,000 years was reserved for the emperor, leaving Qi Heng momentarily at a loss. Lu Chen was indifferent to such formalities. His attention was drawn to the crowded refugee camps outside the city. "So many refugees," Qi Heng explained respectfully. "The nightmares and those infectious creatures attacked with such ferocity that we were caught off guard. Most of the outer cities of Jingzhou fell, leading to the overcrowding here," he added. "However, in the past couple of days, since General Luo Feng used your scroll to repel the nightmares and creatures, the situation across Jingzhou has stabilized somewhat, easing the refugee pressure." Luo Feng remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Lu Chen. Since arriving in Jingzhou, he had been invincible with the power of the scroll, keeping all evils at bay. Many evil spirits have been driven away, but more of them seem to have retreated in an organized manner. Every time Luo Feng set out, those ghosts would recede like a tide. By the time he arrived, the once demon-infested ghost town was empty. This strange phenomenon made Luo Feng realize that those creatures were consciously avoiding the prince's scroll. Luo Feng frowned, his mind in turmoil. If a mere scroll could instill such fear, why did they invade in the first place? Why throw Jingzhou into chaos? Surely they must know the prince would come sooner or later. As long as the prince is present, the human world wouldn't fall apart. They must understand this. Yet, they continued to ravage Jingzhou. This could only mean one terrifying fact. The prince's arrival was anticipated from the beginning, perhaps even part of their plan. Their current retreat was merely to avoid unnecessary losses and preserve strength for a future showdown with the prince. Luo Feng shuddered at the thought. These ghosts and the Taiping sect rebels had grand ambitions. At this moment, Lu Chen nodded slightly to Qi Heng. "Thank you for your efforts." Qi Heng immediately bowed in response, his voice firm. "I dare not claim credit. For the sake of the nation, I am ready to die 1,000 times." He then glanced at the refugees who had relaxed their guard and continued. "Your Highness, after days on the road, you must be weary. Please enter the city to rest. Knowing of your arrival, the Wu family at Jingzhou's city lord's mansion has prepared a banquet to welcome you." Qi Heng paused, then added. "The elderly patriarch of the Wu family, who has been in seclusion for years seeking to transcend his mortal limits, has also come out personally to greet you. He has repeatedly instructed me to welcome you promptly. The old man misses you." Although Qi Heng spoke respectfully, the disdain and coldness in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. The Wu family. In today's Jingzhou, almost no one holds a favorable view of the Wu family. If not for their acceptance of bribes from the wolf tribe, which allowed poisoned wine to be introduced, how could the calamity of those half-human, half-ghost monsters have erupted across Jingzhou? If not for the Wu family's autocratic behavior, their dubious associations, and abuse of power leading to rebel infiltration, how could the major cities have fallen so swiftly? The downfall of Jingzhou owes much to the Wu family. If not for the Jingzhou army's constant patrols and efforts to reassure the populace, the Wu mansion would likely have been besieged by resentful citizens long ago, sparking multiple uprisings. The Wu family, aware of their grave mistakes and fearing repercussions, has been keeping a low profile in recent days. Now, hearing of the prince's impending arrival in Jingzhou, the Wu family is in a panic, hurriedly bringing out their long-secluded patriarch. Wu Ji, the Wu family patriarch, is an esteemed grandmaster who has been immersed in the realm of sensing heavenly beings for years, just a step away from transcending. Unfortunately, he has been unable to cross that final barrier, remaining stalled at this stage. However, to the prince, Wu Ji's cultivation isn't the key factor, his identity is. He is the biological father of the current Empress Dowager and the great-grandfather of the prince. Only Wu Ji's personal intervention could possibly earn the prince's favor. But the heinous crime committed by the Wu family, leading to Jingzhou's downfall, might render Wu Ji's influence ineffective. Moreover, Qi Heng inadvertently glanced at Luo Feng beside him, contemplating. With a new emperor comes a new court. The next generation of ministers will bear the surname Luo, not Wu. Lu Chen's voice thundered, resonating with everyone present. His gaze was sharp as he surveyed the Wu family members. If I don't bring ruin to your Wu family, it would be unworthy of the grand legacy left by the Luo family of the flamboyant sword sect. With that said, Lu Chen waved his hand. Let's enter the city then. Yes. Qi Heng and Luo Feng responded promptly, leading the way at the front. The carriage slowly made its way into Jingzhou City, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Along the route, citizens gathered like waves, lining up on both sides to welcome them. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The crown prince is here. Just one of the crown prince's paintings can make demons retreat, and now that he is here in person, how could those demons dare to act up? Long live the crown prince. Lu Chen glanced out the carriage window at the refugees who had gathered, their gazes fixed on him. He nodded slightly, and then drew the curtain closed, which only fueled the crowd's enthusiastic cheers. Leading the way, Qi Heng listened to the uproar behind him and couldn't help but sigh. A person's reputation precedes them, he thought to himself. The crown prince has only just arrived in Jingzhou and hasn't done anything yet, but the people's spirits are already soaring. This is the power of a living legend. Amidst this overwhelmingly high-spirited atmosphere, Lu Chen's carriage finally arrived at the city lord's mansion. Outside, the Wu family had been waiting for a long time. Most noticeable was a group of young Wu daughters, who gathered together, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at the carriage, creating a unique scene. Qi Heng and Luo Feng shook their heads upon seeing this. Clearly, the Wu family was trying to seize any opportunity they could. We pay our respects to the crown prince. Welcome to Jingzhou City, the Wu family members shouted in unison. There was no immediate response from the carriage. A young girl in blue clothing lifted the curtain, surveyed the surroundings, and respectfully invited the esteemed guest inside the carriage to step out. The sight of a black robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns caught everyone's attention, prompting the Wu family to lower their heads even further. The crown prince's silence made the atmosphere tense, causing many in the Wu family to swallow nervously. Moments later, there was movement from the carriage again, indicating someone else was disembarking. Finally, Lu Chen's calm voice was heard. You may rise. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Highness. Just as the Wu family was about to stand, the head of the Wu family, Wu Xian, intended to have his daughters catch the crown prince's eye, but was caught off guard when he saw a woman in a simple white dress standing beside Lu Chen. Despite her modest attire, she possessed an ethereal beauty that overshadowed everyone else. To their surprise, Lu Chen's personal maid, Lan Yun, was gently assisting her, standing respectfully by her side. This scene left Wu Xian stunned, and the Wu daughters quickly lowered their heads in disappointment. Qi Heng, witnessing this, felt a sense of satisfaction. The Wu family serves you right, he thought to himself. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the Wu family, and he suddenly asked, where's the great-grandfather? Wu Xian quickly explained. Your Highness, the elder had some complications during his seclusion and suffered internal injuries. He is unable to move easily, and couldn't come to the door to pay his respects. We ask for your understanding. Injured? Lead me to him, Lu Chen said, frowning slightly. As you command. Wu Xian immediately led the way, guiding Lu Chen and his entourage into the city lord's mansion. Please, Your Highness. Wu Xian said respectfully, leading the group into the main hall. Inside, an elderly man with graying hair and beard sat waiting on a grand chair. He slowly stood up and bowed. Wu Ji, at your service, greets the crown prince. Wu Jiduan sat in the grand chair, his expression devoid of any arrogance. His eyes were filled with guilt, both for failing to notice the crisis in Jingzhou and for being unable to rise and greet his guests. Forgive me, Your Highness, Wu Ji's voice was low. During my seclusion, I let my mind wander, which led to a mistake in my cultivation technique and a subsequent backlash. Now, I have no sensation below the waist, and am unable to stand and show proper courtesy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Wu Ji's limp legs, and a shadow of realization crossed his eyes. Wu Ji sighed. It's my own fault for being too eager to break through to the celestial realm. I was impulsive, thinking the opportunity had come, but I didn't expect my energy to reverse and my meridians to become chaotic. The lower half of my body was in excruciating pain before it went completely numb. The old man's eyes were filled with regret. Because of this, I failed to notice the undercurrents in Jingzhou, allowing the wolf tribe and rebels to take advantage. I am ashamed before the people and the emperor. The Wu family rushed to comfort him, but Lu Chen fell into an unusual silence. He suddenly understood where his father's exceptional acting skills came from. It was hereditary. Great-grandfather was clearly practicing the royal family's secret night concealment technique, which only direct descendants could learn. The only person capable of secretly acquiring and mastering it to such a level was the emperor. What was concealed under the guise of the night concealment technique was not merely mastery, but the pinnacle of the celestial realm. About 10 years ago, great-grandfather had already broken through to the celestial realm in martial arts. His talk of backlash was all a fabrication. The only truth was his paralysis. However, the paralysis was not due to a failed breakthrough, but because of poison. For a celestial realm master to be poisoned to such an extent without detecting the toxin was truly incredible. This family is indeed adept at disguises. Lu Chen, slightly surprised, asked, great-grandfather's paralysis was due to a failed breakthrough. Wu Ji was about to nod when Lu Chen added, but to me, it seems more like the work of a rare poison. At these words, the entire Wu family was stunned into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, filled with unspoken questions. Poison? Someone poisoned the old master? The Wu family is heavily guarded, and the old master is a top-tier master. For an outsider to poison him seems. Then it wasn't an outsider. Someone murmured, voicing the suspicion in everyone's hearts. Could it be? A flash of horror crossed Wu Xian's eyes, followed by a surge of anger. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the younger members present, his voice seething with suppressed fury. You rascals! Get out here and kneel. Wu Xian's mind raced as he recalled that during the time when the elder Wu Ji was in seclusion, it was these younger members of the Wu family who had been responsible for supplying the necessary materials. Who else could have had the opportunity to poison him? He had no doubts about Lu Chen's judgment. A figure as esteemed as the prince wouldn't mistake poison for anything else. Given the current precarious situation of the Wu family, whatever the prince said was what they had to accept. Even if the elder had been poisoned, or if there was a traitor among the Wu family members, they had to comply and root them out to appease the anger of the masses. Under Wu Xian's piercing gaze, the younger members of the Wu family were thrown into panic. They stumbled forward, falling to their knees before Lu Chen and Wu Ji, their faces filled with fear and their voices trembling. Your Highness, grandfather, we didn't poison him. Grandfather is the pillar of our family. How could we harm him? If he falls, how can the Wu family survive in these chaotic times? I'm waiting for grandfather to ascend to the realm of the celestial beings, so our family can rise as well. Yes, yes, we would never do such a thing, the others echoed, their voices tinged with genuine fear. Seeing the younger members speak so earnestly and with apparent sincerity, Wu Xian and the other elders exchanged glances, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Could it really not be poison? Was the prince offering the Wu family a way out? If the prince was giving them a chance to save face, they had to take it, or risk the entire family's destruction. The tension in the air was palpable as everyone exchanged looks. At that moment, the elder Wu Ji sighed deeply, breaking the silence. His voice was filled with exhaustion and disappointment. When my condition worsened, I had my suspicions, but I couldn't bring myself to believe that one of our own would betray us. I thought it was just my imagination. But now, even the prince has confirmed it. Alas, I have failed in my teachings. His gaze slowly swept over the kneeling younger members, finally resting on one who seemed relatively composed. Wu Ji's voice was heavy with gravity. Wu Nian, what did the Taiping sect promise you? Wu Ji's words hit like a thunderclap, and the Wu family members turned to Wu Nian in disbelief and anger. Wu Nian, you traitor, someone shouted. Do you realize what you've done? Do you want to doom the entire Wu family? What? However, Wu Nian, exposed by Wu Ji, remained eerily calm. From the moment the prince revealed that Wu Ji's paralysis was due to poison, he knew it was only a matter of time before they traced it back to him. He cast a disdainful glance at the family, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Now you ask why. Wu Nian's voice was icy. When I was stripped of my hard-earned post in Huizhou City because of my illegitimate birth, to favor the core descendants of the Wu family, did you ask why? Speak up. Can't find the words. He laughed coldly and continued. I told you. You'd regret it. The downfall of the Wu family is your own doing. Wu Nian's voice, filled with bitterness, echoed through the Wu family hall like a sharp blade, leaving the family members with ashen faces. Wu Ji sighed again, his voice full of sorrow. Foolish boy, do you think the Taiping sect can truly give you what you desire? Even as an illegitimate child, You are still part of the Wu family. By collaborating with them, you're walking into a trap. Once they destroy our family, your end will be near too. Wu Nian shook his head, his expression grave. No, you don't understand the purpose of the Taiping sect and their terrifying power, he said in a low, urgent voice. They don't care about worldly power, nor will they shamelessly steal it like others. What they seek is not imperial power, but the overthrow of the human world. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes glowed with a fervent light. Their terrifying power, let me tell you now, is something no earthly force can withstand. To oppose them is to court certain death. The hall fell silent. Wu Ji paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at Wu Nian. Do you know that those who are not of our kind have different hearts? Upon hearing this, Wu Nian gave a mysterious and sinister smile, a strange gleam in his eyes. Then why not become one of them? The members of the Wu family exchanged glances, the air seeming to freeze. There was no saving him. Wu Ji remained expressionless, saying no more. Lu Chen observed Wu Ji keenly. The great-grandfather appeared to sigh repeatedly, putting on a show of helplessness, yet his heart was as calm as still water, his blood flowed steady and unperturbed. Lu Chen smirked inwardly. This scene must have been rehearsed countless times. Wu Ji waved his hand with authority. Take him away and execute him. The silver-armored guards of the Luo family stepped forward, lifting Wu Nian and dragging him out with a clattering sound. Far from being afraid, Wu Nian laughed loudly. Now you execute me? Too late. I won't hesitate to tell you. The Taiping sect's arrangements are complete. Just waiting for His Highness Prince Lu Chen to fall into the trap. His laughter grew more maniacal. Jingzhou City and the Wu family, ha. I'll be waiting for you below. Ha ha. With a swift motion, the blade fell, and Wu Nian's laughter abruptly ceased, leaving silence. Wu Ji shook his head in resignation and bowed to Lu Chen. I'm sorry for this disgrace, Your Highness. Father, it's clearly that ungrateful brat's fault. Our Wu family is, a Wu family member quickly defended. Shut up. Wu Ji turned sharply, glaring at the speaker. Taking credit for others' work, have you no shame? The man's face turned pale, his voice trembling. But we compensated him, didn't we? We later involved him in family decisions. Otherwise, how could a concubine's son rise so high? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said in fear, wait, this brat was involved in many of our core plans. There might be spies he planted. And the matter of the wolf tribe's wine, besides this traitor, there might be. I told you to shut up. Wu Ji roared, smashing the armrest of the Grand Master's chair into splinters. Isn't this disgrace enough? The old man's fury silenced the man, who lowered his head, too frightened to argue further. The Wu family hall was utterly silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Lu Chen watched coldly, then slowly turned and walked toward the door. It seems this banquet is ruined. Great-grandfather, you should first clean up the Wu family. Before nightfall, I want a satisfactory answer. Yes, as you command. The Wu family members quickly bowed to see Lu Chen off. This way, Your Highness. Knowing you prefer tranquility, we have prepared a serene and elegant courtyard for you. After Lu Chen left, Wu Ji's facade dropped instantly, his gaze turning steely and cold. He surveyed the Wu family members present with a cold stare. It seems in the days I've been in seclusion, you've all grown bold. Collaborating with the wolf tribe, joining the Taiping sect, oppressing the people for personal gain. You all have some nerve. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Wu Ji's furious shout echoed through the hall, his wrinkled face twisted with rage. From top to bottom, leave no stone unturned, regardless of their status or whose son they are. Bring them all to me. His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over every Wu family member present. I want to see who has tarnished the reputation of the Wu family. If anyone dares to cover it up. He paused, his voice low and threatening. I might forgive you, but the crown prince won't. Wu Ji let out a cold laugh. Even my strange poison was seen through by the crown prince's discerning eyes. Do you think your little tricks can escape the eyes of the divine? Consider it yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ji was carefully carried out of the hall by servants, leaving behind a group of pale, trembling Wu family members. However, as soon as the display of anger ended, Wu Ji quietly made his way to the Wu family's secret chamber. With shaky hands, he lit a candle emitting wisps of black smoke, casting flickering shadows in the dim room. Holding his breath, Wu Ji drew a few mysterious runes beside the candle, chanting strange incantations. Suddenly, ominous dark energies began to grow within the chamber, as if invisible tendrils were writhing in the air. The candle flame flickered softly, and in the black flame, a mysterious figure in a black robe gradually emerged, as if stepping out of the void. Wu Ji immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Guardian. The voice of the figure in the black robe was deep and hoarse. So, is the plan proceeding smoothly? Wu Ji raised his head, a hint of pride in his eyes. As you anticipated, Lu Chen saw through the poison I was afflicted with as soon as he entered, which led him to uncover Wu Nian. Hearing this, the Guardian let out a chilling laugh. Excellent. No matter how outstanding Lu Chen is, he would never suspect that his discovery was part of our deliberate design. Nor would he imagine that our greatest plant within the Wu family is you, the elder most loyal to the nation, suffering from a rare poison. His voice was filled with satisfaction. This way, Lu Chen will likely not guard against you. Next, you can approach him under the pretense of needing his help to dispel the poison, gain his trust, and when the final battle comes, betray him. Hara. Wu Ji nodded repeatedly. Yes. The guardian is wise. Such tactics are beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. His flattery was well received, pleasing the guardian. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Ji cautiously asked, Guardian, about the second half of the secret to transcending the mortal realm. The guardian waved a hand lightly. Rest assured, it will be yours. With your contributions, a mere secret is nothing. When the city of Jingzhou falls and the core shatters, I will personally grant you the highest ritual of dark energy baptism. Transcending the mortal realm will be within reach. Wu Ji immediately knelt. Thank you, Guardian. The Guardian continued. The next few days are crucial. You must keep Lu Chen in Jingzhou as long as possible, prevent him from moving around. Wu Ji looked troubled. With his level of power, I'm afraid I can't hold him back. If he suddenly decides to deal with the Wolf clan tomorrow, forcing him might arouse suspicion. The Guardian was indifferent. That's why I said do your best. If you can't hold him, it's fine. Our lethal setup is complete. As long as Lu Chen is still on the land of Jingzhou, it's only a matter of time. Understood. Wu Ji responded respectfully. That's all then. Hide yourself well, and wait for my signal. The Guardian's silhouette started to blur. Farewell, Guardian. Wu Ji bowed deeply. As the black candle flame extinguished, the mysterious runes slowly faded away. Silence once again enveloped the secret chamber. Wu Ji stared at the now extinguished black candle, his eyes becoming deep and cold. He muttered to himself, everything is ready. The plan to ignite Jingzhou, plotted for years, is finally coming to fruition. His voice grew fervent. Come, all of you come. The chamber returned to a deathly silence, with only Wu Ji's ambitious eyes shining in the darkness. In the chaotic city of Jingzhou, only a secluded courtyard maintained a semblance of peace. The autumn wind swept the ground, scattering leaves, while the gentle sound of a zither flowed like a babbling brook, seemingly dispelling the ominous aura lingering in the city. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, eyes closed, focusing his mind as he continued to refine his understanding of the life and death demon eye. His years of training ensured he never missed an opportunity to advance, even in moments like this. Beside him, Chen Shi played the Emperor's melody as usual, her music intertwining with the autumn breeze to create an atmosphere of harmony. As night fell, Luo Feng arrived hurriedly, bringing the results of the investigation into the Wu family. He respectfully handed over the list, reporting, Your Highness, the Wu family has been thoroughly investigated, and all involved have been detained in the imperial prison for questioning. Lu Chen acknowledged with a slight nod, not bothering to look at the list. He was well aware that his great-grandfather had long since had a clear understanding of the problematic elements within the Wu family. Luo Feng then spoke of the rebels' unusual retreat in recent days, his brow furrowed. I suspect these specters are secretly gathering strength, waiting for the right moment. But what could they be waiting for? Do they really think they can overwhelm an Earth immortal with sheer numbers? He recalled the sword marks stretching across Chuanzhou and Yongzhou, and the reverse flowing black rain, marveling at the wonders of the Earth immortal realm. After pondering, Luo Feng speculated. Perhaps the Yin tribe has mastered some ancient formation, allowing them to harness the power of heaven, earth, and man to challenge an Earth immortal. With the Wu family infiltrated and the border threatened by the Wolf tribe, there might be more traitors hidden within Jingzhou. Hearing this, Lu Chen paused slightly in his calculations, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He glanced at Luo Feng, amused at the thought. If Luo Feng knew that you had more spies within the Taiping sect than the other way around, what would he think? In reality, this seemingly perilous situation had been under his father's control from the start. Even the Wolf tribe's invasion was just part of this grand play. Lu Chen recalled the old emperor's instructions before his departure. In Jingzhou, do whatever you wish. But remember one thing, don't engage the Wolf tribe. Make yourself appear busy, unable to leave Jingzhou. Curious, Lu Chen had asked, do we have people within the Wolf tribe too? The old emperor had replied with a meaningful smile. The Wolf tribe has always been our people. This dramatic rebellion was largely orchestrated by their own people, all for the sake of this long-planned Jingzhou performance. Lu Chen understood the intricacies well. Rather than being on guard constantly, it was better to offer them a series of victories, luring them out for a thorough cleansing. Seeing Lu Chen deep in thought, Luo Feng couldn't help but scrutinize himself, puzzled. Your Highness, is there something wrong? Lu Chen snapped back to reality, replying calmly. It's nothing. Aside from the Wu family, how are the other areas faring? Luo Feng shook his head and sighed. Ever since Lu Chen's portrait arrived in Jingzhou, rebellions from all sides had quieted down and retreated. Recently, Jingzhou had been much more peaceful, with fewer signs of chaos. However, Luo Feng's expression was serious as he uttered 2 words, demon sect. He reported in detail. We've received information that the demon lord, who once unified the Yu demon sect and commanded demons from afar, has now appeared around Jingzhou. It seems that his return to the Yu is to campaign against the Yuan tribe. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the legends of the demon lord. This master of demonic arts, a prodigy of his time, once battled Emperor Zhaoxian and lost by only a narrow margin. This record not only failed to show the demon lord as weak, but rather underscored his strength. Holding such a performance against the imperial family's heritage and the world's greatest martial art was a testament to the power of his demonic skills. During his own martial arts training, Lu Chun had explored demonic arts and was quite interested in the demon lord's formidable abilities. Unfortunately, the demon lord had long since retreated to distant lands, and the Yu demon sect had faded into obscurity. His return to confront the Yuan tribe was truly unexpected. Luo Feng continued. According to reports from the Qingye Sword sect and other sects, the demon lord has appeared in several major cities in Jingzhou, slaying the Yuan tribe and protecting our cities. With his appearance, the once dormant demonic sect has started operating in various parts of Jingzhou, pursuing the Yuan tribe's tracks. Before we arrived, the demon lord and his followers indeed provided significant assistance. Luo Feng sneered. These so-called demons seem more righteous than some self-proclaimed virtuous hypocrites. Lu Qin replied calmly. Demon or righteous, it's just a matter of labels. A noble person can cultivate demonic arts, and a demon can possess a noble spirit. Power itself is neither good nor evil, it depends on the user. The righteous can wield demonic arts with dignity, while the wicked cannot redeem their corrupted hearts even with the purest methods. Lu Qin instructed, have the authorities in Jingzhou City search for the demon lord's whereabouts. Tell him I wish to meet him. Understood. Luo Feng responded and immediately conveyed Lu Chen's order. After Luo Feng left, Chen stopped playing her zither. Her gaze lingered on Lu Chen, as if she wanted to speak, but hesitated. Noticing her unease, Lu Chen softly asked, is there something you want to say? Chen shook her head and said, it's nothing. I just heard that people in the demonic sects are usually cunning, often portrayed negatively in folk tales. I'm worried about you being tricked by the demon lord. But considering your highness's strength and cultivation, my concern seems unnecessary. After all, you are a deity among mortals. What demon could possibly wreak havoc in your presence? Chenxi's words were filled with reverence, yet tinged with a hint of unease. She glanced down at the ancient zither in her hands, her brow furrowed. However, when you mentioned meeting the demon lord earlier, the melody of the Minghuang tune sent a chill through me. It felt as if danger was approaching. I hope it's just my imagination. Lu Qin cast a brief glance at Chenxi, his expression calm and unperturbed. He continued to focus intently on the scroll of the life and death demon eye in his hands, seemingly indifferent to Chenxi's concerns. The autumn wind rustled, and the night deepened. Lan Yun approached quietly, carrying 2 steaming pots of tea, which she placed in front of Lu Chun and Chenxi. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted through the air, dispelling some of the night's chill. The small courtyard returned to its usual tranquility, with only the occasional sound of pages turning breaking the peace. Meanwhile, in a remote border town in Jingzhou, an undercurrent of crisis was quietly unfolding. The demon lord watched intently as a vortex of dark energy, larger than ever before, swirled before him. Despite the fierce aura he exuded, his inner worry was unmistakable. Beside him, several powerful demons were working together, attempting to refine the dark energy within the vortex and prevent its further expansion. However, despite their best efforts, their faces pale from exertion, they could not halt the vortex's growth. Finally, one of the demon leaders gasped, Demon Lord, we've done all we can. The scale of this vortex is beyond imagination. If we continue, we risk being consumed by the dark energy ourselves. Withdraw, commanded the demon lord. The demon leaders, having absorbed too much dark energy, reluctantly stepped back, watching helplessly as the vortex continued to expand. The demon lord waved his hand, a rare look of helplessness flashing in his crimson eyes. It's not your fault. The core of Jingzhou is failing faster than I anticipated. It's only been a few days. Clenching his fist tightly, the demon lord cried out in his heart, Wolf God, is the mortal realm truly beyond saving? At that moment, the vortex of dark energy suddenly expanded again. Ominous streams of darkness swept through, and a pair of cold, black eyes appeared within the vortex. Not good. Upon seeing these eyes, the assembled demons leapt back, distancing themselves, not daring to approach. Only the demon lord stood firm, his crimson gaze intensifying as he faced the black eyes from afar. 2 powerful forces regarded each other in silence. After a long pause, a cold, chilling voice emanated from the void, penetrating everyone's hearts, the wolf's legacy and his descendants. It's been a long time. The voice, like the scraping of bones, was hoarse and terrifying, sending shivers down one's spine. A cold, decaying pressure spread instantaneously, like an invisible mountain weighing heavily on their hearts, leaving them paralyzed. Within the vortex, the black eyes grew clearer, and the silhouette of a towering figure gradually emerged. It was crossing over from another world. You, the onlookers' pupils contracted in fear. They tried to summon their demon energy to resist, only to find, to their horror, that it had been insidiously corrupted and was now turning against them. The taste of demonic backlash isn't pleasant, is it? A massive hand, formed from countless strands of dark energy, landed on a demon leader's shoulder, giving it a light pat. The touch was ice cold, as if it could directly erode one's soul. This is the fatal weakness of the wolf tribe. Once the nightmare chi exceeds the limit of demonic energy it can carry, it will instantly devour and assimilate the host. That conceited wolf tribe fool dared to attempt refining the nightmare chi, hoping to coexist with it. Even his master, Lu Xinghe, couldn't achieve this. What makes him think he can? Suddenly, a blood-red claw shadow tore through the air, striking directly at the humanoid figure formed by the nightmare chi. The demon lord's crimson eyes flashed with a chilling light as he shouted angrily, "You have no right to speak of my tribe's ancestors, nor do you deserve to mention the founder's name." However, the unknown nightmare casually waved a hand, and the demon lord was instantly struck down into the ground by a tremendous force, sending debris flying everywhere. In just one encounter, even someone as powerful as the demon lord was defeated, highlighting the terrifying strength of this nightmare. Everyone present couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling and palms sweating. The nightmare tribe member sneered, "You're just as bad-tempered as a wolf." It seems not all descendants of the wolf tribe are as cowardly as the Moon Wolf King. He didn't have your courage. He was only left with submission before my nightmare tribe. "Shut up, you bastard," came the demon lord's furious roar from the depths of the earth. He burst through the rubble, flying into the air, covered in blood but standing proudly. At this moment, the bright moon in the sky turned blood red, and the phantom of a giant wolf appeared faintly. The unknown nightmare's body trembled slightly at the sight, a look of seriousness appearing in its pitch-black eyes. "A wolf? You actually had this up your sleeve. Heh, dead for so many years and still troubled by descendants calling forth my will. How pitiful." Though the nightmare tribe member mocked, their movements were swift, launching a deadly attack in an instant. However, the giant wolf in the blood-red moon was even faster. How Sky Wolf devours the moon. The phantom of the giant wolf merged with the demon lord, transforming into an enormous mouth that swallowed the unknown nightmare whole, quickly absorbing and refining it. The demon lord fell to the ground, steadied himself, and let out a belch, spitting. "Pah, tastes awful." The surrounding crowd was stunned. That nightmare was at the level of a terrestrial immortal. The demon lord swallowing and refining it meant that a second terrestrial immortal was about to emerge in the human world. Seeing the thoughts of those around him, the demon lord shook his head and said, "There's no such good fortune in the world. I merely borrowed the power of my ancestors in my bloodline to temporarily suppress it. To truly refine it, even 10 of me wouldn't be enough." Hearing this, the demonic cultivators were thrown into disarray. The demon lord decisively commanded, "Head to Jingzhou City. The core of Jingzhou is on the verge of breaking, and the nightmare tribe's next move will surely be a full-scale assault on Jingzhou City. We must prepare defenses as soon as possible. Also, only the crown prince can resolve this nightmare within me. I must meet him. Move. Delay means danger." Yes. The demonic cultivators quickly supported the demon lord, hastening towards Jingzhou City. Once the demonic cultivators had left, shadows emerged from the darkness. It was the deputy cult leader and Yun protector of the Taiping sect and others. They watched the demon lord and his party departing, a mysterious smile playing on their lips. Finally, they've taken the bait. The words of the Moon Wolf King proved true. The descendants of the wolf god indeed possess the skill of the celestial wolf devouring the moon. The members of the Taiping sect wore expressions of wild joy, as if victory was already within their grasp. "With this, guys, we can rightfully deliver that person to Lu Chen's side," the deputy sect leader said, eyes gleaming with the success of his scheme. "Then, with Wu Ji's help, we'll strike a fatal blow. Let's see if Lu Chen can survive this time." The Taiping sect erupted in laughter, filled with anticipation for their impending victory. They firmly believed that once Lu Chen was dead, there would be no one left in Du capable of turning the tide. Conquering the human world was just a matter of time. As the laughter subsided, the deputy sect leader turned to Yun Protector and asked, "How are the preparations on the Wolf Clan's side?" Yun Protector immediately responded, "Deputy sect leader, everything is ready with the Wolf Clan. As soon as the demon lord enters Jingzhou City, the Wolf Clan will launch a full-scale attack to break through the Jian Shao Legion's defenses. Our forces will coordinate with them for a pincer attack." There was a hint of pride in his voice. At that time, Lu Chen will have to contend with that person and Wu Ji's internal and external coordination inside the city, while also defending against the Wolf Clan and our Taiping sect army's pincer attack outside the city. This time, even with his extraordinary abilities, he won't escape death. The deputy sect leader nodded in satisfaction. Well done, your meticulous planning is commendable. Lu Chen is unfathomable, just like during the One Dao Alliance when no one expected him to possess the power of an earthly immortal. To kill him, we must go all out and deliver a decisive blow to eliminate this major threat. He looked at Yun Protector with appreciation in his voice. Yun Protector, your contributions to this plan are invaluable. When we succeed, I will certainly commend you to the higher-ups. Yun Protector quickly bowed. I dare not take credit. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, Deputy Sect Leader. The Deputy Sect Leader chuckled. All right, we'll talk more later. For now, let's stick to the plan. Order all our divisions to mobilize immediately and advance on Jingzhou City. Understood. The protectors replied in unison. Then each left to prepare for action. As everyone departed, Wan Protector's gaze discreetly swept over Yun Protector, a fleeting hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just then, the deputy sect leader's voice suddenly called out, Wan Protector. Wan Protector's heart skipped a beat, and the murderous intent vanished instantly. He turned to face the deputy sect leader. Deputy sect leader? The deputy sect leader looked at him meaningfully. I personally trained you, and among all the protectors, you are the one I have the highest hopes for. Do not be careless in this assault on Jingzhou. Do not disappoint me. Wan Protector quickly assured. Thank you for your training, Deputy Sect Leader. I deeply appreciate it, and will not let you down. Go now. The Deputy Sect Leader waved his hand. As Wan Protector's figure receded, the Deputy Sect Leader stood in place for a long time. Eventually, he murmured to himself. Young people, so impulsive and impatient. With that, he glanced around before his figure vanished with the wind, leaving nothing but a blazing fire to erase any trace of their presence. Meanwhile, in the Daiyu Imperial City, the old Emperor Lu Jin once again stood before the portraits of past emperors. His gaze swept from the founding emperor to the portrait of his father, Emperor Zhaoxian, finally resting on the empty space behind it. At that moment, slow footsteps echoed outside the Cloud Palace. The aged figure of Empress Dowager Wu appeared, her complex gaze falling on the old emperor. The two exchanged no words, silence hanging heavily in the air. After a long while, the Empress Dowager sighed softly, breaking the silence. This time, I'm afraid many will die in Jingzhou. The old emperor turned his back to the Empress Dowager and spoke with determination. If sacrificing one province can save the entire Daiyu, there's no better deal under heaven. He paused, then continued. They'll curse me as a foolish ruler until their dying breaths. No matter, Lu Jin may be a foolish ruler, but Lu Chun is not. The Empress Dowager sighed softly, a hint of worry crossing her face. Are you truly confident? With the one from the 10,000 mountains and the other freed in Jingzhou, they have two land immortals on their side. Can Chen alone hold them off before the core detonates? The old emperor turned, confidence shining in his eyes. The sons of the Lu family never fail. His lips curved slightly. Besides, my Lu family has more than just Chen as a land immortal in Jingzhou. With that, the old emperor looked up at the darkening sky outside the window. It's getting late. I must go. He took one last deep look at Empress Dowager Wu before vanishing into the glow of a suddenly bright star. Take care. Empress Dowager Wu's whisper echoed in the vast palace above the clouds. The Empress Dowager shuffled to the dragon desk, her hands trembling as she picked up the portrait left by the old emperor. Her smile turned bitter in that moment. Her gaze moved between the portrait of Emperor Zhaoxian on the wall and the one in her hands. After a long silence, she murmured softly, once again, I am alone. In Jingzhou City, the first light of dawn appeared. Wu Ji came early to visit Lu Chun, bowing respectfully. Wu Ji greets His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Chun gestured with his hand. No need for formalities. Great-grandfather, you've come early today. Has something significant been discovered by the Wu family? Wu Ji shook his head. Thanks to your highness. Jingzhou is as strong as a fortress, and there are no disturbances at present. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. I came to ask your highness to help purge a strange poison from my body. After discovering the poisoning yesterday, I sought all the great medical practitioners in the city, but none could decipher it. Lu Chun furrowed his brows slightly. Purge poison. He sized up Wu Ji, a knowing gleam flashing in his eyes. After waiting so long, they've finally begun. Great-grandfather, please have a seat. With the assistance of several trusted Wu family members, Wu Ji slowly sat beside Lu Chun. Lu Chun began to inquire about Wu Ji's daily life, appearing to chat idly while secretly observing. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. Luo Feng rushed in. Your Highness, the Demon Lord requests an audience. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Oh? Found him so quickly. Luo Feng explained. No, he came voluntarily. He seems to have something very important to report to you personally. Let him in, Lu Chen ordered succinctly. Upon hearing this, Wu Ji's expression changed drastically. The Demon Lord? You mean the one who once unified the entire demonic path and rivaled the former emperor? That unparalleled fiend. Lu Chen nodded. Great-grandfather, do you know him? We met once, Wu Ji said gravely. That man is no benevolent figure. Your Highness, if you're going to meet him, my legs are weak, and I may not be of much help. Please be extremely cautious and guard against his schemes. Before he finished speaking, Luo Feng had already brought in the Demon Lord. A middle-aged man dressed in blood-red animal skins, exuding a primal and savage aura, appeared before Lu Chen. His life force was like a raging beast, sending chills down one's spine. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he thought to himself, "It's begun." The Demon Lord greeted Lu Chen with the Wolf Clan's ceremonial bow, his movements smooth and dignified, his eyes flickering with a complex light. "I am a wandering soul from beyond the realm," he said in a deep, powerful voice, paying respects to the crown prince of the Great Yu with the customs of the Wolf Clan. This statement not only affirmed his identity as part of the Wolf Clan, but also cleverly distanced himself from the rebellious factions within it. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng and the others fixed their sharp gazes on the Demon Lord. The atmosphere in the courtyard instantly became tense, as if the air itself had thickened. Seated in the main position, Lu Chen remained expressionless and silent, his piercing gaze locked onto the Demon Lord. In the suffocating silence, the Demon Lord suddenly felt an immense will penetrating his being, like an invisible blade effortlessly piercing through the demonic aura within him, exposing all his secrets. "You have something interesting within you," Lu Chen suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet tinged with amusement. Hearing this, Luo Feng and the others tensed, their wary eyes fixed on the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord, however, gave a wry smile, silently reflecting. He had barely managed to seal the great nightmare with the divine power left by his ancestors, only for the crown prince to dismiss it as merely interesting. Truly a god among mortals, like the first emperor, the Demon Lord sighed. "Nothing escapes your eyes." Lu Chen did not immediately respond, but gestured with his hand. Lanyan quickly brought over a chair. Once the Demon Lord was seated, Lu Chen slowly spoke. "I had heard of your good deeds in Jingzhou, and intended to invite you to discuss the mysteries of demonic cultivation. Yet here you are, bringing me such an intriguing gift. Remarkable. Speak." The Demon Lord took a deep breath and went straight to the point. "I have come for two reasons. First, to warn the Crown Prince of Great Yu to beware of the Wolf Clan schemes." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. "Beware of the Wolf Clan?" "I'm not referring to the Wolf Clan's army." The Demon Lord spoke quickly, fearing to waste time. "The army is likely just a distraction for Great Yu. Knowing the Moon Wolf King, his true aim is probably to release that monstrous entity imprisoned beneath the 10,000 mountains." Without waiting for Lu Chen to ask, the Demon Lord continued. "As for how I know such a secret, the relationship between the Wolf Clan and the demonic path is complex, but given the urgency, I must be brief. Our ancestor, the Wolf God, was the prized disciple of the founding emperor of Great Yu, Lu Xinghe. The demonic path was created by our Wolf God to resist the Nightmare Clan, a path of coexisting with and refining nightmare energy, which has always been a sacred practice among our people." The Demon Lord's voice was low and hurried, as if racing against time. "The reason the world calls the Wolf God's path demonic is because later generations of the Wolf Clan misused it. A method meant to refine and consume nightmares was instead used to consume and refine people. Thus, it was labeled as demonic. This led to differing opinions among our ancestors, splitting the Wolf Clan into two factions, the Wolf Clan and the demonic path." The Demon Lord took a deep breath, a flash of pain in his eyes. "As for the current leader of the Wolf Clan, the Moon Wolf King, I am ashamed to say, he is my elder brother. My brother, unwilling to follow our ancestors' mandate to protect Great Yu, has long coveted it. This time, as the Nightmare Clan emerged, he joined forces with them, intending to use their power to overthrow the Great Yu Dynasty and become the ruler of eternity. This ambition led to the many calamities caused by the Wolf Clan's invasion." The Demon Lord revealed a series of shocking secrets, each word striking the audience like a heavy blow. He uncovered that the Wolf God was a disciple of the founding emperor. The Wolf Clan was created to resist the Nightmare Clan, that demonic practices originated from the Wolf Clan and were inherently connected, and the fact that he and the Moon Wolf King were actually brothers. These hidden truths left everyone present in shock, with Luo Feng and others exchanging bewildered glances and lowering their heads in disbelief. Lu Chen, however, remained unfazed and calmly asked, "What is the second matter?" The Demon Lord continued, explaining that during a patrol of Jingzhou, he discovered a powerful nightmare crossing realms when the Earth's core fractured. He temporarily sealed the nightmare using the power of the Wolf God's ancestors and the technique of the celestial wolf devouring the moon. However, as a mortal, He couldn't suppress this nightmare, who possessed the cultivation level of a land immortal, for long. He pleaded for assistance from the crown prince of Great Yu, who was also at the land immortal stage. Hearing this, Luo Feng and the others were internally tumultuous. The existence of two land immortal level nightmares, one within the Demon Lord and another beneath the Tinthusan mountain range of the Wolf clan, was an earth-shattering secret that left them restless. Lu Chun extended his hand, revealing a cluster of azure divine flames in his palm. The Demon Lord, seeing this, immediately mobilized the blood of the wolf god within him to cooperate. At that moment, the nightmare trapped within the celestial wolf devouring the moon revealed a smile of success. In a flash, the nightmare countered by pushing the Demon Lord's demonic energy, consuming and assimilating it. The nightmare energy erupted, forming a massive vortex. A sinister demonic hand emerged from the Demon Lord's body, striking towards the unsuspecting Lu Chun with murderous intent. The nightmare laughed wildly, as if already envisioning Lu Chun gravely injured and collapsing under this strike. However, Lu Chun remained expressionless, calmly watching the approaching demonic hand. Suddenly, there was a loud clang, like thunder out of nowhere. The demonic hand halted 3 feet from Lu Chun, as if it had struck an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. The nightmare's pupils dilated in disbelief as it exclaimed, "Protective Chi barrier." The term protective Chi stirred distant memories in Dian's mind. He recalled how, upon first reaching the Golden Core stage and becoming a Grandmaster, this technique had greatly benefited him. Yet, as his skills advanced, such elementary methods had long been discarded, especially after entering the realm of celestial being, where they seemed insignificant. Now, witnessing the resurgence of protective Chi in a duel between two terrestrial immortals, Dian was visibly shaken. He couldn't believe that a mere Golden Core level technique could withstand his formidable attack as a terrestrial immortal. Had all of Lu Chen's 20 years of secluded cultivation been devoted to this protective Chi? As Dian was caught in disbelief, the invisible wall of Chi suddenly unleashed a peculiar suction force, absorbing and restraining all the power from his palm. A terrifying counterforce then erupted, even more formidable than his demonic palm, surging like a breached dam, wave upon wave, each stronger than the last. Caught off guard, Dian was violently propelled backward by this counterforce. His body shot through the courtyard gate like a cannonball, carving a deep trench into the ground, finally coming to rest amid a cloud of dust and debris. The entire courtyard was left in disarray, shrouded in a haze of dust. On Lu Chen's side, the invisible wall of Qi seemed to create an absolute domain, remaining utterly undisturbed. The contrast between the two was stark. Only then did the Demon Lord and others snap back to reality from the brief clash between the two terrestrial immortals. They stared, dumbfounded, at the serene Lu Chun, then at the swirling dust outside. The Demon Lord, no longer panicked, began to doubt whether the infamous Dian was merely a hollow reputation. Was the gap between terrestrial immortals truly this vast? Wu Ji, who had been on guard against Dian, was also taken aback, wondering if he still needed to switch sides. At that moment, he received a strange message, a flicker of blackness passing through his eyes as he bowed his head to conceal his inner turmoil. Amidst the sound of falling rubble, a dark figure emerged from the dust, landing in front of everyone. It was the battered Dian, his gray robes in tatters, face pale, blood at the corner of his mouth. "What kind of technique is this?" Dian demanded angrily. Lu Chen calmly replied, "As you can see, protective Qi, a minor technique of the Golden Core stage." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Dian roared in madness, his eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before him. How could mere protective energy withstand the means of an earthly immortal? Lu Chun did not respond, but calmly raised his hand, signaling to Yin to verify once more. His casual demeanor was like an adult teasing a child. De Yin felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to Wu Ji, who stood slightly bowed behind Lu Chun. "Arrogant brat," he exploded, his form turning into the deepest darkness, stirring the winds and clouds. In an instant, a massive storm vortex appeared over Jingzhou. Thunder roared within it, the deafening claps echoing like the end of the world. The ground trembled, mountains shook, and sand and stones moved as if an earth dragon was turning over, causing lands to collapse. It felt as if doomsday had arrived. Meanwhile, on the Jingzhou defense line at the border of Great Yu, the battle between the two clans intensified. The wolves' assault was particularly fierce today, as if aided by divine power. In no time, the renowned Sword Whistle Legion of Great Yu was shattered and scattered. On the city gate tower, a soldier urgently reported, "Your Highness, the wolves are overwhelming, as if they've taken some powerful drug, each one incredibly strong and fearless. Under such an assault, we've suffered considerable losses." Clad in military attire, the Heavenly Sword King spoke in a deep voice. "Even if the wolves have taken elixirs, they must be stopped outside the border city. We will drain every drop of their blood. Hold the line. Defend without retreat. Yes. The soldier was about to respond when a chilling, unrestrained, ghostly laughter echoed from the 10,000 mountains of the Wolf clan. The eerie laughter sent shivers down their spines. The Heavenly Sword King, his expression changing, decisively ordered, "This is not good. Full retreat." His resounding voice spread across the battlefield. The Sword Whistle Legion, receiving the order, immediately formed a retreat formation, following the Heavenly Sword King away from the border. Seeing this, the wolves howled with joy. Huh. Did the Great Yu people really think our clan couldn't defeat just one Sword Whistle Legion? If it weren't for lowering your guard, feigning attacks to tire you, and freeing the 10,000 mountains, we would have breached your border city long ago. The Moon Wolf King, draped in a broad white wolf pelt, glanced toward the 10,000 mountains and raised his wolf staff. Warriors, chase them. Annihilate the Sword Whistle Legion. Flatten Jingzhou. The wild wolves, riding demon wolves, raced across the battlefield, pursuing the Sword Whistle Legion. The two armies, one chasing and the other fleeing, gradually moved into the heart of Jingzhou, heading straight for Jingzhou City. As they ran, both the Heavenly Sword King and the Moon Wolf King instinctively looked up at the sky, a hint of concern in their eyes. Strange. Why hasn't anything happened yet? The confrontation between two earthly immortals should not be so calm, even if it didn't involve darkening skies and trembling earth. Could something have gone wrong at this critical juncture? Simultaneously, rebellion suddenly erupted across Jingzhou. Hidden traitors and rebels seemed to have coordinated, rising up from various places. They fought their way through, claiming to overthrow Great Yu and reclaim Jingzhou, pouring into the heartland from all directions. Gradually, they formed mighty rivers, threatening to wash away the banks of Great Yu and overthrow its millennia-long rule. Brothers, charge! The cries of battle echoed through the clouds, plunging Jingzhou into chaos. Seize Jingzhou, overthrow Deyu. Our bright future of taking control is right before us. Charge! 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 A mighty army roared forward like a black wave sweeping across the land. The rebels advanced with unstoppable force, leaving destruction in their wake. The defenders' faces turned grim as they faced the formidable rebel troops, consisting of the Iron Sword Sect, the Long Yu Sect, and the Taoist Institute, surging with unstoppable momentum. General, the enemy is too strong. They might breach our defenses in less than half a day, a soldier urgently advised the commander. I suggest we abandon the city and retreat to Lanqing, while seeking reinforcements from Jingzhou City. That way, we can establish a solid defense against the rebels. The commander looked solemnly towards the rear and shook his head. That's impossible. Jingzhou City is rotten to the core. If we seek aid from Lanqing, we'll be caught between the rebels and have no escape. But the crown prince is there, the soldier exclaimed, alarmed. The commander gave him a sidelong glance and sneered. Even you know that. So how could the rebels not? Their all-out assault means they're confident they can hold the crown prince at bay. With a sigh, the commander decisively ordered, retreat. Withdraw beyond Jingzhou. Beyond Jingzhou? The soldier was taken aback. What? Defying orders? The commander snapped. Jingzhou is a lost cause. No number of lives can fill this pit. I must consider the lives of my brothers. Relay my order, retreat. Yes, sir. As the army abandoned the city and fled, the rebels mocked them. Huh? They're running. They're running. A bunch of cowards. Forget them. Rush into the heart of Jingzhou and join our other forces. This time, we must seize Jingzhou, kill Lu Chen, and ensure Deyu loses all power to retaliate. The rebels drove straight towards Jingzhou City, celebrating wildly along the way as if they were already savoring the taste of victory. However, just as the rebels passed the city, the retreating defenders suddenly turned their horses around. Stop! Go back! The commander ordered. What? General, didn't you? The deputy was astonished. The commander smirked slightly. War is deception. He waved his hand. All troops return. Catch up and cut off their retreat. This time, we'll trap these pigs and slaughter them. Yes. The general is bold. The deputy was thrilled, secretly grateful for following the right leader. Yet, no one noticed the commander's heart was already tense. He anxiously glanced in the direction of Jingzhou City, pondering, why is there no movement? It shouldn't be like this. Meanwhile, within Jingzhou City, above the small courtyard where Lu Chen resided, a great beast loomed high in the sky. It merged with the elements, stirring winds and moving clouds with a mere thought. In an instant, the world spun, and Jingzhou seemed like a lone boat in a storm, on the verge of capsizing. Boom. Massive black lightning snakes rumbled and roared within the dark clouds, their destructive flames tearing through the sky. Under this pitch-black thunder, all was silent, as if the end of days had arrived. A vast and heavy divine presence suddenly descended, like an invisible giant hand pressing down on everyone's hearts. Instantly, everyone present felt a prickling sensation on their backs, as if sitting on a chair covered with thorns, causing their bodies to shiver uncontrollably. A fear that originated from the depths of the soul swept over them, sending chills down their spines. Wu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the scene before him. Is this the true form of the legendary land immortal realm? This terrifying sense of oppression, as if it could crush the entire Jingzhou, far exceeded his imagination. His fingers unconsciously tightened, and his gaze swept outside, secretly worried. There's another land immortal waiting. Wu Ji glanced again at Lu Chen, who remained calm. He thought, Chen might handle one land immortal with ease, but facing two at once, the situation is uncertain. He turned to Jiner and asked urgently, where exactly is the other Lu family human god you mentioned? The demon sovereign felt a sense of awe. People always said how powerful and miraculous land immortals were, but no one could clearly explain their power or miracles. It was all left to imagination and myth. At this moment, the demon sovereign could only say that people's imagination and myths were too conservative. A land immortal exerting their full power could reach such an astonishing level? Just the pressure of a single thunderbolt could make him, a top-tier celestial who cultivated the path of the wolf god, tremble. The gap between land immortals and celestials was like heaven and earth. No wonder in 3,000 years, only Lu Xingxi and Lu Chun among the human race reached this realm. This level of power is truly deserved. Luo Feng and the others stood expressionless on the side. Land immortal? It certainly sounds impressive. But unfortunately, there is always someone stronger, always a level above you. Look, boom. A pitch-black, world-ending divine thunder suddenly roared forth, heading straight for Lu Chen. This was a heavenly thunder intending to utterly destroy Lu Chen, who stood at the storm's center. However, when the thunder reached 3 feet from Lu Chen, it was effortlessly blocked by an invisible wall of energy. That energy wall formed an absolute domain, extinguishing all the pitch-black, divine thunder into nothingness. Seeing this, the hidden Dian's heart trembled violently. If the previous sneak attack was due to underestimating the enemy, this time, he poured all the power accumulated over thousands of years into it. This strike, if landed, could easily sink the entire Jingzhou. Yet, upon Lu Chen, it couldn't even penetrate his protective energy. At this moment, a terrifying conjecture that Dian had never dared to imagine rose in his mind. Could it be that Lu Chen has already? Impossible. How could this be possible? Under the Azure Sky Array, how could this happen? Dian seemed to fall into madness, his beliefs shattered, his worldview completely collapsed. He frantically darted through the air, attacking from all directions and angles, trying to find a flaw in Lu Chen. However, in the next moment, a massive suction force suddenly emerged, blurring his form and throwing the surrounding space into chaos. No matter what he did, he couldn't break free from this force. He felt a supreme power in the unseen was suppressing him, causing his heart to tremble. When the chaos subsided and the sense of confusion disappeared, Dian regained his senses. He only saw a pair of cold divine eyes, burning with black and white suns and moons, looking down at him from above. At some point, he had already knelt before the owner of these eyes. Had enough? A cold voice asked. Drip, drip. Cold sweat dripped continuously from Dian's forehead as he trembled all over, unable to utter a single word. Dian's eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils contracted violently. His gaze was locked onto Lu Chen's cold and indifferent eyes, as if he had seen something unbelievably terrifying. You are the Qing Tian. Dian's voice trembled, his throat dry, and his lips lost their color and became chapped. This once proud immortal of the land was now so frightened that he was shaking uncontrollably. It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong. Dian screamed in his heart. This overwhelming sense of oppression, which made him feel small and powerless, was unmistakable. It was the unique Tao of the Lu family Qing Tian realm. Just uttering the words, Qing Tian realm, seemed to drain all the strength from Dian. His aura vanished, and he no longer bore any resemblance to the confident immortal he was when they first met. This scene sent shockwaves through Wu Ji, the demon lord, and the others. They looked incredulously at this entity, once hailed as a god among men. Although they knew the crown prince was immensely powerful, they hadn't expected him to instill such fear in an immortal of the land. Seeing Dian's terrified demeanor, they suddenly felt that perhaps immortals weren't so formidable after all. They even entertained the absurd thought that, in front of the crown prince, an immortal was just another being among the masses. What exactly is the Qing Tian realm? This question arose simultaneously in their minds. What kind of realm could make an immortal, who stood above the mundane world, so fearful? Everyone's gaze instinctively turned to Lu Chen. The sun and moon brilliance in his eyes gradually faded as he calmly spoke. It seems you know quite a lot. Dian was taken aback by these words, then quickly came to his senses. He hurriedly crawled to Lu Chen's feet, kowtowing respectfully as he pleaded. Yes, I am a high-ranking member of the Yin clan. Those supreme beings trust me greatly. I know many secrets, and I can be of great use to you. Lu, Crown Prince, please spare me. I was once a citizen of Du, a member of the human race. Reaching this realm was not easy for me. I beg you to give this humble servant another chance to reform. What? Was this immortal of the land once human too? The crowd was astonished by this revelation, their expressions tense as if they had heard some shocking secret. Especially Luo Feng, who suddenly remembered the former leader of the Miopha sect. Wasn't the Miopha sect leader also transformed from human to yin? If the yin was like this, and the Miopha sect leader was like this, then what about the other yin? A terrifying suspicion arose in Luo Feng's mind. However, now was not the time to delve deeper. Everyone's attention was captured by these two supreme immortals of the current age. The crown prince, seated calmly on a stone bench, said, "If I wanted to kill you, you'd have been a corpse the moment you made a move. You're more useful than you realize." Lu Chen glanced at De Yin, his eyes showing a hint of something De Yin couldn't comprehend. An immortal of the land like De Yin was a rare and valuable resource, durable and resilient. Some techniques and martial arts concepts that Lu Chen previously couldn't fully explore could now be tested and refined with De Yin. Such a rare specimen. Lu Chen had waited a long time to find one like this. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon De Yin, and the inexplicable expression in his eyes sent a shiver down De Yan's spine. He had a vague feeling that something more terrifying than death was about to happen. "Thank you, Your Highness, for sparing my life." De Yin immediately knelt and kowtowed. "If there's ever anything you need from me, just command it. No need to wait for the future. You can be of use now." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, an unprecedented enchanting power whispered in the wind. Da Yin looked up abruptly to see a pair of crimson demonic eyes staring at him. In an instant, the world turned blood red. Under the scarlet sky, a red moon hung high, its light enveloping lawless demons. "Seize the heart, capture the soul." A red moon appeared in Dian's eyes. A powerful demonic will tore into his mental world, wantonly reading the memories of his long life. De Yin was powerless to resist, forced to let that immense will control everything about him. He could clearly feel that this overwhelming will could erase his existence at any moment if it so desired. How could the Lu family's Qing Tian realm possess such means? Yin screamed frantically in the depths of his consciousness. To outsiders, however, Yin merely stood there, silent and motionless. The crown prince seemed unconcerned, merely glancing at him before returning to the book in his hands, sipping tea brewed by Lan Yun. Lu Chen never claimed that the Qing Tianbu Yiju was his all. In fact, he reached the pinnacle of Qing Tianbu Yiju at the age of 12. Since then, he had drawn from a wide range of knowledge, constantly exploring higher realms and developing many techniques independent of Qing Tianbu Yiju. The heart-seizing soul-capturing technique was one such ability, though Lu Chen considered it a minor art, yet it was an astonishing power to others. As Lu Chen delved into De Yan's memories, he paused when he encountered the words Qing Tian realm. According to De Yan's memories, the Qing Tian realm was the seventh realm for the Lu family, akin to the Hao Ran realm in the literary path, and the Buzhan realm in the martial path, each a further sublimation of their respective traditions, transcending the confines of law to reach the path of rules. However, the Qing Tian realm was unique, only those with Lu family blood could achieve it. The reason for this was not recorded in De Yan's memory. It was a secret buried with the founding emperor, as unknown as the origin of the Earth's core. Just as Lu Chen was deeply probing De Yan's memories, urgent footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. A soldier came rushing in, reporting loudly, "Your Highness, the rebels in Jingzhou are causing chaos, gathering from all directions and advancing toward our Jingzhou city. Additionally, the front lines in Jingzhou have collapsed, and King Tianjian is leading the Jianshao army in a retreat, pursued by the Wolf Clan army. The situation is extremely critical and urgent." Lu Chen nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Luo Feng, signaling him to mobilize and prepare. Luo Feng understood and immediately left the courtyard with the reporting soldier, inquiring about the detailed battle situation as they walked. Passing through the city, Luo Feng noticed the citizens were as orderly as ever, unaware of the impending crisis. The news of the rebellion had not yet spread, and the people still looked forward to tomorrow. Suddenly, Luo Feng realized something and turned to ask, "Didn't you notice anything unusual just now? Like changes in the sky or signs of Jingzhou breaking apart?" The soldier looked puzzled. "No, General, nothing like that occurred." Luo Feng paused, glanced back at the courtyard, and after a moment, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Let's go and meet them." "Yes, sir," the soldier responded and followed. In the city of Jingzhou, night had fallen. A group of figures hidden in the shadows were poised to strike, their eyes fixed on a distant courtyard. With the arrival of Lu Chen, a bright light, as clear as day, enveloped the courtyard, contrasting starkly with the surrounding darkness. As time ticked by, the unease among the lurking figures grew. "Why has the demon lord been inside for so long without any sign of action?" A voice whispered. "Could he have failed?" "That shouldn't be the case," another voice replied. "Even if he was unsuccessful in the frontal attack, there's still that old fellow from the Wu family. He holds a nightmare artifact bestowed by the sage. and with the demon lord creating a distraction, failure seems unlikely. A sense of unease began to spread through the dark. A disciple cautiously suggested to the flowing cloud master, "Master, could it be that the demon lord has succeeded but underestimated Lu Chen's strength, leading to a temporary stalemate? After all, with such a major incident, Lu Chen hasn't shown himself to fight back. I believe the demon lord has succeeded. Even if not, Lu Chen must be gravely injured." The flowing cloud master pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to the gradually brightening sky. "Enough," he commanded decisively. "We can't hesitate any longer. The plan is paramount. If we miss this opportunity, none of us can bear the consequences. Some of you go spread rumors to create chaos within Jingzhou City. The rest, follow me to break open the gate to Jingzhou's core." "Yes," the group responded and dispersed. The disciple who had advised the flowing cloud master left with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "Fools," he thought. "They have no idea they're walking to their doom. Do they really think opening the core gate is a good thing?" He glanced once more at Lu Chen's courtyard, smirking internally. Trying to harm the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince has mastered the realm of the Azure Sky, his divine skills unparalleled. How can these creatures of darkness fathom such power? Nightmares, traitors. Let's see how you meet your end this time. The disciple donned a black robe and melted into the shadows. In Jingzhou City, near an ancient bell, the figures of the flowing cloud master and his followers suddenly appeared. He swiftly retrieved a blood pearl from his garment. The pearl, brimming with life essence, exuded a chillingly bloody aura. The flowing cloud master's eyes gleamed with excitement as he muttered to himself, "The day has finally come. Once the ancient bell's entrance is broken and the core destroyed, I can return to the flowing cloud lineage and savor the power of an earthly immortal. Perhaps I'll even receive the true teachings of our founder and reach the ethereal realm where the founder resides." He let out a piercing, maniacal laugh before swallowing the blood pearl. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a violent surge of blood energy within him. Boom! The flowing cloud master became a being of blood, striking the ancient bell with force. "Open for me." Bang! The overwhelming blood energy surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the ancient bell. Its surface immediately cracked with countless fissures, from which beams of azure light burst forth, accompanied by a sacred, earth-imbued aura. The flowing cloud master's eyes turned wild with a frenzied bloodlust. "It's done! It's done!" However, just when he believed victory was within grasp, a terrifying force erupted from within the bell. An infinite divine light swept across the surroundings with destructive power, as azure flames of annihilation consumed the universe. The flowing cloud master's pupils dilated, and the joy on his face froze instantly. This is the ancestor. You're lying to me." Ding ding. The melodious sound of an ancient bell suddenly echoed across the vast lands, stirring the soul. The great phantom, who had just escaped from the depths of the 10,000 mountains, was visibly shaken by the sound and vanished into the sky like a wisp of wind. His eerie laughter lingered in the air, sending chills down the spine. With the departure of the great phantom, the battlefield situation shifted dramatically. The Sky Sword King acted decisively, ordering the Sword Whistle Legion to halt their advance and quickly surround Jingzhou City. Meanwhile, the Moon Wolf King, who had been relentlessly pursuing, waved his wolf staff and commanded the wolf army to stop. "Stop!" The Moon Wolf King shouted loudly. "Warriors, assist the Sword Whistle Legion, surround Jingzhou for this king, and don't let a single rebel escape." The sudden command left the wolf army in a brief silence. The young wolves exchanged confused glances, wondering if their king had made a mistake. However, the wolf commanders remained unfazed, calmly passing down the order. In the blink of an eye, the two armies transformed from mortal enemies into allies, leaving everyone present in a state of disbelief. The Moon Wolf King rode his giant wolf to the side of the Sky Sword King. The two exchanged no words, simply listening to the ancient bell and gazing at the land of Jingzhou more precisely, at the depths beneath it. Suddenly, specks of blue light began to rise from beneath Jingzhou. Ethereal spears, blades, armor, and soldiers on horseback emerged from the ground like phantoms. In an instant, a million-strong army appeared in a semi-transparent form before everyone's eyes, descending upon Jingzhou. Their battle flags boldly bore the words Knight's Shadow and Skyblade. Two unparalleled kings appeared at the front of the formation, commanding the mighty army with a mere wave. These were the Knight's Shadow King and the Skyblade King, who had once led the campaign against Jingzhou. 3,000 years later, their spectral wills re-emerged in the world. Seeing this, the Sky Sword King and the Moon Wolf King immediately dismounted to pay their respects to the ancient kings and the sages of the Great Yu. However, this spectral army could no longer feel the reverence of future generations. They existed only to protect Jingzhou. With a clear clang, a heavenly blade sliced through the boundary between life and death. "All troops, charge!" With the command, the spectral army roared forward with the force of a thunderstorm, rushing into the depths of Jingzhou. The Moon Wolf King and the Sky Sword King watched the spectral army fade into the distance until the sound of iron hooves disappeared. The Moon Wolf King finally broke the silence, whispering, "Humans will prevail." The Sky Sword King glanced back at him and replied firmly, "Of course." He paused, then continued, "The two human gods born to the Lu family in 3,000 years are both there. They will once again turn the tide and save the world." Meanwhile, beneath the land of Jingzhou, in the core space connected by the Great Bell, a radiant core like a blazing sun hovered in midair. Countless energy veins extended from the core, connecting with the land of Jingzhou. However, these veins had become unusually dim, on the brink of collapse. The once brilliant light, like a great sun, was also fading, as if the day was nearing its end. In this dim sunlight, the silhouette of the great phantom quietly emerged. He watched the core, which was nearing its end, and was about to let out a triumphant, eerie laugh. Suddenly, a blue figure emerged from the core. The great phantom's smile froze instantly. Lu Xingxi. From the depths of the Earth's core, a figure in blue slowly emerged, becoming increasingly distinct. He was clad in a dark imperial robe, his body like glass, emitting a radiant glow, resembling a deity descending to the world. This was the perfect embodiment of the 9th level of the Azure Sky Immortal technique, Azure Sky, unyielding. The appearance of Lu Xingxi instantly activated the divine and solemn aura within the core space, making it vibrant and intense. Dian's form trembled, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes. He had to admit that even as an adversary, Lu Xingxi was the most talented and extraordinary figure he had ever encountered. "You actually held back such a move," Dian exclaimed, his voice tinged with unease. Lu Xingxi smiled calmly, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. He looked up at the small courtyard and said placidly, "Don't bother. Your predecessor from the Yan clan won't be coming to your aid." Dian's heart tightened, but he maintained a facade of composure. Arrogant. That predecessor existed in the same era as the wolf god. You, Lu Xingxi, are merely a remnant soul. How dare you speak so boldly? Lu Xingxi gently shook his head, a deep look in his eyes. He looked up at the sky of Jingzhou and then down beneath the earth, as if perceiving sights beyond ordinary vision. An invisible hand had already enveloped the entire Jingzhou, holding it firmly. People say that Earthbound Immortals are the gods of the mortal realm. But what truly defines a god of the mortal realm? Lu Xingxi murmured to himself. This extraordinary descendant is the true god of the mortal realm. Seeing Lu Xingxi in a trance, Dian seized the opportunity to taunt. "If you were in your prime, Lu Xingxi, I might fear you a little. But now, as a mere remnant soul, Jingzhou, today I shall." Before he could finish, an ancient and authoritative voice suddenly resonated. "Jingzhou needs no destruction from you. I shall handle it myself." Between the veins of the earth, strands of azure energy converged, forming the silhouette of an emperor. Dian turned his head in shock to see that the newcomer was none other than the old emperor, Lu Jin. However, the old emperor's eyes now held no trace of murkiness or ineptitude. Instead, they radiated imperial majesty, his entire being exuding formidable imperial might. Dian immediately understood the situation, his expression changing drastically. They had all been deceived by Lu Jin. Dian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. He stared at the old emperor Lu Jin, his voice trembling with shock. "This old man has been pretending all along." Well. Lu Jin, you've been playing a big game behind everyone's back." Through gritted teeth, he asked, "So, you knew about our plan all along? You even orchestrated it yourself?" The old emperor Lu Jin glanced at Dian coldly, disdainful of replying. He turned to face Lu Xingxi and bowed respectfully. "Ancestor, I must trouble you." Lu Xingxi shook his head, his voice tinged with a bit of sentiment. "It's no trouble for me. I left this remnant soul to prevent the catastrophe 3,000 years later. It's being used now as it should be." He looked at Lu Jin, a hint of approval in his eyes. "You, my boy, have more resolve than I ever did." Sighing slightly, Lu Xingxi continued. "If I had been as decisive back then, perhaps the Great Yu would have taken a different path." The old emperor Lu Jin replied solemnly. Desperate times called for desperate measures, which led to the decision to detonate Jingzhou. The rupture of the Earth's core is inevitable, unstoppable, and irreversible. We might as well use it to our advantage. Upon hearing this, Dian felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in shock. You're planning to blow up Jingzhou? You're insane. Truly insane. If the ancestors of the Lu family knew." The two ignored Dian's outburst. Lu Jin looked at Lu Xingxi and simply said, "Let's begin." Lu Xingxi and Lu Jin stood facing each other, closed their eyes, and began to channel the power of the Lu family bloodline. A faint golden light emanated from their bodies, and simultaneously, the entire world of Jingzhou began to shake violently. Deafening thunder roared from the sky, and the earth groaned in agony. Every inch of Jingzhou's land was cracking and disintegrating. At this moment, Yin finally grasped the severity of the situation. His heart pounded furiously, and cold sweat drenched his body. Insane. They're truly insane, he roared inwardly. Yin suddenly realized that their plan to attack and shatter the Earth's core was entirely different from the Lu family's deliberate detonation. The Yin clan had concentrated nearly all their available resources from the human world in Jingzhou, intending to use it as a strategic point for future offensives. If Jingzhou were to explode, the entire Yin clan's deployment would be obliterated. Years of effort would go up in smoke. And most importantly, he would die? That revered elder of the Yin clan would die too. Run? We must escape, was the only thought left in Yan's mind as he turned and sprinted away from the core space. Meanwhile, chaos reigned over the battle-torn land of Jingzhou. As the rebels rampaged with their wolf-poisoned beasts, the rebel leader shouted, "Brothers, charge! Once we take this city, Jingzhou will be ours." His voice was filled with determination and excitement. But suddenly, the rebel leader's horse neighed uneasily, its hooves pawing erratically at the ground. "What's happening?" The rebel leader frowned, looking around. He noticed the distant city trembling, and the mountains and earth quaking. An earthquake? No, something's wrong. The rebel commander looked down at his horse's hooves, seeing spiderweb-like cracks on the ground, with an eerie green light seeping through. In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! Destructive green light erupted from beneath, fracturing the earth. All rebels touched by the light vanished instantly. No, run! Panic ensued as everyone turned their horses around, desperately fleeing back the way they came, trying to escape the disaster. But the speed at which the world crumbled far exceeded their imagination. Wherever the green light reached, everything turned to nothingness, and more nothingness. The terrifying sight left everyone terrified, each using all their strength to escape. However, just as they were about to reach safety, an even more despairing scene unfolded before them. A ghostly army appeared on the path they had come from, blocking their last route of escape. Thud, thud, thud. Whinny. The spectral legion's iron hooves shattered the lands of Jingzhou, a destructive green light spreading across the sky. Fearlessly, they charged forward, setting a deadly trap. Attack! Charge! The cries of battle echoed thunderously. The rebels were dumbfounded and panicked. "What on earth is this?" someone exclaimed. A rebel leader's face changed drastically. "Nightshade. Skyblade. This is the army under King Nightshade and King Skyblade from 3,000 years ago. Didn't they perish with the great calamity of Jingzhou?" "General, these are specters. We've been tricked," another high-ranking officer shouted in panic. The leader looked around as the green light erupted continuously, carrying a threat of destruction. He gritted his teeth. Well played, Emperor Lu Xingxi. He foresaw this day 3,000 years ago, using the core of the earth to project the will of this army. It was all to lure us in and finally detonate the earth's core to wipe us out. What? This is Lu Xingxi's doing. The surrounding rebel leaders became even more alarmed and uneasy. "General, what should we do?" they asked urgently, clinging to him as their last hope. The leader surveyed the oncoming spectral legion with a grim expression. He let out a cold laugh. "What should we do? Charge. Whether we live or die depends on whether Lu Xingxi is more cunning or if the figures of the Nightmare Clan can outmatch him. Let's go." With that, he led the charge into the spectral legion, attempting to break through the encirclement. The rebels followed, fighting desperately. The destructive green light, like the scythe of death, pursued them relentlessly. Jingzhou disintegrated piece by piece in this catastrophe, reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, at the edge of Jingzhou, Wan Hufa watched the terrifying green light from afar, unable to suppress his laughter. "Ha! Ha!" Yun Hufa glanced at him, a mysterious gleam in his dark eyes. The deputy leader and others also turned to look. "Do you find it funny?" someone asked coldly. Wan Hufa unveiled his black robe, revealing a strong, powerful face with a smirk. "Of course it's funny, don't you think?" No one responded to him. Yun Hufa looked at him as if he were an idiot. Wan Hufa's smile froze. Something was wrong. The reactions of these people were all wrong. Suddenly, a large hand clapped heavily on Wan Hufa's shoulder. He turned his head. It was the deputy leader. "You still haven't changed. Always so rash and impatient," the deputy leader said calmly. "Since you joined us, I've been teaching you this lesson, but you never learn." Wan Hufa's heart suddenly sank. Yun Hufa said coldly, "Not everyone earns the favor of the deputy leader. You think you've hidden well, but in fact, the deputy leader knows everything." Wan Hufa's pupils contracted suddenly. "Wah? What do you mean?" The deputy leader patted his shoulder again, with a hint of barely detectable sarcasm in his voice. "Detonating Jingzhou. I must say, you are indeed very bold." At first, the decision made by the Lu family shocked everyone. They had the audacity to voluntarily abandon Jingzhou. This news hit Wan Hufa like a sledgehammer, striking him with great force. You knew all along?" Wan Hufa's face turned pale, his voice trembling with disbelief. The deputy leader remained expressionless, his tone unnervingly calm. "Then why do you think I concentrated our forces in Jingzhou? To let you detonate, to let you kill?" He suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with indifference to life. Ha ha ha. Do you care about the lives of a bunch of ants? Especially when they are more useful dead than alive. Wan Hufa was at a loss for words. An unprecedented sense of unease swept over him, as if something terrifying was about to descend. The deputy leader said no more, merely gazing at the distant green light. After a long silence, he spoke quietly. 10,000 years is a long time, long enough for the world to forget his existence. But he has never forgotten the world, never forgotten the Lu family. He is the true trump card we of the Yin clan prepared for Lu Chen. The scene shifts to a small courtyard in Jingzhou City. The Yin was panting heavily, his eyes filled with terror. He stared incredulously at Lu Chen, this being who seemed more like a member of the Yin clan, more like a demon. After Lu Chen finished reading De Yan's memories, he embarked on a wild mental construction, constructing a barrier of energy and blood within De Yan's body, merging human martial arts energy and Yin energy, draining his blood, concentrating it, then infusing it with human blood. I'm a land immortal. De Yin roared inwardly. A dignified land immortal, reduced to an experiment in Lu Chen's hands, subjected to such dreadful torture. He couldn't help but wonder who the real demon was. Fear completely consumed De Yin. He fell to his knees, pleading tearfully. Please, spare me, your highness. I can still be of use to you. I can be a spy among the Yin clan. I know many secrets. I know the secret of the coffin bearer. I know that the Red Lady is a conservative within the Yin clan, and I know that the ancient human immortals fled too. Before he could finish, De Yin suddenly froze. These revelations. He looked at Lu Chen in horror, recalling the terrifying red moon from earlier. He completely broke down, kneeling and losing all dignity of a land immortal. Spare me, your highness, please spare me. At that moment, a bright light erupted in the sky. Following that, the whole world seemed to fall into chaos. De Yin looked up in disbelief, muttering to himself, this is you. You're insane. The Lu family is truly insane. To deliberately trigger a core explosion, sacrificing the lives of millions as bait. The Lu royal family, you're ruthless. He turned to Wu Ji and the others, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Look, this is your human guardian deity. The royal family doesn't care about your lives. Wu Ji remained expressionless, having already prepared himself mentally. To him, any war inevitably involves sacrifice, especially in a race war that has been brewing for thousands of years. Sacrificing one province to secure the peace of the entire Yu Dynasty was worth it. The demon lord and others frowned slightly, seemingly unimpressed by De Yan's words. In the tranquil courtyard, Lu Chen quietly observed his palm, his voice calm and chilling. The people of Jingzhou are all within my grasp. Life or death. Lu Chen's cold gaze swept over De Yan, with his eyes shining brightly in black and white, like two interwoven celestial bodies. His voice was low and resolute. I make the call. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Chen's right hand closed slightly. In his palm, a miniature Jingzhou appeared out of thin air, filled with a destructive green light. Countless black dots, like ants, were frantically charging and clashing within this palm-sized world. Run, run. The cries of terror echoed throughout Jingzhou. Under the annihilating green light, everyone was thrown into a chaotic struggle for survival. They desperately fled, attempting to escape the encroaching green light from the Earth's core. Yet, how could mere mortals withstand such apocalyptic terror? In an instant, the blade of destruction was upon the citizens of Jingzhou. The despairing populace closed their eyes, letting out heart-wrenching screams, convinced they were doomed. But one breath passed, then two. Their consciousness remained clear, and they felt no pain. The citizens opened their eyes in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. I'm not dead. I'm okay, someone murmured. Suddenly, a shout pierced the silence. Look below. Following the voice, everyone gasped in shock, their fear palpable. Beneath them was nothingness. They were all suspended in midair, and the once solid land of Jingzhou had vanished, leaving a gaping void in its place. More astonishingly, beneath this void lay a gigantic hand, supporting the entire land of Jingzhou. Glancing around, they could vaguely see 5 towering white jade pillars standing between heaven and earth, holding up the precarious sky. My God, the crowd exclaimed. Meanwhile, in the core space, the old Emperor Lu Jin's lips twitched slightly. He recalled his conversation with Lu Chen before their parting. Father's plan, succeed or fail, just go ahead with it. This Jingzhou, I will handle the aftermath. So this is what you meant by handling the aftermath? Quite literally indeed. Lu Jin mused to himself. He also remembered the bold words Lu Chen had said when being made crown prince. The heavens see me as a star. The earthly immortals see me as the moon. With me, you will not fall into chaos. At the time, he thought it was youthful arrogance, but now it seemed like the plain truth. Lu Jin was filled with a mix of emotions: relief, reassurance, and a touch of bewilderment and embarrassment. Ultimately, this complex feeling turned into a long sigh. My greatest contribution to the mortal world might just be fathering the 5th son. How fortunate. Lu Xingxi glanced at Lu Jin, teasingly remarked, give you a tail, and you'd wag it up to the heavens. Showing off in front of a mere remnant soul. Isn't it because of your excellent bloodline, old ancestor? Lu Jin replied with a smile. Lu Xingxi shook his head with a laugh. Then his expression became serious. He took one last look at the mortal world, finally letting go of his worries. With Lu Jin and Lu Chen present, even if the Earth's core shattered, the mortal world would not fall. Do you? Lu Xingxi solemnly bowed to Lu Jin and then towards Lu Chen's direction. I entrust it to you. As soon as he spoke, Lu Xingxi's remnant soul exhausted its last bit of power, dissipating into the boundless green light. With this solemn cry, a devastating beam of green light erupted from the core of the earth above Jingzhou. This light seemed to possess intelligence, distinguishing friend from foe. The rebel forces were instantly obliterated, reduced to ashes, while the virtuous citizens of Jingzhou remained untouched. Under this all-encompassing assault, the rebels causing chaos from all directions vanished in an instant. Jingzhou was erased from the map of the Great Yu, leaving only a void. The only remnants were the Jingzhou citizens suspended in midair in a tranquil, charming courtyard. Even more astonishing was the appearance of a colossal divine hand, manifesting fully in the mortal realm, visible to all. Following the direction of this hand, the crowd vaguely recognized a familiar figure, their crown prince, Lu Chen. Lu Chen sat serenely amidst the clouds, gazing at everyone from a world apart. Beside him was a stone table, behind him a lush grove with flowing streams, exuding an air of elegance. The people of Jingzhou were like fish trapped in the palm of the crown prince. Time seemed to stand still, and a profound silence enveloped the world. No one knew how much time passed before one Hufa, surrounded by others at the edge of Jingzhou and Huizhou, suddenly burst into wild laughter. Hurrah! So what if you've uncovered the Jingzhou plan? Can you surpass the challenge posed by our crown prince? Humanity will prevail. One Hufa's face twisted into a ghastly grin. All you wretched dogs of the Nightmare Clan, perish. One Hufa cursed with fervor, reveling in his words. However, the vice leader and Yun Hufa were left speechless, unable to retort. They stared blankly at the overwhelming figure, their hearts trembling with disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? They muttered in disbelief at the sight before them. A world in the palm of his hand. The exclamation thundered through the minds of everyone present. Incredibly, Lu Chen's palm held the entire mirror prefecture. The onlookers stared wide-eyed, struggling to believe the astonishing scene before them. An earthly immortal? This was no ordinary earthly immortal. The Yin clan had encountered earthly immortals before, but none wielded such earth-shattering power. To silently encompass an entire prefecture within one's hand defied all their understanding of what an earthly immortal could do. Their minds were in turmoil, their thoughts racing. They had assumed holding in the palm was merely an exaggeration, a metaphor for the strategic brilliance of wise tacticians. Yet the reality before them was a tangible and breathtaking spectacle. A pristine white hand cradled the entire mirror prefecture in its palm. Above, a towering figure seemed to stand beyond the world, gazing down upon all beings. Such a scene was akin to the legends of gods who created the heavens and the earth. In a daze, the protectors envisioned scenes of their own making. As they schemed and executed their plans behind the curtain, and ever watchful I had observed their every move from beyond. Their so-called rebellion, their disruption of mirror prefecture, had all unfolded within someone else's grasp. If that great hand were to close, they would be trapped with no escape. With a mere turn of the hand, the world could be overturned. This was truly a game played with the universe as the board and all beings as mere pieces. No wonder the demon lord had remained silent since entering Mirror Prefecture City. They had been in someone else's grasp all along, unable to stir any significant action. Haha. After a few bitter laughs, several protectors could no longer bear the sudden terror and fell to their knees. Cold sweat soaked their backs, leaving them chilled to the bone. Heavens! Chilled sighs of disbelief spread across the wilds of Anhui. Yun Protector glanced at them, surprisingly refraining from mocking their foolishness and cowardice. For he, too, felt no better at this moment. After a pause, Yun Protector looked at the deputy leader, his voice trembling slightly. Deputy leader, do you have any backup plans? Are the deaths of those people enough for that great being to descend? The deputy leader remained silent, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The descent of that great being? Never mind whether the deaths in Mirror Prefecture were enough to summon even a moment of that entity's presence. Even if it did descend, what then? Faced with the world in the palm technique, how could they possibly fight? It was utterly futile. In the face of such absolute disparity, all strategies were rendered meaningless. The deputy leader's heart was awash with a sea of bitterness and mixed emotions. He had often lamented the Lu family's divine favor, how at the brink of collapse, a peerless emperor like Lu Shengxi would always emerge to save the day. He had resented the heavens' partiality. But now, he suddenly felt Lu Shengxi wasn't so detestable after all. At least Lu Shengxi was still human. But this Lu Chen, could he even be considered human? Bring back Lu Xingxi, the deputy leader silently prayed. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw that towering figure, seemingly from another dimension, casting an appraising eye in his direction. The deputy leader trembled all over, as if seen through by a pair of eyes that could pierce everything. Under Lu Chen's divine gaze, he had no secrets left. Yet, to his surprise, he noticed black and white suns and moons rising in Lu Chen's eyes, with a hint of curious anticipation. What is there to expect from me? You're overestimating me, the deputy leader thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt his soul lift, and his body became extraordinarily light. Deputy leader, Yu, came the exclamations from Yun Protector and the others. Turning his head, he found himself looking down at them from above. So, I really am flying, was the deputy leader's last thought. In the next moment, a consuming black flame erupted within him. With a loud boom, the black flames engulfed everything, instantly reducing him to ashes. A shadow rose from the ashes, crossing worlds. The appearance of this shadow caused the entire sky to darken abruptly. An oppressive, suffocating feeling enveloped the world, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. The world began to hum, as a massive shadow loomed over the horizon, standing in the void, confronting Lu Chen in the heavens. An ominous aura spread from it, plunging the world into darkness. The darkness surrounded it, forging its divine might, standing in stark opposition to Lu Chen. The scent of the mortal world, it's been a long time, the dark shadow sighed with a decayed, hoarse voice, spanning eternity. It lowered its gaze, its pitch-black eyes seemingly ready to devour the people of Jingzhou, making all beings tremble, until the hand that ruled Jingzhou emitted an eternal, shimmering divine light, dispelling its darkness. A world in the palm. In this era, where immortals and gods have vanished, and the Azure Sky formation suppresses everything, you have managed to master such a divine skill on your own. Even in our time, you would have been remarkable. But unfortunately, the dark shadow's tone shifted, revealing murderous intent. You've protected Jingzhou, but how can you stop me? Before the words had fully left its mouth, the dark shadow rushed toward the elegant courtyard in the void like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, a tremendous impact erupted in the courtyard. Two semicircular shockwaves blossomed like flowers, creating a unique splendor in the void of Jingzhou. Boom! The sound of the impact and the fierce wind filled the air, stirring everyone's hearts. Yin Protector and the others felt a momentary relief, thinking, did it work? Meanwhile, the people of Jingzhou felt a tightening in their hearts. Many knowledgeable members of the human race's leadership frowned, realizing that the crown prince, in his effort to protect the people of Jingzhou, would inevitably have to divide his attention, effectively binding one of his hands. However, in the quiet, elegant courtyard, the turmoil gradually subsided. The dark shadow squinted, watching Lu Chen. Its hoarse voice carried an oppressive darkness and a hint of puzzlement. Protective astral energy? The dark shadow's advance suddenly halted, stopped by an invisible barrier. It let out a puzzled sound, freezing the entire scene. Da Yin stood to the side, a hint of relief flashing across his face. It wasn't just him who was blocked. Even this powerful entity couldn't break through the seemingly ridiculous protective energy. Everyone is the same, Da Yin thought to himself, feeling a small sense of comfort. However, his slight relief didn't go unnoticed by the dark shadow. Its icy gaze swept over Da Yin, as if capable of freezing his soul. Da Yin felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, quickly dispelling any disrespectful thoughts from his mind, repeatedly thinking, I'm unworthy, please calm down. At that moment, a hoarse, decaying voice broke the silence. Ordinary protective energy, no matter how advanced, is still rudimentary and insignificant. But you've managed to refine it into such a precise defensive technique. Humph, a waste of time. Despite the disdain in its tone, the dark shadow was secretly surprised. To elevate protective energy to this level was indeed unexpected from this young Lu family member. Lu Chen maintained a calm expression, but upon hearing the shadow's words, a flicker of interest appeared in his eyes. Finally, someone with insight has arrived. Not bad, he said casually, glancing at Da Yin. Da Yin lowered his head, not daring to speak. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. The dark shadow laughed at Lu Chen's comment. Not bad. That's all the praise I get from you. If those from the Yin realm heard this, they'd probably lament how today's youth are so unaware of their limits. Do you even know who I am? Do you know this is merely a projection of my will? Lu Chen had already learned the identity of the shadow from Da Yan's memories. It was the Death Whisperer, one of the rulers of the Yin realm, the embodiment of death. In ancient times, countless immortals and gods perished at its hands, marking the end of the Age of Gods. Each death strengthened its power, making it unstoppable. If not for the severe wounding and sealing by the Lu family's founding emperor, its deathly force would have devoured the entire world. Thus, the Death Whisperer harbored deep hatred for the Lu family. Now, With the emergence of cracks in the Azure Sky array and the imbalance of world rules, it eagerly appeared, vowing to destroy the Lu family and obliterate the founding emperor's legacy. The Taiping sect and the Yan clan deliberately sent their forces to Jingzhou to be slaughtered, largely to satisfy the Death Whisperer's thirst for death. Whether it was Yan clan or humans dying, as long as life was extinguished, it was the best tribute to the Death Whisperer, the perfect offering for its descent to the human realm. Because of these reasons, Chen found himself increasingly interested in the Death Whisperer's will before him. The Death Whisperer had waited too long, been lonely for too long, and now, finally, a worthy opponent had appeared in the human world, someone who could contend with it. Even though it was merely a projection of the Death Whisperer, Chen felt a twinge of anticipation. Ignoring the threats of the Death Whisperer, Chen extended his hand calmly and said, "This isn't your true form, and it's not fair to use my cultivation level to bully you. How about a game instead?" Before he finished speaking, the tiny mirror state in Chen's palm began to restore at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, the world turned upside down. Chen's face once again appeared clearly in the sky, while the Death Whisperer found himself unknowingly trapped in Chen's palm. Chen's voice echoed with divine authority. "If you can escape my palm before the mirror state is fully restored, I'll let you go." Upon hearing this, the Death Whisperer's face, hidden in darkness, turned as dark as water. He roared, "Arrogant child! Even your ancestor Lu Xinghe wouldn't dare to act so presumptuously before me." With that, the Death Whisperer unleashed overwhelming demonic power. The heavy aura of death, mixed with his fury, swept across the vast heavens and brought endless darkness once more. The wind howled, carrying the hoarse whispers of the departed. However, Chen in the sky ignored the Death Whisperer's outburst and simply said calmly, "Time is running out." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. The world inverted, the galaxy reversed. The mirror state, which had been reduced to nothingness in the Earth's core green light, began to restore in an unimaginable way. The edges of the mirror state re-emerged from the void, reconstructing in reverse along the path of destruction. Mountains filled the seas, ruins were rebuilt, and brand new cities rose up again, standing on the mirror state's land. This scene was nothing short of a miracle, with time flowing backward. The guardians at the edge of Huizhou, including Yun, were dumbfounded, witnessing the entire process of the mirror state's rebirth from void to ruins to completeness. Their hopes plummeted once more, leaving them anxious and uneasy. The Death Whisperer at the center of the mirror state watched this unfold, burning with rage. How dare the Lu family boy humiliate him, the embodiment of death, in this way? Even the last human emperor, Lu Xinghe, didn't have such audacity. Yet, at this moment, the Death Whisperer was merely a wisp of will, suppressed by the laws of the mortal realm, unable to oppose Chen, who held the advantage. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and glanced deeply at Chen in the sky. "Fine. Very well." The deep-seated hatred in the Death Whisperer's eyes was almost tangible. "Lu family boy, this time I was careless." With that, the Death Whisperer cast a final glance at the mortal world and the people of the mirror state. Then his entire shadow suddenly self-immolated. He detonated this wisp of will, leaving only a curse filled with resentment. "Next time, we'll settle old scores anew." However, how could Chen let him escape so easily? The game has just begun. How can you leave halfway? This mortal realm isn't a place you can come and go as you please. The world in his palm reversed again, forcibly suppressing the Death Whisperer's self-destruction. His will was compelled to return to the mortal realm. Chen said coldly, "Continue. Try to escape." After a brief silence, the darkness between heaven and earth suddenly exploded. The Death Whisperer's furious roar, filled with the call of death, echoed through the vastness. Chen. An ominous gale, laden with the gloom of death, swept across the world. The air surged, lifting snowflakes into the sky. The aura of death in the Death Whisperer's eyes seemed tangible, dripping and gathering into a river. He coldly declared, "You want to play, do you? Fine. Let's see how much weight your hand can bear. How much you can handle." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the river of death surged forth, instantly covering the entire Jingzhou. In the pitch-black waters, countless spirits and ghosts churned, emitting chilling cries. All who witnessed this felt their hearts plunge into a lightless abyss of the dead. The Death Whisperer hovered above this abyss, commanding the river of death with a cold, detached gaze over all beings. The river relentlessly scoured the land of Jingzhou, and each time the ground began to recover, the icy waters would engulf it again, until it vanished once more. Yet, every time the river of death consumed an area, the land of Jingzhou would reassemble from the void. Majestic mountains and colossal rocks would rise, forming barriers to resist the tide, attempting to fill the defiant river of death. This scene painted a surreal picture across the vast heavens and earth. In the palm of a divine hand, black seas surged. Amidst the sea, mountain island stood tall. The master of death rode the winds, facing a great figure emitting boundless azure light beyond the sky. One high, one low, one sky, one earth, one light, one dark, like the polar opposites of the world, exuding an epic grandeur. At this moment, not only the people of Jingzhou but also those in the farthest reaches within mortal sight were all stunned. They finally witnessed firsthand what it meant when gods fought, a legendary scene playing out before their very eyes. Those within Jingzhou, nestled in the giant palm, felt it most profoundly. The rolling black sea of death lay beneath their feet, and the ever-emerging mountains rose beside them, enacting the ancient myth of moving mountains and filling seas. Now, people finally understood that those stories and picture books and legends passed down through generations might not be mere fiction, but a true history. Ancient gods and deities might indeed have existed, for at this moment, a god stood among them. The Moon Wolf King and the Heavenly Sword King silently watched the confrontation of light and dark. After a long pause, the Moon Wolf King murmured with a hint of dryness, "Are we, the descendants, really so far removed from the era of our wolf god ancestors?" The Heavenly Sword King did not respond, for he too had no time for anything else. "Do you think that guy can escape the Crown Prince's grasp?" The Moon Wolf King suddenly asked, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. His question hit the mark not about whether Chen could win, but whether the Whisper could escape. Hidden in his words was a deeper meaning, not blind confidence in Chen, but an observation of the scene before them. The Moon Wolf King looked down at the surging black sea beneath him, a stark threat of death, chilling to the bone. Yet, this terrifying black tide flowed under their feet without harming them. Clearly, their human god, Chen, while fighting against the Black Sea, still had the strength to protect them all. This scene silently spoke of the disparity in power between the two sides in this world held in the palm. The master ultimately decides the outcome. The Whisperer understood this. It had to admit that it underestimated Chen and overestimated the number of dead souls from the Battle of Jingzhou. This faint will from another realm was far from enough to contend with Chen. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. Defeat was not surprising. After all, it was just a faint will. Losing did not prove anything, but it could not bear such a humiliating defeat. This was like a cat playing with a mouse. It was the renowned Whisperer, returning in such disgrace. Who knows how Hong Yangzi and Bei Guanren would mock it? Amidst its turbulent emotions, the Whisperer's dark, eerie eyes caught sight of Yun Hufa and the others at the edge of Huizhou. Its eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, a black wave surged towards Yun Hufa and the others. With a snap, they were absorbed into the Whisperer's power without uttering a sound, leaving only Wan Hufa, the undercover, unscathed. "I'm alive." Wan Hufa was stunned, incredulously examining his unharmed body. Seeing this, the Whisperer clenched its fists, its anger and humiliation intensifying. Wan Hufa's survival meant that Chen could have spared Yun Hufa and the others, but he chose not to, only protecting his own, Wan Hufa, while letting the others be consumed to bolster the Whisperer's power. "Chen, you're too arrogant." The Whisperer roared in fury, determined to make a final stand. A massive black hand of death emerged from the Black Sea, reaching towards Chen in the sky. This strike was all-encompassing, attempting to break free from the prison of the world in the palm. Facing the Whisperer's enraged strike, the human god beyond the sky finally spoke again, with a hint of interest in his voice. "Not bad. But just not bad." The human god casually flipped his giant hand. In an instant, the earth of Jingzhou was turned upside down. The god planted a seed of soil in the Black Sea, instantly spanning all directions, flattening the Black Sea. Countless mountains rose from the ground, pressing towards the Whisperer. Huge stones fell from the sky, aiming to suppress and completely bury the Whisperer. The contours of these mountains and stones faintly outlined a giant hand closing in. "Impossible to escape," the Whisperer roared in despair. "How dare you?" The Whisperer exerted all its strength, trying to break the prison of Chen's giant hand. The once dormant power of death became exceptionally violent at that moment. But all was in vain. The world in the palm closed in, and the giant hand pressed down. Bang! The Whisperer's struggle shattered like a bubble. Chen, the Whisperer's final roar echoed across the heavens and the earth. Boom! Boom! Mountains and rivers returned to their places, and fragments of stones flew through the air. They landed heavily on the land of Jingzhou, completely subduing and eternally burying the Whisperer. These fragments piled up into a peculiar-looking giant mountain, resembling a huge hand, silently telling the tale of this legendary past. "Ah, curse you!" In the dark and lightless realm of shadows, a decayed and hoarse roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. This was the voice of the realm's master, the embodiment of death, the Whisperer of death filled with extreme hatred and fury. At that moment, the entire shadow realm trembled violently, and the aura of death reached its peak. All living beings shivered at the sound, their faces filled with terror. Who could provoke the Supreme Master to such wrath? Could it be a disagreement with other rulers of the Shadow Realm? In the east of the Shadow Realm, amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a ragged young man carrying a bronze coffin looked up at the swirling aura of death. He let out a heartless laugh. Ha ha ha. Besides the eyeless goddess and Lu Xinghe, who else could infuriate him like this? Interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, a paper figure, entirely pale, appeared beside him, yawning and asking, "Coffin bearer, what's got the whisperer of death riled up again?" The coffin bearer chuckled. "Oh, even the paper crafter is awake." The paper crafter shrugged. "I can sleep anytime, but the whisperer's antics aren't something you see every day." The two exchanged amused glances and continued discussing the reason for the whisperer's anger. The coffin bearer mentioned a new cultivator from the Lu family who had reached the rare Azure Sky realm, speculating that he might have angered the whisperer. The paper crafter curiously asked, "Aren't you going to intervene?" The coffin bearer shook his head, pointing to the bronze coffin on his back. "I only listen to my precious coffin." The paper crafter looked silently at the bronze coffin. This was the coffin bearer's greatest secret, and many speculated about its contents. Some said it held the first treasure of creation, others believed it contained the coffin bearer's own body, and some thought it was a world he had created. But only the coffin bearer knew the truth. Changing the subject, the coffin bearer asked, "With the core of Jingzhou shattered and a breach in the Azure Sky array, don't you want to fan the flames and fully conquer the human world? Visit the human world again." The paper crafter shook his head, his gaze seemingly piercing the barrier of the Shadow Realm to look at the flourishing human world. Conquer the human world? Not interested. That's something only extremists like the Whisperer enjoy. His eyes showed a trace of nostalgia. The human world is wonderful, but what I seek is not the human world. At that moment, the people of Jingzhou finally set foot again on the land they called home. Immediately, the people of Jingzhou eagerly explored their newly transformed homeland, recreated by the gods of the human world. Their eyes scanned every inch of land and every building, searching for signs of change. Yet, soon astonishment replaced their curiosity. Except for a newly appeared majestic mountain standing tall, Jingzhou looked exactly as they remembered. The streets still wound as before, and the houses remained in orderly rows. What was even more astonishing was that upon opening their doors, they found everything inside from the arrangement of books to the position of tables and chairs unchanged. This familiarity left the residents of Jingzhou, who had endured upheaval, in a daze. They stood still, eyes unfocused, as if waking from a grand dream. Was the thrilling upheaval, the earth-shattering reformation, and the chaos of Jingzhou merely a collective illusion? However, reality soon confirmed it was no dream. Everyone simultaneously realized they had indeed experienced a monumental transformation, all thanks to the godlike power of the Crown Prince. Praise the Crown Prince, a god among men. Cheers erupted, and the entire Jingzhou boiled with excitement. The grateful populace lauded the Crown Prince's unparalleled might, their gratitude evident in every word. Meanwhile, the leaders of various factions in Jingzhou also snapped out of their shock. Filled with a pilgrimage-like zeal, they rushed towards the city center of Jingzhou. The sound of galloping horses and the rising dust seemed to signify the entire region converging on the city, a symbol of power and divine intervention. In a modest courtyard within Jingzhou City, the atmosphere sharply contrasted with the outside jubilation. Da Yan huddled, trying to minimize his presence, afraid to attract Lu Chen's attention. Wu Ji, Demon Lord, and others appeared bewildered, as if they had suddenly forgotten their identities and intentions. The Demon Lord felt particularly conflicted. He began questioning the purpose of his visit. Was it to deliver the scheming Dian? Or had he, like others, been kept in the dark from the start? This thought sent chills down his spine, making him long to leave this place of intrigue immediately. Yet, when his gaze fell on Lu Chen, an uncontrollable yearning arose. As a legendary figure in the demonic path, the Demon Lord had always harbored a passion for martial arts. For years, he had been stuck at the celestial realm, unable to progress. Now, faced with a truly divine being, he was eager for even a single piece of advice. As the Demon Lord hesitated on how to speak, Lu Chen, as if reading his mind, suddenly said, "The inability to break through to the terrestrial immortal realm isn't your fault. It's the celestial formation and the laws of this world. Be patient and wait." Hearing this, the Demon Lord looked at Lu Chen with a complex expression. He thought to himself that Lu Chen had not only broken through but seemed to have surpassed the terrestrial immortal realm by far. This gap left the Demon Lord both envious and puzzled. Lu Chen, seemingly unaware of the Demon Lord's inner turmoil, continued, "I am quite interested in your demonic arts. Later, I will seek you out." With that, Lu Chen glanced at Wu Ji, who immediately understood, stood up, and no longer looked weak. He said to the Demon Lord, "Demon Lord, please come with me." The Demon Lord nodded in agreement, knowing many were eager to see Lu Chen and that it was not appropriate for him to linger. "I shall take my leave," he said respectfully. then followed Wu Ji out of the courtyard. The courtyard was left with only Lu Chen, Chen Shi, Lan Yun, and the terrestrial immortal De Yin trying hard to remain inconspicuous. Silence descended, like the calm before a storm. Occasionally, a faint rustling sound would emerge from the dark corner of the courtyard, sending a chill down to Yan's spine and spreading despair within him. He realized that even the will of the necromancer had succumbed to the devilish presence of Lu Chen. In his heart, he frantically pleaded, "Don't look at me. Please don't look at me." But fate had other plans. A cool autumn breeze swept through the courtyard, carrying with it the chill of winter. De Yin could clearly sense the trembling sound growing stronger, as if begging, "Your Highness, spare me." Lu Chen merely glanced at De Yin indifferently before shifting his gaze away. He harbored no murderous intent, as he had more plans to execute involving this individual. Then, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Chen Shi. Her calm demeanor surprised him. Whether it was De Yan's attack or the arrival of the necromancer, Chen Shi remained quiet. It seemed she simply wanted to follow Lu Chen, no matter where he went. In her daily life, she would either play music or hone her painting skills, quiet and focused, much like Lu Chen himself. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Chen Shi touched her face in confusion and looked at Lan Yun beside her, asking, "Is there something on my face?" Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and instructed, "I have some private matters to attend to. If anyone comes looking, let Luo Feng handle it as usual. As for this Yin, once he's rested, let him play some tunes to cleanse the Yin aura. I have important plans for him later." "Yes," the attendant responded. Lu Chen's form gradually became ethereal, transforming into shimmering streams of light that dissipated into the courtyard. In the next moment, Lu Chen appeared in the vast core space. Tiny specks of blue light coalesced into his figure, and he quietly approached the old Emperor Lu Jin from behind. The old emperor was staring blankly at the spot where the core used to be. Only upon sensing Lu Chen's presence did he snap out of his daze, a smile appearing on his face. "Old Five is here. You've given me quite a surprise again, young man," the old emperor remarked. Lu Chen responded calmly. "I should have informed you earlier, father." The old emperor sighed helplessly. "Back then, I thought you were just boasting. Who would have thought you truly possessed such abilities? Even the former human god, Emperor Gingshi, wasn't as formidable as you. Not only have you mastered the world within your grasp, but you've also crushed the will of the mighty necromancer." Mentioning the necromancer, the old emperor's expression grew serious. "Regarding the individual you just battled, are you already aware?" Lu Chen nodded. "The necromancer, the embodiment of death, the ruler of the Yin realm that buried the ancient immortals and gods. I only learned about it recently." The old emperor was slightly surprised. "You seem not the least bit surprised?" "There's nothing to be surprised about," Lu Chen explained. "On one hand, my realm has far surpassed the earthly immortal realm, and I clearly understand that the earthly immortal realm is not the ultimate destination for a martial artist. In the grand scheme of things, the so-called earthly immortals of human realms are but a drop in the ocean when faced with the limits of what the universe can bear." Standing atop the palace, Lu Chen gazed into the distance, his mind awash with thoughts. He understood deeply that the path of martial artists today is still incomplete compared to the vast universe. Why is martial arts incomplete? This question was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Lu Chen's heart. He recalled his extensive reading, where fragments of ancient tales about immortals and deities surfaced in his mind. The hints of mysterious techniques like the eyes of life and death all suggested a grand, flourishing era of diverse schools in ancient times. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the swift and fierce horse reserved for the royal court. Unlike the half-blooded demonic beasts like the blood-mist horse, these were the genuine descendants of ancient mythical beasts. Yet, their decline with each generation seemed to prove something. There must be a reason for all this, Lu Chen muttered to himself, rapidly considering various possibilities. Was it a drastic change in the world that made the environment unsuitable for immortals and mythical beasts? Did ancient deities fight over something so fiercely that it led to their demise and the severing of their legacies? Or was there an invasion by formidable foes, forcing the deities to abandon this realm? As Lu Chen was deep in thought, the old emperor's voice interrupted him. "These messages all come from that great nightmare," the old emperor said slowly. "In the nightmare realm, a great nightmare of the earthly immortal level isn't a significant figure. Some matters are naturally better known to the Lu family emperors who have fought against the Nightmare clan for nearly 10,000 years." The old emperor sighed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "It's a long story involving many names of immortals and the rulers of the Nightmare realm," he said in a low, grave voice. "These names carry consequences. Mentioning them lightly will alert them. Even with the suppression of the Azure Sky formation, there's no guarantee that nothing will go wrong." The old emperor paused, staring intently at Lu Chen. "This is also the main reason I've pretended to be foolish all these years." But now he suddenly chuckled. "Even the Death Whisperer has been humiliated by you. Boy, so what's there left to hide? Perhaps at this very moment, its true form is glaring at the two of us." Before he finished speaking, the old emperor suddenly coughed violently, his face turning pale. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just an old ailment. He waved his hand, indicating he was fine. Let me start with one principle. The old emperor took a deep breath and uttered 4 words. Balance of yin and yang. He continued to explain. Everything in existence complements and counteracts each other. Extreme yang gives birth to yin, and extreme yin gives rise to yang. Just as when a deadly poison emerges, the antidote is bound to sprout somewhere in the world. This is balance, the ultimate truth that all things follow, and the most fundamental law of the universe. The old emperor's gaze became profound. At the same time, it is also the initial cause of the ancient catastrophe. He used an analogy to clarify, like I mentioned earlier about poison and antidote. Poison must have an antidote. This should be the principle of balance. But if one day, the world only produces poison and no longer creates antidotes, the old emperor's voice grew somber. What then should people do? The old emperor's gaze fell on the spot in the core space where the Earth's core should have been. With a complex expression, he murmured softly, "Then we can only escape, only hide." He sighed and continued. On a certain day in ancient times, the balance of this world completely tilted. The power of the Nightmare clan grew unprecedentedly strong, and led by the Death Dominator, the clan swept in like a colossal wave. The human race, along with the immortals and gods, rose to fight back, but were continuously defeated, unable to stop them. The old emperor's voice was somber, as if he had personally experienced the catastrophe. The world was on the verge of falling, and the entire realm was gripped by panic. It's like telling people of our era that the Nightmare clan has invaded, and even Lu Xingxi and Lu Chen are powerless to resist. Can you imagine such despair? He pointed to a void, continuing, the immortals and gods divided the ancient continent, taking their respective divine nations to retreat. In the end, only our Lu family remained on the front line of the human world. We transformed our ancestral land into the human defense line. This realm called Dayu is merely a small part of what was once the ancient continent. The old emperor's eyes showed a hint of longing. According to our ancestors, the ancient continent had a medium-sized tribe called Tianhin, ruling over 197 smaller tribes. One of these, the Xianling tribe, had a territory 3 times the size of Dayu's 36 states. And this was just a drop in the ocean. He looked at Lu Chen with a hint of teasing in his eyes. How about it? Does it seem unimaginable? That vast ancient era, with countless tribes, must have been incredibly vibrant and exciting. I was also astounded when I first learned about these things. Lu Chen replied blandly without any expression. It is quite large. The old emperor's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling all interest vanish. He quickly added, what if I told you that this so-called ancient continent was once entirely under Dayu's domain, with the Tianhin tribe under the rule of our Lu family, equivalent to the status of a state governor today? Lu Chen simply responded with a light, "Oh," calmly saying, "That's nice, but it's a pity there's only this much left." The old emperor was momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled his own shock upon first learning these earth-shattering secrets, and then looked at his son's unruffled expression, marveling silently. Thinking of Lu Chen's extraordinary ability to seize Jingzhou at a whim and humiliate the Death Dominator, the old emperor shook his head inwardly. To see any emotion on this prodigious son's face seemed harder than reaching the heavens. The old emperor paused for a moment, his brows slightly furrowed as if he were choosing his words carefully. He took a deep breath, his tone tinged with a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by only this much left? That was the hope that the ancestors of the Lu family deliberately split off for the immortals to take away. No, more accurately. His voice lowered, and a trace of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Rather than saying the immortals took it, it would be more accurate to say that our ancestral emperor, the founding sovereign, left the ancient continent with the ancestral land, transforming into this gateway of the mortal world, creating a barrier before humanity to seize that last thread of hope. The old emperor's gaze turned profound, as if it transcended time and space. Thus began the millennia-long struggle between our Lu family and the Yayan tribe, and the sacrifices of generation after generation of Lu family emperors. At this point, the emperor's expression suddenly became distant, as if he recalled something. His eyes revealed a touch of sorrow, his voice becoming more somber. Perhaps he was remembering his father, Emperor Zhao Xian, or the Gongshi Emperor Lu Xingxi, who had fallen 3,000 years ago yet still cared about the mortal world. He might also be thinking of the past emperors who labored their entire lives to resist the Yayan tribe and maintain the Azure Sky array. You might think the ancestral emperor was foolish, that he doomed the descendants of the Lu family to a tragic fate. The old emperor said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. But in that era, someone had to step forward. Someone had to bear the burden for all of humanity. And that person could only be our ancestral emperor, the founding sovereign, Lu Xinghe. His tone suddenly became resolute, his eyes shining with pride. Because he was the emperor of this world. The last emperor. the final emperor of humanity, the heavens mandate emperor. It was his duty to protect the human race, an honor engraved in his blood. The old emperor continued, his voice full of pride. That's why you'll find that almost every member of the Liu family is a genius, far exceeding ordinary talent. Figures like the Night King, the Heavenly Blade King, the Heavenly Sword King, and the Fierce Mountain King martial arts masters rare in the mortal world have appeared generation after generation in our royal family. And throughout the entire Liu dynasty, there has never been a tyrant or a foolish emperor. His gaze deepened, as if revealing an ancient secret. Because as descendants of the ancestral emperor, the blood of the human emperor flows naturally within us Liu family members. The blood of the human emperor grants us talents and wisdom beyond the ordinary, as well as courage, justice, and goodness. This is the supreme honor left in us by the blood of the human emperor. At this point, the old emperor sighed deeply, his expression turning somber. And it is for this reason that Emperor Tianfeng lived his life in regret, never forgiving himself until his death. He was deceived by the Yan tribe, betraying his ancestors and the honor of the human emperor. Before he died, he drained every drop of his blood, ordered the Gongshi emperor to kill him, and refused to have his body buried in the Liu family ancestral tomb. A complex emotion flashed in the old emperor's eyes. Huh, he chuckled bitterly. I suppose I'm the one who can understand Emperor Tianfeng's feelings the most. After all, throughout the entire Liu dynasty, only Emperor Tianfeng and I can be called foolish emperors. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. History doesn't remember you as a tyrant, Shengwu Emperor. Instead, it praises your name for enduring humiliation for the greater good. The old Emperor Shengwu Emperor looked at Lu Chen and smiled silently. This title suited his martial spirit and fondness for combat. In Emperor Tianfeng's time, people couldn't know about the existence of the Yan, and he had to bear the infamy. But in this era, that's no longer necessary, the old emperor said with a hint of relief. He paused briefly, then continued. Back to the main topic. After the ancestral emperor took the Liu family's ancestral land to form the gateway to the mortal world, he created and activated the Azure Sky Array, centered on the 36 Earth cores. Upon hearing about the Azure Sky Array, Lu Chen's interest was piqued. Compared to mythical stories of immortals, he was more intrigued by the Azure Sky Array and the Earth cores. These were no ordinary matters. They touched upon the fundamental rules of the heavenly way, entities at the level of the heavenly way. And Lu Chen's next step was to understand the essence of the heavenly way and step into it. The old emperor continued. As for where the Earth cores came from, it's as I told you last time. The secrets of the Earth cores and the Azure Sky Array have become top secrets with the departure of the ancestral emperor. No one knows. Even the Nightmare clan knew nothing about the secrets of the Earth core and the Azure Sky formation. They could only desperately search for answers, hoping to unlock its mysteries. Unfortunately, apart from the ancestral emperor, later generations remained clueless. No matter how hard the Nightmare clan tried, their efforts were in vain. The old emperor paused at this point, his gaze falling on Lu Chen, as if he had something to say but hesitated. Lu Chen understood. His father wanted to ask if he could repair or rebuild the Earth core. He recalled what he had said before. The Earth core is a heaven-level existence, a part of the world's fundamental rules. That's why the Azure Sky formation could single-handedly suppress the entire Nightmare clan, resisting the Nightmare army that once overwhelmed ancient gods and immortals. The thought of tampering with the Azure Sky formation and the Earth core is only conceivable if one reaches the heaven level, standing on equal footing with heaven itself. Lu Chen pondered. If one could truly rival heaven, why would they need the Earth core? Imbalance of yin and yang? Just modify heaven to restore balance. The Nightmare clan is too powerful? Transform them all into mortals, solving the problem at its root. Even from a conservative standpoint, there's no need to rely on the Azure Sky formation and the Earth core. Lu Chen looked at the old emperor, also hesitating to speak. He wanted to say, Father, do you know who the Azure Sky formation and the Earth core are truly imprisoning? Without their seals, Lu Chen would have already fought his way through the human world, directly challenging the Nightmare realm and its whisperers. Detonating Mirror State, destroying the Earth core, dismantling the Azure Sky formation. Lu Chen was actually the first to agree with this. But to say such things to the emperor who devoted his life to the Earth core would be blatantly disrespectful. So Lu Chen vaguely said, perhaps, there might be a chance in the future. The future. The old emperor's eyes lit up at first, then dimmed again. He knew he might not live to see that day, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The old emperor continued. In any case, after the Azure Sky formation was established, it completely sealed off Dayu's world. This blockade not only trapped the Nightmare clan, but also restricted all of Dayu. For 10,000 years, why has Dayu produced only Yu and Emperor Gongshi beyond the realm of mortals? The root cause lies in the Azure Sky formation and the Earth core. He explained in detail how the Earth core absorbed the Earth's essence and spiritual energy, all to maintain and strengthen the Azure Sky formation. This overburdened the earthly veins, preventing them from providing enough energy for spiritual growth and creating conditions for the ascension of mortals. Many cultivators spent their entire lives unable to break through, missing the profound realm of the terrestrial immortals. The fact that you and the Gengshi Emperor managed to break through to the terrestrial immortal realm is a testament to destiny's favor and the Earth Core's bias. The old emperor scrutinized Lu Chen. Especially you. Your abilities seem to go beyond just terrestrial immortals, don't they? It's said that if our Lu family lineage reaches its end, it will comprehend the great path of the Azure Sun and Moon, entering the unique seventh realm of our family, the Azure Sky realm. Have you, by any chance, already grasped this path and stepped into the Azure Sky realm? Lu Chen shook his head, denying the old emperor's speculation. The old emperor stared at Lu Chen in shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Not at the Qing Tian level, he murmured, a storm of emotions raging within him. Lu Chen could contend with the Whisperer, control worlds in his palm, and yet he wasn't at the Qing Tian level? However, Lu Chen's next two words completely shattered the emperor's understanding. Not only. The old emperor was stunned, his mind blank. Not only? What does that mean? His thoughts were stuck in a mire, unable to break free. After a while, the emperor looked around, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He sighed deeply. Had I known this, why would I have gone through so much trouble? He recalled the efforts he had put into the plan for Jingzhou, worrying about the core's explosion causing too many casualties that would attract the Whisperer, yet fearing the impact wouldn't be significant enough. Especially since the core's explosion had far exceeded expectations, completely destroying Jingzhou, leaving him anxious and even prepared to sacrifice the Jianshao Legion. Lu Chen answered calmly. I believe I've told you several times already. I was speaking the truth. The emperor's expression shifted unpredictably, struggling to accept this reality. You're only 20 years old. Not 200, not 2000. Just 20, he muttered. The Lu family has never had such an extraordinary genius. The emperor shook his head with a wry smile. Let's not mention the Jingzhou plan again. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up like Emperor Tianfeng, nailed to the pillar of shame. He frowned in thought. The power of the core's explosion was indeed too great. It shouldn't have been. Emperor Gengshi and I calculated it should only have affected the area surrounded by the Jianshao Legion. So how did it level the entire Jingzhou, leaving no trace? Lu Chen remained silent. The emperor pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend it, and eventually gave up. The secrets of the core are too many, as long as the results are good. He gazed at the spot where the core once was, lost in thought. This core had protected Dayu for nearly a millennium, and now its sudden disappearance left him in a daze. After a long while, the emperor came back to his senses, looking at the now restored Jingzhou, speaking solemnly. The Jingzhou core is broken, and a breach has appeared in the Qing Tian formation. The days ahead may be troubled. I hope this battle in Jingzhou has prepared the world for what's to come. Fifth, stay in Jingzhou a few more days. It cannot do without you during this time. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. I have some plans to implement as well, so I intended to stay a few more days. The emperor nodded. Very well. I'll return first to avoid worrying your grandmother. We'll discuss other matters in detail once you return. As he was about to leave, the emperor suddenly remembered something. By the way, although the main force of the Taiping sect has been destroyed, their leader has never appeared. This person's origins are mysterious. Despite sending spies from all directions for years, we've been unable to uncover any information. Their identity remains a mystery, hidden very deeply. Such cunning and strategy. If such a person is not dealt with, he could pose a significant threat to our Great Yu. The old emperor's voice was filled with deep concern as he turned to Lu Chen, hesitating to speak. His weathered eyes scanned his son, as if wanting to say something, yet holding back. Lu Chen waited quietly, his deep eyes shimmering with wisdom. The old emperor suddenly realized his worries were somewhat unnecessary. This fifth son of his, who could even withstand the will of the netherworld speaker, would hardly fear a leader of the Taiping sect. If that leader dared to stir trouble, he would likely face the might of Lu Chen's world in the palm. With this thought, the old emperor sighed inwardly. His son was so powerful that, as a father, he needn't worry about him. He waved a hand, nodded to Lu Chen, and then dissolved into starlight, vanishing from the core space. Lu Chen watched his father leave, then turned his attention to where the Earth's core lay. Strange patterns of black and white sun and moon appeared in his eyes as his thoughts drifted to more profound questions. The old emperor had said much, but what truly concerned Lu Chen was the Azure Sky formation and the Earth's core. The rest seemed insignificant to him. He pondered, how did the founding emperor acquire the Earth's core? As the only one who could directly injure the Nightmare Clan's ruler, the founding emperor's strength was undeniable. But if he had truly reached a level on par with the heavenly Tao, why would he need the power of the Earth's core? Lu Chen had two preliminary guesses. First, the title, Heaven's Mandate Human Emperor, might hint at some special endowment from the heavenly Tao. Second, as the last human emperor, The founding emperor might have inherited a long-standing legacy, with the Azure Sky formation and the Earth's core hidden within it. Time would reveal the truth, and Lu Chun had no shortage of time. He withdrew his gaze, peering through the boundless void towards a small courtyard in Jingzhou City, where a nightmare creature lay prostrate. 3 days later, under the leadership of Jingzhou City, the city had returned to its usual tranquility. The autumn air was clear, with a gentle breeze, and everything in silent harmony. The scent of late autumn filled the streets and alleys, with the remnants of summer buried in the earth, awaiting their bloom in the coming year. However, in that elegant courtyard in Jingzhou City, the vibrancy of midsummer still lingered. Evil, evil, you are the true demon, the real nightmare. In the small courtyard, the ancient nightmare trembled all over, letting out a hoarse roar from his throat. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Lu Chun, who sat calmly on a stone bench, as if he were witnessing a monstrous devil capable of devouring the world. Over the past 3 days, the nightmare had endured countless tortures that were deemed unbearable even for his kind. He was repeatedly filled with a rich vitality, cycling from near death to robust health, and back to the brink of death. It was a torment worse than death itself, with every moment feeling like an eternity. However, what truly broke him was what he witnessed. Lu Chun, right before his eyes, was refining the nightmare energy into pure, elemental energy. It was a miracle he saw with his own eyes, eyes that had seen the passage of ages. Nightmare energy, truly reversed, the nightmare thought in horror. Even the most brilliant and imaginative disciple of the human emperor, Lang, had failed to solve this problem, only managing to create a hybrid demonic energy. Yet Lu Chun had achieved a complete reversal. What did this imply? A terrifying scene flashed through the nightmare's mind. Human armies chasing the nightmare clan, no longer fearing them but greedily eyeing them as if they were living elixirs. Surround this fat sheep, don't let it escape. Eating it, I will surely ascend to become a terrestrial deity this time. The nightmare shuddered, terrified of this horrific future. Like fleeing from a demon, he sprang up and cowered in a corner, muttering demon repeatedly. Lu Chun ignored the nightmare's reaction, focusing intently on the pure elemental energy at his fingertips, deep in thought. He had already considered creating a technique specifically for dealing with the nightmare clan, and the existence of the wolf god's demonic path technique had inspired him. If the nightmare clan could consume humans, why couldn't humans do the reverse and consume nightmares? Thus, Lu Chun sought out the demon lord and referenced the wolf god's demonic techniques. Combining years of experience and understanding, he conducted various experiments on this nightmare. Now, the experiments had yielded results. He had indeed developed a technique that could refine nightmare energy into pure elemental energy. Though the conversion rate is still low, it can be further improved, Lu Chun pondered. Beside him, Luo Feng could no longer contain his excitement. It worked. Your Highness, did you really succeed? As Lu Chen's trusted assistant, Luo Feng had been tirelessly gathering various experimental materials over the past few days. Witnessing the reversal of nightmare energy, he was overwhelmed with excitement. He couldn't imagine how the world would react once this news spread. With this refining technique, we no longer have to fear being bullied by the Nightmare Clan. Luo Feng thought excitedly. Maybe in the future, it will be the Nightmare Clan running from us, with the roles of hunter and prey completely reversed. However, what comforted Luo Feng the most was that the human race could finally share the burden with Lu Chun. After all, the Nightmare Clan was formidable, and the weakness of humanity was an undeniable fact. Just like the recent battle in Jingzhou, it was almost entirely the Crown Prince's efforts that turned the tide. In the war between the two clans, surely not everything can fall upon the Crown Prince, can it? Luo Feng stood on the palace's high platform, gazing at the distant battlefield. His brow was furrowed, filled with worry. Whenever the Nightmare Clan's forces appeared, or an immortal caused chaos, it was always the Crown Prince who stepped forward. If this continues, won't everyone else just become mere spectators? He recalled the words of that nightmare entity who summoned the River of Death. You protected Jingzhou, but can you stop me again? Although that formidable enemy was eventually defeated by the Crown Prince, his words were deeply unsettling. Luo Feng clenched his fists, pondering to himself. Today, the Crown Prince can protect Jingzhou, but if the Nightmare Clan launches a full-scale invasion someday, must he alone face all the enemies of the world? This thought made Luo Feng restless, fearing that humanity would ultimately become a burden to the Crown Prince. However, at that moment, the technique created by the Crown Prince shone like a beacon of hope in Luo Feng's heart. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he saw the future hope for humanity. This technique will surely awaken the battle-hungry blood of humanity. Luo Feng thought to himself, though it sounded a bit exaggerated. He knew how intense the human pursuit of power and strength could be. He envisioned a scene in his mind. A ragged beggar, upon hearing that this technique could make him soar to new heights, would undoubtedly follow the Nightmare Clan at all costs just to learn this skill. Not to mention those nobles who had already tasted the allure of power. Luo Feng could almost foresee that once this technique was unveiled, it would become the most sought-after skill, admired by countless people. He couldn't help but chuckle. The peace sect still wants to win hearts? Look at this technique. What could attract people more than the pursuit of power? Just as Luo Feng was filled with excitement, he noticed Lu Chen casually playing with a flicker of elemental energy at his fingertips. The crown prince nonchalantly remarked, "It's done. Barely usable. It can still be improved." Seeing Lu Chen with the pure elemental energy at his fingertips, Luo Feng was momentarily speechless. The words sounded so casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. Suddenly, Luo Feng remembered the sparring match that ended in a draw years ago. He felt a sense of pride. "Father, look, who else in this world can draw with the crown prince, if not me, Luo Feng? In this vast world, it's just me, Luo Feng." Realizing his thoughts were wandering, Luo Feng quickly refocused. He respectfully said, "As long as it's usable, your highness need not overexert yourself. Besides, this might not be a bad thing." Luo Feng further explained, "It's like the division of outer and inner disciples in martial sections. Your highness's initial creation of this technique could be treated as a basic skill for outer disciples, while the improved version could be for inner disciples, and perhaps even further refined into a top-level skill for true disciples. Dividing the privileges in this way, those common folk who have tasted the benefits will likely be eager to squeeze into the inner circle and become true disciples." A glint of insight flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he seemed to envision the future. The entire world would become fervent followers of the crown prince, revering him like a deity or a father. He couldn't help but exclaim, "By that time, the unity and loyalty of the people will be as strong as iron, leaving no opportunity for the Taiping sect to exploit." Luo Feng understood that simple faith in imperial power was fragile. However, if this belief was tied to tangible benefits accessible to everyone, the impact would be profoundly different. He explained his thoughts to Lu Chen with excitement in his voice. As the saying goes, all under heaven rush for profit, and all strive for gain. In this way, the entire world will become devout followers of our crown prince. Lu Chen nodded slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. He slowly spoke. "This is why I initially asked you to gather loyal and ambitious individuals to form a new department." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen continued, "This new technique, let's call it the refining spirit technique. Our ancestors' technique was primarily defensive, named the guarding spirit technique. This new one is full of aggressive power, so pairing one offensive with one defensive makes sense. Thus, it shall be called the refining spirit technique." Luo Feng nodded respectfully. Lu Chen then asked, "And the name for this new department?" "Jinyan." Luo Feng answered decisively. "This department is created to devour and fend off the Yin tribe. The Jinyan department, that shall be its name." "Yes, I will remember." Luo Feng responded respectfully. Lu Chen raised a hand, and a stream of light entered Luo Feng's forehead. Instantly, a vast amount of scripture content surged into Luo Feng's mind, allowing him to quickly understand and absorb the key aspects of the refining spirit technique. Lu Chen continued to advise, "This method is newly created and untested in battle, so there might be flaws. You must oversee the first batch of people in the Jinyan department carefully, and its scale should not be too large initially. Only expand once it's proven effective. If anything seems amiss, report to me immediately." Luo Feng, having just absorbed the refining spirit technique texts in his mind, promptly responded, "Yes, I will strictly follow the crown prince's orders." With a wave of his hand, Lu Chen dismissed him. "Go, gather the first batch of personnel quickly, initiate them into the refining spirit technique, and further the spread of the guarding spirit technique. Soon enough, you'll have ample opportunities to test these techniques in actual combat. You'll be busy." "Yes, I will go at once. I take my leave now." Luo Feng responded respectfully as he exited the grand hall. Upon leaving, Luo Feng immediately gathered a few guards. "You all come with me." The chosen guards eagerly followed, their faces glowing with pride. Along the way, the guards chatted enthusiastically about Luo Feng. "I heard the general isn't even 30 yet? Wow, achieving such feats before 30, our general truly is extraordinary." "Indeed, otherwise how could he be the crown prince's right-hand man?" A member of the Luo family nearby scoffed. "That's nothing. My elder brother could spar with the crown prince and hold his own 8 years ago." This revelation made the guards gasp in awe, and they looked at Luo Feng with newfound respect. Sparred with the crown prince and held his own? My goodness, our general is a true prodigy. Luo Feng didn't respond to the praise, merely casting a glance at the Luo family member. He remarked lightly, "You managed to walk a narrow path in Jingzhou City and make it wide." Turning to the other guards, he spoke with a serious tone. "Enough. I didn't call you here for flattery. We have important business." With that, Luo Feng led the guards straight to the Jingzhou City Lord's mansion, ready to begin executing the crucial task entrusted by the crown prince. In the mansion of the city lord of Jingzhou, the autumn breeze was cool, and the rustling of pages could be heard. Wu Ji sat upright at his desk, his gaze sharp as he meticulously reviewed reports sent from various parts of Jingzhou. His fingers gently glided over the paper, not missing a single important document. Jingzhou has just been through a major battle. It's a crucial time for recovery and maintenance. Wu Ji's voice was deep and powerful, resonating through the hall. He glanced at the Wu family members before him, each instinctively straightening their backs. Suddenly, Wu Ji's hand paused on a report, his brow furrowed. "Look at this one," he said, his tone becoming more serious. "Officials and merchants in Pingyuan City are colluding, creating monopolies that force the common people to flee, some even joining the Taiping sect." Wu Ji's gaze was sharp as a knife, cutting through the room to each person present. "This report was submitted 2 months ago, but it's only reaching me today. Why is that?" With a nasal a few younger members of the Wu family felt a chill run down their spines, trembling with fear. "Grandfather," a young man stammered. "It must have been that Wu Nian causing trouble. He's always been discontent with our family, harboring resentment, trying to drag us down." Wu Ji's fingers tapped lightly on the pages, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Can one Wu Nian really overshadow the entire Wu family, acting insidiously? Should I say he's too powerful, or are the descendants of the Wu family too incompetent? The younger members exchanged glances, hurriedly lowering their heads. "There are a few minor official positions vacant in Pingyuan City. You all can fill them," Wu Ji said coldly. At these words, their expressions changed, realizing they were being expelled from the core of the Wu family. They wanted to argue, but under Wu Ji's icy stare, they could only nod bitterly in acceptance. Wu Ji turned the page and continued reviewing the next report. The autumn wind rustled the pages, and the hearts of the Wu family members were equally unsettled. Jingzhou, located on the border of the Great Yu, had long been a place far from the emperor's reach. With the old master in seclusion for years, the Wu family's conduct had indeed become somewhat arrogant and domineering recently. The young members just reprimanded were not exceptions, and no one knew who might be next. The atmosphere in the mansion was heavy. Wu Xian, the head of the family, quickly offered Wu Ji a cup of hot tea. "Father, have some tea," he said cautiously. "These unworthy descendants are not worth your anger. It wouldn't be good if it affected your martial arts breakthrough." "Not worth it," Wu Ji snorted coldly. He, a master of martial arts, personally overseeing everything, was not just for the people of Jingzhou. More importantly, it was for the vast legacy of the Wu family. Although the Wu family had become what it was today, it was indeed due to the tacit approval and indulgence by him and the current emperor for certain plans. But now, it was time to quell those unwarranted bad practices. Wu Ji turned another page, his deep voice reaching Wu Xian's ears. "Times have changed. Jingzhou is no longer what it once was. The Wu family is no longer what it used to be. Remember, a new emperor brings new officials." These words were profound, especially for them, who had close relations with the current emperor. Wu Xian, upon hearing this, fell into contemplation, realizing the Wu family was facing significant changes and challenges. Now, if he restrains himself, his great-grandson, who is revered as a deity among mortals, might turn a blind eye and allow the Wu family to continue living comfortably for the sake of both him and the Empress Dowager. Wu Ji furrowed his brow, calculating silently. If he doesn't hold back, the next generation of imperial relatives will surely teach the Wu family a lesson in humility. By then, it won't just be a matter of stepping down. As Wu Ji was lost in thought, a sound of synchronized footsteps and the clinking of metal came from outside the door. Wu Ji looked up to see Luo Feng striding in. Old Master Wu Ji's face was clouded with worry, causing Luo Feng's heart to tighten as he wondered if something had gone wrong in Jingzhou again. Wu Ji, however, smiled and said, "The Crown Prince has secured the world with one decisive battle. Right now, you couldn't find even a mouse in Jingzhou, let alone any problems. I'm just using some reports to teach the Wu family descendants a lesson. These youngsters are so arrogant and conceited, it's really out of line." Luo Feng glanced at the Wu family members present and said softly, "At their age, it's natural to be ambitious. To be honest, I was even more arrogant back in the day." "Huh," Wu Ji scoffed. "These troublemakers can't compare to you, young General Luo. If they had even half your skills, I'd be laughing in my sleep. A bunch of good for nothings. But let's not dwell on that." Wu Ji waved his hand dismissively. "You must be busy, young General Luo. Have you come with any important decisions from the Crown Prince?" Luo Feng nodded solemnly. "The Crown Prince has ordered the formation of the Xinyan Division, independent of the court. He has bestowed a divine skill specifically created to counter the Yin tribe. I've come under the Crown Prince's orders to gather a group of like-minded young talents as the first members of the Xinyan Division to prepare for the impending war between the two tribes. And since you're the host here in Jingzhou, you must know many young talents. Perhaps you could recommend a few to me." "I see." Wu Ji nodded in understanding and then said, "In that case, I do have some suitable candidates in mind." He rummaged through the pile of reports and handed a few to Luo Feng. During the recent turmoil in Jingzhou, many sects joined the rebels and sided with the Taiping sect, which is disgraceful. But there were also many loyal and righteous individuals who stood up despite the adversity. Look at the Qingye Sword Sect, Tianxian Temple, Feihong Dao Sect, and the Linyuan Academy. They are the pillars of our Great Yu. Luo Feng took the reports, scanned them briefly, and nodded in agreement. Indeed, I've heard of their resilience and bravery before. They are perfect candidates for the Xinyan division. Wu Ji added, but there's a small issue. They each have their own allegiances and might be reluctant to join the Xinyan division or learn its divine skill because of sectarian biases. At this, Luo Feng smiled slightly. You needn't worry about that. The divine skill of the Xinyan division is something no one in this world can refuse. Oh, Wu Ji was intrigued. What is the purpose of this divine skill created by the Crown Prince? Luo Feng uttered just 4 words. Swallow the yin, transform the energy. Swallow the yin, transform the energy? Within the Qingye Sword Sect, a group of brothers sat together, carefully examining a secret letter from Jingzhou City. One of them exclaimed, this swallowing the yin, transforming the energy. Could it be similar to the methods used by those yin creatures? They eat humans, so we eat the yin? Use their own tactics against them. Such methods sound somewhat similar to those used by people from the demon sections. Whether it's the demon sect or the holy sect, as long as it can restrain the yin clan, it's good. It should be so, but how effective is this technique of refining yin into qi? If this method truly worked, our human race would not be so powerless against the yin clan. This news was released by the Luo family on behalf of the Crown Prince. With his methods and style, if this matter is being spread, it must be a sure thing. The Crown Prince, being a royal of the human world, wouldn't harm us, would he? Even if he intended to harm us, the moment we were caught in the palm of his hand would have been our end, not now. That's right. Fellow brothers, why is the Yin clan so powerful? Isn't it because we know too little about them, and they have those elusive and strange methods? Now we have the imperial god's art of the Gongshi emperor for protection, and the Crown Prince's refining god art for attack. If we encounter a situation like the one in Jingzhou again, we will make sure the Yin clan pays dearly for it. Let's go? Count me in to join the Yin suppression division. Let's go together. After discussing, the group from the Qingye Sword Sect gathered their core forces and headed to Jingzhou City. Similarly, the high monks of Tianxian Temple also received a message from Jingzhou City. The monks gathered, and the atmosphere was just as passionate as at the Qingye Sword Sect, if not more so. Generally, monks prefer to eat vegetarian food, chant scriptures, and use Buddhist teachings to enlighten beings. However, the monks of Tianxian Temple are not skilled in speaking or reciting profound Buddhist teachings, so they prefer to use staff and fist techniques to reason with others. The arrival of the refining god art truly resonates with the essence of their Buddhist teachings. Seeing the eagerness among the monks, the chief monk instructed them to prepare while he went to inform the abbot. Brothers, those willing to go, pack your things and get ready. I'll consult the abbot first. Thank you, brother. The chief monk turned away from the group. As he turned, the joy on his face turned into a hint of helpless concern. This concern was for their abbot, whose attitude towards the Yin clan had always been unclear. Although he didn't explicitly support fighting the Yin clan, he silently allowed them to support the battle in Jingzhou and eliminate the Yin clan. Yet, when it came to plans and arrangements against the Yin clan, he always avoided the topic. Their abbot was very conflicted. The chief monk always felt there was an inexplicable struggle in the abbot's heart, something he couldn't see through. With this thought, the chief monk approached the abbot. At that moment, the abbot was tapping a wooden fish, moving prayer beads, and silently reciting the Heart Sutra. Abbot. The abbot continued his actions, eyes closed, and asked, what is it? The chief monk replied. A letter from Jingzhou City states that the Crown Prince has created the refining god art to transform Yin into Qi and intends to establish the Yin suppression division to counter the Yin clan. After speaking, the chief monk patiently awaited the abbot's response. But after a long time, the abbot remained silent, and only the sound of the wooden fish echoed throughout the hall. The chief monk sighed inwardly, unsurprised. Every time the Yin clan was mentioned, the abbot would remain non-committal, allowing the disciples to do as they wished. He didn't understand. The sound of the wooden fish abruptly ceased as the abbot finally stopped his tapping. He turned to the chief, his gaze piercing, yet he didn't directly answer the question posed. Instead, he raised an apparently unrelated query. Do you know the real reason why the One Dao Alliance and the Lu Yun sect, who dominate half of the literary world into you, betrayed us? The abbot's voice was low and heavy. Before the chief could respond, the abbot continued on his own accord. It wasn't because they were bewitched by the Yin tribe, nor did they believe the human race was doomed. The truth is far more terrifying than these speculations. He paused as if choosing his words carefully, then said deliberately, if I told you that the One Dao Alliance was a Yin tribe force from the very beginning, and their defection is merely a return to their roots, what would you think? These words struck the chief like a heavy blow, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he murmured, this? How is this possible? Wasn't the Yin tribe's large-scale appearance a recent event? The chief's thoughts raced uncontrollably. If the One Dao Alliance were indeed traitors, it would mean their scheme started 3,000 years ago. How could any force maintain such patience for so long? 3,000 years is enough to erode everything, enough to assimilate them. The idea was too shocking for the chief to immediately accept. The abbot seemed to read the chief's thoughts and gently shook his head, saying, "What I speak of is not about any individual or group of people, but about the orthodoxy." The few rebellious leaders of the One Dao Alliance had a flawed orthodoxy from the start, corrupt at the root, corrupt at the origin. Before the chief could process this, the abbot dropped an even heavier bombshell. "You asked why I've been avoiding the topic of the Yin tribe, why I've been so evasive. It's because our Tianqian temple is just like them, with a flawed orthodoxy." The abbot's gaze turned to the distance, as if penetrating the temple walls to look towards Jingzhou City. "I hadn't planned to tell you this now because it would greatly impact your martial path. But now," his voice carried a hint of relief, "the crown prince has achieved a miraculous feat, creating a divine skill capable of transforming Yin energy. With this method, even if you abandon the practices of Tianqian temple, you'll have a means to secure your livelihood." With that, the abbot waved his hand, picked up the wooden fish again, and the tapping resumed. "Gather your things and take your fellow disciples with you. Once you're settled, leave behind the practices of Tianqian temple. If possible, forget them entirely." With a heavy thud, the temple's bronze door closed, leaving the chief outside. Inside, only the sound of the wooden fish continued to echo, casting a pall of silence over the hall. Yet, moments later, the rhythm of the wooden fish quickened. A gust of wind, origin unknown, rustled the abbot's robes. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice suddenly echoed in the abbot's mind. "My dear disciple, why do you persist in this?" The voice carried a hint of mockery. "You have practiced my teachings, and thus you are bound to me, a fate you cannot change. Even if forgotten, the dark mark is already etched into your bones, indelible. One day, it will resurface, and you will fall into despair. Rather than resist, why not accept it like those scholars? When the time comes, I will personally guide you, helping you break through the path of Tianqian temple, perhaps even reaching the realm of Tao, to grasp the ultimate mystery of the supreme Vajra state of Tianqian temple." The abbot's expression was grave, the tapping of the wooden fish growing more urgent, as if struggling against the formless voice. In the hall, the red candles flickered, casting a light on the abbot's resolute yet complex expression. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.